The sound of babies' cries echoed through the dark, mountainous landscape. The cries grew louder, seemingly coming from a nearby house. The house was surrounded by a fence and various traps, hinting at the dangerous nature of its owner. Inside, the hunter, Vincent, heard the cries and mused that it sounded like a baby crying in the mountains, but dismissed it, thinking a rat had snuck in. He grabbed his axe, thinking that if someone was trying to rob his house, they were pretty unlucky. The hunter stood silhouetted in the doorway, a menacing figure ready to defend his home, because this house belongs to a hunter. A close-up revealed Vincent's muscular physique as he gripped the axe tightly, preparing for a fight. He didn't think the intruder was an average person, since they avoided all the traps and hid their presence, but they couldn't fool his ears. Vincent vowed to kill them so quickly they wouldn't have time to retaliate. With a surge of adrenaline, Vincent raised his axe high, ready to strike down the intruder. He paused, finally seeing the intruder, a small figure kneeling on the ground, seemingly confused. He pauses, lowering his hand from his face, and wonders if he's simply imagining things. He recalls being told that he and Olina could never have a child, and is confused by the current situation. Vincent approaches the cradle, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. He lifts the blanket to reveal a baby, his shock evident. Vincent stares intently at the infant, his brow furrowed in confusion and disbelief. He holds the child close, a mixture of wonder and disbelief washing over him. Olina, hearing the commotion, calls out to Vincent, wondering what all the fuss is about. Olina is shocked to see the baby in Vincent's arms, struggling to comprehend the situation. Vincent's expression is a mix of shock and realization as he looks at Olina. The couple stands together, bathed in the soft glow of the room. As the truth dawns on them, the baby is theirs. Something magical occurred, and he shook his hands as his closed eyes opened. The wind picked up, gathering the clouds, and soon after, rain began to fall. The rain poured down upon the village. The dried-up land glistened, and the villagers sang songs of joy as the man also began to protect the village from outside threats. Because of his mysterious powers, the village found peace. No villagers went thirsty or hungry, but they did not have access to scientific research. The people thought his powers were mysterious, and he was called Mar. A young Aryan Chiron is asked if he is reading a book. Aryan Chiron, at 12 years old, sits beneath a tree, reading. He calls out to his dad. Aryan Vincent, now 40 years old, is shown. Aryan Vincent tells his son that he found enough wood, so let's go home and eat. The young Chiron, ever curious, asks his father, Aryan Vincent, what he needs to do to use magic. Aryan Vincent wonders if magic is something else entirely, something beyond what the book he gave Chiron contained. As they walk, Aryan Vincent laughs, explaining that felling a tree with one strike of an axe or killing a bear with a single arrow is what he considers magic. Elsewhere, two boys observe Aryan Vincent and Chiron from afar. They remark on Chiron's constant reading and how he doesn't resemble Aryan Vincent at all. The boys continue to whisper, noting Chiron's scrawny appearance and questioning if he can even read the large book he carries. Aryan Vincent, now alone, clenches his fist, remembering how his mom said that Chiron isn't their real son. His grip tightens, and he recalls hearing that Chiron's real parents abandoned him because he was weird. Aryan Vincent's face contorts in anger as he thinks to himself, Chiron, how dare those brats? Back with Chiron, the boy smiles innocently, asking if felling a tree with one strike is magic, right? Aryan Vincent, carrying an axe and wood, asks Chiron what he wants. He acknowledges that Chiron helped him. Aryan Vincent tells Chiron that they will go to the city together tomorrow, and he will buy him a lot of his favorite fruit. Chiron responds with excitement. I'm sorry, Chiron, for I'm a lacking father, Aryan Vincent says, though the blonde-haired boy is too excited about their upcoming trip to notice the apology. Aryan Vincent places a hand on Chiron's head, reassuring him. But no matter what anyone says, Chiron, you're my son. The boy clutches a book, eager to learn more. Chiron's bright blue eyes sparkle with curiosity, his mind already racing with thoughts about magic. The city of Kraze, located in the rural part of the kingdom of Thormia, awaits them. The gates of Kraze loom large as their carriage approaches, promising new sights and experiences for Chiron. Chiron leans forward in anticipation, his excitement palpable as they enter the city. The bustling streets of Kraze are filled with shops and people, a stark contrast to the quiet village they left behind. The cart rumbles along the cobblestone streets, carrying Chiron closer to his destination, Martin's grandfather's shop, where he must wait until Aryan Vincent finishes his work. Aryan Vincent reminds Chiron to avoid dark alleys and running into nobles, a warning the boy acknowledges with a nod, promising not to worry. The horse-drawn cart continues its journey through the city, the sounds of the bustling marketplace filling the air. At Martin's grandfather's shop, a sign advertises bloober for 50 euros. The shopkeeper seems surprised by something. He insists on helping, despite the old man's gratitude. The grandfather, tending to his produce stand, smiles at the boy's eagerness. The grandfather thinks to himself that although Martin is young, he is quite bright, but also a troublemaker. Martin calls out to his grandfather, who hums in response, ready to answer whatever question the boy has. Martin asks what they should eat, but quickly pivots, demanding to know what he needs to do to use magic. The grandfather chuckles at the non sequitur. A diagram illustrates the path from dragon to warrior to mage, and finally to arrows or even guns. The grandfather admits he doesn't know much about magic either, but suggests that if Martin is looking for books about it, there are plenty to be found. The suggestion sparks an idea, and Martin rushes off to find a book. The grandfather asks if he wants to go, telling him to look around for a bit and come back. Martin confirms he'll be right back. The grandfather is later seen reading a book, wondering to himself about something he has found within its pages. He exclaims in surprise at what he sees in the book. The book's title reads, The History of the Continent and Magic. It reminds him that Martin was asking how he could use magic. Suddenly, a voice cries out, warning someone not to touch the books with their dirty hands. The grandfather, still in the midst of his story, is interrupted by the sight of Martin browsing the shelves. The woman scolds Martin for touching the expensive books with his dirty hands, while the boy wonders where his father bought his book from. Suddenly, the woman exclaims that the landlord has arrived, cutting short the conversation. The landlord asks how the woman would like to pay for all the books that have arrived, while Martin observes that the books are the same, but there isn't much information. The sound of the door opening distracts Martin, who wonders why it was so hard to look at a book. The landlord is seen carrying a stack of books. Martin follows the landlord, wondering if he is a noble. The books fall from the landlord's grasp, scattering across the ground. Martin is shocked by the sight of the books falling. The books are scattered around a pile of discarded items in an alleyway. Martin picks up a book, wondering if this is where his father got his book from. He pauses, noticing two noble women walking by, their presence causing a stir. The noble women stroll along, seemingly oblivious to the attention they draw. Their elegant dresses and refined manners mark them as members of the elite. Martin wonders what sets them apart. He recalls being warned to avoid nobles. He wonders why they're allowed in this area. The boy continues walking down the street, questioning why he isn't allowed the same privileges as the nobles. Suddenly, a guard grabs Milchalpias by the shoulder, startling him. The guard scolds the boy, telling him that this isn't a place for children to wander alone. The guard gestures towards a gate, emphasizing that the area beyond is reserved for nobles. The guard asks if Milchalpia's parents are nearby, grabbing his arm. Another guard approaches, finding it suspicious that a child is alone in this area. He suspects that the boy is an orphan. The first guard speculates that he might be an errand boy for thieves and tells Milchalpias that he needs to come with them. The guard, noticing the absence of the boy he was just apprehending, expresses his confusion. The guard demands to know where Milchalpias went, ordering his partner to find him quickly. The guard expresses his embarrassment at losing a child. Meanwhile, Milchalpias hides behind a flower bed, wondering if the guards have left. He breathes a sigh of relief, the leaves and petals clinging to his hair a testament to his hasty hiding spot. The boy realizes he's going to be in trouble with his father. He pulls at his shirt, trying to straighten it out, but the evidence of his escape remains. Looking down, Milchalpias notices a discarded shoe on the cobblestone street. He continues to stare at the shoe, his expression unreadable. The boy decides to talk about the topic of what is magic. He recalls someone, presumably the headmaster, telling him to show how to extinguish the fire. Milchalpias realizes that he is at a magic school. He lays sprawled against the stone wall, pondering the question posed to him. If he answered correctly, he would get to see magic. The question echoed in his mind. What talent is needed most to learn magic? Some shouted wisdom, while he considered the effort required to study. Others believed money was the key, joking that it seemed like you needed to buy a lot of things to learn magic. He continued to mull over the possibilities. Was it wisdom, effort, or money? Did one need to be a noble to wield magic? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Milchalpias. The answer was insight. Two students, their faces obscured, wondered aloud what insight even meant. A disembodied voice chuckled, posing a new question. Could anyone explain why 1 + 1 = 2? The voice continued, stating that the weird feeling he was experiencing was called insight. Those who lived long ago didn't know that. The voice explained that until countless scholars proved it, 1 + 1 was 2. The voice elaborated that we understand that 1 + 1 is 2 without needing complicated verification, because it comes from the existing rules of the world. Magic, too, is a law that exists within the world, and you need to feel it wholly and accept it through conceptualization. The voice concluded that insight is more accurate and faster than wisdom and effort, urging him to accept it through his insight. Milchalpias, struck by the revelation, exclaimed that it was ingenious, realizing that of course it was insight. The words hung in the air, a promise and a challenge. Cultivate your talent, and you, too, can become a mage. The possibility echoed in his mind, become a mage. But a question lingered. Would such a chance ever come to Milchalpias? Unbeknownst to the young student, an old man was watching him from behind the wall. Pressed against the wall, Milchalpias could sense someone was nearby, and he wondered what they were thinking. Panic began to set in. Should he run, or should he reply? He realized he looked a mess. He didn't know what would happen, but a sudden thought came to him. If he didn't jump over this wall, he would regret it forever. Driven by this sudden conviction, Milch Alpiaz leaped. He had been caught. Milch Alpiaz's eyes widened in shock. The world beyond the wall was lush and green, a stark contrast to the academy he had just left behind. He landed amidst a group of students in black robes. The old man from behind the wall stood before him, asking if he had come to accompany him. Below the headmaster of Alpiaz Magic Academy, Milch Alpiaz, a fourth-class official mage, braces himself. The jump is causing him some trepidation, but he steels himself to go through with it. He leaps from the wall, the ground far below. He plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. A high stone wall stretches into the sky, hinting at the Grand Academy beyond. Milch Alpiaz, a commoner, walks with determination towards the academy, his footsteps echoing against the stone. The academy grounds sprawl beneath a massive tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. Hidden amongst the trees, a student declares that the principal isn't a noble. The other students surround an old man, their faces a mix of curiosity and disdain as they call him a lowly commoner and demand that he leave. Milch Alpiaz's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he faces the hostility of his peers. The old man smiles gently, inviting the students to come closer. Despite the animosity, Milch Alpiaz's desire to witness magic firsthand shines through. The students, a mix of skepticism and intrigue on their faces, surround Milch Alpiaz and the old man. One student accuses Milch Alpiaz of lying, questioning how a commoner could have even read about magic in books. He begs for Magic to answer his call, his head bowed in desperation. The old man, confident in his abilities, chuckles, declaring the feat to be no big deal as he prepares to demonstrate the magic of wind. The other students exclaim in awe as the wind begins to pick up. Martin, now standing on a gust of wind, looks around in surprise. He wonders what's happening as the wind magic intensifies. The wind magic sends the students, including Milch Alpiaz, soaring into the sky above the academy. The students scream as they're lifted higher and higher. Gil cries out as he's sent flying through the air. Some of the students, however, seem to be enjoying the unexpected flight. The students are now mere specks against the vast sky, the academy shrinking beneath them. The wind continues to carry them higher, the ground now a distant memory. Martin screams in terror as he plummets downwards, the wind magic seemingly having lost its hold. He plummets towards the ground, realizing the gravity of his situation. The wind rushes past Martin's face as he falls, his expression a mask of terror. A scream tears from his throat as the ground rushes up to meet him. From a distance, the headmaster's laughter echoes, a cruel counterpoint to Martin's terror. The other students watch as the falling student plummets, their expressions a mix of shock and morbid fascination. The headmaster, his face beaming, declares that this is what magic is. Suddenly, the world around Martin shifts, and he finds himself kneeling on soft grass, unharmed. He looks around, bewildered, realizing that he is no longer falling. Magic! What is it, he wonders. The headmaster muses to himself, stating that it doesn't matter if he doesn't understand it. Tears welling in his eyes, Martin demands to know exactly what magic is. Even as the students whisper amongst themselves, they continue towards the headmaster, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief at what they just witnessed. The headmaster's gaze is intense as he watches them approach, his expression unreadable. The question of what magic truly is hangs heavy in the air, as Milch Alpiaz struggles to understand the headmaster's explanation. He shifts, trying to make sense of the seemingly impossible. The headmaster chuckles, deciding to explain in more complex terms, stating that magic is something that surpasses logic. He elaborates, defining magic as a mental activity that explores the truth of a phenomenon. Milch Alpiaz finds the explanation difficult to grasp, realizing that it's an illogical phenomenon, but perhaps that's what makes it closer to the truth. The students stand beneath a large tree, listening intently as the headmaster continues his lecture. The headmaster continues, his words resonating with the students. Milch Alpiaz wonders if this is written in the books too, but then realizes that he found a common point in the books. He thinks that maybe the truth is hidden in the unusual, as a lot of famous people's thoughts were made fun of at first for not being normal, but they eventually accepted it as the foundation of new logic. The headmaster agrees. Milch Alpiaz, now more determined than ever, asks how he can learn magic. The students watch as the headmaster prepares to demonstrate the nature of magic. The headmaster is aware that some believe Milch Alpiaz is a wise child, and that he wants to research magic on his own. The headmaster knows that gathering accurate information about magic is difficult, and wonders if Milch Alpiaz really believes he can do it. Milch Alpiaz stands with a determined look on his face, ready to learn. Instead of a detailed explanation, the headmaster decides to show a demonstration, knowing that some consider Milch Alpiaz a commoner. The headmaster calls out to Shaman, instructing her to head into the spirit zone. Shaman confirms the instruction, acknowledging the headmaster's command. The other students, including Milchalpias, watch with curiosity, wondering what the spirit zone is. Shaman announces that she has entered the zone. Her eyes glow with a bright blue light as she enters the spirit zone. The headmaster, seated before the students, asks if they can guess how many coins are in his hand. Milchalpias correctly guesses the number of coins, surprising the other students, as the headmaster explains that a focused mage can sense everything around them. Skilled mages, it said, can even sense the number of leaves on the ground from far away, and this is the extremely sensitive mindset spirit zone. A nearby student notes that there are now 3. Mages in the zone, it's explained, can sense the outside world in an extrasensory way, and they can control the phenomenon. The headmaster elaborates, holding up his hand. The situation in front was sensed as a whole by the student. Then maybe, the narrator states, anyone can do it. The headmaster instructs the students to practice in a quiet place, and first, to feel themselves. Anyone can do it, the headmaster continues, but not everyone can do it. If you can do that, then a whole new world. Do you understand what I said? The headmaster asks, because if you can't feel yourself, erasing yourself would also be impossible. The headmaster thinks, he keeps surprising me. He then asks if Milchalpias will try it here. Anyhow, if he can't go into the spirit zone, he won't be able to learn magic itself. The student closes his eyes, ready to try. The student enters the spirit zone, and a voice echoes, feel what is me. The question hangs in the air, what truly defines me? The answer comes, not the brain, merely a body part. It's the senses, the reality one perceives, that trap you within the confines of that idea. Instead of defining it, feel it. Erase the things that are felt, one by one. The existence of oneself isn't becoming sensitive, only the mind is. The sensation intensifies, a surge of energy. The energy continues to build. The scene shifts to the spirit zone, where the headmaster and other students await. The headmaster looks on, eager to hear what the experience was like. The headmaster presses, what did you feel? The question snaps Milchalpias back to reality, the sound of the world rushing back to him. He is about to answer. The headmaster's words still echoed in Milchalpias' mind as he stood beneath the large tree, surrounded by his classmates. He had heard all the sounds. The headmaster, observing from afar, mused that the synesthesia experienced in the spirit world was unique to another dimension. He wondered if the boy could truly grasp it. The air itself seemed to vibrate with unseen energies, a symphony of sensations where one could smell from sound and taste the very light. The shape of scenery touched skin, a sensation beyond ordinary understanding. The headmaster's voice continued, praising their efforts and promising greater understanding with hard work. The headmaster placed a hand on Milchalpias' head, a gesture of encouragement and perhaps a hint of something more. The headmaster announced that this was it for the special class, signaling their return to the school. The headmaster lamented that the boy, despite his talent, was not born into nobility. He mused that if Milchalpias had been a noble trained from a young age, he might have achieved similar accomplishments as the other children. The headmaster, his face etched with a hint of melancholy, acknowledged that there were simply too many talented kids in the world. Meanwhile, another student, Hyuk, scaled a high wall, the sound of his ascent echoing in the distance. He lost his grip and tumbled down the side of the building, the impact jarring him. Hyuk, now on the ground, was overcome with emotion, the reality of his failure hitting him hard. Tears streamed down Hyuk's face, his expression a mix of frustration and despair as he realized his efforts had finally yielded a result. A booming sound echoed, resonating with an unknown origin. The sound seemed to emanate from the spirit zone, a place of immense power and mystery. The very air crackled with energy, visualized as a spectral bird taking flight. The world felt fractured, as if separated into countless tiny pieces, each resonating with the booming sound. The echoes spread far and wide, encompassing the entire world. The force of the sound warped reality itself. The vastness of the world, now altered, inspired a sense of dread. The world itself seemed to become a part of him. Tears streamed down Hyuk's face as he felt the shift in reality. He found himself running through an endless corridor. It was just for a moment, but Hyuk broke away from his physical form. He lands hard on the cobblestone street, the impact jarring him. The world around him seems to stretch and distort, becoming infinite. The sudden shift throws Milchalpias off balance, sending him sprawling. He cries out in pain and annoyance as he hits the ground. Struggling to regain his footing, the blonde student pushes himself up, wincing from the pain. He stammers out an apology, his blue eyes wide with fear as he looks up at his attacker. The perspective shifts to show the group of men standing over Milchalpias, their leader, sneering down at him. The leader questions if he thinks he is someone important. The leader's fist clenches, his knuckles white with rage. He demands to know if Milchalpias has lost his mind. Grabbing the student's shirt, the man with green hair insists that he needs to pay the price for hitting him. Milchalpias stammers out another apology, but the man dismisses it. The man accuses Milchalpias of being a member of the wolf gang and of coming to kill him. Tears well up in the student's eyes as he clutches at his shirt, fear gripping him. The green-haired man, still holding on to Milchalpia's shirt, wonders aloud what the others are doing and if something fun happened. He then calls out for Lady Amy. Milchalpias wonders what they are doing and if they are bored again. He realizes he needs to beg Lady Amy to save him. Below, Lady Amy stands with the other men. Lady Amy, a noble with striking red hair, is observed by unseen eyes, her youth a point of quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, the green-haired man accuses Milchalpias of attempted murder, claiming he was only trying to teach him a lesson. The boy insists it was an accident. The green-haired man scoffs at the explanation, clearly not believing a word of it as he continues to restrain the boy. The sound of a brutal strike echoes through the room. Coughing, Milchalpias is forced to his knees, the green-haired man demanding he pay the price for his alleged crime. The green-haired man demands to know where his mother is, his face contorted with rage as he continues to berate the boy. The green-haired man orders someone to bring Lady Amy to him, revealing that she is the key to his anger. Another man observes the scene, commenting on what they have here. The green-haired man's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he asks if he hurt Milchalpias' feelings. The green-haired man continues his assault, kicking Milchalpias while calling him an arrogant son of a bitch. The beating continues, the green-haired man's rage seemingly boundless as he demands that Milchalpias understand. Another man intervenes, warning the green-haired man to be careful not to leave bruises on his face, implying they need him presentable. Lady Amy arrives, ordering them to stop, fearing they will kill the boy. Lady Amy demands to know what's going on. The green-haired man insists that he didn't do anything. Milchalpias lies on the ground, bruised and battered, as he struggles to regain consciousness. Lady Amy, standing over the fallen Milchalpias, orders the men to stop. One of the men suggests they shake him up and sell him off to the southern village, since he's a commoner and there will be no backlash. Milchalpias, still on the ground, wonders what the man just said. Weakly, Milchalpias calls out for his parents. Lady Amy considers the situation. She thinks to herself that a slave can't have any possessions. Lady Amy wonders how they should proceed. The green-haired man suggests they do a full-body inspection of Milchalpias, as the other men laugh. One of the men yells at Milchalpias to strip down, threatening to hit him again if he doesn't comply. As the men demand that Milchalpias strip, Lady Amy seems to consider the situation, thinking to herself that they are crazy bastards. The red-haired noblewoman wonders what is up with him, admitting to herself that she was just thinking of tormenting him a bit before letting him go. Meanwhile, a young boy with glowing blue eyes stares intensely forward, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. Back in the room, the green-haired man's face is contorted in a sneer as he continues to pressure Milchalpias. The green-haired man's face is shown again, this time with a fly buzzing around his mouth. The perspective shifts to a close-up of the green-haired man's eye, his expression unreadable. The fly is shown in extreme close-up, its buzzing filling the air. Outside, a flock of rats looks up as a large bird descends from the sky. The scene shifts to a digital-looking space, with figures outlined in blue. The digital space is shown again, with more figures visible. Back with the young boy, he is now standing between two figures in the digital space, wondering what is happening. The boy is bathed in blue light as the figures loom over him. Bathed in blue light, the young boy with blue eyes is the focal point of a surge of energy. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The surge of energy strikes a distant tree. In a different location, the old man prepares to demonstrate his magic. He speaks of magic that creates wind. The old man's magic manifests as a glowing orb, a memory taking form. The surge of energy envelopes the young boy with blue eyes, his eyes glowing with the same light. Meanwhile, a voice shouts, demanding attention from someone who is ignoring them. The man's grip tightens on the collar of the blonde student, Hyuk, who is clearly ignoring him. Hyuk's eyes glow with the same blue energy that surrounded the young boy with blue eyes, a sign of his awakening power. Lady Amy, her red hair a stark contrast to the blue energy, urges someone to wait. Her expression is one of desperate urgency as she shouts for them to wait. The blue energy intensifies, and figures are sent flying through the air. He cries out as he's sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blast leaving him disoriented. The surge of blue energy rips through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The young boy with blue eyes stares up in shock, his expression a mixture of fear and confusion. His eyes reflect the chaos unfolding around him, the blue orbs mirroring the destruction. Amidst the chaos, several figures are sent flying through the air, their screams echoing through the city. The blonde-haired boy, caught in the blast, struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events as he plummets downwards. Debris rains down upon the city, adding to the already widespread destruction. The young boy with blue eyes stands frozen in place, the shock of the explosion paralyzing him. The perspective shifts to a man lying injured on the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he cries out in pain. Clutching his leg, the injured man begs for help, his voice filled with desperation. Suddenly, a voice calls out, drawing attention to a new figure emerging from the chaos. Lady Amy, her red hair ablaze, appears amidst the destruction, her expression a mixture of determination and fury. Enraged, Lady Amy demands to know where someone learned magic. Nearby, Milchalpias overhears her question, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief that a commoner could possess such power. The red-haired woman points down the street, noting that there was some kind of loud sound. Lady Amy surveys the scene, her expression unreadable as she takes in the destruction. Milchalpias watches her, stunned by her speed and power. He wonders how she can move like that, realizing that someone has collapsed nearby. Fear grips Milchalpias as he looks around, the recent events weighing heavily on him. The scene is one of devastation, with bodies strewn across the street. Milchalpias reflects on his own insignificance, realizing that people won't listen to someone like him. The cries of the injured echo through the street as they call for help. In desperation, Milchalpias cries out for his father. The world is harsh, a truth that is becoming increasingly clear. The town of Karmas bustles with activity under a clear sky. The Karmas household stands tall, a testament to their noble status. Beyond the town, mountains rise against a vibrant sunset. The Karmas household is known as first-class nobles. Karmas Shakura, head of the household, sits comfortably, reading the newspaper. He thinks to himself that Lady Amy was bested by that brat, and then aloud, he comments on her early return. Lady Amy, visibly annoyed, is asked if she skipped class again. Amy thinks to herself that she's learned everything there is to learn, and it's no fun, wondering when she will grow up. The head of the household watches as Lady Amy descends the stairs, reminding her that even though she is a genius, she will be complacent if she stays that way. Karmas Shakura warns Lady Amy that she could get taken by surprise one day. Karmas Shakura wonders why Lady Amy is so quiet today, while she thinks to herself, "Who are you to say such? You're unemployed, Dad." Lady Amy's eyes suddenly reflect a magical power, and she wonders what is happening. From her vantage point on the landing, Lady Amy requests that if anyone knows someone at a magic school, they should introduce them to her. The call echoes through the snowy expanse, a desperate cry for Chiron. The voice calls out again, the speaker's location revealed to be a small village nestled amidst the winter landscape. "Chiron, where are you?" The snow continues to fall, blanketing the ground and obscuring any trace of the missing boy. Inside a cozy home, a woman explains that Chiron has already left for the lumber yard to gather more wood. Concern etched on his face, the grandfather wonders why Chiron would venture out for more wood when the snow hasn't even stopped falling. Determined, the grandfather grabs a book and declares that he will see if he can find Chiron. The scene shifts to a memory, where the grandfather recalls bringing Chiron to the city that spring and how he nearly lost him then. The memory continues, showing the grandfather embracing a young Chiron, who merely said he got lost. The truth of what actually happened is revealed. A young Chiron cries out in distress, lost and alone. The stark branches of a snow-covered tree reach towards the sky, a silent witness to the boy's plight. The camera focuses on a tree trunk, the snow falling softly around it as the grandfather's worry intensifies. The forest stood silent, the snow-laden branches heavy against the pale sky. Deeper into the woods, Martin trudged through the snow, an axe held firmly in his grasp. Meanwhile, Chiron's mind replayed the events of that day, the day he unconsciously activated his magic. That magic, the magic he hasn't been able to use again since. It was the magic he was able to use subconsciously. There was no way to tell what happened through insight because the process was omitted because there wasn't any knowledge of magic, but the memory stirred something within Chiron, a realization that it's possible to enter the spirit zone. A surge of energy coursed through him, manifesting as glowing blue veins across the trees. The energy emanated from Chiron, the source of the strange phenomenon. The sensation, form, and scent. He could feel everything about this tree. The energy intensified, the light blinding as Chiron wondered what it was. Unseen, Martin raised his axe, unable to explain the strange energy, but ready to strike. He could feel the magic coursing through him, a surge of power unlike anything he'd experienced before. The energy crackled around him, visible as arcs of blue light. Martin's axe, now imbued with the same blue energy, is raised high, ready to strike. The axe descends, the blue energy intensifying around it as Martin prepares to cleave through the tree. The surge of power gives him confidence. He thinks to himself, I can even cut down the tree with one swing. Arian Chiron's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he focuses on the task at hand. Nearby, Vincent watches in disbelief. He wonders, what I just see? The narrator explains the technique. Asterisk, that's Thunderstrike. By striking the core of the tree, you cut it down with one swing. The sound of it is similar to thunder, which is why it is called thunderstrike. Asterisk. Vincent's shock is palpable, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and dawning recognition. The tree lies cleanly severed, a testament to the power of the thunderstrike. The narrator notes, it's merely one success out of 100 attempts. Chiron's expression is one of intense focus, his mind flashing back to a past event. Like the magic from that day. Tears well up in Vincent's eyes, a deep-seated pain etched on his face as he remembers a similar event from his own past. The book lies open, waiting to be read. A voice echoes, emphasizing the need for true understanding. Knowledge, not just luck, will be the key to victory. The landscape stretches endlessly, a vista of snow-capped mountains. The voice continues, speaking of an opportunity that may one day arrive. 3 years pass. The boy, now a young man, sits atop a tree stump, lost in thought. He rises from the stump, a determined look on his face. The axe bites deep into the wood, splitting it with a resounding crack. The young man, revealed to be Aryan Chiron, pauses in his work, a melancholic expression on his face as he touches the tree. He admits he cannot see through his own eyes. He focuses, determined to see. His eyes snap open, glowing with an intense light. He is struck by a sudden, unseen force, sending him hurtling forward. The air crackles with an unseen energy, the source of the attack remaining hidden. The force intensifies, slamming the villager down with tremendous power. He thinks to himself, dazed, that he almost went home after meditating. It's been 5 hours since he started meditating. Aryan Chiron realizes, his eyes now glowing with an inner light. He notes that it has already been 5 hours. The energy continues to swirl around him, the source of the attack still unknown. He reflects on how it feels like he has become one with nature, feeling the shift of the greenery and the squirming of worms. The sound of trees absorbing water fills his senses, and he realizes that 5 hours isn't enough time if he wants to leisurely take in everything. A vision of an older man appears before Chiron, the man stating that if what he is doing is possible, there will be a different world than today. He thinks that a world that's different from back then is really an accurate expression. With newfound resolve, Aryan Chiron decides to go back home. The journey back was long, the rhythmic clip-clop of hooves a constant backdrop to his thoughts. He wondered about the vision, about the old man, and about the significance of white horses. Drawn by the sound, 2 massive white horses flank the carriage, their heads lowered as if in greeting. A lone figure kneels by a small fire near the luxurious carriage, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. The question hangs in the air. Is there a guest here? The carriage doors swing open, and Chiron steps out, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He announces, "I'm home." His blue eyes, reflecting a mix of weariness and anticipation, betray the weight of his recent experiences. Inside, the familiar warmth of home greets him. His father's voice rings out, asking if he's home already, followed by the welcoming words, "You're back, Chiron? Come and greet him." A distinguished gentleman with silver hair and spectacles introduces himself. He's Timurin, the associate butler of the Ogent family, and it's a pleasure to meet Chiron. The associate butler, Timurin, extends a hand, stating that he came here to meet him. Chiron returns the greeting, a polite smile gracing his lips. Timurin's presence raises questions. If the Ogent family is the second highest nobility after royalty, why would someone who works for nobles look for him? He allows Timurin to take a look at him first. Timurin's gaze intensifies, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The associate butler's hand grips Chiron's shoulder, his voice low as he asks, "You know how to read?" He responds that he's been reading books here. Timurin's grip tightens, his face inches from Chiron's. He presses, asking him to humor him. Chiron, visibly uncomfortable, asks if he could please. He begins by complimenting Chiron's reputation, calling it quite good. Timurin continues, noting that the boy also knows how to read and is very filial. He then offers Aryan Chiron a job working for the Ogent family. Aryan Chiron, taken aback by the offer, asks Timurin to repeat himself. Timurin explains that they're transferring everything in the great library of the main house. He clarifies that some of the 10,000 books cannot be disclosed to the public, and that only Chiron's family will know about the transfer project. The butler emphasizes that the physical labor will be done by servants, but the sorting will be done solely by Aryan Chiron and himself in the library. Aryan Chiron considers the offer, wondering what the catch is if it's just a library job. The text reveals that the Ogent family is sure to have classified knowledge for mages, but there's a catch. Timurin warns that if, for any reason, the books are leaked, or a rumor starts that they have been leaked, Chiron and his family are as good as dead. Back in the village, a man clenches his fist, his expression grim. The reason for their serious expressions is revealed. Aryan Chiron will be handsomely paid for risking his life. The offer is an amount he could never earn even during a good hunting season, so he'll be reaping the benefits by bringing up a good child. Timurin clarifies that money isn't the reason they wanted to hear him out, but that they merely wanted their Chiron to. He continues to press his point, stating that he only meant it's impossible to watch him every second. The group remains gathered, listening intently to the conversation. Another man bursts into laughter, ridiculing the idea that the boy could amount to anything significant. He asks what other reason there would be to request that he hire his son. The first man retorts that Chiron can read, though he's not telling him to read the books. The man insists that he only meant it's impossible to monitor him at all times, and that he only wanted him to achieve his dreams. The question hangs in the air. Is that how you've been lying to your son this entire time? The man's face is etched with worry and frustration as the accusations mount. The scene shifts, and we see Aryan Chiron, now older, as he wonders if Chiron is reading right now. The memory replays. Olina taught Chiron a few words for fun, but by the time he was 6 years old, he was able to read on his own. Another memory surfaces, noting that his appearance stands out, plus he looks like he's a noble, and above all, he is highly intelligent. The question looms, could he be from a royal family? Aryan Chiron is struck by a sudden realization. If it wasn't their house, and he was brought up by a noble, he could have been educated in school. He recoils from the thought, desperately trying to deny the possibility. Chiron is his son. The decree was absolute. If he was truly the son of a mountaineer, he must learn the ways of the mountains. But when Chiron began working on the mountains, something shifted. The memory of that time resurfaces, and Aryan Chiron admits to himself, I got scared. I ultimately brought up that child. The weight of the past bears down on Aryan Chiron, the son of a mountaineer. Aryan Chiron recalls the words of those who doubted his decision. You need a commoner who knows how to read? Please hire my son. He's been able to read fluently since he was a child, and he's very smart. The memory continues, showing a man kneeling before Aryan Chiron, begging, please just let him. Aryan Chiron's past self retorts, his voice laced with disdain, let him read some books. The memory concludes with Aryan Chiron's firm rejection. We don't need a single penny from you. The present Aryan Chiron reflects on his past actions, lamenting, if I knew things would turn out this way, I would not have begged you like that. The memory shifts, and the man's face contorts in rage as he shouts, get out of my house right now. Aryan Chiron's face is filled with anguish, tears streaming down his face as he remembers the harsh words. A man declares he doesn't need any money from the older gentleman before him. The older man thinks to himself that he wouldn't have begged if he knew what was going to happen. The older man's son is thrown out of the house, the booming voice echoing the command, get out of my house now. The older gentleman watches as his son is thrown out of the house. The son, now outside, fumes at the audacity of being mocked for his family's lack of wealth. He mutters that it can't be helped. The older man's son states that those who don't know their place must be dealt with, but the older man simply replies, no, father. The grandfather's gaze hardens, his expression unyielding. The man who was thrown out of the house is shocked by his grandfather's actions. The older man asks if his son is serious, stating that he isn't just trying to scare him. The son, Aryan Chiron, says it's all right and asks to be allowed to handle the situation. The grandfather states that even the smallest rumor will have his neck cut off. Aryan Chiron vows that he will never leak it, and even if things go wrong, he won't resent his grandfather for it. The grandfather smirks, stating that if Aryan Chiron is that invested, he will come. The message promises to collect someone in a week, but warns that once they enter the manor, there's no turning back. Meanwhile, the grandfather, dressed in a long coat and hat, exits a building, a man in a lighter coat watching him leave. He knows that once the task begins, there will be no turning back. Elsewhere, a man expresses his outrage, blaming someone's father and declaring he will take responsibility and decline whatever offer is on the table. The grandfather's face is etched with worry as he points forward, seemingly issuing a command. Aryan Chiron smiles, thanking someone for a big gift. The grandfather's face contorts in anguish, tears welling in his eyes. The man from panel 3 embraces Aryan Chiron, telling him not to worry and questioning if his father won't be able to protect him. The grandfather, his face still wrought with emotion, shouts for someone to come back safe. The man embracing Aryan Chiron vows to ensure that no one will be able to lay a finger on his family. A voice echoes, wondering if they have finally raised Chiron well. A woman cries, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, seemingly moved by the events unfolding. The man continues to embrace Aryan Chiron, a protective gesture amidst the turmoil. The protective man's face is etched with worry as tears stream down his face. 1 week later, a man in a suit and hat oversees the signing of a contract. Meanwhile, the protective man is startled by something. Elsewhere, Aryan Chiron is escorted into a carriage. The man in the suit urges him to hurry, time being of the essence. The man in the suit instructs someone to load the luggage. The carriage door slams shut. Inside, Aryan Chiron sits between 2 men in suits, looking apprehensive. A vision washes over the protective man, showing him Aryan Chiron as a child, embraced by his parents. The vision continues, showing the child Aryan Chiron being held by his mother and father. The protective man's eyes widen as the vision intensifies. The carriage wheels rumble along the cobblestone path, carrying Arian Chiron further from his home. Inside the carriage, Arian Chiron's hands glow with a faint, ethereal light, a sign of the immense power he possesses. The carriage continues its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a constant companion. Arian Chiron, his eyes downcast, clasps his hands together, a faint magical energy crackling around him. He steels himself, remembering the words echoing in his mind. This journey is a chance of a lifetime, and he must not be shaken. The carriage speeds along, carrying Arian Chiron towards a future that is both promising and perilous, a double-edged sword. Arian Chiron knows that he is now among people with immense power, and he wonders if he can safely survive the next 2 years. The carriage continues its long journey, the path ahead winding through a snowy landscape. The Ogent family's house is located within the kingdom of Thormia. The city of Kraze, where the Ogent family resides, is located within the capital, Bashuka, in the kingdom of Thormia. The Ogent family is a warrior family that often raises official swordsmen. The predecessor family head was an official 3 third-class swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Ogent, is an official 4 fourth-class knight. In short terms, they are in control of the forces of power in the city. Arian Chiron's companion, a man in a dark hat, concludes his explanation of the Ogent family's influence. The carriage ride ends at the famous Ogent family attraction, the Great Walkway. The path stretches long and winding, lined with trees ablaze in autumn colors. The sheer scale of the Ogent estate leaves one of the men speechless. The man in the dark hat, however, seems amused by Arian Chiron's apprehension. He warns him that the family is full of monsters. The man in the dark hat urges Chiron to follow him down the path, and the reality of the situation begins to sink in. The Ogent family's estate is revealed to be the home of a second-class noble. The Ogent family crest is prominently displayed above a fountain. The man in the dark hat explains that the building ahead serves as both the office and the lodging for the butlers. The pair continue down the path, the man in the dark hat indicating that this is where Chiron will be staying. Inside a lavish office, the man in the dark hat tells Chiron to follow him so he can explain his tasks. Chiron replies that he will do his best. The pair's footsteps echo as they descend a stone staircase. He gazes in awe at the towering shelves, realizing the sheer scale of the Ogent family's library. The blonde-haired man carries a large bag as he walks deeper into the library, followed by a butler. The text explains that the books here will be moved to the new library, and the task is to organize them. A list will be provided every week to find and put those books together. The text explains that work is from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. The text explains that it's free time after that, but you can't go outside and you cannot enter the manor without special permission. The common butler hands over a stack of papers, asking if there are any questions about the butler rules. The young man's face is partially visible as he thinks to himself that it's worth risking his life. The butler explains that he will start tomorrow, and the young man wonders when he should start. The exterior of the library is shown. The butler stands tall, holding a stack of papers. A hand slams a stack of papers onto a desk. The text explains that he understands why one person has to take on the book organization task. He sat at the desk, a mountain of paperwork surrounding him, the organization's standard weighing heavily on his mind. The history of swordsmanship, he realized, was a path to both swordsmanship and a deeper understanding of history itself. He continued to write, noting that each person would have a different opinion on whether a book should go into the professional swordsmanship category or the comprehensive history category. This was another thing Arian Chiron found out while undergoing the systems of organization. All knowledge, he understood, was connected, and the backbone that connected it all, he realized, was history. History, knowledge stacked on a line called history. History, he mused, is the backbone of knowledge. After learning history thoroughly and using it to reinforce other areas, learning becomes faster. Across 10,000 books, there are around 850 history books. Arian Chiron resolved to read them all in the 2 years he had here. He paused in his reading, wondering if the approaching figure was the vice butler. He couldn't let himself be seen reading because it wasn't officially allowed. The headmaster approached, asking if he was organizing well. He confirms that he is, indeed, working overtime again. The headmaster reminds Arian Chiron that he still has a long way to go and needs to take responsibility, warning him not to ruin his condition too fast. Chiron affirms that he will. The headmaster assures himself that Chiron will not. The headmaster approaches Chiron, who is startled by his presence. The headmaster looms over the young butler. Arian Chiron wonders if he was caught reading during overtime hours. The young butler reflects on the fact that in this library, not only butlers, but also the family head and the young masters come in. The headmaster instructs him to take good care of his uniform and make sure not to lower the quality of the Ogent family. The headmaster tells Chiron to do something about his long hair. Chiron says goodnight, relieved that he wasn't caught reading. He reminds himself that he has to be focused for 2 years. He thinks to himself that he'll have to be careful to not get into any trouble, wondering if he should tie his hair like his father. The grand library loomed, but the bigger problem was yet to come. Lost in the labyrinthine texts, Chiron pored over the ancient tomes, his brow furrowed in concentration. 3 emperors, 7 kingdoms. The sheer volume of information threatened to overwhelm him. He wondered if he had to memorize more. He knew that to access the information at any time, he had to understand every single event clearly, even if it was just one line. The weight of the book and the endless studying finally took its toll, and Chiron succumbed to sleep at his desk. The pages blurred before him, filled with text that seemed to mock his exhaustion. The headmaster, holding a lantern, watched over the sleeping student, a stern expression on his face. The headmaster mused that Chiron had been studying that book for a whole moon cycle. He wondered if the boy thought he could be successful by studying. The headmaster felt a sense of relief. The headmaster thought to himself that Chiron was just an idiot that dreams big. While working at the Ogent family's library, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months into his work at the library, Chiron is asked if he sorted the books. He confirms and is told that he can take those 4 stacks. He got used to the sorting work, and it got easier. He also learned several facts from the butlers. One of them mentions that the second young master will be borrowing a book. The butler asks if it's the second young master again, and notes that he hasn't returned the books he borrowed last time. It'll be a problem if they go missing. Another butler says that he's been thinking that too. He kept asking him about them, but the second young master just says that he'll deal with it himself. The first butler sighs, saying that honestly, the higher-ups won't worry about books going missing. The ones who will get in trouble are them, the butlers, anyway. The most shocking thing was that the nobles don't pay much attention to the books in the library. Well, the really important books are not in the library, anyway. Chiron overhears the conversation and thinks to himself that he needs to keep this conversation a secret. However, that doesn't make it any safer for him. He'll be heading off and tells the butler to keep up the good work. The carefreeness of the nobles is only possible because of the loyalty of the commoners. Commoners put their lives on the line for things that the nobles will not even remember. 2 figures discuss the situation, stating that someone will be killed. They will do whatever is necessary to ensure that there are no mistakes. Chiron thinks to himself that it's best to just mind his own business quietly. Damn, the old man is fast, Chiron thinks as he runs through the halls. Speaking of the devil, Chiron wonders what's going on. Meanwhile, Ogent Rian wonders if it's too much to ask for a day of rest. The teacher recognizes the blue hair as belonging to Ogent Rian, the youngest child of the noble family. The teacher shouts that Rian will be running extra laps around the garden when he catches him. Chiron, overhearing this, groans. Rian pleads with Chiron not to tell anyone he's there. The teacher is close, searching the room. The teacher shouts that he knows Rian is hiding there. The teacher's fist slams into the desk. The teacher asks Chiron if a tiny fellow with blue hair came in there, wondering to himself what he is if Rian is tiny. Chiron apologizes, but asks the teacher who he is. The teacher declares that he is the swordmaster and the teacher who can beat the hell out of that tiny rascal. The swordmaster teacher demands to know where Ogent Rian is hiding, threatening violence if Chiron doesn't reveal his location. Chiron simply states that he understands. The young master, as Chiron knows, is currently hiding under a desk. The swordmaster teacher, enraged by the perceived deception, threatened Chiron, asking if he has a death wish. Suddenly, Ogent Rian bursts from his hiding spot, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. The swordmaster teacher, however, is not convinced. The swordmaster teacher, with a mighty yell, grabs Ogent Rian by the scruff of his neck. With a heave, the swordmaster teacher hoists Ogent Rian into the air. Chiron winces, anticipating what's about to happen to Ogent Rian. The swordmaster teacher, furious, declares he's going to beat some sense into Ogent Rian and proceeds to swing him around by the legs. The swordmaster teacher sends Ogent Rian flying. As he flies through the air, Ogent Rian vows to make Chiron pay for this. Chiron, meanwhile, reflects that he had no choice, as the teacher holds the power of the noble family. According to rumors, Ogent Rian was dragged into the mountains by his teacher and never returned until the next month. 11 days had passed since he began reading the first book, and he had completely understood its contents. Having read a staggering 82 history books, Aryan Chiron sat at his desk. It was just as Chiron expected. The beginning was always the hardest part, but no book was completely different from another. Now that he had read about 200 of them, the remaining 650 books should be much easier. While reading history books, Chiron had a suspicion. He wondered if studying history right now was really the right choice. However, when Chiron studied the accomplishments of past magicians, he became certain that he had made the right choice. Magicians, he realized, were like scholars, bringing theories to reality, and the reason that not all scholars were magicians was due to their extremely sensitive state of mind. They cannot enter the spirit zone, Chiron realized, his form now glowing with a blue aura. In that case, if he used a large amount of information as the foundation of information in his spirit zone, then Chiron might be able to become a real magician. Rage explodes from the blue-haired man as he unleashes a torrent of curses. The object of his fury, Chiron, is seen from behind, walking down a long corridor. The man with blue hair, his face bruised and bloodied, declares that he has waited for this day, enduring hell itself. Chiron, unfazed by the outburst, notes the other man's persistence. The blue-haired man, now closer to Chiron, demands to know if he really came because of that. Chiron responds with a confident, "Of course." The blue-haired man asks if Chiron knows how much he suffered, recalling climbing cliffs countless times, each time requesting and believing in Chiron. He continues, saying that even when he thought he was going to die, he endured it with only revenge on his mind. It's worse than he thought. The blue-haired man's rage has maxed out. Chiron looks away, a slight frown creasing his brow. The blue-haired man demands an answer, accusing Chiron of thinking he's acting this way just because he suffered a bit. The blue-haired man accuses Chiron of telling on him, saying that he told on him when he sees cowards like him. Chiron responds that he didn't tell on him, he just told the truth. The blue-haired man warns Chiron not to joke with him, saying that Chiron should have refused his request when he asked it of him, making him furious. Chiron, looking down, thinks that people with power always use logic in their favor. He exhales, a visible cloud forming in the cool air, his expression a mix of apprehension and resolve. Below, the blue-haired man, still seething, wonders what he can do to improve his situation, internally dismissing Chiron as a lowly butler. The man's face contorts with rage as he questions the blonde butler's calm demeanor. A sinister grin spreads across the blue-haired man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice as he accuses Chiron of looking down on him. Against a backdrop of moonlit sky, Chiron declares that he will show the man what kind of person he truly is, urging him to follow. The blue-haired man, now standing in what appears to be a training ground, seems surprised by the location. He realizes that Chiron intends to beat him until his anger subsides. Chiron steels himself, resolving to endure whatever punches are thrown his way, seeing it as better than dying in a chance to honor his parents' sacrifice. A pair of wooden swords materialize, encased in a protective sphere. Chiron, holding a wooden sword, appears surprised by the choice of weapon. The blue-haired man, now holding a wooden sword, challenges Chiron to a duel, a determined glint in his eyes. He declares that he is not a coward, promising to one day become the greatest swordsman in the world and make his opponent pay the price. The blue-haired man's words are met with disbelief. Chiron is shocked by the sudden turn of events. The challenge seems to have struck a nerve. Milchalpias wonders aloud if he had been cowardly, stating that as a butler of the Ogent family, he needed to defend their honor. The blue-haired man reminds Milchalpias that he sold him out because he didn't want to be beaten up by his teacher. The blue-haired man accuses Milchalpias of neglecting a person who is in a difficult spot. The look in Milchalpias' eyes changes as he grips the wooden sword. Even though he may be looked down upon, he steels himself for the fight. The blue-haired man stands ready, wooden sword in hand, prepared to face the butler of the Ogent family. Considering the difference in their abilities, the blue-haired man offers Milchalpias the chance to strike him 3 times first, noting that the look in his eyes confirms that he is indeed an Ogent. Milchalpias is conflicted. He thinks to himself that the wooden sword is hard, and wonders if he'll be sent home if he breaks a bone. He questions what he can do. Milchalpias realizes that the only thing he can do is fight. Milchalpias steels himself, deciding to go for it, knowing he has 3 chances. With a battle cry, Milchalpias swings the wooden sword. The air crackles with anticipation as the duel begins. With a shout, Arian Chiron initiates the first strike. The wooden sword strains against the force of his swing. This strength. The blow lands, but not as intended. The blue-haired man intercepts the strike, his grip tightening on the wooden blade. The force of the block sends the villager stumbling backward. The sound of wood against wood echoes through the training grounds. The blue-haired man's expression hardens as he stares down at Arian Chiron. A sinister smile spreads across his face. 2. The blonde-haired villager's face is etched with frustration and doubt. Have you even held a sword before? Sweat beads on Arian Chiron's brow as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Now I only have one more chance. Determination flares in his eyes. Let's go. A surge of energy envelopes Arian Chiron as he prepares for his final attack. The blue-haired man's stance is questioned as he prepares to strike. With a mighty swing, Arian Chiron brings his wooden sword down upon his opponent, who struggles to block the attack. The force of the blow shatters the wooden sword upon impact. Despite the broken sword, Arian Chiron smirks, declaring it's his turn now. Splintered pieces of wood fly in all directions as the sword disintegrates. The blue-haired man is showered with the remnants of his broken weapon. Arian Chiron's golden eyes gleam with determination as the broken pieces fall around him. The wooden sword, infused with power, shatters against an unseen force. The blue-haired mage grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. Now it's... The wooden sword explodes into splinters, the force of the impact evident. The blue-haired mage is sent hurtling backward, the broken pieces of the sword scattering around him. His eyes widen as he feels the full force of the attack. The shattered remains of the wooden sword drift downwards. Panting, Arian Chiron clutches the broken sword, realizing his gamble paid off. He recalls sensing the attack with his first strike, calculating the timing of his response with the second, and executing on the third. The blue-haired mage remembers the thunder strike he practiced for 3 years. Arian Chiron's eyes widen in fear as he realizes the true nature of the attack he just barely managed to deflect. The blue-haired man, still reeling from the previous attack, demands to know where his opponent learned his swordsmanship. The blonde-haired boy, Rai, calmly states that what he uses isn't swordsmanship, but thunder strike. The question hangs in the air as the blue-haired man stares down at Rai, utterly bewildered. Rai explains that his father worked in the mountains, and he followed in his footsteps, cutting down trees. The blue-haired man is even more confused, wondering what the boy is talking about. He reflects on his own experience, having held a sword for 15 years, and finds it impossible that Rai could have learned such a technique from simply cutting firewood. The remnants of the thunder strike linger in the air, a testament to its power. The force of Rai's technique is evident in the splintered remains of the wooden practice sword. Elsewhere, a girl exclaims her amazement at Rai's skill, unable to believe he can use sword slaughter. Ogent Rian, observing Rai's progress, declares that he has nothing more to teach him, as the boy is already far more advanced than his peers, despite being only 12 years old. The proud teacher proclaims that Rai must have inherited his genius. Ogent Rian decides to celebrate Rai's accomplishment by holding a grand banquet. A young Rai, held back by unseen forces, can only ask why. The unseen figure's power is overwhelming, as Rai realizes he can't catch up to Ogent Rian. Rai, now older, looks on in shock as Ogent Rian stands before him, a dark figure looming behind him. Ogent Rian, enraged, demands that Rai acknowledge his power. The young master, Chiron, questions if he has offended Ogent Rian. Chiron vows that he won't. Ogent Rian draws his sword, preparing to strike. He lunges forward, telling Chiron to take the blow. Both weapons are destroyed in the clash, but Chiron realizes the match isn't over yet. Ogent Rian, standing amidst the ruins, declares that if Chiron has mastered sword slaughter, he will treat him accordingly. Ogent Rian declares that in 1 month, they will fight in this place with real swords. He stood in the dimly lit room, a sense of dread washing over him as the reality of the situation began to sink in. The weight of the words real swords hung heavy in the air as he considered the implications of the upcoming duel. The thought echoed in his mind, he might really die. A voice, filled with desperation, pleaded with the young master to reconsider, reminding him that he had never learned swordsmanship. The blue-haired man, Ogent Rian, knew that Chiron had never faced real danger before, which is why he was giving him time. The words of Ogent Rian echoed in Chiron's mind, reminding him that if he was capable enough to master sword slaughter by cutting down trees, he would somehow be able to make it, but he shouldn't even think of running away. Despite his fear, Chiron stood firm, gripping the sword tightly. A surge of determination coursed through him, a silent vow to surpass his opponent. He finally understood what was happening now. The weight of his family's legacy pressed down on him, the Cogent family, known for their black and blue hair. The patriarch of the Ogent Bischoff family, a man with black hair, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is a 6th-class swordsman, while the eldest daughter, with her blue hair, possesses exceptional talent. She chose music over swordsmanship and now serves as a pianist in the palace. The second son, Ogent Rai, who also has black hair, is a genius. Rian is different from his exceptional siblings. He's quite untalented, even with an exclusive instructor, a fact known by everyone in the family. The blonde-haired boy, Arian Chiron, berates himself, regretting his unnecessary actions. He thinks he should have just let Ogent Rian hit him. Now, Arian realizes he's hurt the pride of someone who has always been compared to his siblings. The nobles always think they're above everyone. Chiron thinks to himself, believing he wouldn't die unless it was some book question. But if he does die, then what about his parents? He doesn't have time to be like this. The blonde-haired boy thinks he's going to become a mage. Since he lived in the mountains, Arian is confident in his stamina. If he learned how to defend, he might be able to survive, he thinks, looking at books titled, Learn Swordsmanship Easily, and What is Swordsmanship? Arian Chiron looks down determined. He steeled his resolve, whispering that he needed to do everything he could. The sky stretched endlessly above. A scream echoed through the training grounds. The blue-haired man pushed himself to his limit, continuing his training. A voice declared that he had passed 100 laps. Suddenly, the swordmaster teacher struck, sending Arian Chiron flying through the air. The swordmaster teacher mused about how obediently Chiron was training, wondering what kind of training this was. The swordmaster teacher questioned what Arian Chiron had said. Arian Chiron, bruised and battered, insisted he was still standing on his own 2 feet, asking if the swordmaster teacher had nothing worse than this. The swordmaster teacher asked Arian Chiron what had happened to him. The sword master teacher claimed that nothing had happened, wondering if Rai was involved again. Arian Chiron's eyes glowed with an unknown power. The sword master teacher wonders if Rai has mastered yet another new technique. He realizes, however, that Rai has also unlocked schema. From within the arena, Rai shouts for his opponent to bring it on, warning them not to blame him if they die. Schema, a virtual body, is a schematic diagram of the human body. Mages have spirit zone, and swordsmen have schema. All humans have an image of their own physical body. But schema is able to manifest that to the extreme. Thanks to it, a master in schema is able to perfectly control and use every single cell in their body. Rai, holding a book, wonders if schema is the total opposite of the spirit zone and contemplates giving it a try. Meanwhile, Chiron, bathed in a blue light, declares that he must first feel himself. It's easy up to this point, as it's the same as spirit zone. For spirit zone, he erases himself now, but for schema, he needs to dig into his own existence. Once he takes away this black veil, it would be the completion of schema's first page. However, it would be inefficient to pour all his efforts into schema, which is He considers the effectiveness of spirit zone, recalling a girl he met 3 years prior who was already a schema user. He marvels at how quickly she reached such a high level at a young age. It would be better, he thinks, if he learned a few swordsmanship skills with the spirit zone as the base. Outside, Chiron prepares to train. He decides to start with the 8 directions of slashing first. He begins his training, starting with a strike from above. The force of his practice swings, echoes through the air. The swordmaster teacher watches him, urging him to stop already. The swordmaster teacher warns that his muscles will burst at this rate. The swordmaster teacher thinks to himself that Chiron's muscles haven't burst yet. The sound of Chiron's training continue to reverberate. The swordmaster teacher wonders why Chiron's muscles aren't bursting and why his arms aren't breaking. Frustration mounts as Chiron wonders why he can't learn schema. The sounds of his training continue, but his frustration is palpable. He strains against Ogent Rian's grip on the training staff, desperate to continue his practice. The training staff is pulled taut, the force of the struggle digging trenches in the dirt. The air vibrates with the force of their disagreement. Ogent Rian's grip tightens on the staff, his knuckles white with the effort. The swordmaster teacher's voice echoes across the training grounds, questioning what Chiron is thinking about. The swordmaster teacher sits with Chiron, who complains that his arms hurt. The swordmaster teacher reminds Chiron that he has never written that he is talented in his report before, which is why he is working so hard. The swordmaster teacher tells Chiron that he thinks he did great, asking if he has thought about what he did great before. Chiron admits that he only knows what he didn't do well in, which is why he is not a genius. Chiron, annoyed, tells the swordmaster teacher to stop calling him a genius, as he already knows that well. The swordmaster teacher states that geniuses know that they are geniuses and what they did well. The swordmaster teacher explains that the efforts that geniuses put in are just actions that they do with 100% confidence that they did well. The swordmaster teacher thinks that the thing that those geniuses are really scared of would be. He continued to explain, stating that hard work, a burning will, and the desire to obtain the unobtainable are the natural enemies of genius. The swordmaster teacher's words resonated with Arian Chiron, who considered them the most comforting he'd heard so far. Sure, talent might be something he couldn't get from the start, but Chiron resolved to grit his teeth and work for it. Arian Chiron's determination hardened, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he vowed to win for sure. The declaration hangs in the air, the arch-nemesis of the genius. The blue-haired man grits his teeth, enduring the pain. He thinks to himself that if it's a talent he's never possessed, he just has to endure it until he does. A tear streaks down his face, but his expression is one of fierce determination. The blue-haired man vows to win no matter what. The swordsmanship teacher stands in a garden, explaining that the entire mechanic behind the exercise has the objective of ending a life. Inside it, however, there is psychology deeply embedded in determining life and death. He continues, saying to try to imagine an opponent. The opponent may try to attack with all sorts of methods, but in reality, there are only 8 directions. The swordmaster teacher explains that he trained to slash in 8 different directions for a month, as attacks may come from anywhere. The teacher continues, stating that one must block in 8 different directions, just these 2 things. The swordmaster teacher concludes that one attack and block is complete. Next, the training continues, the swordmaster teacher demonstrating the techniques. The blue-haired man's training continues, the air around him crackling with energy as he hones his swordsmanship. More energy gathers around him, the intensity of his training escalating. His eyes reflect the intense focus required for this training. The energy swirls around him, forming a vortex of power. The energy intensifies further, the air shimmering with its raw power. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man stands in a forest, a sword lying at his feet. He muses that swordsmen have been chosen. Looking up at the sky, Arian Chiron thinks to himself that the realm of the sword is as the blonde-haired man kneels, apologizing to his parents. He admits he doesn't know if he'll be able to return, but has no regrets, even if he may be at a crossroads of life and death, having seen such a wondrous world. The camera pans up to show a large arena. Arian Chiron walks forward, his sword in hand, towards the arena. Another man with blue hair stands opposite Chiron, ready to begin. The blue-haired man, Arian Chiron, grips his sword tightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He reflects on the rapid progress of his opponent. Meanwhile, Arian Chiron's opponent, the blonde-haired man, emits a powerful aura, his stance firm and ready. The blonde-haired man's feet leave trails of energy as he moves, a memory surfacing of the first time they met. He recalls the blue-haired man's insistence that he had never learned swordsmanship. The memory continues, revealing the blue-haired man's question of where the blonde-haired man learned to wield a sword. Despite his claims, the blue-haired man acknowledges the blonde-haired man's tranquility and skill with a blade. Back in the present, Arian Chiron's expression hardens with determination. He acknowledges the blonde-haired man's talent, comparing it to Rise. Driven by this realization, Arian Chiron steels himself, resolving to overcome the challenge before him. He charges forward, fueled by the need to defeat his opponent, his battle cry echoing through the arena. The blonde-haired man, in turn, prepares to meet Arian Chiron's attack head-on, his movements precise and focused. The blonde-haired man's eyes glow with an intense light as he acknowledges the incredible swordsmanship of his opponent. He realizes that Arian Chiron is on a completely different level from him. Despite this, the blonde-haired man senses something within himself, a power waiting to be unleashed. A surge of energy emanates from the blonde-haired man, his sword glowing with a brilliant light. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow with focus as he prepares to unleash his sword path. The blonde-haired man's grip tightens on his blade, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares intently at Arian Chiron. The blonde-haired man's eyes narrow. He thinks to himself that Arian Chiron is staring at his blade, calling him a bastard in his mind. The blonde-haired man continues to grip his sword tightly, wondering if Arian Chiron is afraid of it all. Arian Chiron's eyes are filled with determination. He realizes that he cannot overcome the fear of death by himself, and that the root of that fear lies in the future. Arian Chiron's silhouette is shown against a dark background. He understands that the future is just an illusion that doesn't exist yet. Arian Chiron takes a step forward, his foot hovering over the edge of a cliff. He realizes that any human could leap off of a cliff. A close-up on Arian Chiron's face reveals his resolve. He understands that this is not just determination against death. Arian Chiron stands in a pool of glowing blue energy, his eyes shining with newfound power. The scene shifts back to the blonde-haired man, who realizes that if they do not imagine the next moment, he will lose. However, he thinks to himself he will not. The blonde-haired man grips his sword tighter, realizing that he also does not fear death. The blonde-haired man's hair whips around him as he prepares to strike, realizing that it's as if Arian Chiron has blocked off his emotions completely. The blonde-haired man unleashes his attack, moving on the right. Even as he unleashes his attack, the blonde-haired man hears his opponent's strained cry. The force behind the blow is immense, the impact resonating through the air. The blonde-haired man recalls his own words, a reminder that even cheap tricks have their limits. The narrator observes that the blonde-haired man's blade is both heavy and swift. Arian Chiron grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable impact. The blonde-haired man's blade, wreathed in blue energy, descends upon Arian Chiron. The force of the blow sends the angry blue-haired man reeling backwards. Arian Chiron, bloodied and battered, curses his predicament. Arian Chiron's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the gravity of his situation. He is about to be killed. The angry blue-haired man screams in agony as the attack connects. The angry blue-haired man's pain is palpable, his body contorting in response to the devastating blow. The blonde-haired man's attack lands, the blue energy crackling as it strikes its target. Despite the seemingly fatal blow, Arian Chiron manages to stay on his feet, the force of the attack causing him to stagger backward. The blonde-haired man, bathed in the warm glow of a nearby torch, is surprised that his attack didn't immediately end the fight. He wonders how Chiron is still standing. The blonde-haired man continues his assault, swinging his sword with immense power, the force of his movements creating visible shockwaves. The angry blue-haired man, watching the fight unfold, is astonished by Chiron's resilience. He realizes that the blonde-haired man is completely dumbfounded by Chiron's ability to withstand his attacks. Despite the blonde-haired man's confidence in his Ogant swordsmanship, Chiron remains standing, analyzing the situation. He realizes that this style is intended for training with a big sword, and that there's no way he could withstand the blonde-haired man's blade if he fought head-on. The blonde-haired man continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying enough force to crush bones. He is determined to end the fight quickly. The angry blue-haired man watches with growing intensity, realizing the blonde-haired man intends to crush Chiron with his overwhelming strength. The blonde-haired man's attack continues, but something feels off to him. He senses that Chiron is not reacting as he should be, and the fight is not progressing as expected. Chiron, narrowly avoiding another blow, realizes that if the blonde-haired man had slashed upwards after striking his chest, the fight would have been over. The blonde-haired man's lack of precision is becoming apparent to Chiron. He realizes that the blonde-haired man could have severed his side, ending the fight quickly, but he didn't. The angry blue-haired man understands the blonde-haired man's weakness. He sees that the blonde-haired man has a lesser understanding of the sword than he initially thought. Chiron realizes that although the blonde-haired man may be skilled at using techniques, he lacks the insight to apply them effectively. If that's the case, Chiron believes he can win. He focused his gaze, calculating the adjustments he needed to make to his strategy. A surge of energy crackled around him as he prepared to execute his revised plan. The swords clashed, the impact sending sparks flying in all directions. Aryan Chiron shifted his stance, a determined glint in his eyes. He would attack. The blonde-haired man was caught off guard by the sudden shift in momentum. The blue-haired man, watching from the sidelines, was shocked by the turn of events. The blonde-haired man couldn't believe it. He thought Chiron was running out of strength, yet he was now on the offensive. The blonde-haired man realized with growing horror that Chiron was only using basic slashes. The blonde-haired man struggled to block Chiron's attacks, wondering why it was so difficult. The blonde-haired man grunted as he barely managed to parry another blow. Chiron noted that his opponent's physical strength had dropped significantly, and he needed to maintain the rhythm so that he wouldn't waste his own strength. The blue-haired man watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The man with the black hair and suit watches the fight between Aryan Chiron and the blonde-haired man, surprised by the turn of events. He finds it amusing that Rai is losing. Meanwhile, the man in the suit proposes a celebration in Rai's honor, his laughter echoing through the night. Elsewhere, a woman with long black hair is comforted by a man's hand on her shoulder. The woman turns, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Back at the fight, the blonde-haired man, Rai, is enraged by Chiron's taunts. Rage contorts Rai's face as he prepares to strike. With a furious yell, Rai declares his intent to become the greatest swordsman in the world. He swings his sword down with immense force. The swords clash, the impact creating a shockwave as Aryan Chiron blocks the blow. Rai is shocked, questioning if Chiron gave up on winning and if he is even thinking. Chiron's eyes glow with an intense light as he prepares his next move. Chiron unleashes his sword path, a swirling vortex of energy. The air around Aryan Chiron shimmers, his movements becoming impossible to track. Rai unleashes a furious roar, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Driven by rage, Rai lunges forward, his attack fueled by pure emotion. The blonde villager counters, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he prepares to meet Rai's attack head-on. The intensity of Chiron's gaze focuses, his power reaching its peak. The air crackles with energy as the two forces collide, the impact promising to be devastating. The sword path technique is unleashed, a torrent of blue energy swirling around an unseen figure. The swordsman struggles to comprehend the technique, overwhelmed by its complexity. I can't read it. There are too many of them. The force of the attack sends the blue-haired man reeling, a visible impact as the sword path finds its mark. His face contorted in pain, the blue-haired man is clearly struggling against the onslaught. Aryan Chiron, wielding the sword, continues his relentless assault, the blade glowing with power. The blue-haired man's eye reflects the intensity of the attack, the sheer force of the sword path bearing down on him. The aftermath of the clash leaves a trail of destruction. The sword, now free from its wielder's grasp, falls through the air. The sword continues its descent, the blue glow fading as it falls. The sword plunges into the ground before two figures, embedding itself in the earth. Hyuk, bloodied and bruised, cries out in anguish, the force of the attack having clearly taken its toll. Hyuk's face contorts in disbelief as he struggles to comprehend the events unfolding. He reflects on the technique Aryan Chiron used, realizing the shift in grip was the key. The blue-haired man stares at Aryan, struggling to understand how such a feat was even possible. The memory of that final, decisive moment replays in Hyuk's mind. The clash of their swords echoes in his memory, the upward strike now clear in its intent. He recalls the instant Aryan changed his grip, a subtle adjustment that altered the course of the battle. The image of the sword rising towards him, a blinding flash of light accompanying the fatal blow, sears itself into Hyuk's memory. Aryan Chiron, though victorious, is visibly wounded, a gash across his chest a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The blonde-haired man is surprised by his own victory, admitting he hadn't expected to actually win. Hyuk realizes that even in a fair match, he, a noble, has been defeated and wonders how he will deflect the blame. The two stand facing each other, the victor and the vanquished, the tension still thick in the air. Hyuk, consumed by his bruised pride, repeatedly laments his loss. He stands defeated, bloodied, and bruised, telling Aryan Chiron that he has nothing to say even if he kills him. Aryan Chiron, his face marred by a fresh cut, calls out to Hyuk, his voice echoing with disbelief. The young master's expression hardens, questioning if Hyuk is joking. Aryan Chiron demands to know if Hyuk believes he could live if he were to kill him. Hyuk questions what kind of nonsense the young master is saying, reminding him that they both fought, risking their lives. The blue-haired man admits defeat, acknowledging that their lives were on the line. Aryan Chiron retorts that only Hyuk admitted defeat, stating that he fought to live. The young master questions why Hyuk would blame his hiding on him not wanting to train. Aryan Chiron tells Hyuk to keep his loyalty in a situation like that, but Hyuk scoffs, calling it loyalty my ass. Aryan Chiron, now visibly wounded with a gash across his chest, demands to know what Hyuk said. Hyuk questions if Aryan Chiron has ever thought of the pressure he feels undergoing a swordsmanship match with the son of the family head, adding that if he really had loyalty, he wouldn't put pressure like that on a butler. Hyuk accuses Aryan Chiron of standing in front of the sword instructor himself to be both loyal and cool, calling him a cowardly fool and declaring it a duel to the death, threatening to delete his existence without a sound. The angry, blue-haired man, Ryan, stares down at Chiron, who is on the ground, as he wonders if that's all there is to the fight. Chiron, still on the ground, exclaims that he almost died. Ryan wonders if they should compliment each other after a fight, and then pauses, considering the situation. Chiron, still recovering, wonders what happened to the cold warrior who was fighting him just moments ago, and what this new development means. From a darkened room, a figure observes the scene, thinking that Chiron is a genius, but also that he isn't laughing at him like Rai. The cloaked figure reflects that Chiron clashed with all his might. Chiron, looking injured and disheveled, seems to be questioning something. Ryan introduces himself to Chiron. Chiron, looking up at Ryan, wonders why he is suddenly using his full name. Ryan extends a hand to Chiron, suggesting they be friends. A year has passed since Chiron began working at the Ojent Great Library. Currently, he has organized 7,028 books out of 10,453. The head librarian observes the progress, impressed. He thinks to himself that Chiron has made good progress in a year. Outside of his work at the library, Chiron has also experienced swordsmanship and understood the nature of fear. The fewer books there were, the more efficiency was multiplied. And in his goal of the 850 history books, there were only 200 left. Chiron reflects on his reading capacity, which can handle over 3 books a day. He believes the backbone of knowledge that he dreamed of will soon be complete. Thanks to that, his spirit zone stamina also got better. Chiron thought he was really dead back then. Even if the start is rough, if you don't give up, soon the finish line will be before your eyes. But more importantly than anything, Ryan, holding a book, thinks to himself how there are so many books. He wonders if his family has read all of these. He concludes that any other benefits weren't comparable to having a good friend. He thinks that of course they have, the family head and 2 second young master come here a lot. Ryan thinks to himself that it must be nice to be. After getting close to him, compared to his huge body, Ryan was caring and quite playful. The youngest son title suits Aryan Chiron well, as he stands confidently in the library. Ryan, ever the protector, warns Chiron not to damage the books, declaring he'd rather die. Startled, the blonde-haired man lets out a small shriek, but Ryan assures him not to worry. Chiron dismisses the value of human life compared to books, even if they burn. Chiron declares that he will protect Ryan down at the library, so he shouldn't worry. The blonde-haired man thinks he'll be safe if he stays still, questioning why Chiron is there instead of training. Chiron explains that he only wanted to do basic training and study at the library, so the blonde-haired man asks why he isn't studying. Growing bored, Chiron throws himself dramatically across the room. Aryan Chiron thinks he can't hate Ryan if he doesn't talk, musing that it's not that Ryan got lazy, but that he's like a fire that can't be controlled once it starts burning. The narration continues, stating that if a trigger happens, Ryan burns bright again, regardless. 10 minutes later, the blonde-haired man tells Chiron that if he's there to study, he should study. He is reminded of his earlier claim to be studying. Ryan questions why Aryan Chiron needs to read so many books to become a mage. The blue-haired man admits he is behind in his studies, having not had a chance to study before arriving. The blonde-haired villager is fascinated by everything he sees in the book. The villager's companion wonders how he can read so fast, noting that he seems more mature. Ojent clears his throat, drawing attention to the book Chiron is reading. The book's introduction poses a question that the villager finds interesting, one that he is sure has been asked before. The question posed by the book is, if a swordsman and a mage clash, who will come out on top? The book describes traveling the world in search of that answer. The book continues, describing the Artusnum Mountains, which are 6,000 meters above sea level, and predatory trees that eat birds. Ojin finds the book disgustingly boring, while Chiron finds it fun. The blue-haired man questions what is fun about the book, noting that there are no pictures and nothing about swordsmanship. The discussion between the butler and the young master continues, debating the hypothetical battle between a mage and a swordsman. The butler, standing tall, observes Aryan Chiron and Ojent Rian, who are engaged in their conversation. Ojent Rian greets someone, welcoming the 2-second young master. A hand closes a book, the question of how someone knows his brother hanging in the air. The conversation between the two continues. Ojent Rian wonders if the butler heard their discussion. The butler holds a red book, his expression unreadable. It is said that if a butler and a noble are caught having a normal conversation, it won't ever end lightly. Ojent Rian asks if Aryan Chiron is siding with the swordsman because he has won himself, but quickly tells him that he doesn't need to make that face. The butler explains that one can know by looking at the location of the swordsman and mage on the land. Ojent Rian scoffs, questioning why location would matter when they're talking about them fighting, and states that the badge of rank in the battlefield means that he is not going to sprout nonsense like that. The butler calls out to Ojent Rian. He demands an answer, his voice echoing with impatience. Are you ignoring me? Startled by the sudden outburst, Aryan Chiron wonders what the butler thinks of the situation. Ojent Rian, standing beside the butler, wonders if there's a hidden intent behind his words. He always thought the butler was a hard man to read. The butler's expression remains unreadable, making it even harder to discern his true intentions in this situation. Aryan Chiron realizes he should offer a proper response, considering the gravity of the situation. He considers the implications. If the swordsman and a mage are at similar skill levels, the swordsman will lose if he steps in a mage's range. But if the swordsman uses their superior physical capabilities to attack before the mage can use magic, the mage loses. No wrong, he concludes. The butler looms over Aryan Chiron, his presence imposing. Aryan Chiron's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Ojent Rian realizes that Aryan Chiron has come to a conclusion. So that was it, Ojent Rai. A flashback reveals a young girl standing alone in a desolate landscape. The text ominously states that from a young age, when she saw something she didn't like, she enjoyed crushing what was precious to them. The butler observes that it looks like she enjoys history. The butler asks if they have heard about the 5 godly generals' armor, the artifact that disturbs the mage's spirit zone. As the conversation continues, the butler's expression remains unreadable. The long-haired man smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He observes that his companion seems to enjoy history. The man with long hair continues, asking if the other has heard about the 5 godly generals' armor set. He explains that it's an artifact that disrupts a mage's spirit zone. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen as he realizes what they are discussing. It's anti-magic. The focus tightens on the blonde-haired man's formal attire, a black bow tie accentuating his refined appearance. The narrative shifts to a depiction of the spirit zone, explaining that fighting a mage in this domain is a dangerous prospect. The explanation continues, comparing the experience to facing sharks that freely circle in deep water. However, the text explains that taking away the shark's senses by disrupting the water is key. A figure stands amidst swirling energy, disrupting the water of the spirit zone. The scene clarifies that this disruption is what anti-magic is. The text explains that if one cannot enter the spirit zone, they also cannot touch magic. Furthermore, if equipped with such an artifact, no mage will be able to attack. The panel concludes by stating that this is just a theory, though it holds true to a certain extent. First, anti-magic is an amazing ancient technique made from the magic flowing from a dragon's heart, and it has other benefits. The nature of the waves means that no matter how much money is spent, its efficiency does not increase even in the slightest. Even Yakra, the master of the waves equation, could only increase the 5 Ghoulie generals' armor set's efficiency to 65%. Because of that, the price is astronomical. Of course, the amount is astronomical, since one part is around 1 year's worth of the kingdom's budget. The blonde-haired man asks what that then is. The man with long black hair explains that it has a mage. The blonde-haired man questions why a mage would be needed. The man with long black hair responds that it's obvious. There are many places that need anti-magic, so it's the best way to sit on a throne of money. The man with long black hair explains that those kinds of mages are lining up for themselves to be used, so there's no need to buy those ancient artifacts. He asks if the blonde-haired man gets it now, stating that mages are a pathetic class. The blonde-haired man is shocked by this statement, as the man with long black hair says that they sell their own kinds of weaknesses for money. However, the blonde-haired man asks if he isn't being too harsh. The butler states that that's what a mage is. The man with long black hair agrees, saying that just like he said, anti-magic was made by a mage. The properties of anti-magic are explained, noting its use in restricting magical activity and as a training aid for magic schools. The narrator continues, explaining that anti-magic is not only disadvantageous to mages, but also a fruit of the world used to reap its benefits. He finds it difficult to believe swordsmen are above mages for that reason. Meanwhile, the long-haired man in the suit smirks, amused by the conversation. The blue-haired man, standing beside the long-haired man, appears troubled by the discussion. The long-haired man scoffs, declaring that idealism and reality are two different things. He insists that a mage can't win against a swordsman. The blue-haired man and Chiron are seen together, the former looking exhausted. Chiron, however, seems relieved, thinking he was going to die. An unseen character exclaims that Chiron is the best, admitting it's the first time they've seen him with that expression. The blue-haired man and Chiron are shown embracing, the unseen character continuing to praise Chiron, saying his tongue is a sword and he's going to be the best swordsman in the world. The blue-haired man expresses that he feels refreshed. The scene shows Chiron and the blue-haired man again, followed by text about putting weaknesses into experiments without hesitation, echoing Rai's earlier sentiment about idealism and reality. 6 months have passed. The butler, standing before a library transfer categorization status report, steels himself. All right. He sets down his cup, the sound echoing in the quiet room. The man in the suit sits at his desk, a cup of tea in hand. He muses that the task ended faster than he anticipated. 6 months prior, the man in the suit considered the situation. Categorizing the neglected books had been a tough job, but he thought it a shame to send away such a useful child. He considered extending the contract by making up some sort of excuse, which would also be a little easier for them. The man in the suit, sipping from his cup, tells someone that they're saying something unlike themselves and orders them to go and do their work. He apologizes to his associate. The man in the suit thinks to himself, considering Chiron Aryan. He flips through the pages of a book. Reading a book is easy, but going through a large amount of books with several hundred pages is something else. The blonde-haired man smiles, thinking that it is like a dream, finally. Suddenly, Ojent Rian bursts through the door, shouting Chiron's name. He asks if he has finished all his work and if he hasn't gone home yet. He stares in disbelief, seemingly caught off guard by something he's just heard. The question hangs in the air. Had he actually finished it? The butler, standing behind the counter, confirms the news with a smile. The blonde-haired man expresses his admiration, embracing Ojent Rian tightly, relieved that there's nothing left to read at the library. The blonde-haired man congratulates Ojent Rian on his accomplishment, stating that he wants to see how his friend is living before he leaves. The blonde-haired man asks if he can go over to Ojent Rian's house, catching him off guard. Ojent Rian is surprised by the request, realizing that they've hidden their relationship thoroughly, which upset the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired man admits that he was regretful to say something so unexpected. The blonde-haired man recalls that the place they usually met was the library, calling out to Chiron as he enters. Ojent Rian wishes the blonde-haired man good luck as he leaves, lamenting that there was never enough time for themselves. The blonde-haired man reflects on the past year, deciding he wants to see how his friend is living, and declares that they should go. The blonde-haired man asks if they should go right now, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Now that he's arrived, Aryan Chiron is struck by the sheer scale of the estate. The mansion looms large, and Chiron wonders if they should really enter through the front door. The butler assures him that everyone should be returning in the evening, so there's nothing to worry about. Inside, the silence is deafening, and the scale of the interior is breathtaking. The butler leads Aryan Chiron through the halls. Ojent Rian's home is far grander than he imagined. Chiron notes that there are only servants around. He can't help but think that even the doors seem too grand for a room. The butler confirms that Rian is indeed the young master of a wealthy family. Chiron thinks to himself that he doesn't seem like it. Chiron's eyes widen as he takes in the opulence around him. The butler announces that Rian's room was the smallest room at the end of the hallway, welcoming Chiron to it. Chiron wonders if it's a training room. Chiron thinks that it was like a lodge that you temporarily stay at after training. Chiron realizes that Rian lived in a place like that. Chiron is still shocked by the scale of Rian's home. He grits his teeth, clearly frustrated by his repeated losses. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Ojent Rian throws his cards into the air, declaring that he quits. The blonde-haired man, cool and collected, surveys the scattered cards and chips. He chuckles, proposing another round. The blue-haired man accuses the blonde-haired man of using his spirit zone ability to cheat. He demands to know what the other man takes him for. The blonde-haired man explains that the time it takes for Ojent Rian to bet when he has a pair versus when he doesn't is different, making it obvious. The blue-haired man is shocked that he noticed those things. The blonde-haired man puts a finger to his lips, explaining that it's not just looking at the opponent's small details, but also looking at them as a whole to get a sense of their intentions. Ojent Rian, frustrated, tells himself not to be obsessed with the small things, but to look at it as a whole. The blonde-haired man asks if using a schema will help. He suggests that going into the spirit zone might help. Ojent Rian says he thinks he knows, but he doesn't, while the blonde-haired man thinks this is fun. The blonde-haired man asks if he can borrow a book, stating that he has only read the first page. Ogent Rian slams his head on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh my." The blonde-haired man reminds Ogent Rian that his family members would be back in the evening. He pauses, hearing the sound of a piano. Ogent Rian realizes there's only one person on the estate who could be playing. The music drifts from the direction of Rian's older sister, who also serves as the court pianist. Reina Ogent sits at the piano, her fingers dancing across the keys. Reina Ogent pauses her playing, turning her head. She asks how he found her performance. Rian realizes he's been caught eavesdropping. He stammers, telling Reina Ogent that it was really great. He wonders what he should do. Reina Ogent remarks that it's her first time seeing him and asks if he's new. He explains that he was entrusted with categorizing the books. Reina Ogent notes that it's been a year since she's seen him. She realizes he's the child she remembers, adding that not just anyone can categorize books, so he must be quite intelligent. She asks if he's played the piano before, but Rian can't let his guard down. He knows she's a skilled person who uses schema to play. He says that he's never played. He also remembers that Rian told him that she's the most awful person in the estate and that she is his older sister. Reina Ogent offers to teach him, asking if he wants to take a seat there. The blonde-haired man looks down at the table, a flicker of surprise in his bright blue eyes. He seems to be questioning the request. The blonde-haired man, now fully visible in his formal attire, leans slightly forward, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. He asks if they want him to sit there. Arian Chiron reminds himself not to let down his guard, knowing his opponent is powerful enough to use schema even while playing the piano. The young man recalls that Rian had mentioned the person with the nastiest personality was within his family. That person, he realizes, is Rian's older sister. Reina Ogent, seated at the piano, tells Chiron that she will teach him, inviting him to sit next to her. Chiron is taken aback by the invitation. He realizes that Reina wants him to sit next to her at the piano. Reina smiles, knowing that no one can refuse her. Chiron realizes that Reina is saying it so nicely that there's no way he can reject her offer, and that she will punish him if he does. Chiron wonders when he will ever sit in front of a piano again as Reina begins to play. He follows Reina Ogent's instructions, pressing the 3 keys together. The sound is great, or so it seems to Chiron. Reina's initial reaction is positive, but Chiron apologizes, perhaps sensing her true feelings. Reina seems to be thinking seriously about the music. She tells Chiron to go ahead, but warns him that it might not sound very nice, given that he's playing it for the first time. Chiron's hands move across the keys. He continues to play, his expression focused. Reina, however, is not impressed. She thinks to herself that it's all wrong. Despite her internal criticism, Reina notices that Chiron doesn't hesitate in pressing the keys. Reina wonders if she should stop him, realizing how strange and completely wrong it sounds. But to Chiron, it's perfectly the same as the music he remembers. The music is the same, at least to him. He plays, lost in the memory of the music. It feels to Arian Chiron as though he's playing exactly what he played earlier. The sound, however, is far from what he believes it to be. The music swirls around them, a visual representation of the disjointed notes. The notes cascade down, a chaotic waterfall of sound. His fingers dance across the keys, oblivious to the discordance. Reina Ogent observes, noting that the sound is getting more and more accurate, though she thinks it can't really be called a performance. Still, it seems to have seen through the essence of the performance. The camera focuses on the butler's hand, a stark contrast to the chaotic music. From above, the scene unfolds. Arian Chiron plays the piano, while Reina Ogent listens intently. The distorted notes continue to swirl, a visual representation of the disharmony. Reina's expression is conflicted, torn between the accuracy and the lack of artistry. The butler, standing nearby, wonders why someone like Arian Chiron is working as a butler, noting that he looks pretty elegant too. He apologizes for something. Suddenly, Reina explodes, calling the music noisy and Arian Chiron a devilish old granny. Following Reina's harsh words, Arian Chiron explodes in anger, telling someone to clean up and go to sleep instead of acting like a crazy woman. The sound of his outburst echoes through the halls. Meanwhile, Reina, still seated at the piano, questions why Chiron is there, seemingly surprised by his presence. Ogent Rian, overhearing the conversation, asks if they know each other. Caught off guard, Chiron stammers, unable to explain the situation. He realizes that his relationship with Rian could be exposed at any moment. Chiron, though, is lost in thought. Rian questions what Chiron is talking about, while Reina thinks to herself that Chiron might have a nasty personality but doesn't care about things like that. Rian wonders why Reina wouldn't care. Rian reassures Chiron that if he says they are friends, then they are friends, while Chiron thinks that he might be pathetic, but he's someone who means what he says. Rian asks what Chiron was thinking while playing the piano, wondering if that was Chiron, as he thought it was someone else. The sound of someone acting crazy echoes. An unknown figure questions Reina Ogent's intentions, wondering if she truly cares about Rian's friendships with commoners. Meanwhile, Reina confronts Rian, asking why he lied. She emphasizes that Chiron is a good and kind person. Rian, visibly agitated, warns her not to be fooled by Chiron. Reina dismisses his concerns, calling him immature but expressing gratitude that he has a friend like Chiron. Rian, however, believes she is a witch who will devour him. Rian thinks to himself that he is the one who is thankful for everything. He finds Reina cute and wonders why she doesn't live with Chiron and become part of their family. Reina, with a knowing smile, notes that Rian is close enough with Chiron and that she doesn't understand nobles. Rian explodes, questioning what she is talking about and declaring that he doesn't care about her, insisting that Chiron deserves better than her. The blue-haired man grabs at his shirt collar, his face contorted in rage. The outburst causes Reina to fall backward down the stairs, exclaiming in pain as she tumbles. Rian, now enraged, demands to know why she came back home, questioning if she isn't supposed to be on vacation. He continues, revealing that Rai is taking the official swordsman qualification exam, and that he is there to fetch him for the exam tomorrow. He also mentions that their grandfather will come later because he's meeting a friend now. Rian is shocked, wondering if things have already gone that far, and referencing the official swordsman qualification exam. The official qualification certificate represents a standard recognized throughout the entire continent. The exam for this certificate is held annually, drawing thousands of hopefuls, yet only a select few, around 30 individuals, ultimately earn the official qualification. Graduates of the Alpia's Magic Academy, a royal family-approved institution, can become unofficial 10th fourth-class mages. They can also increase their class by earning achievement points through the association or the guild. It's only natural that people gather where money and fame are to be found. Rai had taken such an incredible exam at the young age of 18, earning tons of support from the family. Reina Ogent, attempting to lighten the mood after their argument, tells Rian to cheer up as she needs to prepare for tonight's dinner. She explains that there's seafood from the palace, so she needs to prepare it personally. Reina then says, "Nice meeting you, Chiron." Reina smiles, saying that they should exchange greetings the next time they meet again. Arian Chiron, seemingly flustered, responds, "Yes, see you again." Chiron wonders if they will meet again, imagining himself and Reina playing the piano together. He thinks to himself that he will be leaving the mansion tomorrow, and then overhears Rian mentioning his sister. Chiron is confused. Chiron wonders if Reina has a boyfriend. He stares ahead, a flicker of unease crossing his face. The thought replays in Arian Chiron's mind, the blonde-haired man's words echoing. That's not it. The memory continues, Rian's voice now saying, "I just asked for fun. Ignore what I just asked, by the way." The name Reina flashes in his mind, the question hanging heavy in the air. The question of Reina's relationship status consumed Chiron, the force of his anxiety almost palpable. He clenches his fist, desperately trying to dismiss the thought. "I said it's nothing." The memory of Reina Ogent's words resurfaces, a painful reminder of their brief encounter. "Because I felt sad that we wouldn't be able to meet again." The question echoes in Chiron's mind, the possibility of Reina having a boyfriend tormenting him. The words hang in the air. "If you have a boyfriend." The maids nearby react with shock, dropping the items they were carrying. Chiron clutches his head, overwhelmed by the thought. The outburst causes a stir, the maids whispering amongst themselves as Reina Ogent looks on, seemingly unbothered by the commotion. The maids, relieved to have dealt with the poison, are instructed to begin steaming. Hannes, the head butler, observes the scene. The head butler addresses Hannes, referring to Reina as young lady. The head butler inquires if the third young master's friend came by that day. Hannes replies that there was no appointment, based on what he knows. The head butler thinks to himself, wondering why the name Chiron sounded so familiar. The head butler remembers something and orders Temuranto to come to his room. The head butler demands Temuranto's presence immediately. Elsewhere, a blue-haired man takes a 10-minute break, panting heavily. The blue-haired man's eyes are described as being on fire again, and he reflects that it hasn't been a year since that last happened. He thinks things would be different if Rai went to the palace. The man, revealed to be the third young master, wonders if the problem would be schema. The message relays that the third young master is being summoned back by Reina Ogent. Ogent Rian pauses, considering the summons. He dismisses the idea that Rai is the reason for Reina's request, but realizes it has to do with the contract butler, Chiron. The gravity of the situation hits him as he realizes Chiron is in danger and might die. He wonders why, since Chiron was supposed to return home today. Panting, the third young master hears that Butler Lewis gave a report to the Patriarch. The message continues, stating that while the details are unknown, it's related to Rian. Ogent Rian realizes he needs to meet his father now, wondering what on earth happened. He realizes that Chiron, the butler, is his friend, and his father likely found out about it. The third young master believes that if he explains everything to his father, he'll definitely forgive him, but he'll have to train later. Ogent Rian is seen walking with the butler, Lewis. Elsewhere, a man with a long white beard and a stern expression holds a sword, thinking of his student. The scene shifts to a grand palace. The patriarch of the Ogent family sits on his throne, surrounded by his family and servants. In front of them, on his knees, is Arian Chiron. Arian Chiron kneels, awaiting his fate. The Patriarch's advisor stands behind him, holding a document. The Patriarch declares that Arian Chiron will be executed. The words hang heavy in the air. Arian Chiron will be executed. A disembodied voice declares that Chiron, the contract butler, is in grave danger. Ogent Rian is shocked to hear that the head butler Lewis's was supposed to return home today. The voice continues, explaining that the danger Chiron faces is due to his relationship with Ogent Rian. Ogent Rian, now outside, wonders aloud what is happening, realizing that the butler Chiron is his first priority. Elsewhere, a voice reveals that Father knew that and contemplates whether speaking to him would result in forgiveness, suggesting they can delay the training. The stern swordsman stands tall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding events. Arian Chiron kneels, his face etched with despair. The pronouncement echoes ominously, to death. The assembled nobles and servants stand in stunned silence, the weight of the death sentence hanging heavy in the air. How could Arian Chiron, a mere commoner, have been condemned in such a grand hall? Whispers ripple through the ranks of the maids. The idea of a commoner and a noble being intertwined in such a scandal is almost too much to bear. Elsewhere, the stern swordsman sits with Ogent Rian, the gravity of the situation etched on their faces. Reyna Ogent, desperate, interrupts her father. She has something to tell him, something that might change everything. The judge slams his hand down on the document, silencing any further debate. What more is there to say? The head butler's testimony is damning. The statements of countless employees paint a clear picture. Arian Chiron treated Rian poorly. The evidence seems insurmountable. The stern swordsman presses the judge, asking if he has anything else to say. After all, Chiron knew the contents of the contract and should have no complaints. But there's one more thing. The stern swordsman wants to know if the judge believes he and the young master were friends. The servants are shocked. The one with green hair wonders what will happen to the young master, while another is furious that Chiron doesn't realize the gravity of his situation. Even in this dire situation, one of the servants is surprised that Chiron is worrying about Rian. Reyna Ogent is furious. How dare the stern swordsman ask such a question? She sees him as just as stupid as one would expect of a commoner. The judge wonders if the stern swordsman thinks something will happen to the son of a noble for associating with the likes of Chiron. The stern swordsman's words hang in the air as Rian Ogent reflects on his friendship, stating that he and Chiron are friends. He continues, adding that their friendship has been built up over a year. A group of men in suits stand firm, declaring that they will continue to do so. A close-up of a man's face reveals his intense concern, as he wonders if they understand how scary the world is. Rian, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, remarks that the name of Ogent doesn't mean much to them. The scene shifts to show Arian Chiron being restrained as a man in a suit orders him to be dealt with quickly and discreetly. Reyna Ogent cries out for her father to wait. Reyna Ogent, desperate, pleads for someone to listen to her. An unseen figure declares that the order has already been made, questioning if they didn't hear Chiron's confession. Two men discuss the order made by the head of the household, one questioning if it's a bit much, while the other states there's no need for everyone to die because of one person. Another man argues that the family is their life and well-being, and in order to protect that, they must wipe out any seeds of dispute, no matter how small. Two figures escort Chiron down a long corridor, one remarking that they must think the decision is harsh now, but they will be thankful for it later. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts, questioning who authorized this. He strides confidently down the hallway, unaware of the machinations swirling around him. Meanwhile, the gears of power continue to turn as Reyna Ogent stands with an unknown figure's suit, while Arian Chiron is watched from below. Suddenly, Ogent Rian's rage explodes. He demands to know who dares threaten his friend without his permission. A voice declares, "It is I." The stern swordsman questions why Arian Chiron doesn't deserve to die, since he just became Ogent Rian's friend. The voice continues, stating that Arian Chiron needs to do something worthy of death in order to die, and that the affairs of nobility are too complicated for Ogent Rian to understand. The stern swordsman continues, saying that Ogent Rian is only able to benefit from being the son of a noble, because the family is handling those affairs, and questions the point of any benefit when he has to throw away his friend. The speaker calls Ogent Rian a childish thing, and asks why Arian Chiron has to die. The speaker continues, stating that to a noble, friends need something that they can share. The stern swordsman asks Arian Chiron if he really thinks that commoner thinks of him as a friend, and demands proof. The speaker concludes that this world is full of people who try to earn something by grabbing onto the weaknesses of nobles. The stern swordsman's words clearly struck a nerve, as Ogent Rian's face contorts in anger. He demands to know what the swordsman is implying. The unknown figure in the suit presses the issue, questioning how Ogent Rian could place his trust in Arian Chiron. The stern swordsman demands proof of the friendship between Ogent Rian and Chiron. Reyna Ogent looks on with concern as her brother, Ogent Rian, seems caught off guard by the request for proof. He admits he's been pulled into things. Meanwhile, the unknown figure in the suit smirks, confident that the moment Ogent Rian admits he can't prove their friendship, it's over. Ogent Rian struggles to articulate his feelings, questioning how one can even prove such a thing. He feels trapped, unable to provide a simple answer. He imagines that Aryan Chiron, in his place, would offer a more defiant response. Ogent Rian wonders what he would do if he were Chiron. The stern swordsman notices a change in Ogent Rian's eyes as he considers the question. Ogent Rian recalls a time when he sparred with Aryan Chiron, remembering the intensity and focus in Chiron's gaze. The memory of Chiron fuels Ogent Rian's resolve. He calls out Chiron's name, seemingly ready to answer. Ogent Rian, now at a table with cards, realizes that obsessing over small details won't help. He needs to observe Chiron as a whole to understand their connection. Then, the man in the suit reveals a playing card, the Ace of Spades. A glimpse at their intentions reveals a complex web of motivations. As a whole, Ogent Rian is conflicted, the person in front of him forcing him to confront uncomfortable truths. The figure is revealed to be Ogent Rian's father, the head of the Ogent family, a second-class royal family. The stakes are higher than a simple family quarrel. This involves a black-haired lineage and a fourth-grade government official, a knight. The grip tightens on a weapon, making it clear that this is the real deal. 30 minutes earlier, someone shouts for their master. The blue-haired Ogent Rian argues that he must go, as his friend could die. He is reminded that they're talking about the one that works in the library. However, the master is reminded that the child is a commoner, and that he wasn't this kind of person. The master is reminded that he himself said that if they can hold a conversation with a sword, then anyone can be a friend. The master is reminded of his own words, then anyone can be a friend, even Rian. The stern swordsman lectures Ogent Rian, stating that nobility is about eliminating anything that threatens the family status. The swordsman continues, questioning if Ogent Rian considered the weight he placed on his friend's shoulders when he befriended a commoner. The master states that with such little resolve, Ogent Rian made that child his friend, adding that complaining won't solve anything. Clenching his fist, Ogent Rian recalls that he was the first to reach out to Chiron and ask to be friends. Ogent Rian declares that he doesn't want to be a coward. The stern swordsman says he likes to see the look in his eye. The master thinks that being enthusiastic, honest, and pure are not the things that make a great swordsman. The swordsman thinks that Ogent Rian's friendship gets his hopes up and makes him cheer for Chiron, before telling him to take something. The swordsman's hand grips the hilt of a sword. The master says that if Ogent Rian takes the sword and goes to the family mansion, he'll let him go, but only if he's committed. The stern swordsman warns Ogent Rian not to even take a step from the spot, as he is his master. Ogent Rian vows that he'll never forget this debt to his master, who tells him to take note. He is told that throwing away a friend is like throwing away himself. This is the real deal, where he's putting his life on the line. Ogent Rian laughs, a sword glinting in his hand. A voice declares that his father can't be beat, and that he almost fell for it. The speaker shouts, declaring that he believes in their friendship. Another man, hearing this, scoffs at the notion that he is Chiron's friend, and declares he will gladly leave. The stakes are raised, as it's declared that this is not just conflict between father and son, and that even as they speak, the prestige of countless nobles is collapsing. A woman declares that if it's a matter that can lead to the collapse of the family, she would even disown her son, addressing someone as father. The speaker from before declares that he believes that he is, and that he can protect his friend that way. Ogent Rian, surrounded by onlookers, states that he will gladly leave. Someone shouts, calling them a bastard and demanding they take out their swords. A final voice declares that if he really thinks that child is his friend, he should put his life on the line right here and now. The glint of steel catches the light as a sword is drawn. The man in the suit's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes the gravity of the situation. With the blade now fully drawn, Ogent Rian declares that he is not drawing the blade against his father, but the question hangs heavy in the air. Draw your blade against your father? The man in the suit scoffs, questioning how Ogent Rian could be friends with a commoner when he doesn't even get along with nobles his own age, implying that he is merely proving his belief. The man in the suit, his face contorted in disbelief, clutches at his chest. The man in the suit continues his tirade, claiming that Ogent Rian is not on the same level as the nobles and that he's only keeping the commoner, Chiron, around to feel better about himself. Ogent Rian's eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he prepares to act, declaring that this time it is about himself. The blue-haired young man stands his ground, sword in hand, declaring that he just wants to help Chiron reach higher places, even if Chiron is above his level. The man in the suit, his face a mask of fury, demands to know if Ogent Rian was this deluded. The man with blonde hair questions how Ogent Rian could be convinced that a noble can be friends with a commoner. Ogent Rian, face reddened with anger, tells Chiron to be quiet, insisting that he did not persuade him. The blue-haired young man's resolve hardens, a visible aura emanating from him as he prepares to face the consequences of his actions. He stands with his back to the stern swordsman and the unknown figure in the suit, declaring that he will take responsibility for what he needs to, reassuring someone that it's okay not to take on everything alone. The memory of a handshake flashes in his mind, a moment where he expected to choose between friendship and his own life. Even. The memory continues, and Ojent Rian declares that even if he dies, he won't regret being friends. Tears well in Aryan Chiron's eyes as he affirms that Ojent's words are right. The emotion overwhelms Chiron, and he shouts that Ojent's words are exactly what he wanted to say. He continues, declaring that even if he is kicked out of the family, the unknown figure in the suit watches with a stern expression. Reina Ojent observes the scene, thinking that even if they put forward rock-solid logic, in the end, they are humans with emotions. The memory returns to Chiron, who thinks about an honest friend who won't turn their back on you, and wonders if anybody had such a friend. The nobles watch with tears in their eyes, wishing they had such a friend. Reina Ojent smiles, calling out to her grandfather. The unknown figure in the suit laughs, declaring that he didn't expect to see such a sight in his later years. A voice echoes, advising someone not to burden themselves with everything. Even at the cost of his own life, Aryan Chiron declares he won't regret becoming friends with the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The man in the suit states that it is exactly what he wants to say. Even if he were to be disowned, they'll still remain friends. The man in the suit laughs, calling it a masterpiece. Reina Ojent calls out to her grandfather as she walks with the blue-haired man and the man in the tan jacket. The grandfather figure declares that youth is the best. Reina Ojent is happy that the man in the suit got there quickly, confirming that he is her grandfather. The man in the suit heard from Reina Ojent that he might be taking a few more days, but his friend made a run for it because he liked his young wife more than him. Aryan Chiron is shocked to learn that the man in the suit is the general of Thormia and a certified Class 3 swordsman. The focus shifts to the identity of Rian's grandfather. Ojent Clump, Rian's grandfather, relaxes on a plush sofa, declaring how much more lively and fun this place is. The title card identifies him as the previous patriarch, Ojent Clump. The former patriarch states that the family's honor has been questioned, but he's been watching for a while, and it seems like they all have a lot. Reina Ojent is identified as Witness 1, the eldest daughter. She explains that Chiron has completed everything stated in his labor contract and is supposed to go home today, making it hard to believe he bears hard feelings against Rian. Ojent Clump doesn't believe there is any dishonor in their family, stating that he sees in that case. Ojent Rai, identified as Witness 2 and the younger son, is asked about his opinion as the prospective patriarch of their family. Rai scoffs, saying of course, if it's up to him. The younger son states that it's got nothing to do with him. Reina questions what Rai is talking about, pointing out that he doesn't like Chiron, but it has nothing to do with him. Rai says that Chiron is out like him, but what does it matter who Rian befriends, as he just wants it to be over so he can take his examination in the kingdom. He considers the opinions of those around him, deciding to hear from the associate butler, Temurin, who has observed Chiron for the longest time. Associate butler Temurin is called as the third witness. The associate butler adjusts his glasses, a knowing glint in his eyes. He is sure they all know the truth. The man in the suit declares that they are not people who voice their opinions, but beings who achieve the will of their master. The previous patriarch, Ojent Clump, calls out Chiron's name. The associate butler, Temurin, stands with another man in a suit, revealing that Chiron is 6 months ahead of schedule. The man in the suit questions what they are doing, wondering if they were aware of something. Temurin reflects on Chiron's friendly terms with the youngest master, but admits he wasn't aware of the fact that they were friends. He also notes that Chiron would not have been able to categorize all 10,000 books if he were a child who acted rashly without proper judgment. Associate butler Temurin stands beside Ojent Rian. Reina Ojent smirks, stating that the scale has tipped. The man in the suit realizes that the only person who insists on punishing Chiron is his father. A firm no is declared. He stands firm, his expression unyielding. The man in the suit declares that he cannot accept the situation. The declaration hangs in the air, met with disbelief. Reina Ojent questions the decision, her voice laced with shock as she asks if he is referring to her father and grandfather. Reina Ojent's companion, Ojent Rai, attempts to defuse the situation, insisting that the two are merely friends. The man in the suit dismisses the explanation, stating that this is where the relationship ends. He warns that if the relationship continues, there will be rumors outside the household. The man in the suit continues, explaining that all members of their household have a status granted to them by the kingdom. He adds that Rai has an official examination ahead of him, and they have countless mouths to feed, questioning what they should do. The gravity of the situation weighs on Reina Ojent as she realizes Chiron is a smart boy and should understand the implications. The pressure mounts, and Ojent Rian visibly reacts to the tension. Ojent Clump, the previous patriarch, observes Rian, noting that he is able to possess quite the aura now. The man in the suit acknowledges their feelings, but emphasizes the importance of the family, as they are accountable for so many lives. Chiron is asked for his opinion on the matter. Ogent Clump interjects, stating that he won't provide any punishment since Chiron provided his childish grandson with precious friendship. The core question remains, will they be able to let Rian go now? Rian remains silent, his expression unreadable as the decision hangs in the balance. The Ogent family, including Reyna Ogent, her father, and two men in suits, continue their discussion, the tension palpable as they consider the implications of recent events. Consumed by guilt, Ogent Rian grits his teeth, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. The thought of Chiron fuels Rian's resolve. He vows to protect him, even if it means sacrificing their friendship. Chiron reflects on the state of his friendship with Rian, lamenting that it ended because of his own actions. The villager clutches a weapon, remembering his promise to do anything for Rian as long as he understands his intentions. Rian feels ashamed, realizing that he had found relief in Chiron's survival. Tears stream down Rian's face as he admits that he was thinking of Chiron in the corner of his heart. The memory of Chiron standing beside him flashes through his mind. The words to desert a friend is to forsake another part of yourself, weighing heavily on him. The weapon is raised, the narrator declaring that this was never up for negotiation in the first place. With a fierce determination, Rian swears an oath, his voice filled with conviction. Reyna Ogent and her father look on, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Reyna Ogent cries out, begging him not to do it, fearing whatever plan he has in mind. A surge of power erupts, the force of it tearing through the very air. The energy converges around Ogent Rian, kneeling before the young Chiron. With unwavering resolve, Rian declares his oath, identifying himself as the third son of Ogent. The oath echoes, a vow to become the sword of Chiron from that moment forward. The declaration leaves the man in the suit utterly stunned. The associate butler, Temurin, his face contorted with rage, curses Rian as a fucking crazy bastard. The scene shifts to a grand estate, the ancestral home where the knight's oath holds deep significance. The origin of the knight's oath, it's said, traces back to the very founding of the kingdom of Thormia. In a chaotic era, small and large nations clashed relentlessly, each vying to claim territories. Among them, Adolf I, with his formidable forces, united the lands and established the kingdom of Thormia, but a new kingdom needed more power to battle opposing nations nearby. In unifying the lands, the defeated kings were allowed to rule over their own territories, rather than being purged completely. And in that process, what was formed was a knight's oath, a promise to live on as their master's sword, in exchange for a noble status. And this was the origin of the knight's oath, as well as the birth of the nobles. Thus, denying a knight's oath would be equivalent to becoming the dumbest noble across the lands. Ogent Rian, kneeling before the assembled nobles, demands to know if they can revoke his oath now. Still kneeling, he admits he caused some trouble this time, but a small, floating head reminds him that this isn't why he was given that sword. Rai confronts Rian, demanding to know what he has done. Ogent Clump, the previous patriarch, reminds the assembled nobles that Rian claims to want to become Chiron's sword. The patriarch demands to know if Chiron has the qualifications to be worthy of such a knight. Rai questions if Chiron's qualifications are his own, or if they are Rian's. Rian smiles, amused by the question. He declares that a sword does not judge, it only protects. The nobles laugh at the exchange. Ogent Clump states that even if he acts like a child, he should at least be childish enough to be considered number one. He is told that he knows how to talk, but the speaker feels sorry for Aryan Chiron for acquiring such a dull sword like him. The grandfather of the Ogent family assures everyone that it is fine and that Chiron, though not sharpened enough, won't become a sword that stabs its master in the foot. The Ogent family patriarch asks Chiron to take care of his grandson, Rian, since they have vowed to become lifelong friends and cannot just let him go like this. Rian's grandfather tells him to take good care of his grandson. The young blonde expresses his gratitude for the permission granted. The patriarch places a hand on Chiron's shoulder. The patriarch orders the butler to bring back Chiron's parents with the carriage that was supposed to bring Chiron home. The butler acknowledges the order, while another man in a suit expresses that he cannot fathom these nobles. Elsewhere, Rian is refreshed. He asks if anyone saw the faces of his family, saying it was great. Someone comments that Rian made a knight's oath and didn't have to go that far, just for him. He insists that his knight's oath to Chiron isn't just because they are friends. Ogent Rian smiles, revealing that he has decided to put his life into Chiron's hands, believing in his power to draw people in. Chiron is taken aback by Rian's declaration, finding it embarrassing. Rian playfully tells Chiron that he'll have to try much harder to protect him. Reyna Ogent, overhearing their conversation, wonders what is going on. She recalls Rian's earlier statement about losing to Chiron by the sword. Suddenly, Rian is sent flying backwards, a trail of blood following him. He wonders what happened. Off-panel, Chiron demands to know what they are saying, accusing someone of helping them out earlier. He demands they come in. Chiron reveals that he brought in classified information about the enemy party and wonders what his father and grandfather are doing now. Reina Ogent, lying down, remarks that things are savage over there, thanking someone for pulling out the Knight's Oath card. She notes that they're planning for the future. With that being said, the planning continues for the future. Reina Ogent is seen in more detail. Chiron is praised for his swordsmanship, which Reina confirms. She states that he is part of the family now, and that they are willing to invest in his talents as long as there is potential. He erupts in anger, questioning why he must attend school when his future success is already guaranteed through Rian's future. Reina Ogent, enraged by the chaos, berates someone for the mess they've made. The outburst continues as Aryan Chiron learns he won't be attending the Swordsmanship Academy. Reina Ogent reveals that Chiron has already accessed his spirit zone, a fact that surprises even her associate, Temurin. The implications of this revelation hang heavy in the air. Reina Ogent smirks, taunting someone about losing to an aspiring mage. Aryan Chiron is shocked to learn that a knight is less skilled than their master. An enraged voice demands that someone, referred to as a freaking witch, leave immediately. A surge of energy emanates from the spirit zone, the density of which is proving to be a viable strategy. With the synesthesia felt through the spirit zone, Rian's movements were grasped to secure the win. Reina Ogent considers the implications of the spirit zone's density, realizing it was a viable strategy. The blue-haired woman exclaims how the spirit zone is getting harder in school. She then reveals that Instructor Kite already knows and finished his contract yesterday. The more concentrated you are, the easier it is to maintain that concentration while holding a blade. The blonde-haired boy is described as shy and unlikely to date. Reina Ogent declares that she will talk to grandfather about Chiron's path. Rian, however, is concerned about their instructor. Rian is shocked to hear that Instructor Kite bid his goodbyes this morning and asks what about their instructor. Instructor Kite, now alone, grips a pickaxe tightly, his expression grim. The instructor walks away into the snowy mountains. The path behind him fades into darkness. The butler informs Chiron that his family awaits him in the reception room, adding that the family head has granted permission for a meeting, should he desire it. The butler's words hang in the air as a woman with blue hair and glasses asks Chiron what he intends to do. A wide grin spreads across Chiron's face as he makes his decision. Another butler cautions Chiron to be careful on the stairs, which are apparently quite high. Chiron reassures the staff that they can speak to him normally, now that he's become a noble. The staff is horrified by Chiron's words, fearing they will be punished for disrespecting him. They whisper amongst themselves that they would never. The door to the reception room looms ahead. With a deep breath, Chiron pushes open the door, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Inside, his parents rush forward, calling out his name with a mixture of relief and joy. Chiron is embraced tightly by his parents. The reunion is filled with emotion as Chiron is enveloped in a warm embrace by his mother and father. His parents, relieved at his return, commented on how thin they thought he had become while away. They were worried he wasn't eating well. The father then asked why Aryan Chiron had called them instead of simply returning home once his work was finished. He wondered if Chiron was being held captive. Chiron assured them that he wasn't being held captive, explaining that he simply had a good opportunity. The young man smiled, eager to share the details of this opportunity. His father, however, remained skeptical, his expression unreadable. The father's suspicion grew, his eyes narrowing as he listened to Chiron's explanation. Chiron recounted how he had become friends with a noble young master while working at the library, and how this master had taken a knight's oath to him and asked him to be friends. The young villager confirmed the story, but his father pressed him to be honest about what really happened. The father, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaimed that a smart kid like Chiron wouldn't have such delusions. The father pressed further, asking if someone had given Chiron a hard time, refusing to believe that he was telling the truth. He recalled hearing that Chiron wouldn't be the same once he entered a noble's house. Reina Ogent, seeing the tension, rushed to hug her son, calling out to Vincent. A formal announcement echoes through the halls. The family head has arrived. Bishop Ogent, the family head, makes his entrance, flanked by Ogent Rian and Reina Ogent. Rian greets Chiron's father, introducing himself as Chiron's blade, while Reina Ogent introduces herself as the eldest daughter, stating she's heard much about him. Chiron's father and mother react with shock, their faces contorted in disbelief at the sight of the Ogent family. The Ogent family, along with Chiron's parents, are led to a lavish dining area, the sheer scale of the opulence evident even from a distance. Chiron's father, still reeling from the earlier introductions, questions if the news they heard from Chiron was actually the truth. The sheer reality of the situation crashes down upon them, the weight of the Ogent family's presence becoming undeniable. The dining table is set with an extravagant display of food and drink, a testament to the Ogent family's wealth and power. Chiron's mother marvels at the spread before them, whispering to her husband about the sheer abundance of food. The father, overwhelmed by the sheer number of utensils, wonders what has happened to bring them to such a place. The Ogent family settles into their seats, the weight of their presence palpable in the room. The sheer scale of the dining room is revealed, showcasing the Ogent family's immense wealth and influence. The clinking of fine china filled the air as a delicate teacup was placed on the table. The Ogent family's wealth was on full display, a stark contrast to what Chiron's parents were used to. They wouldn't be this welcoming to a lumberjack family with nothing. Across the table, Ogent Clump, the previous patriarch, took a sip from his own cup, his expression thoughtful. He had to make sure of something first, he thought, grateful for the opportunity. An unseen speaker voiced their concerns, admitting that they were a little worried despite their liking for Chiron. The Ogent family making an oath to Chiron was a big deal. Ogent Rai, seated at the head of the table, admitted to feeling a little discomfort. He also had an unpleasant feeling, but as the Ogent family regarded warriors very importantly, a knight's oath was absolute. The camera panned to Chiron, seated silently at the table. He knew that if he kept expressing discomfort just because of the difference in class, he would be dirtying Rian's pride of duty. Ogent Rai continued, stating that due to this, he would be using honorific titles from now on, so Chiron's parents shouldn't worry. He assured them that his family would not hesitate to support their son. Rian, standing behind Chiron, thought to himself that he finally heard all the right things. Associate butler Temurin, standing beside him, told him to shush. The unseen speaker commented that it was such a great decision for the family, adding that high faith and pride really did fit him, although the hard choice of whether to embrace a commoner remained. Reina Ogent, seated at the table, smiled slightly, thinking that no one was afraid at all. Rian, standing behind her, grinned widely. A hand gave a thumbs up, signifying approval and support. Ogent Rai stated that to get to the point, Chiron was actually a Spirit Zone user. The unseen speaker explained that the Spirit Zone was not something you could earn with mere effort. It was the territory of talent. From what he heard, Chiron wanted to obtain the unofficial qualification certificate as quickly as possible. The Ogent family believes there is only one path. That path, they believe, leads to Alpia's Magic Academy, one of the great 5 schools of the kingdom. Ogent Rian explains that attending school isn't a requirement to become a mage, but doing so would be beneath them. He believes Alpia's is fitting for the Ogent family's level. The previous patriarch, Ogent Clump, acknowledges the consideration towards commoners. The patriarch is shocked to hear that their son is becoming a mage. Reina Ogent is overjoyed, exclaiming that it's like a dream to see Chiron attending Magic Academy. The patriarch states that the biggest problem is that Magic Academy is a special school that doesn't allow commoners. Ogent Clump is frustrated by this revelation. Rian suggests that there is a way, stating that he would like to adopt Chiron. Ogent Clump is shocked by Rian's suggestion. After a family meeting, Ogent Clump realizes there was no other way. The problem will be solved if they register Chiron as family under an immature bastard amongst their cousins that doesn't have any children yet. However, they have no intention of taking Chiron. It's just for the documents. The Ogent family believes that with this adoption, Aryan Chiron will become a noble. The idea that Chiron will become a noble is repeated, along with the thought that few get the chance to change their class. Ogent Rai demands that Chiron tell him what is going on, framing it as if Chiron is having his child taken away. Ogent Rai wonders aloud what this father of Chiron should do. Associate butler Temurin is shocked that Chiron has already made his choice. Chiron stands calmly, seemingly unaffected by the tension in the room. Ogent Rai grips Chiron's hand tightly, the sound of the grip echoing in the room. Chiron declares that he is his father's son and will not get dragged into this. Reina Ogent tells Chiron that it's just for the documents, trying to reassure him. Reina Ogent continues, saying that they will consider his real parents his true parents, and that he'll be able to achieve his dreams. Ogent Rai tells Chiron that becoming a noble is not a fortune given to just anyone. Chiron declares that if he must change fathers, he'd rather live as a commoner. The declaration hangs heavy in the air. Commoners cannot get into a magic academy. Chiron, however, remains resolute. The man in the suit counters, stating that if that's the case, then Chiron cannot become a mage. Reina Ogent looks on with concern as Chiron declares that he won't become a mage if that's the case. The man in the suit calls out to Chiron, his voice laced with frustration. The man questions why he is being so stubborn, reminding him that the world isn't fair. The man shouts that he must give up things for success, questioning if Chiron's dream wasn't true after all. Associate butler Temurin, standing nearby, wonders if that might be so, prompting a sharp "what?" from Chiron. Chiron reflects that no matter how great his dreams were, he received them from his parents. He continues his train of thought, realizing that if parents are the roots, then he is the fruit that dreams with nourishment, remembering learning how to read. The memories continue to flood back, recalling getting an opportunity as a butler in the Ogent's household. He realizes that it was all possible from the roots called parents. He reflects on the weight of the opportunity before him, realizing it pales in comparison to the countless chances his parents provided. The thought of abandoning his roots feels like a slow, agonizing death. The offer is tempting, but Chiron's parents are the only ones he acknowledges. The atmosphere in the room is thick with unspoken tension as the adults await a decision. Guilt and ethics are dismissed as the man with the blue hair considers his next move. The couple bows deeply, pleading for Chiron to be adopted. Associate butler Timurin understands how urgent Rian feels, but emphasizes that Chiron's feelings are also important. The man's inner turmoil surfaces as he admits to himself that the child isn't his biological son. The man begs, his desperation palpable. Arian Chiron's resolve hardens. He declares that he would rather abandon his pursuit of magic than be forced to change his parentage. The young blonde man reflects on the sacrifices his parents have made for him, steeling his resolve. Vincent, the blue-haired man, wonders if his actions are driven by guilt or morality, ultimately dismissing both. Elsewhere, a man and woman, heads bowed, plead with Vincent to accept Chiron as his foster son. Vincent, his back to them, is implored to reconsider. The blonde man attempts to reason with Vincent, claiming to understand his thoughts. A voice emphasizes that Chiron's desires are also important. Vincent erupts in anger, declaring that Chiron is not his real son. The woman cries out Vincent's name, questioning his words. The man reveals that he and the woman are unable to conceive children. Vincent continues, stating that Chiron's birth was a coincidence, reminding them that they should know this since they are nobles. The bowing man's father, Vincent, declares that he doesn't deserve a son like him. Meanwhile, the man in the suit observes that if Chiron can become a noble's foster son, he'd in fact go where he truly belongs, adding that Vincent isn't rejecting his roots or anything like that. The truth, as it turns out, is that most people had already guessed it. It was obvious since Chiron looked totally different from his parents, but they were all grown up now, and it was something they had to tell him eventually. The man in the suit wonders what Vincent just said, realizing that it means he's giving up his son. Chiron, overhearing the conversation, shouts out to his father, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Vincent apologizes, lamenting how he could say something like that without even talking to him first. The man in the suit asks if he really thinks he had no idea about this. Chiron explains that the reason why he didn't ask, despite knowing, was because like how everyone is only one set of parents, he too had wanted that. Vincent asks if Chiron is thinking of making him the child of someone else now. Chiron stammers, saying he was sad that Vincent had to give up his dream because of him. Chiron declares that he never said he was giving up his dream. The man in the suit reflects on his actions, realizing that another opportunity would arise if he continued to work hard, but he also acknowledges the pain Chiron must have felt being abandoned by his parents a second time. Tears stream down Chiron's face as he lets out a choked sob. A hand clenches tightly around another, the grip conveying a silent understanding. A voice echoes, questioning if it's all over. The man bowing embraces Chiron, admitting he was wrong. The man bowing desperately tries to reassure Chiron that he wasn't thinking of abandoning him, begging for forgiveness. Tears fall as the man bowing laments being a lousy father, declaring that Chiron is his everything. From above, the scene unfolds. The woman bowing stands beside the man bowing, both comforting Chiron on the couch. The man in the suit stands in the room, observing the scene with a stoic expression, while Vincent sits nearby. The man bowing reflects on how sometimes things done for a child can become what hurts them, acknowledging that being a parent is very... The man in the suit acknowledges that Chiron also went through a lot trying to raise his siblings alone, finding it tough indeed. He considered the implications of Chiron's lineage, his brow furrowed in thought. Ojent Rian stood alone, a tear tracing a path down his cheek as he leaned against the wall. Elsewhere, the man with the white hair informed the man in the suit that there was a special screen at Althea's magic school, urging him to do something about it. The man in the suit questioned what power an old man like him would have. The man with the white hair pressed the issue, asking if there was really nothing he could do, mentioning a long-standing debt. The man with the white hair grimaced, thinking to himself that when going up against someone who's bent on principles, things get difficult. The man in the suit smirked, musing that reckless strategies were often the most effective. The man with the white hair stated that he would leave the reckless strategizing to him, adding that it was all for Rian's sake after all. 3 days later, before Rian goes to the Swordsmanship Academy, his family was able to stay in the Ojent estate thanks to the patriarch's consideration. Rian's father still felt sorry for what he did, and Rian worried that he wouldn't be able to let it go for a few years. Rian and the man with the white hair were able to spend some free time together for the first time. He lay in bed, seemingly asleep, while his friend slept soundly in the adjacent bed. But the blue-haired boy was wide awake, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The blond boy remained asleep, unaware of the other's gaze. The blond boy shifted slightly in his sleep. 3 days later, the Swordsmanship Academy loomed in the distance. Chiron stood before the academy, his back to the viewer, ready to face his future. The blond boy, Chiron, looked back, a slight frown creasing his brow. Rian, tears streaming down his face, cried out to Chiron, lamenting their impending separation. Rian's words echoed his despair, wishing he could join Chiron at the academy next year. From a distance, Chiron and Rian walked towards the academy, Chiron expressing his uncertainty about passing the special screening. Chiron turned back, promising to write to Rian every day. As Chiron enters the academy, he vows to become the strongest knight and the sword that protects her, promising to keep her safe. She playfully reminds him to graduate first, teasing that he's the most worrying one. Chiron's mother tells him not to worry and to enjoy his time with his family, assuring him that his grandfather will help him get into the academy. The blonde mage expresses his gratitude for their help. The mage's blue coat trails behind him as he walks. Chiron's mother thinks to herself that he's such a unique child, admitting she initially thought he was just a cute younger brother. But she knows that he's very thoughtful. She reflects on how he possesses a strong mind that doesn't allow his beliefs to be broken, even in a scary situation. Chiron's mother smiles, thinking of what will happen if Chiron graduates. She wonders what she was thinking, realizing he's someone who'll be living in a new world known as the magic school in the future. The mage says it's nothing, encouraging her to work hard together, sure that she'll become a mage, and asks her to look after Rian. Chiron's mother waves goodbye, while Chiron looks on with a worried expression. He waves goodbye to his family as the carriage doors close, ready to embark on his journey to the magic school. The carriage rumbles along the cobblestone path, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing through the air. The horses pull the carriage forward, their powerful strides eating up the distance to the academy. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Chiron from another carriage. The voice continues, welcoming him to the magic school. Ogent Rian, his face contorted in a fierce expression, shouts a challenge from his own carriage. The name of Ogent Rian is displayed prominently. Chiron responds to Ogent, a determined look on his face. It is written that the meeting of Aryan Chiron and Ogent Rian would become known as the start of an event that breaks the very frame of the world. The text emphasizes the significance of their meeting, foreshadowing a world-altering event. The carriages continue their journey towards the magic school, carrying the two young men destined for a fateful encounter. The path ahead remains shrouded in mystery, the future of the world hanging in the balance. The air crackles with anticipation. A dove tends to its nest, unaware of the events about to unfold at Althea's magic school. The dove takes flight, soaring towards the school. The majestic Althea's magic school stands tall, a beacon of knowledge and power. The sign clearly marks the entrance to Althea's magic school. Inside, a man's hand rests on a teacup, the silence thick with unspoken tension. Clearing his throat, Ogent Rian speaks, stating that he needs 30 minutes to think. An unseen figure responds to Ogent Rian, stating that he really can't help him with that request, implying that he cannot look forward to a positive reply. The camera pans to reveal the speaker as Ogent Clump, the previous patriarch, sipping from his own cup. Ogent Clump recalls the past, reminding the unseen figure that he suffered because of him when they were young. The previous patriarch, Ogent Clump, pours himself more tea, noting that the special screen isn't in place for nobles to get a free pass. Ogent Rian, unseen, thinks to himself that Ogent Clump is a darn mischievous old man, and that he made him wait for 30 minutes but wasn't thinking of anything at all. He chuckles, suggesting things will be different this time, but Ogent Clump seems unconvinced. The blue-haired man's expression prompts the elder to ask what's on his mind. Ogent Clump clarifies that he isn't being asked to take in trash, but the opposite. Ogent Clump reveals that his youngest grandson has a friend who is extraordinary. He wonders if the other man knows what he thought after seeing him. The elder Ogent's eyes narrow as he admits that the boy felt like looking at his younger self. The white-haired man sips his tea, seemingly unfazed by the comparison. The blue-haired man wonders aloud why. If the boy is so talented, he can't just be admitted the official way. He can't think of any reason why he couldn't. Ogent Clump states that there is one huge problem. The boy is not a noble. The blue-haired man is talking about Aryan Chiron, the boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Ogent Clump is curious if the other man is referring to Aryan Chiron. Even if it costs him his life, the blonde man resolves that he won't regret becoming friends with the blue-haired man. The scene shifts to an older man in a suit, who reflects that the blue-haired man really talks well, and that was his first impression of him. The man in the suit continues, thinking that he thought the blue-haired man was an intelligent child who knew how to manipulate the minds of adults. However, when he offered adoption, the man in the suit recalls the blonde man, saying that to reject his origins now is to tell him to go and die. The man in the suit, revealed to be Ogent Clump, throws his head back and shouts, asking if that makes sense to the blonde man, because to reject. Ogent Clump's thoughts continue, as he reflects on the blonde man becoming a noble. Ogent Clump thinks that the blonde man understands the nature of cause and effect, and that if there's no cause, then there's no effect. Ogent Clump continues his internal monologue, thinking that not many people know this logic and lose their way. He muses that a new opportunity may come anytime, but the moment they themselves deny their foundations. Ogent Clump concludes that to reject, they end. The consequence of rejecting is winding up losing everything. Ogent Clump, in the present, asks if it doesn't remind the other man of when he was young. He reflects on the fact that the others didn't compromise, which means everyone can accept what they think is right, but that is being arrogant. The blue-haired man clicks his tongue, stating that what he thinks is dangerous. The previous patriarch, Ogent Clump, sits across from Ogent Rian, suggesting that he still hasn't forgiven himself. Ogent Clump reminds him that he did what he could and taught so many talented people, asking if it isn't time that he forgave himself. He laughs, saying he should forgive himself. The blue-haired man explains that the reason he teaches children is so that another person like him doesn't appear. Ogent Clump wonders if that child, as he says, is like him. There's no guarantee that he won't walk that horrific path that he did, right? Ogent Rian stares off into the distance, lost in thought. Ogent Clump reminds him that he was a genius, Alpias, a genius that is born every 100 years or so. The previous patriarch continues, saying that the Light of the Milch family went on the wrong path once, and almost ended everything, but in the end, he came back. Ogent Clump exclaims that the heavens have helped him, as the fool with no talent became an official Class 3 swordsman. The blue-haired man worries about the future of the Thormia kingdom, laughing maniacally. Ogent Clump stands, looking down at Ogent Rian with a concerned expression. He stands at the window, contemplating the nature of cause and effect. Meanwhile, Kite, sipping his coffee, finds it ironic that Ogent Rian is acquainted with the boy who was chased away. The gears of fate turn, bringing back the boy who was chased away 4 years ago. Ogent Clump scoffs, declaring that he doesn't believe in fate. The talent that was once distant due to the status barrier is now within reach. The boy took a detour of 4 years and is now standing before them. Is this really fate? Ogent Rian admits that he will acknowledge Chiron. Spring arrives, 3 months later, as a carriage travels down a path. A young Chiron calls out to his parents. He announces his departure, promising to return. Chiron Aryan, now 17 years old, prepares to leave his village. His mother embraces him tightly, expressing how much she will miss him. He assures her that he will write often. The young man wonders if his new haircut looks all right, feeling awkward about the change. He recalls Reina Ogent's words about short hair becoming trendy among nobles, and tries to act natural. His father asks if he's forgetting something, hinting at a final farewell. The father moves closer, ready to embrace his son, while Chiron expresses his reluctance with a drawn-out cry. The father figure embraces Chiron, telling him that he is proud of him. The father holds Chiron close, a silent blessing passing between them. Chiron reflects on the family head's promise of a house in the city, and acknowledges his father's hunter roots. The family continues to give him things, and Chiron acknowledges that it's a happy day in the village because he's entering the Magic Academy, though his father didn't tell anyone. Chiron realizes that the reason his father declined the offer to live in the city is so that he isn't used against him. The butler stands beside the carriage, ready to escort Chiron to the Magic Academy. With a wide grin, Chiron declares he'll be back. His first day at the Magic Academy has begun. Inside the carriage, the ride is smooth and comfortable. A hand reaches out to open the carriage door. The carriage arrives, and the associate butler, Timurin, looks at Chiron with a stern expression. The associate butler confirms their arrival at their destination. The Aldea's wizard school looms ahead, its grand entrance a testament to its prestige. The associate butler assures the young master that the fees for teaching materials will be paid through him, and that Chiron only needs to focus on studying. Timurin reminds Chiron that he was able to come this far thanks to the Ogent family's high opinion of him, and the young man promises not to forget their kindness. Chiron reflects on the reality that no matter how talented a commoner is, they can never be better than a noble. The associate butler, Timurin, escorts Chiron through the academy grounds, his expression unreadable. However, Chiron realizes that such an opportunity is not granted to just anyone. Timurin emphasizes that he must persevere if he can. The villager expresses his gratitude, vowing to become a mage, and Timurin instructs him to follow. The pair continue their walk, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the halls. Timurin states that they need to register him into the school now, in this place called Althea's Wizard School. He wonders what he will learn at the Cradle of Geniuses. He also wonders who he will meet, as a group of uniformed men declare they will do their best to serve him. The path to the school stretches before them, lined with impressive architecture. The associate butler states that he will get going now, and to contact him if he needs anything. Chiron thanks him. Chiron wonders who will come and get him. As he waited, Aryan Chiron considered exploring the academy. He paused before a display outlining the Althea's Wizard School's 10-class system, noting that only 10 students were in the graduating class. The small number of graduating students surprised him. Suddenly, Associate Butler Timurin appeared, startling Chiron. The headmaster greeted Chiron with a hearty laugh, claiming they had met before. The headmaster thanked Chiron for coming back then. Timurin reassured the boy, suggesting they walk slowly as they talked. Timurin explained that Chiron would need to take an entrance test, but assured him it was just a simple evaluation to determine his class. The headmaster asked if Chiron could enter the spirit zone. The headmaster marveled at Chiron's ability to open the spirit zone by himself, regretting that he hadn't started teaching him when he was younger. The headmaster considered that although it was late, he needed to teach Chiron the basics, as the entrance test hall would be filled with 10-year-olds, and Chiron would lose face if they went early. He then asked if Chiron wanted to look around the school. The Althea's wizard school stood tall and imposing. He and Timurin descend the stairs of the academy, the sounds of their footsteps echoing through the grand hall. A man in a suit pauses, glancing back at the pair. He wonders if he just saw something strange. The associate butler, Timurin, leads the way, with Chiron following closely behind, clutching his suitcase. Signs indicate the location of the beginner classes, noting that they are for classes 10 to 8. The academy bustles with students, many of whom are using magic to float and move around the building. Timurin reminds Chiron that they need to go, as a woman holding a clipboard watches them pass. A student plummets from above, a book flying from their grasp as they fall towards the staircase. Other students sit at tables, seemingly unconcerned by the chaos around them, as they play games and study. The associate butler confirms that everyone is using magic, but the place is still different. Signs indicate the location of the high-rank classes, noting that they are for classes 7 to 4, and that the atmosphere is a little different. Timurin and Chiron continue their walk through the academy, heading towards their destination. The atmosphere is different because everyone is around the same age, Chiron realizes, wondering what they're talking so earnestly about. The discussion continued, focusing on the potential downsides of accelerating the reverse reaction. Suddenly struck by an idea, Aryan Chiron proposes redirecting the timescale instead of the energy, his eyes wide with excitement. The excitement quickly turns to frustration as Chiron struggles to understand what others are saying, despite seemingly speaking the same language. Energy crackles intensely, a sign of the experiment's instability. Coughing, the red-haired headmaster arrives, greeted by a student. The students discuss the problem, noting that an error occurred in the output of an experiment to amplify sound, but Chiron is too caught up in his own confusion to notice. The headmaster, seemingly unconcerned by the chaos, suggests checking the input-output balance and the electricity of the electrified uniform, prompting a student to thank her and vow to try again. Someone observes that the headmaster isn't stopping the experiment and is even trying it again, as if. The perspective shifts to Chiron, who is now surrounded by a strange group of people, realizing he's in another world. The students, clad in their academy uniforms, continue their work, oblivious to Chiron's predicament. The headmaster walks away with another figure, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos left behind. The headmaster, with her signature red hair and glasses, holds a file as she walks through the academy. The older gentleman chuckled, observing, "They're all using magic." The younger man continued, "Yes, but where we're heading now is..." He mused, "Maybe because they're my age, it's a different atmosphere." The two men continued their discussion, oblivious to the fiery magic that would soon engulf them. The younger man continued his train of thought, musing, "A convection current can bring air under a freezing point? Wouldn't condensing a refrigerant be more efficient? But then you can't promote a reversal reaction." He continued, lost in thought, "How about this? If you reverse the direction of the energy while flipping the time axis." The younger man wondered aloud, "Why can't I understand them if they're talking in the same language?" Suddenly, the room erupted in flames, the source of which was the red-haired headmaster. The headmaster coughed, announcing her presence. "Ah, hello, headmaster." The younger man thought to himself, "It feels like I'm in a different world." The scene shifted to a grand academy, its architecture suggesting a place of great learning and magic. He walks alongside Ogent Clump, the academy looming large before them. They approach a large board displaying the rankings of the advanced class. The board lists the grade leaderboard of the advanced class, Class 4, with 42 people, and in first place is Karmas Amy. The text emphasizes that Karmas is in first place and is a first-class noble. Aryan Chiron is amazed that everyone here has the same talent as him. But he realizes that someone is in first place out of all of them. The blonde-haired villager wants to try to go against that person, deciding to study from the start again. He wants to challenge them, as a red-haired girl calls out to Amy to wait up. The name Karmas Amy echoes in his mind. He wonders if she is in the advanced class as he sees the red-haired girl walking away. He is confused by the situation. The red-haired girl, holding a pink book, pauses. The aftermath of Karmas Amy's display of power is evident, as several figures lie defeated amidst a swirl of magical energy. Standing amidst the fallen, Karmas Amy surveys the scene, her expression unreadable as she is framed by the magical energy she unleashed. One of the defeated, a blonde-haired figure, is suspended in the air, a question echoing around him. Where did he learn magic? Her eyes blazing with fury, Karmas Amy demands to know how a lowly commoner dares to wield magic. Amy's anger is palpable as she points a finger, her accusation hanging heavy in the air. Moments later, the red-haired girl is seen walking down a hallway, a book clutched in her hand, her expression now calm. Her green eyes narrow slightly, a hint of calculation in her gaze. The camera focuses on the red-haired girl's chest. From a distance, a figure calls out to Amy, demanding she wait up. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired boy begs silently to not be seen. Two girls whisper about the boy who just passed, one asking if the other saw him. One of the girls gushes over the boy's attractiveness, hearts floating around her head. Whispers followed Chiron as he walked through the academy. Some wondered if he was a new, albeit older, student, while others speculated he was a transfer. Meanwhile, Karmis Amy listened intently, her expression unreadable. A nearby student questioned Amy's sudden interest in boys, reminding her that she had never shown any interest before. Amy denied any romantic interest, insisting that she genuinely thought she had seen him before, accusing the other student of lying and changing. The other student scoffed, dismissing Amy's claims. Elsewhere, a student presented a document highlighting Karmis Amy's achievement as first place in the advanced class. The document further elaborated on Amy's popularity, noting that she was the top student who blocked out all the older, younger, and same-year students who asked her out. Meanwhile, two figures discussed someone trying to join the academy, one asking if the other was cold. The other figure denied feeling cold. Elsewhere, a group of children sat in chairs, seemingly waiting for something, while two adults stood behind them. As the academy headmaster observes, he instructs the blonde-haired student to watch the boy carefully. Meanwhile, a panel of judges sits at a long table, awaiting the start of the test. The boy, Kimmy, stands in the center of a large, circular room, surrounded by runes etched into the floor. The judges watch from a distance. A voice explains that when one enters the spirit zone, the letters on the floor will be felt differently, though the basis for this is questioned. The headmaster reminds the blonde student to answer the teacher's questions honestly, finding the situation interesting. One of the judges, addressing Kimmy, asks if he can use magic. The boy confidently declares that he can make objects float in the air, prompting one of the judges to find him cute and instruct him to enter the spirit zone. With a determined look, Kimmy confirms that he is in the spirit zone. Back at the judges' table, one of them asks what the furthest number Kimmy can see is. Kimmy, standing in the spirit zone, responds that he sees the number 6. The blonde student, watching the test with the headmaster, realizes something. Another judge asks what color Kimmy feels most clearly. He describes his magical zone as feeling like a world of red. The evaluation notes that Kimmy's magic is divergent, utilizing particle movement like light and fire. This explains why his zone manifests as it does. The proctors note that his zone is larger than expected for his age. One asks if he can see the big tower. The evaluation continues, charting his brain structure and hemispheres. The proctor asks what temperature he feels now. He replies that it's hot, and he's sweating. The density of his zone is measured at 24.8%, with flexibility listed as variable. The proctors congratulate Kimmy on his performance. The blonde proctor remarks on how incredible the students are this year, noting that Mike's zone was 12 meters. The final evaluation notes that Kimmy has good application and power, but lacks stamina, though they seem to get better every year. Ogent Clump, placing a hand on Aryan Chiron's shoulder, tells him not to get nervous and to show off his skills. Chiron affirms that he will. An unseen speaker notes that Kimmy is the special type the headmaster was talking about. The blonde proctor and Karmis Amy observe the notes on Chiron. The notes on Aryan Chiron remark on his interesting and old resume. They wonder if he borrowed the name of the Ogent family, as his real family is not very famous. He is listed as an Ogent family guest with high potential for improvement, and seems like the type where people's talents often develop late. Well, even if he were special outside, he'd get buried quickly in this school. The man with the purple hair asks Aryan Chiron if he can use magic. The question hangs in the air as Chiron states that he hasn't learned yet. An older gentleman remarks that even if he hasn't learned, he should be able to do a few things. He assures the others that he's sure that's true. The red-haired headmaster thinks to herself that nobles grasp a lot of knowledge from a young age and naturally use magic, but that Chiron has no knowledge. Someone instructs Chiron to go into the spirit zone in that circle and asks if he can do that. Chiron steels himself, resolving to do his best. The older gentleman from before thinks to himself, thankfully, that Chiron doesn't seem to be a doomed parachute. Chiron stands in the center of the circle, ready to begin. Energy crackles around Chiron as he begins the test. The symbols of the spirit zone glow brightly as Chiron focuses. Chiron is shocked, realizing that this was it. The headmaster presses, urging Chiron to reveal the number he sees. Standing before the test, Chiron focuses, trying to decipher the impossibly long number. Those observing the test find his hesitation amusing, believing he's simply embarrassed. Chiron, however, is being honest. He can see the number, but it's far too long to comprehend at a glance. He reminds himself that this isn't a test of ranking, but rather one to determine an education plan that suits him. He explains that he does see a number, but it's so long that he can't read it. He is reminded that his eyesight doesn't matter. He should be able to read it with synesthesia. He clarifies that it's not that he can't see it, but that it's simply too long and getting longer. The headmaster insists that it's fine, and that Chiron should just roughly say the number in front of him. For real. Focusing his synesthetic senses, Chiron begins to perceive the number, a seemingly endless string of digits. The number swirls around him, an infinite ocean of mathematical symbols. He manages to make out the beginning, 3.14159. He states the first few digits, 3.14. The examiners inform Ari and Chiron that the number he's attempting to read doesn't contain 3.14. Doubting their claim, Chiron insists that he sees it. The examiner with the purple hair counters that there are times when pi does appear, implying that the size of the zone is the issue. Another examiner wonders if Chiron's zone really exceeds 30 meters, questioning if the zone exceeds the set measurement parameters. Then, the examiners ask what color he sees most clearly. The world around Chiron is awash in blue, and he confirms that he sees blue everywhere. The examiners note that blue is convergent. The examiners discuss the implications of Chiron's convergent type, noting that his stamina is stronger than the size of the zone, the opposite of the divergent type, and questioning if his zone is really that big. Ogent Clump, observing the examination, recalls why he vouched for Chiron, telling himself to hold on. One of the examiners asks how many balls are around him. He gazes at the floating lights, thinking to himself that he doesn't need to count them. The lights intensify, and a voice declares that they can feel it. The lights surround Chiron, who stands within a circle of glowing runes. A number appears, 867. The glowing runes float in the darkness. Elsewhere, Ogent Clump pauses in his writing, a look of concern on his face. The density is at 86.7%. The previous patriarch thinks this is a bit dangerous. The word dangerous flashes ominously. The disembodied voice of an instructor tests Chiron, demanding to know how many balls are in the air. The student realizes that there's no need to count them individually. He can feel them, sensing the presence of each individual sphere. Chiron confidently declares the number, 867. The magical symbols around him glow brighter as he focuses his senses. Elsewhere, an instructor jots down notes, seemingly impressed by Chiron's progress. The instructor's notes reveal a density of 86.7%, a figure he carefully records. The instructor, Ogent Clump, seems to be observing Chiron's progress with great interest. Another observer notes that the situation is becoming a little dangerous. The red-haired instructor, Karmas Amy, asks Chiron how cold it feels right now, testing his sensitivity. Chiron confirms that it's quite cold and that he can feel it, impressing the observers. The quill scratches across the assessment, noting Chiron's convergent type, defensive form, and exceptional endurance. The assessment continues, noting his exceptional endurance, but also that his spirit zone is still abnormally large. The examiner praises Chiron's performance. One of the examiners asks everyone to wait outside the room. The examiners sit in deliberation, their expressions unreadable. The doors open, and Chiron walks out of the testing room. The other examinees watch as Chiron exits. Ogent Clump emerges from the room, holding the hand of a young girl. The doors close behind them. One of the examiners marvels at what a unique student Chiron is, noting how a 17-year-old boy could sense a spirit zone with a diameter of 30 meters. The examiners discuss the implications of Chiron's spirit zone density, noting that it should be thinner, but is instead at 86.7%. Another examiner notes that Chiron's power is pure mental power without using any buffs, wondering if he could be a monk that meditates in the mountains every day. The examiners continue to discuss Chiron's assessment. One wonders if he might have been lying about his abilities. Another examiner considers the implications. They're talking about a 90% density and a 30-meter diameter spirit zone. The conversation continues, with one examiner questioning how a 17-year-old boy who doesn't know magic could possess such a spirit zone. Another suggests he might have made up the numbers. Karmas Amy bristles at the suggestion. She sees no reason for students to lie. The examiner continues, stating that even if Chiron were to get into a high-ranking class, he wouldn't be able to pass the test or keep up. Amy questions why a student would lie when they are here to learn. The examiner counters that, more importantly, not even the teachers are able to remember the fact that the error code produces a circular constant. The examiner believes the student is simply trying to attract attention. Ogent Clump sighs, clearly annoyed by the discussion. Ogent Clump, losing patience, asks where they should assign Chiron. The headmaster arrives, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the room. The examiner states that it's not something a mere. Class 6 teaches spirit zones development and theoretical studies. Ali for Sienna, an official of the 6th fourth class, confirms that magic is proper, right? The discussion about Ari and Chiron's placement continues, with one examiner stating that the boy's spirit zone is almost complete. Ali for Sienna recommends that he be assigned to Class 5, but instructor Thad objects to the suggestion. The headmaster, Karmas Amy, finds the bickering annoying. Thad argues that Chiron is a 17-year-old boy who doesn't know magic. The instructor believes that if they put him in a high class, it might get to his head and cause trouble. Thad thinks they need to teach the basics to Chiron first. Ali for Sienna counters that not all students are like instructor Thad. Thad demands to know what she just said. Ali for Sienna accuses the instructor of wanting Chiron in Class 5, which he is in charge of, because he wants to teach him. The two instructors argue, their magical auras flaring around them. The headmaster questions what is wrong with wanting to teach a talented student, noting that what instructor Thad said does make sense, even if Chiron is talented. The headmaster observes that they ended up quarreling and suggests teaching him from Class 10. If they were to place him in a class that only teaches the basics, the examiners worry that Chiron might lose his drive to learn, especially since his classmates will be much younger. One suggests postponing any permanent assignment and observing him for now, while another believes Class 7 would be a good fit. Class 7, they explain, is an advanced class, but it also teaches the basics of spirit zones. If he's truly more talented than Class 7, they can always move him to a higher class later. The examiner strokes his beard, considering the options. Another examiner agrees, believing Class 7 is the right choice. Chiron's name is spoken aloud. He clenches his fist, anticipation building. He hears the decision. He will be assigned to Class 7. The wizard school, it's explained, has a system of 10 classes. Based on a student's evaluation, they're divided into these classes, which can be categorized into 3 larger groups. Classes 10 through 8 are the basic classes, where students receive special education focused on developing their spirit zone. Classes 7 through 4 are the advanced classes, where they learn how to use the spirit zone and receive advanced lessons on magic. Finally, classes 3 through 1 are the graduating classes, where students undergo harsh training to become professional wizards. The Althea's Wizard School stands tall, its architecture a blend of grandeur and arcane design. A close-up reveals the emblem of Class 7, a symbol of the challenges and opportunities that await. Students in black robes, trimmed with red, make their way through the school grounds, unaware of the new presence about to join their ranks. The halls of Althea's bustle with students, their hushed conversations echoing through the ancient corridors. Word spreads quickly. A new student will be joining Class 7. Whispers ripple through the classroom as students speculate about the newcomer. Some remark that he looks quite old to be joining an advanced class. But another opinion cuts through the speculation. He's handsome. Arian Chiron stands tall, his blonde hair neatly styled, a confident smile gracing his lips as he is accompanied by an older gentleman. The students of Class 7 erupt in a cacophony of surprised shouts as Chiron enters the room, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrival. Chiron, finally at his destination, prepares to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The scene focuses on a Class 7 emblem pinned to Chiron's chest, a symbol of his new beginning in the wizard school. A panoramic view showcases the vast expanse of Althea's Wizard School, a place where magic and mystery intertwine. Including the dormitory, there are more than 33 buildings and 40 training grounds. Although students can't go out except on weekends, most of the amenities can be found within the school, so it's very convenient. The classes end at 5 p.m., leaving free time afterward. Students spend their free time either in the school's library, which is open 24 hours, or organizing research meetings with other students interested in the same topics, engaging in discussions fueled by their never-ending passion for learning. This atmosphere is what drives the school to become a reputable institution. Classes are difficult as expected. There are many subjects, and they're all at a high level of knowledge. This level of difficulty is something that even nobles who studied when he was young would find challenging, so it's no surprise that Chiron finds it difficult. However, Chiron resolves to catch up somehow. The backbone of knowledge, the chronology of history that has been engraved into Chiron. This history helped him to slowly accumulate all the knowledge of the world. All right, that's all for the morning classes. Afternoon classes will be practical classes concerning the spirit zone. The location isn't written in the timetable, though. He wondered who he should ask about the location of the practical class. Fortunately, Chiron noticed someone who appeared to be around his age. He approached the student. "HLO, do you know where the practical class training ground would be?" The student looked up, surprised. Oh, you're talking to me?" The student, a blonde-haired boy, explained that today's practical class would be at the 2-second combined training ground. Chiron wondered what it meant to be combined. The blonde student continued, explaining that there were 2 combined training sessions for advanced classes weekly, and that today's session was taking place along with the orientation. The realization hit him. Combined training for advanced classes? It couldn't be. The camera panned out, revealing the exterior of the academy. The sign read, 2-second combined training ground. A group of students called out, "Hello, senior. Thank you for last time." The students continued, beckoning him over. "Senior, please sit over here." The students greeted Amy. "Hello, Amy." The students part, making way for Amy as she walks down the center aisle. The other students murmur in admiration of Carmiss Amy's popularity. Chiron thinks to himself that he wanted to avoid her as much as possible. He realizes that not only is there combined training twice a week, but because she's the top student in the advanced classes, she'll probably go to the graduate class soon. He also notes that seniors mix around a lot of juniors and hierarchy is very strict here. He wonders if it would be possible to stay out of her sight. The students gasp as Romy Atella, the Advanced Class Spirit Zone exclusive instructor and official 6th 4th class instructor, arrives. Itella announces that she is the instructor in charge of their Spirit Zone classes this year as well. She continues, stating that as a new semester starts, she's sure there are students that have been promoted as well, and that it seems there are some repeat students in here as well. Itella tells someone off-panel that they're so mean, before announcing that today, they have a new face. The students wonder if the rumor is true, and who the new face is, realizing that this is some dangerous development. Itella asks Chiron to stand up and introduce himself. Chiron is nervous. The other students continue to whisper amongst themselves, their eyes fixed on the front of the classroom. Taking a deep breath, Aryan Chiron introduces himself to the class, stating that he is in Class 7. The other students react with surprise at the new student's introduction. A wave of murmurs washes over the classroom as the students discuss the newcomer. The pressure of the moment manifests as a ghostly figure looming over Chiron, whispering for him to give up. Amy, speaking to another student, recognizes him as the boy they saw yesterday. The red-haired instructor, Romy Itella, admits she has never heard the name before, wondering who he is. Another instructor remarks that he looks familiar, claiming to remember most of the faces she sees through her information network, and asks if the other instructor knows him. Two students whisper to each other, noting that the instructors are paying a lot of attention to Aryan Chiron. One of the students mentions that she heard his results during the test for new students were quite surprising. Romy Itella thinks to herself that she's liking him even more, wondering which family he is from. The red-haired instructor's eyes gleam with interest as she contemplates Chiron's background. Amy's eyes glow with an ominous light as she prepares to unleash her magic. The force of Amy's attack sends Chiron flying through the air. The red-haired instructor continues her assault, maintaining relentless pressure on the young villager. Amy's relentless barrage of attacks leaves Chiron struggling to defend himself. The red-haired instructor demands to know where he learned magic. The question echoes, how could a lowly commoner have learned magic? Tears stream down Chiron's face as he struggles to comprehend the situation. Amy's expression shifts to one of cruel satisfaction as she prepares to deliver another blow. The Karmas family was known for being esteemed with a genius bloodline. Red Eyes is the unique ability that is passed down through the Karmas family members. And it's an ability. An arrow strikes the center of the target. More arrows follow, each hitting the center with impossible precision. This makes studying meaningless, the narrator thinks. Amy Karmas, the youngest daughter, stands with a bow, having just demonstrated her incredible skill. Amy Karmas, the youngest daughter, has the most talent among all. Her father chuckles, proud of her. The genius lineage of Karmas passed down onto her as she plays a board game. A butler asks what's wrong, addressing her as, "Young miss?" Amy declares that it's boring and that she hated everything. A group of men surround someone as he declares he can do this without the family name. With a surge of power, he declares he can do whatever he wants. The force of his power sends the surrounding men flying. The narration reveals that the person who sent the rebellious Karmas Amy back home was none other than a boy of low class. The boy of low class stands his ground as the men he defeated lay scattered around him, while Karmas Amy stands further away. The scene shifts to a close-up of the boy's feet as he walks forward. The boy is surrounded by a blue aura, his expression one of boredom. The scene cuts to a formal setting where a young man with blonde hair stands before a panel of judges, who are all smiling and applauding. Back in the present, Karmas Amy's face contorts in frustration, muttering an expletive. Her frustration boils over as she curses aloud. Two students react with surprise as Karmas Amy calls out to someone, seemingly mistaking them for a senior student. Amy's suspicions solidify. The memory captured by her red eyes couldn't have been wrong. Feigning nonchalance, Amy tries to steer the conversation back on track, but her mind races. The real problem, she realizes, is that she found him amongst the nobility. The thought echoes in her mind. Who knew that the blonde-haired youth was that low-class boy? She wonders how he could possibly be here in this magic academy. However, Amy is very embarrassed. Lost in thought, Amy sits at her desk, the weight of her past pressing down on her. The memories of her past begin to resurface. She wants to die, realizing she tidied up her past without leaving a single loose end. Her eye twitches as she desperately hopes he doesn't remember her. 5 years ago, the scene replays in her mind. The blonde-haired youth kneeling before armed men, a stark reminder of their past encounter. In these memories, she recalls questioning if a slave could even have possessions. The memory continues, a shadowy figure suggesting they confirm where they brushed past each other, suggesting she stripped down. Meanwhile, Aryan Chiron, now a student at the academy, thinks to himself that Amy isn't the person everyone thinks she is. The gears in Aryan Chiron's mind turn as he recalls Amy's past, a stark contrast to her current image. He wonders why someone trusted by the professors would lie, and then muses that she is known as the Magic Academy's official ice princess. The thought amuses him, as he remembers that she is actually very interested in men. He recalls another detail, that she took off all his clothes. The memories flood back, causing him to feel a chill. Meanwhile, Amy vehemently denies the rumors swirling around her. She clenches her fists, determined to stop the misunderstanding from spreading. Amy feels a growing sense of urgency, knowing she needs to stop something from happening. Back in the classroom, Chiron feels a chill run down his spine. In another class, the advanced class Spirit Zone professor begins her lecture, asking the students what a Spirit Zone is. The professor elaborates, stating that it's the embodiment of a mage's mentality. The professor continues, explaining that the first form is a circle, which represents focus. The advanced class Spirit Zone professor explains that in actual combat, there are circumstances where the circle form is not efficient. She then demonstrates an image zone. The image zone shimmers with arcane energy. Aryan Chiron, watching intently, exclaims that he can see it. The blonde-haired youth can see the Spirit Zone with his own eyes. The professor's image zone is 10 meters in diameter, a basic circle form. The advanced class Spirit Zone professor states that she will show a simple example. A target appears, glowing with a faint light. She declares that she will shoot. The professor's Spirit Zone is 10 meters in diameter, and the target is 20 meters away. The magic circles begin to align. The blonde-haired youth realizes that she will use a 10th circle magic fireball, and he can see her use magic. A massive fireball erupts, streaking toward the target. The advanced class Spirit Zone professor conjures a small fire, testing the boundaries of the zone. She focuses, wondering if she can hit the target with the spell. The fireball grows, engulfing the professor in its fiery aura. The target, a glowing blue orb, awaits the approaching magic. Meanwhile, the students watch with bated breath from behind the barrier. Suddenly, the fireball disappears before it can reach the target, causing a stir among the observing students. The professor explains that most magic cannot leave the Spirit Zone, as mages can only control magic within it. She continues, postulating that if she extends, the professor's Spirit Zone extends until it reaches the target. A beam of light connects the professor's zone to the target. The fireball reignites, now able to reach the target through the extended Spirit Zone. The students are amazed as the fireball successfully hits its mark. She stands before the class, the advanced class Spirit Zone professor, as some students whisper about others. The students are impressed that the form of their mentality can be changed. Some students are confused by the method. The professor explains that changing the form of the zone consumes a lot of concentration, and that what she did was wrong. The professor continues, explaining that the Spirit Zone is used in 4 different patterns. First, the defense form is a basic deltahedron shape. In most defenses, the Spirit Zone is maintained to not be broken. The professor explains that the more faces you have, the higher the defense. Next is the star-shaped form that they call the attack form. It's easy to locate the target with the attack form, and it's useful when fighting against many enemies. Continuing from that, the cross form allows the zone to extend in 4 different distant directions. However, for fast-moving targets, the cross form is not suitable. As the distance from the center is far, it's hard to change the direction. You can say that the main idea of the cross form is to increase the speed of the Spirit Zone's rotation. She's using those techniques without even blinking, one student observes. Another wonders if she wants them to do the same. The professor's explanation continues, detailing how this method can be used in real battles, even with a 10-meter diameter. The advanced class Spirit Zone professor states that the last form is the detached form, a technique difficult to master. She announces that she will first show a demonstration, a statement that draws the attention of Chiron and the other students. One of the students wonders if the professor will get promoted if she succeeds, noting that her Spirit Zone achieved full marks when she was a Class 8. The students react with surprise, their expressions reflecting their astonishment at what they are witnessing. Chiron sits at his desk, seemingly focused, but the other students are clearly distracted by the professor's Spirit Zone demonstration. The professor's feet are now hovering above the ground, as the detached form of her Spirit Zone begins to manifest. The students are shocked as the professor's Spirit Zone completely detaches from her body, leaving her physical form behind. The detached Spirit Zone takes the form of a glowing sphere, adorned with intricate symbols and patterns. Chiron admits he doesn't understand, realizing that the Spirit Zone is a mage's mentality. Chiron wonders if it's possible to detach your thoughts from your body, questioning what lies at the center of it all. The advanced class Spirit Zone professor demonstrates the detached form, explaining that it is so difficult only specialized mages can perform it. Continuing her explanation, the professor elaborates on the detached form's advantages, the ability to move the zone to the target, instantly activate it, and its infinite scope of activity. An unseen student wonders aloud how the professor can perform the technique so easily. Meanwhile, other students observe the demonstration. One comments that just using the Spirit Zone leaves him out of breath, while another notes that she's on a different level, an official class G-Mage. Despite her looks, the students acknowledge that the professor is very skilled. The professor smiles, remarking that if she didn't do a demonstration in the first class, they'd all be upset. The students are reminded that Amy Karmas, the student who got first place in speed for the cross form, will be giving the next demonstration. The students react with excitement, clearly impressed by the prospect of seeing Amy Karmas perform. The students excitedly discuss the upcoming demonstration by Amy Karmas, the head of the class's honor, with one student noting that all the male students will fall for her after seeing it. Amy Karmas overhears the praise and wonders if she's really up to the task. The pressure mounts on Amy Karmas as she realizes she doesn't want the attention right now. Amy's anxiety is palpable. The professor with the braided brown hair adjusts her glasses, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She remarks that if they don't do a demonstration in the first class, everyone will be upset. It's announced that the student who got first place in speed for the cross form will be demonstrating. The students erupt in cheers, their excitement palpable as they anticipate the demonstration. It's announced that Amy Karmas from Class 4 will be giving the demonstration. The other students comment on how Amy is the head of the class's honor, and that it's to be expected that she's the one demonstrating. The professor thinks to herself that all the male students will fall for Amy Karmas after seeing her demonstration. She then asks Amy if she's ready. Amy Karmas, looking nervous, stands beside the professor of the advanced class spirit zone. She seems to be dreading the attention. A close-up reveals the anxiety in Amy's eyes, sweat beading on her brow as the pressure mounts. Amy thinks to herself that she doesn't want the attention right now. The text states that the cross form is one of the 4 directions of the spirit zone. Its advantage lies in its long range, but its weakness is its difficulty to use, especially against fast, moving, and multiple targets. However, if the spirit zone is supported with mental power, it becomes capable of spinning quickly. The cross form unleashes a barrage of energy, striking with precision. Amy Karmas focuses her energy, preparing to demonstrate the full potential of the technique. Its shortcoming ceases to exist as the spirit zone expands. It becomes a long-range interception fortress hated by everyone. The students watch in awe, whispering about how amazing Amy is as she performs the speed test. One of the blonde-haired youths wonders if he will be able to become a mage like her, acknowledging the technique's impressiveness even as a layman. Nothing is left in the areas the zone sweeps past. A 100% hit rate. The spirit zone continues its relentless assault. Despite the intensity of the demonstration, Amy Karmas looks relaxed, confident in her mastery of the cross form. Her movements, even the simplest ones, exuded an effortless grace. The blonde-haired youth watched, captivated. He sighed, lamenting that his school life would be different if he could date someone like Amy Karmas. The other students around him seemed to agree on her beauty. Another student scoffed at the blonde-haired youth's dreams, reminding him that Amy Karmas wouldn't even look at any guys, no matter their family. It was no surprise male students wanted to date her, as she was a first-class noble and perfect in every way. The blonde-haired youth wondered why Amy Karmas would hang out with thugs. A system message appeared, indicating that the speed test was over and that she had attained level 9, with a total time of 20 seconds. The other students were amazed by Amy Karmas' speed. Amy Karmas smirked, a subtle expression playing on her lips. The blonde-haired youth looked at Amy Karmas with a confused expression. Amy Karmas' gaze lingered on the blonde-haired youth, though she tried to hide it. Other students noticed Amy Karmas' gaze, whispering about who she was looking at. The students wondered if Amy Karmas had just looked at the new student. Amy Karmas cursed under her breath, annoyed at herself. Amy Karmas internally screamed that she had subconsciously looked at him. She admitted that he bothered her so much that she couldn't take it anymore, though. With unwavering certainty, the blonde-haired youth is the subject of intense scrutiny. Whispers ripple through the student body, questioning if he and Amy Karmas know each other, with some incredulous that he only joined the academy yesterday. That certainty is shared by both Amy and Chiron, though neither voices it aloud. He remembers, and she remembers. Amy, however, is determined to keep their shared past a secret. She can't risk him spreading rumors about her. Her internal conflict rages. Part of her wants to silence him, but another part knows she must remain calm, the academy's best and most exemplary student. She realizes that no one would believe the words of a new student anyway. Amy knows that if she moves too rashly, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The orange-haired student notices Amy's flushed face and questions what happened in the image zone. Amy stammers, insisting that nothing happened. After the demonstration, practical lessons are being held in individual classes. Inside one of those classrooms, students practice defensive formations. The professor reminds them that the defensive form comes first, and that it is something. She continues, stating that a mage needs to be able to focus even in a chaotic battlefield, and that they should always practice. The trick, she explains, is to feel like one's mind is being squeezed as they compress the spirit zone and build the structure. The instructions are clear: form the frame and prevent the structure from collapsing. Chiron believes he succeeded. But since it can't be seen physically, it can't be confirmed. He thinks it would be easier if a spirit zone could be seen in the image zone. The student female with orange hair asks the instructor if she can try using the image zone. The instructor, the advanced class spirit zone professor, tells Chiron that there's no need to care about others when he's learning magic. Opportunities to improve one's skills don't always come by, she thinks, noting that no one else is using it. The students are impressed by Chiron's courage, finding him cute. Amy is shocked to see Chiron going into the image zone. The student female with orange hair wonders what Chiron is doing, questioning what he can do when he's just in class 7. She asks Amy why she has started acting strangely. The room is starting to get scary. The image zone is filled with students. He stands within the grand hall, a faint, glowing circle forming beneath his feet, the beginnings of his spirit zone. The image zone begins to materialize, its diameter initially registering as 0 meters. Arian Chiron's expression hardens with determination. He realizes he is finally meeting his spirit zone. The spirit zone expands rapidly, energy crackling around it. The zone's energy intensifies, the characters around the room reacting to the sudden surge of power. The students murmur in surprise at the zone's unexpected size. One wonders aloud what is with that size. The image zone's diameter is now a staggering 12 meters. Chiron, realizing the implications of his spirit zone's size, begins to panic. He recalls that he didn't tell them about the size of his spirit zone during the admission test, as he didn't get to measure it. The students watching the spirit zone wonder if it is going to get any bigger. Chiron, arms raised, desperately tries to stop the expansion. He shouts for it to stop. The image zone, now spanning a diameter of 20 meters, pulsates with barely contained energy. The students of Class 5 murmur amongst themselves, noting that the average diameter for their class is only 13 meters. Observing the scene, one student wonders if Chiron made his spirit zone so large on purpose. Another counters that if that were the case, the density would decrease and look like droplets. The other students watch with bated breath, unsure of what will happen next. The blonde-haired youth is relieved that it barely stopped, but realizes he needs to form the defensive form. He wonders if he was trying to attract attention. But the frame isn't forming, it's collapsing, and Chiron's eyes widen in alarm. He recalls that it worked well when he was practicing, but now the situation is dire. The students watching from outside the zone express their doubts about his chances of success. Chiron wonders if he got scared due to the image, but tells himself that this won't cause his concentration to drop. He desperately tries to understand the difference between now and when he was outside of the image zone, realizing that something is causing it. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. I see. He realizes that instructor Ethela demonstrated with such ease, so he was mistaken about the difficulty. To change the form of the spirit zone, mental power must be consumed, meaning intentionally maintaining the zone size at a smaller size. The realization dawns on Arian Chiron that maintaining a smaller spirit zone also consumes mental power. If making his spirit zone small is the problem, he resolves to revert his spirit zone to its usual size. The spirit zone expands rapidly. The sudden shift in the spirit zone's size causes a stir among the students. The professor observes, noting that it's getting even bigger. The spirit zone continues to expand, prompting Chiron to question if it's getting too big. Sweat beads on Chiron's brow as he struggles to control the rapidly growing spirit zone. The image zone diameter is now at 27 meters. Amy and the orange-haired student watch in disbelief, wondering what's happening. The students look up in awe and fear as the spirit zone continues to grow. The image zone diameter has reached 41 meters. The professor and students are shocked by the sheer size of the spirit zone. It's huge. The sheer scale of the spirit zone leaves onlookers wondering how it's even possible. Knowing the danger, Arian Chiron focuses intently, carefully manipulating the energy. He knows he must be precise. The energy crackles around his hand as he continues to shape the spirit zone. He folds the energy at the same time, attempting to control the immense power. The students watch in awe as the spirit zone continues to expand. The new students can only gasp at the sight before them. The professor observes the scene, concerned about the students' ability to control such a massive spirit zone. Despite the initial chaos, the spirit zone has taken form. It's clear that Chiron has succeeded in the 4 forms on his first day. The spirit zone now fully encompasses Arian Chiron, its energy swirling around him. He finds himself within the spirit zone, feeling as if he's inside a jewel. The energy of the spirit zone is palpable, visible even in the air around him. The professor notes that although Chiron is a convergent type who's better at the defensive form, his success is still remarkable. Whispers spread about Chiron's surprising success, with some noting how he managed to impress the instructors during the admission test. Amy, overhearing the rumors, remarks to the red-haired student that the instructors are indeed paying attention to Chiron. A sinister laugh echoes in the background, unseen but clearly present. The red-haired student, revealed to be Karmis Amy, is visibly disturbed by the news of Chiron's success, wondering why she had forgotten something important. Karmis Amy's thoughts turn to revenge, as she believes Chiron is the culprit who humiliated her. She suspects he's receiving help to have joined the academy. Meanwhile, others speculate that Chiron will quickly catch up in terms of class numbers, and his influence will grow as well. Miss Amy, her eyes narrowed with determination, decides on a change of plans. She resolves to approach Chiron stealthily, plotting her next move. Below, tiny figures surround a glowing, intricate magic circle. The students murmur about the new student, who has already mastered the 4 forms on his first day. The image zone measures 41 meters in diameter, with a shield form of 10 meters. The pillars of the academy stand tall. The student with orange hair exclaims that the instructors are paying attention to him, wondering what they will do. Someone asks Amy what she thinks, followed by a sinister laugh. The red-haired instructor, Romy Atella, believes it's dangerous to leave things as they are. Romy Atella resolves to approach him stealthily. A close-up reveals Romy Atella's determined expression. The advanced class spirit zone professor notes that omnipotence was outstanding, comparing him to someone who has trained in the mountains their whole life. Another professor observes that the size of something has decreased a lot. The advanced class spirit zone professor agrees, noting that while the size decreases, the density increases. The high density of the spirit zone makes it resistant to physical shocks, and it also provides resistance to psychic magic attacks. Having successfully demonstrated his abilities, the instructor tells Chiron that he can now remove his spirit zone. He gratefully thanks her. The other students congratulate Chiron on his successful demonstration. Suddenly, a student cries out in surprise. Chiron wonders why everyone is staring at him. He offers a thankful bow to the instructor. The other students acknowledge that Chiron's insight was key to the shield's success. Lady Amy observes that Chiron was aided by his abnormally large spirit zone of the convergent type. Romy Atella thinks to herself that she needs to keep an eye on him. It's clear that many people are watching Chiron, and they believe he will advance quickly due to his incredible talent. Other students discuss Chiron's rapid progress. The other students are amazed that Chiron is already showing such promise on his first day, and they acknowledge the competition he represents. The air crackles with tension as a student clicks his tongue, casting a sidelong glance at Chiron. Jealousy and envy begin to fester among the students, their eyes narrowed as they watch the red-haired student. A chilling glare emanates from the red-haired student, a silent warning to those who dare to challenge him. The following day, the academy stands bathed in sunlight, a beacon of knowledge and opportunity. Another particular gaze falls upon Chiron as he walks through the academy. A hand reaches out to open a door, the anticipation building. The students murmur excitedly as Professor Sienna Alifer enters the room, ready to begin a lecture. A student realizes with a start, that person is... The students look on with anticipation, eager to hear what Professor Alifer has to say. Professor Sienna Alifer stands at the front of the room, ready to address the class. A student recognizes her as the scary person who was at the entrance exam. 2 students in Class 5 express their surprise at Professor Alifer Sienna teaching their class, despite them being in Class 7. The reason Alifer Sienna purposefully found time to teach Class 7, it's revealed, is because Professor Thad is also amazing. The narration continues, stating that someone with such talent will do anything to catch up if placed in Class 5, and that she was to teach Chiron. Alifer Sienna adjusts her glasses, a determined glint in her eye. She thinks to herself that she will promote Chiron quickly. Chiron, seemingly sensing the professor's gaze, appears nervous and uneasy. A student wonders if it's just him, or if Alifer Sienna is looking over at them. He notes that it's the first lesson, so he shouldn't worry too much. Close up on Alifer Sienna's face, a look of disgust is apparent. Alifer Sienna is surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, a crystalline structure forming in her hand. The crystalline structure glows brightly, surrounded by swirling energy. The students wonder if someone can explain the principle of it. The students look on in shock as the classroom begins to freeze over. The students are shocked and ask what ice is. The students are even more shocked and ask what cooling is. The sudden drop in temperature shocks the students. One cries out, shivering from the intense cold emanating from the front of the room. Alifer Sienna explains that cold is simply a lack of energy, stating that cold energy doesn't exist. The professor elaborates, explaining that while temperature can infinitely increase, it cannot infinitely decrease. The demonstration continues, the professor's hand glowing with an intense, chilling light. The state when energy is zero, they explain, is absolute zero. Alifer continues, explaining that if a little energy is taken from the room temperature, ice crystals will form. The professor poses a question to the class, wondering what would happen if they broke down the ice into particles and turned it into a convection current. The students look on in stunned silence as Alifer states that they can create a temperature low enough to kill a human, as they just demonstrated. One student wonders if they almost died. The professor, now facing away from the class, wonders how a mage can absorb energy. Alifer muses aloud, wondering how they can trigger magic without any equipment or tools. Arian Chiron, listening intently, wonders if the answer is simply magic. The professor explains that a mage can control the world inside the spirit zone. Though it's a small area, they become something like a god, activating their sense of space, touching light, seeing smells, and smelling with the sense of touch. He had explained that a mage's special senses are key. The professor elaborated that through omniscience and omnipotence, a mage gains the ability to rule the present. To trigger magic, mages need to know what to do. Even though they possess the same ability as God, mages need to satisfy two conditions to trigger magic. Alifer Siena pointed to the board, explaining that those conditions are omniscience and omnipotence. The professor continued, explaining that even if they're omnipotent, they can't trigger magic if they don't have the knowledge. This, the professor explained, is the reason why mages need to understand the world like a scholar, even if they possess superior senses. Arian Chiron realized that was it. That's the reason why he, despite his almighty power, couldn't use magic. It's because Chiron trained to be omnipotent without knowing what omniscience was. The professor continued his lecture, stating that the spirit zone is only half of the start to magic, among various other things in this academy. Alifer Siena concluded that if you don't study hard, you can't become an amazing mage. The chemistry lesson is about to begin, and the students brace themselves for the challenge ahead. With a determined look, Chiron vows to do his best, hoping to meet the expectations of those around him. His blue eyes reflect a newfound resolve, a spark ignited by the possibility of becoming a mage. The thought echoes in his mind. He could become a mage. The other students confirm their plans to head to the library to study for the upcoming exams. Another student agrees, also planning to study. Elsewhere, students gather to discuss their research topics, seeking to develop their understanding. Chiron admits that he holes up in the library every day. Even with all that studying, he still struggles to keep up with the lessons of the nobles, and his body is exhausted from lack of sleep. His mind alight with purpose, Chiron felt an unshakable conviction. That conviction stemmed from the fact that he was making his dream come true. He wondered why no one had created magic that could erase the need for sleep. Suddenly, the ground beneath him felt distant. He was confused, wondering why his body felt lighter. Below, the academy buildings grew smaller as he rose higher. He realized what was happening, and a desperate plea escaped his lips. The wind whipped around Chiron as he ascended rapidly, his cloak billowing behind him. Panic set in as he realized the impossible. He was flying. Chiron's eyes widened in terror as a shadowy figure loomed behind him, the source of his sudden ascent. Far below, the shadowy figure's target became clear, another person. The figure's silhouette grew smaller as Chiron was carried further away from the academy. The ground blurred beneath him as he was propelled through the forest at an alarming speed. The trees became streaks of green as the world rushed by in a dizzying blur. He cries out as he's lifted into the air, his belongings scattering as the shadowy figure carries him away. Far from the academy, the shadowy figure pauses, setting Chiron down gently. The figure's presence looms over him, and Chiron, now sitting, can only manage a confused, huh? The wind whips around long, red hair, hinting at the figure's identity. The figure is revealed to be Amy Karmas, cloaked in shadow, her expression unreadable. Chiron's thoughts betray his shock. He knew they would meet again, but he never imagined she would appear like this. Amy Karmas's face is partially obscured by shadow, but her words reveal a deeper connection to Chiron's past. She wonders if he recognizes her as the child for 5 years ago. Chiron, still seated, points a finger at Amy, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He manages only a confused. Suddenly, a surge of fiery energy erupts around Amy Karmas. Amy's hand glows with intense heat, the air shimmering around her. The fiery energy engulfs Chiron, who can only exclaim in shock. Amy Karmas's eyes glow red as she confirms that Chiron recognizes her. The shadowy figure declares his intent to eliminate someone. The air crackled with anticipation as Amy Karmas prepared to confront her target. Amy Karmas, cloaked in shadows, finally reveals herself. As expected, the trap has been sprung. The blonde-haired youth, now revealed to be Arian Chiron, seems to recognize Amy Karmas. He wonders aloud who she is. With a gesture, Amy Karmas unleashes a torrent of fire. The flames engulf Arian Chiron, his expression one of shock and pain. Arian Chiron's attack has confirmed Amy Karmas' suspicions. That's right, she thinks, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Amy Karmas vows to eliminate Arian Chiron on the spot. The force of the attack sends Arian Chiron reeling. Arian Chiron begs for Amy Karmas to stop as he is pummeled. The gangsters surround the young Chiron, their intentions clear as one declares the boy's life is forfeit. 5 years earlier, the young Arian Chiron lies on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Amy Karmas reflects on her initial impulse to let him go. But seeing him cry, Amy's resolve wavered, a dark thought forming in her mind as she watches the scene unfold. She wonders if she should say she wanted to see him cry even more, a cruel desire taking root. Back in the present, Arian Chiron's hand glows with power, a surge of energy emanating from him. Amy's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she stares at Chiron. Amy recognizes him, exclaiming that this is the same guy. She questions if he is the same guy from 5 years ago. The now older Chiron, dressed in academy robes, closes his eyes, a look of grim determination on his face. Amy accuses him of ordering the gangsters to forcibly take her clothes off, demanding confirmation. Amy, in a moment of clarity, remembers the truth, desperately trying to stop whatever is about to happen. She realizes she was wrong, understanding that there's a really big misunderstanding. A voice cries out about a misunderstanding, while a small figure questions what he's hearing. Lady Amy's face is contorted with a mix of emotions as she begins to speak. The red-haired woman declares that she is not a lewd girl. Arian Chiron is taken aback by her statement, questioning what he's hearing. Amy insists that the gangsters were the ones who wanted to strip him. The lady with red hair denies ordering the gangsters to do it, but admits she wanted to see it. Panic sets in as Amy shouts no. Chiron states that he was never interested in men to begin with, expressing his disbelief. The blonde-haired youth questions if he was kidnapped to talk about this. Amy internally questions why she is making excuses. Chiron realizes that she's worried about rumors spreading about her. Both Arian Chiron and Amy are uncomfortable about the situation. The tension between them was palpable, a silent question hanging in the air. The blonde-haired youth, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort, states that he understands it's a memory she wants to forget, emphasizing that she is the top student of the advanced class and popular. He continues, stating that they can't change what has already happened. Lady Amy, visibly conflicted, thinks that apologizing is the right thing to do as well. Her eyes widen, and she realizes that this guy really has a way with words. The scene shifts to a chessboard perspective, where the blonde-haired youth is saying the right things to make the other person embarrassed and put himself above them. Amy's anger rises as she wonders how dare he pick a fight with her and what he takes her for. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she contemplates apologizing. The blonde-haired youth, now looking directly at Amy, tells her to look at him, calling her a commoner. The insult catches the blonde-haired youth off guard, and he asks what she said. Lady Amy responds, stating that she will apologize, but only if he trusts that she won't betray him after he accepts her apology. She thinks to herself that if she carelessly apologizes, that would mean she admits that what happened in the past was her doing, and that wouldn't that become a more disadvantageous situation for her. She scoffs at the idea of apologizing without personal gain, finding it laughable that Chiron would expect such a thing. Amy, with a knowing smirk, suggests that Chiron is naive about how the world truly operates, implying that his moral code is unrealistic. The red-haired girl declares her intention to turn the tables, emphasizing that she won't exert effort without a personal benefit. Amy finds it foolish that Chiron would say something so naive, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Chiron trembles, realizing it would be difficult to survive in the academy even if Amy left him alone, understanding that her nasty personality isn't going anywhere. The red-haired girl notes that Chiron is speechless, wondering if she should add more to her threats. Amy implies that the most frightening thing in the academy is the seniors, hinting at the power they wield. The consequences of wronging a senior are made clear. Not only will the upperclassmen become enemies, but the underclassmen will as well, as Chiron is struck. Amy suggests that if the fact that Chiron is a commoner gets out, he will definitely drop out of the academy. The red-haired girl questions if Chiron is going to make her drop out because he's scared she'll spread rumors about him. Chiron is shocked by Amy's words, his eyes wide with disbelief at her manipulative tactics. Amy states that she will watch and see how trustworthy Chiron is as a person, implying that she's not acting right now. She giggles, her words hanging in the air, a veiled threat disguised as a playful remark. The implication is clear. Chiron's secret is a weapon she's willing to use. The redhead smile widens as she demands a daily tribute. It's not just about coffee. It's about establishing dominance, making sure Chiron understands his place. The blonde-haired youth visibly bristles at her words. Lady Amy's manipulation is blatant, and he's starting to realize the extent of her control. The chess piece falls, a symbolic KO, as Lady Amy twists the knife. She reminds Chiron that his position is precarious, built on borrowed favors, and easily taken away. Chiron grits his teeth, accepting her terms. He'll become her shuttle, her errand boy, if it means she'll trust him. But at what cost? The redhead smirks, her eyes gleaming with triumph. She warns Chiron to behave, knowing his future hangs by a thread. The game has only just begun. Lady Amy's threat intensifies, a crimson aura surrounding her words. She warns Chiron that if he reveals her actions to the professor, she will make him regret it. The threat escalates to a chilling promise of violence. Lady Amy's eyes burn with a possessive rage, making it clear she will personally ensure Chiron's silence. Chiron, now alone, is surrounded by the consequences of his decision. The weight of his choice presses down on him, the path ahead fraught with danger. He steels himself, resolving to face the challenges ahead. Chiron acknowledges that this path, though fraught with peril, is preferable to being forced to drop out. The blonde-haired youth sits, consumed by frustration. He's angry at himself for allowing Lady Amy to manipulate him, for letting her dictate his actions. Chiron realizes the situation is a mess from the start. He is now trapped in a dangerous game with Lady Amy, and the stakes are higher than ever. The next day dawned, promising new challenges for the young villager. The first library stood as a beacon of knowledge and a gathering place for students. Students bustled about, their murmurs filling the air as they noticed someone. Whispers spread among the students, surprised to see a freshman like Chiron carrying coffee. The blonde-haired youth stood, holding the coffee, a forced smile plastered on his face as he waited for Lady Amy. Lady Amy approached, her presence causing a stir among the other students. She expected her coffee. The blonde-haired youth's shoes were visible as he bent down to hand over the coffee. The student with orange hair watched with wide eyes, whispering to Amy about the scene unfolding before them. As he handed over the coffee, some of it spilled, much to his dismay. The student with orange hair questioned if he was just going to leave after spilling the coffee. Lady Amy, unfazed by the spilled coffee, reminded the student with orange hair that they needed to study. The blonde-haired youth blushed, seemingly flustered by the attention. The whispers followed Chiron as he walked, the other students buzzing with speculation about his errand for Lady Amy. Meanwhile, one of the female students asks Lady Amy if Chiron isn't interested in her. Lady Amy dismisses the notion, stating that she is simply disciplining her junior, implying that Chiron is not the only one. The red-haired noblewoman relishes the situation, finding pleasure in the control she wields. The unseen narrator questions how it feels to be humiliated by her. The voice continues, painting a picture of Chiron as a stereotypical junior with unrequited love, declaring that no one will believe him, no matter what he says. The student with orange hair notes that Lady Amy seems to be in a great mood, as the noblewoman feels like a 5-year congestion is finally going away. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired youth feels great. The unseen narrator declares that this is bullying and wonders what Chiron did to deserve it. The unseen narrator clenches his fist, realizing that he'll be on the losing end if he gets swept away by negative feelings. The blonde-haired youth resolves to do it perfectly if he needs to. The unseen narrator declares that everything is determined by his mindset. From then on, 10 days later, a student excitedly announces that he has arrived again. The crowd whispers about the academy's romanticist. A student mentions that she heard he's been confessing his love for 10 days straight. The academy shines in the sunlight. The students gather on the steps, whispering excitedly as Lady Amy approaches. The audience murmurs as they watch Lady Amy. The crowd of onlookers has grown. The student with orange hair notes that if there are this many spectators, probably everyone knows about this. Lady Amy resolves to slowly put an end to it. The student asks Lady Amy when she is going to accept Chiron. The student with orange hair notes that the audience is talking about Sariel. Lady Amy asks what she means by accept, and if she has forgotten who she is, noting that the rumors have spread so far. The rumors continue to swirl, fueled by the fact that she, who never looked at other guys, took Chiron's coffee every day. Lady Amy's expression hardened as she heard the whispers. What? The surrounding students erupted in a chorus of disbelief and excitement. A figure, identified only as senior, extended a cup of coffee. The voice accompanying the coffee delivery was clear. Here's your coffee. The coffee was presented to her, the offering hanging in the air. The crowd of onlookers intensified their pressure, chanting for her to accept the offering. Lady Amy stood with another student, the weight of the crowd's expectations pressing down on her. The senior, revealed to be Aryan Chiron, nervously wondered if he had spilled any of the drink. He hoped she would take it quickly, as he needed to go to the library. Lady Amy's frustration reached a boiling point. Her eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. She was beyond exasperated. Are you kidding me? A steaming cup is thrust forward, the unseen giver demanding, accept it. A chorus of voices echoes the demand. Accept it. Two figures, one with fiery red hair, stand apart from the crowd, observing the unfolding scene. Nearby, the blonde-haired youth wonders why Lady Amy isn't accepting the offering. The cup is presented to Lady Amy, who stands frozen, seemingly unwilling to take it. A close-up reveals Lady Amy's conflicted expression, sweat beading on her brow as she hesitates. The blonde-haired youth grabs Lady Amy's arm, frustrated by her reluctance. "That's so annoying." The other students gasp as the cup is knocked from Lady Amy's hands. The cup shatters on the ground, its contents spilling across the stone steps. "Do you think I'll fall for you if you give these things to me?" The blonde-haired youth confronts Lady Amy, accusing her of neglecting her studies. "You're a student, but you aren't even studying." The accusation hangs in the air. Someone is already chasing a female student. Continuing from the previous confrontation, Lady Amy refuses the offered items, demanding that they not be brought to her anymore. A blonde-haired youth apologizes, trying to defuse the situation. The unseen crowd reacts negatively to Amy's behavior, expressing their disapproval. Lady Amy scoffs at the idea of rumors spreading, dismissing the concerns of those around her. She believes that these people have nothing else to do. A voice, presumably belonging to Chiron, expresses a desire for the situation to end, believing that advancing to the graduating class will resolve everything. Others whisper about Lady Amy, questioning her true nature and whether she is as bad as she seems. They also express sympathy for Chiron. Unseen by the others, Aryan Chiron walks with his head down, seemingly burdened by the situation. Chiron questions if he really needs to do this now, showing his reluctance. The surrounding students notice Aryan Chiron's dejected state, commenting on how sad he looks. Suddenly, Aryan Chiron's mood shifts dramatically as he expresses his newfound freedom with joy. The scene focuses on Lady Amy, with an expression of shock and disbelief. That night, the events unfolded within the first library. Frustration etched on her face, Lady Amy slams her pen down. Damn it. She reflects on her initial intentions, to stop the new student from spreading weird rumors. But she admits to herself that she's the one starting rumors instead. She rationalizes that it's fine since she ended it before the rumor got too big. But that's not what's important, she thinks, her eyes glowing with Karmas's red. Karmas's red eyes signify self-imaged memories, a skill she is now actively using. It is a skill that allows the user to remember their state in the exact moment when it manifests. Lady Amy recalls a moment, sitting on a chair, as she calls out to Chiron, "Senior here." For the past 10 days, she's been observing the blonde-haired youth, even bringing him coffee. Amy memorized what Chiron looked like during the errands, finding his reaction on the first day amusing. But she relives the memories from the 5th day to the 10th day, each moment etched in her mind. She stands, holding a cup of coffee, lost in thought about Chiron. The Karmas's red eyes allow Lady Amy to recall the memories of Chiron, and she thinks about the remaining 9 days. The look in his eyes didn't change at all. Not even the movements in his irises changed, she realizes, wondering what that could mean. She recalls seeing Chiron, thinking that no matter how much someone wants to hide their feelings, they can't hide the look in their eyes. Because the autonomic nervous system can't be controlled, she thinks that if he could keep his eyes still, he can either control his emotions like a robot. Or, she realizes that he was completely sincere. Tapping on the desk, the student with orange hair asks if Amy is going already. The student with orange hair says that she's a little tired today and suggests they go together, but Lady Amy says that she will go by herself. The student with orange hair wonders if it is because Amy feels guilty about not accepting Chiron's coffee. Lady Amy says that she doesn't. The student with orange hair tells Amy that if she wants to talk about something honestly, she can let her know. She offers a polite but curt dismissal. The sound of her footsteps echoes through the halls as Lady Amy reflects on the state of her plans. They're not going as she intended, and her mind is a mess. She decides she needs to rest. The red-haired woman is surprised by a voice calling her name. Jake Ardius notes that she finished early today. Jake Ardius's face is revealed as he wonders if he is indeed Jake Ardius. The man admits he thought he would need to wait until midnight. Lady Amy questions why he was waiting for her and if he was bored. Jake Ardius tells her not to be so mean, mentioning a rumor he heard. He heard that a sloppy guy called Chiron is clinging on to her. The red-haired woman asks if he came to make fun of her, touching her head in exasperation. Of course, he did. Jake Ardius offers her coffee, saying it is the best Western coffee, something she can't get in the academy. He believes the great Amy should be treated suitably. Lady Amy asks what he is doing right now, as he's trying to win her heart. Jake Ardius thinks that instead of a sloppy guy like Chiron, he will inherit the title of being the next royal financial marshal. He states that he is a much better fit. Lady Amy's anger flares, her expression a mask of fury. She scoffs, declaring she is not in the mood for his disgusting joke. Jake Ardius, unfazed by her anger, continues to hold out the coffee. Lady Amy walks away, muttering that she doesn't find it disgusting. He wonders if they're close enough to have a conversation like this. Lady Amy expresses her surprise at how his association is trying to take her down at every chance they get. A close-up reveals the emblem on Jake Ardius's jacket. She pauses, realizing there might be a misunderstanding, but then questions his tone. Jake Ardius retorts that her attitude towards him is her attitude toward his family. He smiles, stating that as someone from the famous Karmas family, she knows that too, before calling her pathetic. Lady Amy is shocked by his words, calling him a bastard. She questions his way of talking to her, reminding him that just because he was a little popular at school, he shouldn't get a hold of himself. She continues, stating that he is nothing without the support of his family, and a loser who made a weird association and bullies others secretly. Jake Ardius's face contorts in a sneer as he questions the very concept of honor. Enraged by Lady Amy's words, Jake Ardius's face flushes with anger as he calls her a little. He scoffs, implying that she only shows off because she's from Class 1, but then wonders if she knows who shares the Karmas family's power. Lady Amy retorts that his family name might be the best, but it has no power. The camera focuses on Lady Amy's feet as she strides forward, declaring that power and family can make. Her eyes narrow, and she asks Jake Ardius if he understands now. Lady Amy smiles, a hint of malice in her expression. A disembodied voice declares that those are the eyes of a bad guy. Lady Amy's eyes gleam with an unsettling light as she compares Jake Artius's eyes to rotten fish eyeballs, unlike Chiron's. Jake Artius, taken aback, asks what she means, clearly offended by the comparison to that sloppy guy. He concedes that he did things in the wrong order, realizing he should have removed the interference before trying to win her over. Lady Amy declares she can ensure a guy like Chiron will never be able to use magic again within a day. She declares that she will show him how great she is. With a burst of speed, Lady Amy descends upon Jake Artius. The force of her attack shatters the floor around him. Jake Artius, enraged, calls her an arrogant bitch, admitting he overlooks her behavior only because of her beauty. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the extent of her power. The pair stand on the magically illuminated floor, the tension between them palpable. He can only utter a single word, "What?" A shadowy figure looms, questioning Lady Amy's actions and who she intends to harm. Jake Artius is shocked that she can use the four forms so quickly, questioning if she is crazy. A voice booms, laughing maniacally and pointing out that using magic here is against the rules. The speaker is revealed to be Lady Amy, standing confidently before the much larger Jake Artius. Lady Amy states that at least Chiron doesn't act out while relying on his family, and that Jake Artius is someone who can take responsibility for his decisions. Jake Artius, still reeling from the attack, confidently asserts that she won't be able to catch up to him in half a year. He is shocked by her actions. Filled with rage, Jake realizes that Lady Amy filled the area with air, likely as part of her attack. Jake wonders if Amy will set the spirit zone on fire if he enters it. He knows he can't win against someone who's first in the advanced class. Despite his fear, Jake vows to humiliate her in return. Jake's face contorts in anger as he vows revenge. Jake shouts that she won't get away with this, his anger palpable. Lady Amy, standing calmly amidst the chaos, admits it's been a while since she's been this excited. Amy questions why she did that. Meanwhile, Aryan Chiron, dressed in a floral coat, thinks that if he can gain someone's trust by doing errands, he'll do it. Amy reflects on her actions. Amy realizes that Jake won't be coming tomorrow. Despite the chaos, Amy feels that her head is clear thanks to him. The stars wheeled silently overhead, uncaring witnesses to the events unfolding below. A few days later, the academy bustled with activity, unaware of the danger lurking just beneath the surface. Students milled about the academy grounds, their laughter and chatter filling the air as they walked to their classes. Amy, the red-haired student, clasped her hands together, a worried expression etched on her face. A crumpled note lay before her, its message a chilling ultimatum: "I have Chiron. Come to the 14th training hall by 6 p.m. before I castrate him. If you tell the teachers, I'll make you regret it your whole life." A fellow student, recognizing her distress, approached. "Senior Amy," he began, concern evident in his voice. Another note, stained and ominous, bore a desperate plea. "When to go save me? Black Magician." The cryptic message came back as a wave, hinted at a return, a resurgence of something dangerous. For days prior, Aryan Chiron strides confidently through the academy grounds, seemingly unfazed by recent events. Whispers follow Chiron as he passes. Some students remark on his audacity, noting that he is the one who is hitting on Senior Amy. For days ago, Lady Amy reacts with shock and dismay, spilling coffee in her distress. She is beside herself, wondering how she can ever hold her head high again. Meanwhile, Chiron reflects on the situation, believing that the suspicions about him have subsided. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, recognizing someone in the distance. He realizes it's Senior Sariel, who is sending an apology about the coffee and wishing him good luck with love. Despite the misunderstanding, Lady Amy admits that she doesn't hate Chiron, revealing that she always. Senior Sariel walks along the school grounds, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, she stops, a look of confusion washing over her face as she wonders if someone is calling her name. The senior's confusion quickly turns to terror as she lets out a piercing scream. A voice booms out, demanding to know why she is there and what has happened to Amy. The unseen speaker continues, questioning what she is talking about and claiming that nothing has happened to him. Close up on Chiron's face, his eyes wide with shock as he reads the note. The note, signed by the Black Magician, threatens Chiron, demanding he appear at the 14th training hall by 6 p.m. or face castration. It warns him against telling the teachers. Chiron, visibly shaken, wonders aloud if he was kidnapped and who the Black Magician is. The scene shifts back to Senior Sariel, who is now standing beside Jake Artius, both looking concerned. The words Black Magician hang in the air, a chilling reminder of the threat. The scene fades to black, with the words 30 minutes ago appearing, hinting at a flashback. He is asked if Senior Sariel is well, but she only thinks to herself how annoying that person is. An unseen figure demands to know how anyone dares speak to them, making it clear they told the person to get lost. Jake Artius smirks, holding up a note. He thinks it would be best for the recipient to stop acting arrogant. as the boss wants to see them. Jake Ardius walks past Senior Seriel and the student with orange hair, who thinks to herself that this is the reason he is still a Class 5, and that they should ignore people like him. The note continues, stating that if the message was relayed in this manner, the recipient would listen. It demands that they accept the invitation if they don't want their man to be destroyed. The student with orange hair looks back, her expression a mix of concern and unease. Senior Seriel asks what they are talking about, finding it disgusting. She suggests they hurry and go to the library. A hand drops the note, the sound of impact echoing in the air. Senior Seriel holds the note, her expression shifting to one of shock and anger as she reads the contents. The note mentions Chiron and the 14th training hall, demanding someone come by 6 p.m. The note reveals that Chiron was kidnapped, and the person responsible is Jake Ardius. The note continues, stating that a guy like him will never be able to use magic again within a day. Senior Seriel realizes that Jake Ardius is the one responsible. Senior Seriel crumples the note in her fist, her anger barely contained. The messenger arrives, his words dripping with a false innocence. He claims to be just delivering news, but his smirk betrays a deeper involvement in the unfolding events. The orange-haired student is shocked by the news, immediately recognizing the name of the group responsible for Chiron's kidnapping, the Black Magicians, also known as the Bad Circle. The document in the student's hands reveals the Black Magicians' true nature, bullies who target and torment good students. But the question remains, why did they kidnap Chiron, and how does it relate to her? The red-haired senior's face is etched with worry as she reflects on her past actions, specifically the night she retaliated against someone. This incident seems to be connected to Chiron's kidnapping. The orange-haired student suggests informing the professor, hoping he can offer guidance and protection. The senior, however, knows that the situation is more complex than it appears. It's not just Chiron who is in danger, she is as well. She realizes that informing the professor is the right thing to do, but the problem isn't that simple. The senior knows that if the Council of Professors interferes in the search for Chiron, she will be forced to reveal her relationship with him, a revelation that could have serious consequences. The senior fears that her past will be revealed, exposing secrets she has desperately tried to keep hidden. If it comes to that, they will find out the truth. The senior's past is connected to the blonde-haired youth, who is revealed to be a commoner. This revelation adds another layer of complexity to the situation. The blonde-haired youth is reminded that, as a commoner, he must have pulled some strings to even be at the academy. He is warned that it would be a shame for him to drop out. He offers to become her shuttle if it means she'll trust him. The blonde-haired youth insists that he didn't do anything, but his words ring hollow in the face of the unfolding events. Chiron is shown kneeling before several figures, his fate hanging in the balance. The consequences of the senior's past actions are about to catch up with them all. Senior Seriel stands alone, the weight of her decision heavy on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Chiron lies prone on the ground, pleading for help. Tears well in Seriel's eyes as she steels herself for what must be done. The camera focuses on her uniform, a symbol of her duty and the burden she carries. The student with orange hair clutches a crumpled note, relaying Seriel's instructions. If she doesn't return by 7, they must inform the professor. The blonde-haired youth questions why she would go alone, unaware of the full danger. Seriel walks away, apologizing but resolute in her decision to face her past alone. Despite her outward confidence, Seriel knows the danger she faces, but she reassures herself that even multiple opponents are nothing to her. The note reveals a sinister threat. Come to the 14th by 6 p.m. or face dire consequences. The blonde-haired youth realizes that Senior Seriel went to save Chiron. The orange-haired student vehemently denies that Seriel, whom she considers wicked, would do such a thing. The blonde-haired youth questions what they should do, as the orange-haired student admits that Seriel had her reasons for not ignoring the situation. He reflects on the situation, recalling that he was told to wait until 7, but acknowledges the unavoidable circumstances and the need for an hour's buffer. The reason Senior Seriel didn't want to tell the professor, he realizes, is to protect their secrets. He checks his pocket watch, noting the time. He understands that their secrets are intertwined, and that means something in the end. He realizes she went by herself to keep his secret safe. He grabs his bag, realizing he also has to go. He calls out to her, asking her to wait, but it's too late. Senior Seriel's bag falls to the ground as she wonders what's happening. He races towards the 14th training hall, which is towards a mountain, wondering if he'll be able to make it on time. He leaps into the air, propelled by an unknown force, utterly bewildered. The student with orange hair catches him, scolding him that he'll never get there if he just runs. She declares that it would be better for her to come with him. The orange-haired student tells him to hold on tight as they photonize, leaving him utterly confused. Chiron's eyes widen as he experiences this new sensation. He is suddenly enveloped in a blinding golden light emanating from the ground. The light intensifies, engulfing the entire area. The golden beam shoots skyward, piercing through the academy grounds. A student cries out as the light washes over them. The light floods through the windows of a nearby building. Students inside the building are shocked by the sudden burst of magic. They wonder who is using it. The light begins to fade, leaving a lingering sense of awe and confusion. Sariel's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes what's happening. The golden light distorts the surrounding scenery as it pulls Chiron and the orange-haired student away. The orange-haired student holds Chiron tightly as they are lifted into the air, clearly surprised by the sudden teleportation. The student explains that teleporting into a tree would be dangerous, so they will fly away instead. They shoot off into the distance, leaving a trail of green light in their wake. The black magician teleports Arian Chiron and Senior Sariel away. The sudden teleportation catches Senior Sariel off guard. She laments that she didn't have time to prepare herself mentally. The orange-haired student gags as they fly through the air. The pair arrives at their destination, the 14th Training Hall. Sariel calls out for Amy. The senior notes that no one is there. She finds it strange, as they arrived 10 minutes earlier than the promised time. Two figures discuss the situation. One suggests that the location was changed, as the original location was revealed on the paper. The blonde-haired youth wonders what happened to Amy, realizing that their plan is quite meticulous. The youth realizes that this isn't the time to worry about his identity being exposed, as they might be in much more danger than they originally thought, and that they might be expelled. The blonde-haired youth urges the senior to go back and tell the professor everything. The youth repeats his request to go back and tell the professor everything. The blonde-haired youth tells Sariel that she'll be faster since she'll be going back alone. He reminds her that Amy said she had her reasons and told him to wait until 7, reassuring her that it's okay. The youth thinks to himself that the reason for all of this is because of him, and that if he helps, nothing will come of it. Senior Sariel appears flustered, her face a mask of confusion as she demands answers. Her agitation growing. The senior demands to know if the rumors about her relationship are true, questioning if she was the important reason for something. She presses further, desperate to know the truth about the alleged dating rumor. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired youth urges her to hurry, warning that the more time passes, the more dangerous things will become. He tells her to wait there for him, panting slightly. The blonde-haired youth thinks to himself that mountains are something he's used to. The youth dives into a swirling vortex of blue energy. The sounds of the vortex echo around him. The blonde-haired youth, now submerged in the blue energy, believes he might be able to find a trace. The blue energy swirls around a forest. He declares that he has found it. Footprints are visible in the strange environment. The footprints, made by two people not too long ago, continue deeper into the vortex. He follows the trail, noting that it abruptly stops. Arian Chiron pauses, hearing a disjointed sound. He realizes what the sound means. Something has happened. Emerging from the vortex, Arian Chiron finds himself in a forest. A burst of flame erupts from Lady Amy's hand, though she claims it was an accident. Jake Ardius explains that he was attempting to create fireworks for Lady Amy's grand entrance, but the magic nearly struck her instead. The near miss leaves Lady Amy speechless. The residual flames crackle and fade. Suddenly, a series of glowing blue orbs materialize in the forest. Lady Amy looks up, now surrounded by the strange, magical spheres. The orbs unleash a torrent of energy, engulfing the area. Jake Ardius is caught in the blast, the force of the attack sending him flying backwards as he calls out to Lady Amy. A disembodied voice remarks that Lady Amy has arrived, adding that she is a big fish to catch. The group of students, clad in their school uniforms, are addressed by one of their peers. The student leader reminds his peers to be courteous to their precious guest, Lady Amy. The students walk forward, their long coats swaying with each step. The student leader questions Lady Amy's decision to come alone, asking if she treasures someone enough to risk coming here. Lady Amy dismisses the need to burn down a house to catch a few people, implying she knows a trap has been set. One of the students smirks, confident that Lady Amy won't be able to do what she wants, given the number of people present. A close-up reveals the student leader's sinister expression as he declares that he didn't come without a plan either. Lady Amy states she's not interested in what he's planned, before asking where Chiron is. The students burst into laughter, one of them suggesting that Chiron is probably reading books in a library, unaware of what's happening. Another student expresses his love for books and smiles, while thinking that Chiron has no idea what his girl is going through right now. The student leader and his cronies declare that they have a bone to pick with Lady Amy. The students ominously state that they're all waiting to pay back what Lady Amy did to them. She might have been surrounded by those seeking retribution, but the student leader's words only fueled Lady Amy's simmering rage. Of course, they had done something quite bad to her the previous night. Since then, the senior student had been biding her time, but now she could finally exhale. With Chiron absent, the senior student thought to herself, this would be simple. As a student leader had said, it was troublesome since there were a lot of people watching. The senior student knew she just needed to get rid of them. The student leader, standing alongside his peers, was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. What? He asked. The The senior student's smile faltered for a moment. No, but it was too late. The senior student had already unleashed her attack, engulfing the students in flames. The flames erupted around them, trapping the students in a fiery prison. The flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in their path. One of the students, engulfed in flames, screamed in agony. That's hot. You're crazy. The student leader's peers watched in disbelief. She really did that. Get a hold of yourselves and put the fire out. From the shadows, a voice warns that the cross formation is weak in a major battle, urging a swift defense of the location. Responding to the warning, several figures are propelled forward by a surge of blue energy. The figures, now moving at incredible speed, are enveloped in the same blue energy as they rush to defend their position. One of the figures, caught off guard by an unseen attack, is sent flying backward, questioning what just happened. The force of the unseen attack sends the figure crashing down, eliciting a cry of pain. The impact of the attack explodes in a burst of orange energy, further obscuring the attacker's identity. Lady Amy's silhouette is seen as she delivers a swift kick, the blue energy crackling around her leg. The kick connects, sending the figure hurtling downwards with incredible force. Lady Amy's face is revealed, a sinister grin spreading across her face as she watches her target fall. A voice booms, demanding to know on whose watch this attack occurred. The figures continue to plummet, the blue energy intensifying around them as they fall towards an unknown destination. The descent continues, the figures now mere silhouettes against the backdrop of swirling blue energy. She stands amidst a swirling vortex of fire, the flames licking at her cloak as she prepares her next move. With a burst of speed, Lady Amy unleashes a fiery attack, the ground around her erupting in flames. The fiery blast intensifies, consuming everything in its path with blinding light and searing heat. The force of the attack rips through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attack explodes outwards, sending shockwaves through the air and scattering debris in all directions. Jake Ardius, caught in the blast, realizes the attack is different from what he was taught. He wonders how she can switch so quickly. Arian Chiron cries out as the fiery attack connects, the heat intense. Jake Ardius grits his teeth, realizing this is different from what he saw in the practice hall. Someone wonders if Lady Amy has actual fighting experience. The heat intensifies, but the observer notes that no matter what technique it is, there's always a weakness, as Arian Chiron is sent flying through the air. A horizontal formation that switches to a four-directional cross formation sends Arian Chiron hurtling through the sky. The attack is identified as a perpendicular one, a wind cutter. The wind cutter slices through the air. The wind cutter hurtles towards Arian Chiron. The wind cutter continues its trajectory. The wind cutter closes in on the villager. Lady Amy watches as her wind cutter approaches its target. Arian Chiron grits his teeth, realizing he's been caught in the attack. Lady Amy prepares her next attack. Arian Chiron is shocked that he was caught so easily. Lady Amy explains that her technique is called a schema. She prepares to unleash a fire strike. The fire strike descends upon Arian Chiron. The wind cutter schema slices through the air, narrowly missing its target. Cursing under his breath, Chiron realizes he's in trouble. The fire strike explodes outward, engulfing the area in flames. The force of the blast sends something flying, accompanied by a pained cry. The fire strike, now a contained sphere of destruction, hurtles towards its target. Another cry of pain echoes as the fire strike connects. The student leader, his face contorted in rage, curses Lady Amy. Lady Amy strides forward, her boots crunching on the ground. She believes that the student leader's personality is twisted. Lady Amy prepares another spell, energy crackling around her hands. The student leader struggles to his feet, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Lady Amy questions what he's doing, stating there's no point in struggling. She smirks, confident in her abilities, as she thinks to herself that her opponent believes she is easy to defeat. The student leader's power intensifies, the air crackling with energy. The surge of power continues to build, the energy becoming almost palpable. Lady Amy stands firm, bracing herself against the overwhelming energy emanating from the student leader. The student leader unleashes a burst of energy, shouting a guttural, "H-E-O-K," as his power explodes outward. The surge of power takes the form of jagged, dark energy, prompting the student leader to question if this is his true power. The dark energy crackles around the student leader, his expression a mix of pain and manic glee as his eyes glow with an unnatural light. Lady Amy recognizes the nature of the energy, realizing that it is anti-magic. The other students, now under the student leader's influence, express their glee at having cornered Lady Amy, their eyes glowing with the same dark energy. The student leader, consumed by the anti-magic, declares checkmate with a sinister grin. The student leader warns that she will go crazy if she doesn't lift her spirit zone. The anti-magic energy intensifies, and Lady Amy curses the student leader as a crazy bastard. The student leader, fueled by rage, is shocked that Lady Amy dares to use forbidden magic. The anti-magic energy is proving difficult to restore, even with the student leader's red eyes. A surge of energy erupts from the student leader's hand. The anti-magic energy strikes Lady Amy. Struck by the anti-magic, Lady Amy is sent reeling. The force of the blow distorts the air around her. The student leader laughs triumphantly, declaring that Lady Amy is finally in their grasp. The student leader questions why Lady Amy won't accept his offer from yesterday, as she struggles against the anti-magic. The student leader, holding a knife, demands that she answer him well. He warns Lady Amy that he wants to act impulsively and that if she messes with him, she's going to die. Lady Amy grits her teeth, declaring that the anti-magic won't break her. Lady Amy wonders if the anti-magic is too much for her schema, which stopped growing when she was 12 years old. She knew there had to be another way, but the student leader's anti-magic was proving difficult to overcome. The student leader, unfazed by her struggles, remarked that she still hadn't figured out the situation. He then asked if his actions were annoying her. He offered to help, promising that if he marked up her face, men wouldn't bother her anymore. A manic grin stretched across the student leader's face as he brandished a knife, the red light glinting off the blade. The threat hung heavy in the air. Lady Amy, cornered, felt the cold steel of the blade against her skin. The student leader, reveling in her fear, exclaimed that this was it, wondering why she hadn't stayed still and trembled in fear like this earlier. He demanded that she beg him to give her a chance. He pressed her to say it. Lady Amy struggled, realizing she couldn't put strength into her body. A sound escaped her lips. A flashback showed Lady Amy in a similar situation, surrounded by men, and she wondered if this was what he felt. A commanding voice shouts, "Stop!" as the student leader is confronted by a red-haired student who is preparing to cast a spell. The red-haired student, his expression strained, raises his hand, ready to unleash his magic. Suddenly, Chiron shouts at the red-haired student, calling them bad bastards. The red-haired student's hand is grabbed, stopping him from casting the spell. The spell he was about to cast is revealed to be Fire Strike, a fusion magic spell combining fire and air magic. The command to halt echoes through the air, but its source remains unseen. Suddenly, Aryan Chiron's voice booms out, accusing his unseen opponents. "You bad people." An ominous figure grips a wooden staff, ready to strike. The students, witnessing the arrival of Chiron, are taken aback. One of them stammers, questioning what he's doing. Lady Amy watches with narrowed eyes, her expression unreadable as she anticipates the coming confrontation. Aryan Chiron, breathing heavily, prepares to face his opponents. The ominous figure stands ready, staff grounded, prepared to strike. One of the students smirks, confident in their numbers. "You're alone." The students mock Chiron, questioning his choice of weapon. "Prince is here now." "Prince, what are you going to do with a stick?" Senior Sariel shouts at someone off-panel, berating them for coming alone. Nearby, the student leader, Jake Artius, considers the odds. There are enough of them to capture the top student of the advanced class, but he wonders what to do. Jake Artius thinks to himself that Senior Sariel should have talked to the professor. The student leader realizes he just needs to drag out the time a little, remembering that he did beat Rian in swordsmanship. Bathed in a blue glow, Chiron prepares to fight, wielding his wooden staff. The student leader demands that Chiron let go of Senior Amy right now, questioning if he thinks they are crazy and won't attack together if he lets her go. The group of students, led by Jake Artius and Senior Sariel, advance on Chiron. The blue aura intensifies around Chiron, swirling around his staff. One of the students remarks that Chiron is running towards them, as Jake Artius smirks. Chiron shouts at the students to open up a path. Chiron notices something strange. The blue aura around Chiron shifts, now crackling with purple energy. The air crackles with raw magical energy, a chaotic display of power. The surge of energy overwhelms Aryan Chiron, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and shock. He cries out as the anti-magic surges through him, disrupting his own magical flow. The anti-magic spreads, its tendrils reaching out to corrupt the surrounding environment. The student leader laughs maniacally, reveling in the chaos he has unleashed. The other students look on, their expressions a mix of fear and malicious glee, wondering what Chiron was planning to do with his magic. Senior Sariel shouts, demanding that he cancel his spirit zone immediately, revealing that the magic being used is anti-magic. The anti-magic continues to solidify, forming sharp, crystalline structures that pierce the air. Suspended in the center of the anti-magic field, Chiron realizes the nature of the attack. The anti-magic crystals grow larger and more menacing, filling the space around him. The students declare that he won't be able to use magic for the rest of his life, and that he's going to go insane. Senior Sariel, her hands glowing, demands if he heard what she said, preparing to finish him off. His senses fading, Chiron feels his consciousness breaking apart. The anti-magic continues to ravage his spirit zone. A voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that a mage must not lose consciousness until the very end. He recalls that a defensive form is what helps one maintain focus in a chaotic situation. He realizes that a spirit zone will not break from most physical shocks and will also form a resistance to psychic magic attacks. He understands that, in the end, anti-magic is just a ripple in the spirit zone. Chiron focuses, thinking that if he increases the zone's density to the point where it cannot be broken through, the effort causes blood to trickle from his mouth, but he persists. The anti-magic begins to swirl around him, but he remains standing. He manages to endure the anti-magic. Two students watch in disbelief. One wonders how he's enduring it, while the other speculates it's because he's a prospective student. An unseen character questions how this freshman dares to endure. Senior Sariel shouts for an increase in output, her face contorted with desperation. Another student yells at her to stop, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks. It's too much to withstand, he claims. The other students look on in shock as the anti-magic circle begins to destabilize. One of the students notices something is amiss with the anti-magic field. The students struggle to maintain the anti-magic circle, their hands glowing with effort. The anti-magic field flickers and weakens, showing signs of strain. Arian Chiron is sent flying backward as the anti-magic circle falters, but he demands more power. The anti-magic field continues to weaken, and the students realize they need a stronger frame. The structure of the anti-magic field begins to crack. One of the students cries out, noticing something is wrong with the field. The students realize that the anti-magic is being deflected, and their emotions are affecting the wavelength. A new character appears, taunting them and asking if they want to be engulfed by anti-magic. The unknown character stands tall, his presence radiating an ominous aura that silences the room. Below him, the anti-magic begins to seep into the ground, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The anti-magic converges, forming a vortex of chaotic energy that threatens to consume everything in its path. The anti-magic sphere pulsates, its energy intensifying as it prepares to unleash its destructive force. The students scream as the anti-magic explodes outward, engulfing them in a wave of chaotic energy. Another student cries out, the anti-magic visibly affecting him. The anti-magic lashes out, striking Arian Chiron and sending him reeling. The force of the anti-magic is overwhelming, causing more students to cry out in pain and fear. Amidst the chaos, students cry out for help as the anti-magic continues its relentless assault. Senior Sariel, unable to use the spirit zone, realizes she has no idea what is happening. Suddenly, she realizes she can use it as the anti-magic begins to dissipate. With a surge of power, Senior Sariel channels the spirit zone, a look of awe on her face. The spirit zone, now fully realized, seems impenetrable. Senior Sariel stands within the zone, contemplating its unexpected chill and solidity. Meanwhile, the anti-magic specialist, Arian Chiron, is bleeding from his mouth, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier attack. The sensation of something squirming beneath the spirit zone is palpable, like stepping on a small bug. From the perspective of those trapped beneath the spirit zone, the barrier looms above, an inescapable prison. One of the students, still reeling from the earlier assault, questions the situation, reminding his comrades that there are 6 of them. The fallen students lie defeated, one of them questioning how they could have been beaten by someone like Arian Chiron. Another student, observing Arian Chiron, realizes that he must be an anti-magic specialty student, explaining why he was admitted to the academy under special conditions. The student leader, enraged, challenges Arian Chiron, asking if he truly believes he can win a magic fight. The anti-magic energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. Arian Chiron, surrounded by the anti-magic energy, recognizes the danger, realizing that this is bad. The anti-magic specialist unleashes his power, a swirling vortex of energy. He stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, denying any knowledge of magic. Meanwhile, the student leader's sinister intent is clear as he wonders aloud where he should cut Chiron. A surge of red energy emanates from the student leader's hand, poised to strike. The student leader unleashes his attack, the red energy streaking towards Senior Sariel, who stands ready to defend herself. The force of the student leader's attack sends Arian Chiron crashing to the ground. Enraged, the student leader advances on Chiron, declaring that he's finished. As the student leader prepares to strike again, a voice cries out, urging Senior Sariel to calm down. Senior Sariel, her eyes blazing with fury, demands to know what the student leader intends to do to her. The student leader, undeterred, taunts Chiron, demanding that he repeat his earlier denial. Chiron cries out in pain, begging for mercy as the student leader continues his assault. The student leader continues his relentless attack on Arian Chiron, ignoring the pleas to stop. The sound of the ongoing battle echo through the air. The forest canopy filters the light, casting long shadows across the ground where the battle has taken place. Lying on the ground, blood trickling from his face, Aryan Chiron groans in pain. Senior Sariel leans over him, concern etched on her face, asking if he is all right. Sariel supports Chiron, his face contorted in pain as he leans against her. From above, the student with green hair watches the pair, a look of disbelief on his face as he calls out to the senior. Sariel, cradling Chiron, shouts at the student leader to get a hold of himself. The student with green hair shouts out to Senior Sariel. The aftermath of the battle is clear. Several figures lie scattered on the forest floor, unmoving. Breathing heavily, someone observes that the red-haired senior doesn't appear to be unconscious. The blonde-haired youth, supported by Senior Sariel, is asked if she is exhausted. The Senior Sariel, is thanked by the blonde-haired youth. Senior Sariel reflects on the fact that the youth became injured while trying to save her. Close to the senior, the blonde-haired youth's face is bruised and bloodied. Senior Sariel, now standing over the blonde-haired youth, declares that she is refreshed. Senior Sariel questions what gave the blonde-haired youth the confidence to come and fight, given how weak he is. Looking down at the blonde-haired youth, Senior Sariel thinks that there is nothing good about him. Senior Sariel decides that they should get out of there quickly. Senior Sariel's companion reveals that she already reported the incident to the teacher. She confirms that she asked her to do so, much to the chagrin of the blonde-haired youth. The youth questions why she would do that, given the seriousness of the situation. The senior mage appears frustrated by his line of questioning. She internally fumes, knowing that she has a need to understand everything logically and that there's no way they'd gloss over something half-heartedly. She worries that he's trying to get their secret exposed as well. The blonde-haired youth wonders if that's the problem right now, considering they almost died. Elsewhere, the student with green hair overhears their conversation and wonders if they're hiding a secret. The senior mage, ignoring the youth's concerns, insists that they get out of there first and think about the rest later. A surge of magical energy erupts around them. The senior mage sighs, wishing that the teacher pursuing the matter would be old and wouldn't pursue the matter too much. Two figures are revealed to be Sienna of the Ice and Thad of the Flames, both certified Class 6. A chibi version of the senior mage exclaims that they are screwed because they have the two most passionate teachers of the academy after them. Sienna of the Ice asks the senior mage if she is all right. Senior Sariel, surrounded by flames, is questioned about her well-being. The blonde-haired youth stands behind her, seemingly unharmed. She dismisses their concern, asking why they arrived so quickly. A surge of magical energy erupts, the source of which is the fire-sun magic. The blonde-haired youth observes the magical surge, recognizing it as advanced fire-sun magic. A beam of light pierces through the forest canopy, illuminating the scene where the senior and the youth stand. Nearby, several students lie unconscious on the ground, victims of the magical outburst. The scene cuts to a close-up of the blonde-haired youth, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He wonders what's happening. A man, noticing the unconscious students, expresses his shock and concern. The man confronts Senior Sariel, questioning how such a thing could happen to an exceptional student like her. A woman with purple hair asks if anyone is hurt. The woman with purple hair, revealed to be speaking to Chiron, says she heard they were in danger and asks them to explain what happened. Someone declares, "I'll do it." A man stands with his arms outstretched, as the woman with purple hair and Chiron look on. The air crackles with unspoken accusations as the academy students stand before an unseen authority, the weight of their actions hanging heavy. Jake Ardius, ever the showman, finds amusement in the unfolding drama. He muses that such events are common in this age of storm and gale, before questioning if a duel took place. The woman with purple hair, standing beside Chiron, reveals that a letter of threat was involved in the incident. The student leader, his expression sharp, observes that anti-magic was used during the altercation. Jake Ardius, his smile unwavering, reminds them of the academy rules, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. A voice, belonging to the blonde-haired youth, confesses that he had no choice but to use anti-magic because Lady Amy was too strong. The woman with purple hair states that they are the ones who actually suffered a great loss. Jake Ardius, his expression twisted with a dark satisfaction, claims he only requested a duel because he was angry at her breaking. Lady Amy, her face contorted in anger, exclaims that they are hiding something and that's why they came here without reporting it to the teachers. Jake Ardius questions if they really kidnapped Chiron, stating that Chiron was the one who attacked them first. He adds that all the puzzle pieces are falling into place. Two figures stand in the distance, one pointing accusingly as they declare that the two of them are hiding something. The woman with purple hair and Senior Sariel stand before the teachers, the woman urging them to understand the situation. The red-haired student, pointing an accusing finger, declares that the student leader and Jake Ardius are the culprits. Jake Ardius, a sinister grin spreading across his face, wonders aloud when they will tell the truth. The student leader, shrouded in shadow, muses on how fearsome a black magician is, planning to raise the stakes, uncaring of the cost. The student leader vows to spread rumors in the regional newspaper after digging up a secret that they treasure. The red-haired student continues his tirade, accusing them before the facilities of the kingdom and the rest of society. The woman with purple hair warns Jake Ardius not to act so cocky. The woman with purple hair strides forward, her resolve hardening. The red-haired student accuses Chiron and his friends of using anti-magic with the intention to harm. The blonde-haired youth argues that Amy and Chiron's minds could have been destroyed, or they might have even lost their lives. The woman with purple hair believes this is enough reason to expel them from the academy. The woman with purple hair stands firm, her glasses reflecting the intensity of the moment. Jake Ardius retorts that she is just a mere teacher. He stands with the woman with purple hair, dismissing her concerns about expelling students. He reminds her that the Ardius family supports the academy, and without them, the school would be nothing. He questions if it isn't their role as teachers to guide students. The woman with purple hair counters that if they can't even guide students onto the right path, they should quit being teachers. Suddenly, the student leader appears, unleashing a wave of energy. He declares that the teachers can both learn about the world this time around, and he will show them who is stronger. The student leader's face contorts in rage as he shouts that in this world, everything boils down to money. His power surges, and he proclaims that everyone has to bow before money. The student leader continues, saying that the teachers can both learn about the world this time around. Before the woman with purple hair can react, the student leader unleashes his attack. The force of the student leader's power explodes outward. The woman with purple hair is caught in the blast, the other students watching in shock. The students scream as they witness the power of the student leader. The force of the blast sends Jake Ardius flying backwards. The woman with purple hair cries out that he can't kill students. Ice magic crackles and spreads, the air growing colder. The student leader cries out as the ice encases him. The ice shards tighten around him, threatening to pierce his skin. Jake Ardius watches in disbelief. The ice magic doesn't even touch the student leader's clothes. The woman with purple hair's control is so precise, it's at the molecular level. Jake realizes why she's called an ice magic genius. The woman with purple hair asks if he really thinks money will give him everything. The student leader demands she stop talking nonsense and release him. The ice shatters, but the student leader remains unharmed. The woman with purple hair cries out, knowing he's already hurt someone. The student leader stands among the floating ice shards, coughing. The academy had closed its eyes to his recent misbehavior. The student leader claims that's probably because of his family's money. The woman with purple hair warns him not to be mistaken. The woman with purple hair explains that the academy isn't a place that teaches them because they get money. In fact, they're teaching him lessons that even money can't buy. The student leader, still reeling from the ice magic, demands to know what exactly is happening. A voice echoes, questioning if he doesn't want to dream. The woman with purple hair, Sienna of the Ice, gazes down at him, her expression unreadable. The student leader's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He calls out to Sienna of the Ice, begging her to allow him to advance into Class 5. The student leader promises to thank her by becoming an amazing mage. The disembodied voice continues, asking if that isn't why he's come this far, to dream with his friends and to study together to become mages. The student leader looks up, his expression a mix of defiance and desperation. The voice questions if he intends to trample on such a precious space with his own feet. The student leader, now bearing cuts and bruises, looks up with a newfound understanding, or perhaps regret. The student leader stands before a woman with purple hair, the weight of their recent confrontation hanging heavy in the air. The memory of the beating he received flashes through his mind, a sharp pang of pain accompanying the recollection. A group of figures stand in a forest clearing, bathed in the soft glow of starlight, their purpose yet unknown. The scene shifts to a group of students lying prone on the ground, their black uniforms stark against the pale, starlit ground. Arian Chiron looks up, a sense of longing in his eyes as he remembers his dreams of becoming a mage. The words "the most precious place" hang in the darkness, hinting at a location of great importance to Chiron. A narration box reveals that Chiron's dreams of becoming a mage will only come to fruition after he and others have been punished for their misdeeds. The camera pans down a hallway, revealing signs for both the punishment room and the consultation room, hinting at the consequences Chiron and his friends will face. Chiron and Lady Amy sit before an unseen authority, being questioned about their actions. Chiron is asked why he didn't report the matter immediately. The unseen authority continues, stating that Chiron should have reported the incident to the teachers and questioning his decision to save a senior student of a higher class alone. The woman with purple hair stands beside the man, listening intently as he speaks, though his words are obscured. The man continues to write, but what he's writing doesn't make sense at all. A sigh escapes someone's lips, followed by a reluctant, "All right." Lady Amy, standing beside the blonde-haired youth, declares that she will tell the truth, adding that they can't hide this forever anyway. The headmaster's words, whatever they were, have clearly caused a stir. Lady Amy prepares to reveal a secret. She begins to explain, actually, Chiron is... Lady Amy reveals the truth. Chiron is her boyfriend. The man, the woman with purple hair, and Senior Serial react with shock to Lady Amy's revelation. The man slams his pen down, exclaiming, "What?" The scene shifts to a view of the academy at night. The description of the fire sun magic appears, detailing its attributes as a fusion of fire and light magic, an active type of magic that creates an artificial sun, brighter and longer lasting than light magic, and highly advanced. The title card for Infinite Mage appears, crediting the adaptation to Kara's Red Eye Studio, the original story to Kim Chi-woo, and the art to Temis. Desperate cries for help echo through the mountain, but the pleas seem to fall on deaf ears. Hanging precariously, Lady Amy continues to call out, her voice strained with fear and exhaustion. Her tormentors mock her, confident that no one will hear her cries in this remote location. They are unaware that someone is already on their way. The sound of a horse pierces the air as it gallops towards the scene, its rider determined to reach Amy. The horse rears up, its rider demanding to know who dares threaten the woman. The shadowy figures turn their attention to the newcomer, their forms still obscured. One of the figures shouts a warning, realizing Chiron is behind them. Chiron stands amidst the fallen bodies of Amy's captors, assuring her that he is there to rescue her. With swift movements, Chiron dispatches the last of Amy's attackers. Chiron catches Amy as she falls, holding her safely in his arms. Amy, safe in Chiron's arms, can only whisper his name, her gratitude evident. Amy is embraced amidst a flurry of excitement. The news of Amy's romantic involvement spreads like wildfire, eliciting squeals of delight from a group of students. Senior Serial addresses a crowd, confirming the rumors with a confident smile. Serial declares that she will make it happen herself. The red-haired student looks on in shock, whispering Serial's name. The rumors spread like a tidal wave across the academy. An official document announces the disciplinary actions of the school's delinquent association, fueled by the scandalous rumor. Althea's Magic Academy's goddess, Amy Karmas, is in a relationship with freshman Chiron Arian. The announcement board is plastered with defaced posters, each one decrying the alleged relationship between Amy and Chiron. Slogans like "This is a lie" and "Impossible" are scrawled across images of the pair. Students whisper amongst themselves, some expressing amazement, while others seethe with jealousy over the unfolding drama. A disembodied voice echoes with a chilling threat. "Serial, do you want to die?" Enraged, Senior Serial retorts, accusing someone of not seeing anything. The senior storms off, her cloak billowing behind her. The red-haired student laughs nervously, remarking on the dating rumors. The red-haired student expresses relief that the annoying male students won't bother Amy anymore, thanks to the rumors. A narration box reveals that these events occurred a few days before the day of the incident. A hand slams down on a table, scattering droplets of liquid as someone vehemently denies a lie. The teachers discuss the rumors surrounding Amy and Chiron, questioning if the Amy they know would be interested in dating, especially given Chiron's status as a freshman. Amy recalls meeting Chiron when she was young, musing that their reunion could be called fate. Someone questions the after-effects of the situation, followed by a sound of disgust and agreement that it is indeed right. Two students discuss the situation, concluding that pretending to date is better than their past getting revealed, as a scream echoes in the background. The red-haired student laughs, knowing that something was strange from the beginning. Amy, drinking from a bottle, thinks to herself that she is a dummy. The other student wonders if today's combined class means they can see Chiron. The red-haired student states that they are just going to focus on studying, as usual. The orange-haired student asks what is wrong, but Amy laughs, thinking that there is too much to do, so she can't waste her time pretending to date. Amy thinks that Chiron is also doing well, living his school life normally, and that he is doing very well. A resounding echoes in response to the idea of seeing Chiron after class, eating dinner together, and then having a library date. The student thinks that she really doesn't like this, as the location is revealed to be the second advanced class combined training hall. Arian Chiron calls out to the seniors. Chiron asks how they're feeling today and if they missed Amy. The red-haired student responds, saying, "Haha, senior, seriously." Lady Amy, feigning annoyance, admits to herself that she's only acting like she's dating. The reason for her annoyance becomes clear. Chiron's aloofness is getting under her skin. She wonders how he dares to keep her at arm's length. Clearing his throat, Chiron prepares to address the ladies. Senior Serial is surprised to hear Amy speak so formally, even though they know each other. She wonders if this is the power of dating. With a smile, Chiron assures them that it's all right for them to speak comfortably, as they are a senior. After the brief exchange, Chiron announces that he will be heading into class now. The red-haired student seems surprised by this, but agrees. Serial watches him leave, a surprised expression on her face. As Chiron walks away, the orange-haired student wonders what's going on. Chiron takes his seat in the classroom. The blonde-haired youth observes the interaction with a knowing smirk, thinking that they really wanted to show off. The blonde-haired youth continues to muse to himself, thinking that Chiron doesn't even have any skills, and must have gotten in here with his looks. Two students exchange knowing glances, a silent acknowledgement of the brewing storm. The reason for the tension becomes clear. Arian Chiron is unable to use magic. Elsewhere, someone clenches their fist, a sign of building frustration. 2 days prior, the gossip had begun to spread. The official announcement regarding the Academy's disciplinary actions, specifically concerning Amy and Chiron's relationship, fueled the rumors. The students of Class 7's classroom buzzed with speculation. News of the scandal reached Class B11. The students whispered about senior Amy dating a freshman, speculating that they revealed their relationship in front of the professors. Some expressed jealousy, while others jokingly claimed dibs on the freshman, Chiron. In Class 7's classroom, the students remarked that people of the same feather flocked together, hinting at the perceived oddity of the relationship. However, one student, woman purple hair, found something strange about the situation. Another student declared that senior Amy was theirs, prompting confusion and a question of what they meant. Whispers about the freshman, Arian Chiron, spread like wildfire. The first midterm evaluation scores are posted, and the students are eager to see the results. The students gather around the posted scores, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they search for Chiron's name. Chiron Arian scores are revealed, a dismal 30 points in all subjects. The students are stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be an honor student? The whispers intensify, the students now realizing that Chiron doesn't seem to know how to cast any magic. The murmurs grow louder as the students try to piece together the puzzle of Chiron's presence at the Academy. The students begin to suspect that Chiron was admitted under special considerations, perhaps due to his family's influence. The rumors spread that Chiron used his family connections and even personally spread rumors of his own genius to gain admission and, more importantly, to get a girl from a good family. The students are outraged that Chiron came to the Academy and got a girlfriend, Amy, seemingly through unfair means. The students now find it suspicious that Chiron, who seems to have gotten in through connections, is taking opportunities away from those who are working hard for their future. The students, feeling betrayed and cheated, declare that they can't ever forgive Chiron for his perceived deception. The woman with purple hair wonders why the Academy is being negligent about something so unfair as the students' resentment toward Chiron grows. Footsteps echo through the halls, the sound amplified in the sudden silence. Arian Chiron pauses at the doorway, a question forming on his lips as he senses something amiss. Something is indeed strange. The classroom, usually bustling with noise, is eerily quiet. The students sit at their desks, an unnatural stillness blanketing the room. His footsteps continue to echo as he walks further into the room, the silence amplifying his unease. He approaches a desk, the sound of his book hitting the surface cutting through the oppressive quiet. The blonde-haired villager realizes he didn't even need to ask what the reason was for the silence. He already knows. The students were talking loudly, as if they wanted him to overhear their conversations, and because of him, Amy might get. The word hangs in the air, affected. The present class is about to begin. The classroom floor is marked with 4 distinct spirit zones, each representing a different class. It's practical time for spirit zones for every class, and Chiron stands ready. The woman with purple hair watches, her expression unreadable as she considers the implications of the upcoming class. The woman with purple hair observes the spirit zone practice, noting the size of the zones and wondering why the other student is practicing in that location. The other student's spirit zone is indeed quite large, much to the purple-haired woman's annoyance, as it touches hers. The spirit zones shimmer with an ethereal light, their boundaries indistinct and overlapping. Elsewhere, Professor Athela, with a warm smile, inquires about the progress of the spirit zone practice. The professor carries a blue folder, its contents unknown, as she walks through the academy. Arian Chiron, standing in the courtyard, notices the approaching Professor Athela and calls out to her. The professor approaches Chiron, remarking that it feels like her consciousness is leaving her body. Chiron explains that her convergent-type spirit zone follows nature's logic, and her mind is in the shape of a circle, which is why she feels that way. Professor Athela acknowledges Chiron's explanation, then asks about the other forms. The professor inquires further about the other forms of spirit zones, seeking a deeper understanding. Chiron responds that he doesn't think he has a problem with them, implying he understands the other forms as well. The woman with purple hair smiles, stating that it is good, and asks if Chiron will demonstrate in the image zone. Below, a group of students in black robes stand in a hallway. Chiron, looking up, asks for a pardon, questioning if it must be right now. The student with blonde hair listens intently as the red-haired student explains that the deviate form is difficult. She elaborates that when she tries to detach her spirit zone, it feels like her consciousness is leaving her body. The red-haired student continues, stating she doesn't think she has a problem with the other forms. She stands with her hands clasped in front of her. The blonde-haired student looks off to the side, thinking about the problem with the other forms. The red-haired student smiles, suggesting they get him to demonstrate it in the image zone. She seems eager to see him try. The students are seen from a low angle, walking down a hallway, presumably towards the image zone. The blonde-haired student says that if he's not in the best condition right now, he could do it next time. The red-haired student explains that he's a student who wanted to use the image zone from the first day. She wonders if he is cautious of the other students. The blonde-haired student declares that he will. A disembodied voice requests feedback on an unseen performance. The other students watch, one commenting that Chiron seems ready to repeat something. The students of Class 7 murmur amongst themselves, speculating on his motives. One student remarks that Chiron's only good quality is trying to impress his girlfriend. He stands alone in the center of the room, ready to begin. Chiron agrees to demonstrate each of the 4 forms one at a time, as requested. A text box explains that skillfully switching between the 4 forms is one of the requirements to advance. Earlier, the students of Class 4 watch Chiron, wondering how much better he has become. One student thinks that he can correct the situation by staying away from Class 7. A close-up shows Chiron's determined expression as he prepares to demonstrate the first form. The text indicates that he will begin with a defensive form. A blue energy field materializes, crackling with power. The students watch as Chiron begins his demonstration. One wonders if it's stronger than when they faced the dark magician. Other students observe the display. They remark that with such a spirit zone, it's no exaggeration to say that he's armored up. The defensive form takes shape, a radiant blue energy emanating from the center of the room. The energy intensifies, crackling and expanding with visible force. The figure of Chiron is silhouetted against the massive, glowing cross. Professor Thad observes, thinking that Chiron is a student with a very good foundation. She notes he can switch forms faster than those in Class 6. The professor believes there won't be a problem if she advances him to a higher class. Chiron stands ready, announcing that he will now demonstrate the deviate form. The energy shifts again, the blue light intensifying around him. The students of Class 5 react with surprise at what they are witnessing. The observing students wonder if he is planning on doing the deviate form. The students watch as Chiron prepares to demonstrate the deviate form. One student remarks that he needs to be at least a Class 5 student to even attempt it, while another doubts its possibility. Surrounded by swirling blue aura, he focuses intently. He knows he needs to shrink the zone and move its center before it collapses. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles. It feels the same as when he practiced, when the zone was close to his body, and he could move the center. But as the zone expands, a disturbing sensation washes over him. It feels as if his very consciousness is being pulled away, dragged along with the expanding zone. One more time, he mutters. His face contorts with the effort, a visible strain etched into his features as he pushes himself further. Whispers ripple through the observing students. Some mock his earlier confidence, while others find his struggle embarrassing, questioning his abilities. The blue aura intensifies, taking on a more defined shape. A voice echoes, questioning if this is what he calls the 4 forms. The students continue to watch, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. One wonders aloud why he is doing this, noting that he was doing well before. The energy around him fluctuates wildly, causing concern among the onlookers. They wonder if the attention is affecting him, if it is enough to shake him. His head hangs low, his expression unreadable. Has something happened recently to cause this sudden shift? A philosophical question arises. Why do humans find enjoyment in the failures of others? He plummets downward, a stark image of failure. Does this mean everyone wants him to fail? 2 figures stand close, bathed in a crimson light, their forms indistinct. A collage of images flashes, faces and figures juxtaposed with the stark declaration, "Don't fit in here." A young man with blonde hair is escorted by 2 figures, a crowd of onlookers watching their every move. Vertical lines of deep purple descend, obscuring what lies beyond their veil. His brow furrowed, Chiron's eyes reflect inner turmoil as he thinks about too many useless things. A crisp white shirt and red tie come into focus, a disembodied voice urging, "Stop hesitating." The blonde youth's expression hardens, a voice echoing, "If you want to do something, just do it." Bathed in a soft glow, Chiron stands tall in his suit, a question hanging in the air. "You came here to become a mage, didn't you?" His legs planted firmly, Chiron seems to question his own path, wondering what he was thinking about. Determination steals Chiron's gaze, his jaw set with newfound resolve. Blue energy crackles, the air thick with anticipation as Chiron declares, "I came here to become a mage." A figure stands silhouetted within a circle of brilliant blue energy, ready to embrace their destiny. A wave of shock ripples through the gathered students, their faces etched with disbelief. The expressions of the other students mirror the same astonishment, a shared sense of bewilderment. A surge of blue energy erupts, its source obscured by its own intensity. Enveloped in the azure light, a figure wonders if the barrier will break. The figure's expression is strained, wondering if he will be destroyed first. A collective scream tears through the air, a raw expression of fear and surprise. A student incident report details the improper use of anti-magic by 6 students, resulting in psychological injuries. The report notes that the victim resisted the anti-magic with just a defensive form. The woman reads that anti-magic is dangerous, requiring even a specialist to use an artifact. It's most likely that those students did not use proper anti-magic, but to win against 6 of them. He muses that Chiron's mentality is stronger than those 6 combined. The professor sits at his desk, a book open before him. He wonders if Chiron's success is due to his innate talent. The Academy Clock Tower stands tall against a bright sky. Elsewhere, Miss Athela considers whether Chiron successfully used the deviant form. The principal sits in an ornate chair, a cup in her hands. She notes it has only been a month since he started learning the 4 forms. Seen through a window, Miss Athela sits with another person. The observer remarks that it lasted around 4 seconds, adding, "That's amazing." Professor Thad shares tea with the red-haired student. He thinks to himself that he knew his perception was correct. The professor smiles, a hand raised slightly. I think, he says. A voice says, "We're thinking about the same thing." Meanwhile, the classroom is filled with students, all facing the chalkboard at the front. Professor Thad stands before the class, a book in his hand. The chalkboard behind him is covered in complex chemical formulas. He announces that this is the end of today's lesson. The professor stands at the podium, looking out at the rows of students. He thinks, "Wow, I'm getting excited." He begins by stating that the class is ending early today. The professor has a special announcement to make. A student's hand rests on the desk, near a book. A voice asks for clarification, saying, "Pardon?" It has been decided that Chiron has advanced to Class 5. The announcement hangs in the air. The news spreads quickly through the classroom. One student whispers, shocked that he skipped 2 classes. The student wonders just what family is supporting him. Another student is shocked that he skipped 2 classes. Principal Miss Athela addresses the class, encouraging everyone to devote themselves to their studies. A student stands up, objecting to the announcement. The room is filled with tension. The student thinks it's very rare to skip 2 classes. A dark-haired student wonders how Chiron can advance without knowing any magic commands. Principal Miss Athela looks surprised, as if she didn't say that at all. Chiron looks down, a worried expression on his face as he is asked if it's true. Ominous words hang in the air, a silent challenge echoing. The classroom is filled with shadows, the students' mere silhouettes. At the front, a figure stands, observing. The student's admission hangs heavy. He confesses, "Yes, I can't perform any magic." Miss Athela considers the situation. She thinks, unexpectedly, one can learn basic magic if they're curious about it. A hand slams down on a desk, the sound echoing through the room. The professor's face contorts in anger. He declares, "I will never acknowledge this." Tension mounts as hands grip the edge of a desk, knuckles white. Professor Thad's voice booms with outrage. "This is obvious discrimination," he shouts. The students murmur amongst themselves, questioning Chiron's abilities. 2 students voice their opposition. One declares he will acknowledge Chiron if he can use magic. Another boasts he can beat Chiron with his grades. The criticism intensifies. It's said that Chiron can't even follow the theory lessons properly. Miss Athela looks concerned. She overhears a student saying that if he's going to advance, they're going to request a hearing with the student association. She understood everyone's thoughts, but it seemed like she was quite careless. The principal would announce it again after having an official staff meeting. Miss Athela sat by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the bright sky. To think the other students were that angry about the situation. The principal didn't think that was a simple objection of unfairness. There was likely an emotional issue too. Maria approached Professor Sienna, her footsteps echoing softly. She asked, "What's wrong, Maria?" Miss Athela stood in her office, a concerned expression on her face. "I have something to tell you." The principal walked down the hallway, her heels clicking against the floor. The story, as the woman with purple hair recounts it, began a week prior. At first, she says, they stubbornly ignored her, but a few days later, they started saying mean things. And, according to the woman with purple hair, they began interfering with her studies. The woman with purple hair claims she saw it all. They were spreading bad rumors about Chiron and instigating against him. The woman with purple hair pauses, seemingly about to say something more about Chiron. The woman with glasses listens intently, responding simply, "I see." The woman with glasses tells her to leave it. The woman with glasses argues that if Thor Cohen became a great scholar despite sleeping only 4 hours, then isn't his opinion wrong? She then states that in their teens, they aren't human, but superhuman. The older gentleman dismisses the importance of sleep, confident that his actions will remain unaffected regardless. The clock strikes 11, signaling the late hour. Elsewhere, Chiron sits alone, seemingly lost in thought. He continues his studies, poring over the open book before him. The academy is mostly deserted at this late hour, with only a few students still burning the midnight oil. 2 students converse in hushed tones, while another continues to study diligently. The moon hangs high in the night sky, casting a soft glow over the academy. The path outside the academy is illuminated by the starlight and the soft glow of the moon. A voice echoes, warning Chiron that attending the Magic Academy will not be easy, and that he must endure the challenges ahead. The old man encourages Chiron to endure until the end, promising that his efforts will eventually bear fruit. Chiron walks alone, resolving to overcome the obstacles in his path for the sake of those who believe in him. He remembers the people who believe in him, fueling his determination to succeed. He is embraced, a tender moment before the trials ahead. The graduating class building stands tall against the night sky, a beacon of ambition. Later that night, Chiron walks the cobblestone path, his resolve hardening with each step. He thinks to himself that no matter who stands in his way, he will become a mage. The cobblestone path leads him forward, each step echoing his determination to become a mage. The graduating class building looms, its iron door a gateway to his future. The academy stands silent, awaiting the arrival of its newest students. Back in his room, Chiron wipes the sweat from his brow, the weight of his ambition settling upon him. He pauses, a nagging feeling that he's being watched creeping in his mind. Who's that, he wonders. At that time, the clock strikes. Elsewhere, a group of figures lurks in the shadows, their presence ominous. No way, is it them? One whispers. The figures stand in the hallway, their faces obscured, their intentions unknown. Back in his room, a knock at the door breaks the silence. Chiron, are you available for a moment? A sudden realization dawns on Chiron. Following that realization, Professor Sienna stands in the doorway, ready to speak. She states that she can come in, implying that she knows what this is about. The blonde-haired youth, seemingly in another location, agrees to something and offers tea. The professor stands in Chiron's room. He declines her offer, stating he had something to ask her, but she wasn't in her room. Sienna stands near a desk, a thoughtful expression on her face. The professor reflects on Chiron's test results, noting that when she first saw them, she thought they were strange. His scores are low, but they're the same across all subjects. It seems like he's trying to remember everything at once. He's not studying for the present, but for his future. It's not that he didn't learn magic. He isn't learning it on purpose. But why now? Chiron sits alone, pondering if he did not learn it when he was young, and that it might be because they're not in class. He admits that he's a little shy. During class, he stares straight at her face, but he unexpectedly gets quite shy outside class. Sienna asks if his school life is okay. Chiron responds that it is fun and that he is studying. Word had reached the woman with purple hair that students were being bullied. The woman with purple hair assured Chiron that he didn't need to worry. He could tell. The blonde-haired youth insisted that he was okay, that it wasn't embarrassing. But he couldn't bring himself to believe it. The woman with purple hair asked if he didn't despise his classmates. Chiron admitted that he was forcing himself to maintain good relationships, even if they didn't like him. The blonde-haired youth didn't want to be dishonest with himself and obsess about relationships, even if everyone in Class 7 said he was wrong. He thought about it and realized that it was just 40 people. The woman with purple hair listened intently. The woman with purple hair understood what Chiron meant and promised to keep it in mind during the staff meeting. Chiron, he wanted to advance early. So, the declaration hangs in the air, a promise of future accomplishments. Meanwhile, at Althea's Magic Academy, a meeting of advanced class professors is underway, and the topic of discussion is Chiron. The professors review documents, their expressions a mix of concern and contemplation as they consider the matter at hand. One professor voices his outrage, questioning whether the entire grade is bullying Chiron simply because he can't use magic. The scene widens, showing the scale of the conference hall where the professors are gathered, their discussion echoing through the high-ceilinged room. Another professor suggests that, given the discrimination in the lower-ranking class, it would be better to advance Chiron quickly. The professor continues, arguing that Chiron is someone who will be able to graduate within 4 years, and for the sake of the school, it's better to have more students who graduate early. A blonde-haired professor expresses his disagreement, standing against the proposal to advance Chiron. The professors sit in deliberation, the weight of their decision hanging heavy in the air as they consider the fate of the student. The headmaster, his expression unreadable, listens intently to the arguments, his hands clasped before him. The headmaster acknowledges that he understands Chiron has talent. The blonde-haired professor counters that the problem is that Chiron cannot use magic, implying that this is a significant obstacle to his advancement. As the debate continued, the woman with purple hair reiterated that Chiron was delaying his magical progress due to his pursuit of knowledge. Countering her point, another professor argued that there was no need for a professor to interfere with a student's way of learning, clarifying that he wasn't questioning Chiron's methods. The professor with blonde hair retorted, clarifying that the issue was that Professor Sienna was favoring Chiron, a claim that Sienna refuted with a sharp what? The blonde-haired professor continued, stating that even though the student's omnipotence was weaker than Chiron's, they prioritized omniscience, and this decision would deprive the students and decrease their will. The professor with blonde hair insisted that an institution doesn't exist. The woman with purple hair countered that they shouldn't see the twisted jealousy of young students and stand in the way of a talented student, something an institution shouldn't do. The debate grew heated. The professors continued to argue. The old man with white hair watched the proceedings with amusement, remarking on how extreme their personalities were and wondering how they both became mages. Sienna of the Ice and Thad of the Flames continued their heated argument, their magical auras flaring around them. The old man laughed, finding their antics amusing. Finally, someone called for order, requesting that everyone sit down. The headmaster, listening intently, acknowledges that both sides of the argument hold merit. The headmaster continues, explaining that the school is concerned about maintaining overall balance. He understands the need to stop favoring certain students, a point that Thad of the Flames have been advocating. Thad of the Flames smirks, pleased that his point has been acknowledged. Sienna of the Ice stands behind him, listening. Sienna of the Ice responds with a simple, so. The headmaster, with a glint in his eye, poses a question. How about this? The headmaster raises a finger, a wide smile spreading across his face as he proposes a solution. The scene shifts to the next morning. Students in black robes walk through the academy halls, unaware of the announcement that awaits them. The students continue to walk down the hall, the light glinting off the polished floors. A student stops abruptly, exclaiming in surprise at something they've seen. The students gather around a notice board, their attention fixed on the announcement posted there, Advanced Classes Notice Board. The announcement details an early advancement examination for the whole of Class 7, due to numerous objections to the early advancement process. Only one student will be chosen to advance to Class 5, and the test will focus on magic and teleportation. If they pass the early advancement exam, the students can skip 2 classes and go straight to Class 5. The students murmur about the teleportation aspect of the exam. One wonders aloud if anyone actually knows how to do it. Someone scoffs, stating that they certainly don't know how, as teleportation is officially appointed magic for Class 5. The students continue to chatter amongst themselves. One student remarks that learning the theory is easy, but applying it is hard. Another student recounts how a senior they knew practiced teleportation and ended up hospitalized for a year. The students collectively wonder how they are supposed to do this. The students worry that no one will advance in the end. Chiron walks through the academy, lost in thought. The other students watch Chiron, surprised by his sudden appearance. The students continue to watch Chiron as he walks through the academy. The word teleportation hangs in the air. An official announcement details an opportunity for Class 7 students, an early advancement exam. Due to numerous objections, the school is offering the entire class a chance to skip 2 classes and advance directly to Class 5, but only one student will be chosen based on the exam results. The test will focus on magic, specifically teleportation. The students murmur amongst themselves, realizing that if they pass, they can skip 2 classes and go straight to Class 5. The word teleportation hangs in the air, and one student wonders aloud if anyone actually knows how to do it. One student scoffs, stating that teleportation is officially appointed magic for Class 5. The students discuss the difficulty of applying the theory of teleportation, with one student recounting how a senior ended up hospitalized for a year after attempting it. The students express their collective bewilderment, wondering how they are supposed to accomplish this feat. The implication is clear. If no one can manage it, no one will advance. The scene shifts to a close-up of feet walking, as if to emphasize the daunting task ahead, with one student wondering if this is the end. Chiron, however, walks forward with determination, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. He is surrounded by his classmates. Chiron pauses, a look of intense concentration on his face, as if he's about to attempt something extraordinary. The other students watch with bated breath as Chiron stands before them, ready to attempt the impossible. The word teleportation appears again, hinting at what Chiron is about to attempt. Word of the incident involving the one known as the loner of Class 7 began to spread. The story reached the upper classes, quickly becoming a hot topic of discussion. The buzz was palpable near the advanced class notice board after class. Students whispered amongst themselves. Some were surprised that bullying still happened, while others pitted the loner and blamed Class 7's reputation. One student claimed the bullying was happening because Chiron couldn't use magic. The whispers continued, with some questioning why it mattered if Class 7 couldn't use magic. Another student speculated that the bullies were simply jealous because Chiron was dating Amy. The rumors reached Amy, who was shocked to hear that Chiron was being bullied. She wondered if that was why he had been avoiding her, not wanting her to get involved. She also heard that bullying was common in Class 7. Amy recalled a similar incident that almost happened to her, but she had advanced quickly enough to avoid it, attributing the bullying to the immaturity of others. Amy, now furious, gathered a group of students, declaring her intention to find Chiron. The other students questioned what she was planning to do. Her eyes blazing with anger, Amy declared that she was going to beat up whoever was bullying him. Enraged that Chiron hadn't told her about the bullying, Amy announced she was going to gather everyone from Class 7. A smaller, chibi-style character protested, calling her crazy. Amy questioned why this didn't have something to do with her, asking if they wouldn't want the person they liked to find out if they were being bullied. She scoffs at the idea of helping Chiron, believing it would only bruise his pride further. Lady Amy's companion is taken aback by her outburst. She questions why Chiron didn't tell her about his struggles if he didn't even like her. The companion attempts to steer the conversation back on track, mentioning teleportation. She wonders if it's too difficult for Class 7 to learn. The companion reflects that it's good that teleportation is difficult, as it's very dangerous for someone who hasn't learned how to use magic. The companion suggests that Amy teach Chiron, hoping it will help them reconcile. Amy vehemently refuses to help Chiron. She continues her tirade, declaring that she doesn't have time to worry about him because of her exam preparation. Amy declares that if Chiron can't do that much by himself, then he's not worthy of being her boyfriend. Elsewhere, Chiron attempts to teleport, but fails, crashing into a tree. The academy grounds are quiet, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. From the shadows of the trees, a figure watches, unseen. The figure drops from the branch, descending silently towards the unsuspecting student. Perched in the tree, Lady Amy rationalizes her actions, telling herself she's helping him because she needs to take responsibility. The figure lands soundlessly on the ground, closing in on their target. The figure lunges, moving with surprising speed. The figure continues their descent, thinking that after they make him beg for forgiveness, they're going to beat him up. The attack lands, the sound muffled but violent. The victim, revealed to be Chiron, is caught completely off guard, his book falling from his hands as he cries out in surprise. The attacker, now revealed to be Lady Amy, pins Chiron to the ground, blood splattering as she declares she's someone who's here to beat him up. Amy, her eyes gleaming with manic glee, demands to know how he dares. Chiron is left helpless beneath her, the attack brutal and unexpected. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she registers the situation. Confusion washes over Lady Amy as she tries to understand what's happening. The scene shifts to another room, where a blonde-haired professor sits with a woman with purple hair. The professor, looking at Lady Amy, questions her presence. Amy, cornered, denies that she and Chiron have been seeing each other, claiming it's a misunderstanding. Desperate, Lady Amy shouts that it's a big misunderstanding. The woman with purple hair admits it's her first time coming here, wondering why the two of them were so quiet and never met each other. The professor questions why Lady Amy is here at this time, while she explains that she came to give Chiron advice about the advancement test. The professor responds with a simple, "Ah, really?" while the woman with purple hair asks him to have some tea. The professor is offered tea by Lady Amy, but he seems confused by the situation. The professor notes that the tea smells good, wondering where Lady Amy learned to brew tea, but then scolds himself for not saying what he should be saying, blaming her for his humiliation. The professor, startled by Lady Amy's sudden outburst, spills his tea. Amy demands to know why Chiron didn't tell her he was being bullied. Meanwhile, the woman with purple hair teleports away from the room. The professor asks Amy to sit down so they can finish talking about the test. Chiron takes a sip of his tea, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. He wonders how this situation even happened. The woman with purple hair is now in a different location, still holding her teacup. Lady Amy questions if the teleportation test is a little dangerous. Chiron thinks to himself that this was a decision made by the headmaster, and that he's sure the headmaster has a reason. The woman with purple hair thinks that it seems the headmaster is up to his tricks again, and wonders if it is that dangerous. Chiron confirms that he has heard about the photonization theory, a formula created by the genius Mage, Argos, that controls light. Lady Amy explains that light has something called the absolute speed. She continues, stating that using that speed is magic that exceeds time and space. The professor with blonde hair listens intently as the woman with purple hair explains that they're changing their body into light, a concept that sounds rough. The photonization theory categorizes light into 4 categories, including the speed of light magic, which is approximately 400 meters per second. Lady Amy elaborates, saying that the speed of light magic can be used if one understands that the speed is 1/100th of the speed of light. The professor with blonde hair appears concerned as he listens to the explanation. The woman with purple hair continues, stating that it's easy to learn, but dangerous upon collision, making it the speed of sound. The professor with blonde hair understands why teleportation is forbidden within the academy, as the woman with purple hair expected. Lady Amy thinks to herself, wondering when the professor with blonde hair and the woman with purple hair got so close, and notes that she is being ignored. The red-haired woman wonders if Professor Sienna was always this friendly, and how she will take the exam if it's so dangerous. Lady Amy asks the professor with blonde hair to pardon her, questioning if a place like that doesn't exist. Lady Amy confidently states that it does. She looks up, a question forming on her lips. The professor with blonde hair sighs, seemingly in response to a question about the upcoming exam. The details of the exam begin to unfold. The exam will take place on the bridge that can't be crossed. The bridge that can't be crossed is a teleportation training area, 1 kilometer in elevation and 700 meters in length. The woman with purple hair adds that while unconfirmed, the bridge is the only place the exam could be. The exam will be a race from one mountaintop to the other, a student observes with amazement. Lady Amy and Sienna of the Ice discuss the exam, the former remarking that the students will likely die if they fall. The rules are laid out. The person who arrives on the other side will be the winner. One student thinks it will be difficult for Class 7 to even complete the exam. The student who travels the longest distance can complete it, the woman with purple hair explains. The location will be set to level 1, and there will be safety measures, so it won't be dangerous, she continues. The teachers are worried about the students, as 2 figures are shown falling, covered in blood. The Academy's administration acknowledged the inherent risks of the upcoming exam, warning that intense competition could lead to unforeseen conflicts. The weight of the headmaster's words settled heavily on Lady Amy, a visible concern etching itself onto her face. Meanwhile, Chiron grappled with the implications of the exam, wondering if he would become a target. He admitted to himself that while he didn't mind a difficult exam, he disliked the idea of having to compete against his classmates alone. The blonde-haired youth further resolved that he would dislike it even more if someone got hurt because of the competitiveness. Elsewhere, Professor Blondehair apologized to Chiron. The professor with blonde hair explained that he had wanted Chiron to join Class 5 since the entrance exam, and that his selfishness had put him in a tough spot. Chiron dismissed the apology, insisting that the professor hadn't done anything wrong. Lady Amy declared that she would exclusively take charge of teaching Chiron from that day forward. The woman with purple hair questioned why Lady Amy was going so far for Chiron. Lady Amy felt responsible for the difficult advancement exam taking place and wanted to do whatever she could to help. She explained that in an important advancement exam like this, if word got out that a professor was involved, it would be a problem. The implications of the headmaster's decision hung heavy in the air. If the professor judging the exam was influenced by Chiron, everything would be for naught, even if he passed. Lady Amy, however, declared her intentions, stating that she would personally teach Chiron. Meanwhile, the professor with blonde hair wondered if there were any living things in the level 1 difficulty that he could teach him. He also wondered if Senior Amy was angry at him. The woman with purple hair asked if he had applied for the graduating class and if he had the time to teach Chiron. The graduating class was impressive. The graduating class was indeed something to behold. The graduating class was held in high regard. Everyone envied students from an academy that professional mages recommended. The skill of the graduating class was acknowledged as pre-professional, and they were good enough to be in an article in the Kingdom's Magic Academy magazine. The graduating students reviewed their accomplishments. However, once they left and the end of the wondrous school life approached, a life of scary hellish training and endless competition awaited. Amy Karmas was the first person who wanted to step foot in that place. Her advancement exam application was already in motion, perhaps too fast for some people. Lady Amy began to explain about that, but she was interrupted as someone blamed the professor with blonde hair, declaring it was all his fault. The blonde-haired professor's rapid growth has become a point of discussion, with some feeling that the only place to escape such talent is the graduating class. The professor with blonde hair seems aware of the pressure, thinking to himself that Lady Amy is not satisfied with being. It said that Lady Amy doesn't care about competition and had the confidence to apply first in the advanced class. The woman with purple hair insists that no matter how busy she is, she has time for this, urging the professor with blonde hair to give up. Someone suggests that Chiron should leave it to them at such a time, even if it's for his boyfriend. Lady Amy's temper rises as she thinks that because this is the first time Chiron is learning how to use magic, it will be more effective if a professor taught him. Lady Amy asks Chiron to choose between her and the professor. The professor with blonde hair stutters, seemingly caught off guard by the question. Lady Amy asks if Chiron would like it more if his girlfriend taught him. The professor with blonde hair is at a loss for words. The professor with blonde hair says that he will. The woman with purple hair and Lady Amy are shocked by the professor's response. A loud exclamation echoes, the speaker's shock palpable. The text describes the Twin Peaks of the Magic Academy's mountain range as a training ground for teleportation magic, where advanced users can adjust the levels from 1 to 10, even including living organisms. The text explains that time mages have divided the speed of light into 4 types, with the fastest, superluminal speed, only existing in theory and requiring a level of omnipotence to make time leap magic possible. Chiron is taken aback by the question. He is asked to choose between the professor and himself. The question hangs in the air, and Chiron's expression is one of surprise. He stammers, trying to find the right words, as Lady Amy teases him, suggesting he'd prefer if his girlfriend taught him. The professor watches the exchange with a calm demeanor, sipping her tea. Chiron smiles, seemingly confident that he will do it. Lady Amy and the professor react with shock to Chiron's decision. The professor nearly spills her tea, her surprise evident. The scene shifts to the academy, where the students are in disbelief. Lady Amy scolds Chiron, telling him that he doesn't realize how big of an opportunity this is and that she doesn't want to be a burden to him or the professor. The students are already hostile towards him. Chiron is joining the graduating class ahead of schedule. Lady Amy, despite her earlier confidence, felt a pang of anxiety as she considered the professor's words. Clearing her throat, she attempted to regain her composure in front of Chiron and the professor. The professor, with a knowing glance, hoped that he would pass. Turning to leave, the professor stated that he would accept whatever his student desired. He added that he would be leaving now, but should they have any questions, they should feel free to come see him. The professor's words hung in the air as he reminded them that his offer applied to all students. The professor thanked them, urging them to finish their discussion and finalize their decision, especially Amy. He warned Lady Amy that he would let her go just this once, but she knew what would happen if she entered the boys' dorm through the window again, to which she replied with a resounding yes. Lady Amy breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she had survived the encounter with the professor. She admitted to herself that she had been scared. The situation between Lady Amy and Chiron became awkward. Seeing the tension, Chiron stammered that he should get going too. He had come all the way here, and Lady Amy thanked him for coming, asking him to be honest with her. The blonde-haired youth, Chiron, questioned why she had been avoiding him. He continued, saying that others had told her that he was being bullied, and that it wasn't something that only concerned him. Lady Amy's expression shifted, a visible sting of hurt crossing her face as she considered the implications. She thought to herself, wondering if he would want the person he liked to find out that he was being bullied. The realization struck her, her pride wounded by the revelation. She coughed, trying to compose herself as she admitted that she just didn't want to distance herself from Chiron. The coughing fit continued as Lady Amy struggled to accept that what she had heard was true. Chiron declared that she was his goal. The red-haired senior realized that Chiron knew all along, and that he knew it would be something like that. He confessed that, to be honest, when he came to the academy and saw her name in first place, he was motivated. He thought he wanted to catch up by trying his best. He is listed as number 2 in class 4, just below Karmas Amy, as he reflects on his goal. Lady Amy admits that she didn't expect things to turn out this way, finding it awkward to reveal she was being bullied. She thinks to herself that things would get even more awkward, realizing that Chiron's goal is to surpass her. The red-haired senior is frustrated that she was defeated by such a brat, and hopes that if Chiron knows anyone at the Magic Academy, he will introduce them to her. Lady Amy stands on a balcony, musing to herself about what a strange fate this is. A close-up shows the intensity in Lady Amy's green eyes. The senior asks if he is kidding her, but Chiron retorts that surpassing her is his goal. Lady Amy accuses Chiron of trying to catch up to her behind her back like a coward, questioning why he is acting this way. Chiron slams his hand against the window, thinking that if he is going to surpass her, he needs to do it quickly. Lady Amy, silhouetted against a window, demands that he stop calling her a senior. Chiron is taken aback by her statement, wondering what is going on. Lady Amy thinks that if he can't catch up to her quickly, then she declares that she will have him call her senior for the rest of his life. The redhead's words hang in the air, a silent echo of her demand. Amy turns, her footsteps barely audible, leaving Chiron behind. She moves with impossible speed, leaving only a faint breeze in her wake as she disappears. Chiron vows to catch up to her in no time. The villager stands, a determined glint in his eyes, ready to face the challenge. Amy's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that he must study as if his life depends on it. The sound of creaking wood fills the air as Chiron rushes to the window. He realizes that, by the time he graduates, she will have already left him far behind. He watches, stunned, as he can no longer see her. He laments that it's too bad he can't receive her help anymore. He was certain that even now, as he stood alone, the bullies were watching his every move. He knew he had to do this on his own, whatever this was. 1 month. That's all the time he had before the early advancement exam. The next day, after lessons, the academy loomed large. The entrance to the academy buzzed with activity as students gathered, all seemingly preparing for the early advancement exam. One student asked if another was preparing for the early advancement exam. The other replied that he was going to be tutored starting today. There were about 20 applicants, he realized. The omniscience part was easy as long as you applied the equation. One student remarked that the omnipotence part was the tough part, especially the application. Another student, laden with books, was asked if he had applied too. The sound of someone flipping through pages echoed in the room. Amongst a pile of books, one stands out, titled Theory of Photonization. He had declared he would learn it alone, but the application of the theory proved to be the real challenge. The villager, Chiron, sighs, surrounded by books and calculations. The text emphasizes the ever-changing environment a mage must adapt to in real-world scenarios. It's vital to have information about the terrain when it comes to teleportation magic, and depending on the situation, one must fine-tune the omnipotence and the value of light. The calculations require about 10 to 20 squares, a daunting task. A desperate question echoes in his mind. Is there anyone who can do such calculations? He urges himself not to give up, reminding himself that the exam wouldn't be impossible. Even Professor Sina said teleportation is pretty easy to learn, a thought that offers little comfort. The pressure mounts, and Chiron rests his forehead in his hand, overwhelmed. A voice declares that the children from Class 7 will surely succeed, as they were educated from a young age. The children from Class 7 stand together, their professor watching over them. The ability to hire expensive tutors is a privilege not lost on some. Chiron, standing in the training grounds, wonders if he will ever be able to close the gap between himself and those privileged students. Leaves fall around him as he contemplates the challenge ahead. Suddenly, the professor's words echo in his mind, a possible solution to his struggles. A realization dawns on him. Chiron realizes that the headmaster has already given him the answer he seeks. A surge of magical energy erupts from the ground. The energy coalesces into a focused beam of light. The beam envelopes Chiron, lifting him into the air. The professor watches with a knowing expression as the teleportation magic takes hold. He claps his hands together, marveling at the display. Incredible. The professor acknowledges that Chiron can already demonstrate teleportation perfectly. The voice declares that the individual in question is indeed the son of Sir Slider, the skill advisor for the Magic Association. Slider Mark, son of Sir Slider, stands confidently, dismissing the notion that his lineage grants him any special advantage. Mark reflects on his training, emphasizing that he's being taught by an officially certified Class 9 instructor. Since the exam, the professor with blonde hair explains that mastering teleportation is very simple. The professor continues, stating that mastering teleportation is quite simple. One can make their decision and focus at the same time. The professor elaborates that if one learns the required portion for the exam and spends the remaining time practicing, they may be able to finish the course, a fact that amuses Slidermark. Slidermark boasts that he's been able to advance 2 levels at lightning speed. A sinister smile spreads across the professor's face, hinting at a hidden agenda. Elsewhere, a man questions what Slidermark is up to, while another reports that they are observing him as per instructions, though he seems to be progressing rapidly. The observers are surprised that Slidermark appears to be studying by himself using books. One of the men wonders why Slidermark isn't using his connections to hire an amazing instructor and suspects something is amiss. The man questions if Slidermark's progress is a facade and orders that he be kept under observation, as they can't let their guard down. He sits at his desk, poring over his notes, the lamplight casting long shadows across the room as Slidermark prepares for his next challenge. The sound of rustling pages fills the air as he reviews his materials, the weight of the task ahead pressing down on him. He tells himself that he's done everything he could to prepare. He reflects on the time he spent trying to understand omniscience, having memorized every essential theory. Despite his efforts, Mark admits to himself that he's not entirely confident, but there's not much time left before he must enter the 41 First Class 7 exclusive training grounds. The training grounds await, bathed in the eerie glow of the night, a silent testament to the challenges ahead. Slidermark stretches, steeling himself for what's to come, knowing he must now demonstrate the magic, even if there's no other way. He realizes that his magic activates according to what he thinks, and first of all, he needs to. A close-up reveals the intensity in Mark's eyes, now glowing with ether, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he focuses his mind. He begins to graph the theory of photonization in the spirit zone, his mind racing with possibilities. The ether intensifies, swirling around him as he hopes that it will work, realizing that the person blocking the path between omniscience and omnipotent is none other than himself. The ether coalesces into a brilliant, blinding light, a testament to the power he is about to unleash. He focuses his power, declaring that he must erase something. The energy intensifies, focusing on the me in between. Slidermark is surrounded by a blinding light as he exclaims that it's working and activating. He realizes that now he must teleport. The strain of the power is evident in Mark's eyes, as it's revealed that no human could calculate the value of light. The narration explains that when a mage focuses, their mind becomes so sensitive that they can sense everything around them, even the number of leaves on the ground from far away. The mage's hands manipulate small, glowing orbs, entering the extremely sensitive mindset spirit zone, where mages can sense the outside world. An old mage with a long white beard holds a similar orb, hinting at the extrasensory way. The narration warns that if you don't calculate the values, you can't control the phenomenon. Slidermark is now lying on the ground, sensing everything all at once. The light intensifies, suggesting the teleportation is complete, but the consequences are unknown. The world around Slidermark blurs as the teleportation magic surges, threatening to tear him apart. The narrator states that no human could calculate the value of light. Leaves fall gently. It is said that when a mage focuses, their mind becomes so sensitive that they can sense everything around them. Skilled mages can even sense the number of leaves on the ground from far away. This is the extremely sensitive mindset, the spirit zone. Mages in the zone can sense the outside world in an extrasensory way, and eventually, an old mage holds 3 glowing orbs in his hand, ready to control the phenomenon. If you don't calculate the values, you can sense everything all at once. The mage is engulfed in a blinding light. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. Time remains until the teleportation exam. The air crackles with unseen energy. The countdown continues, D09. The clock is ticking. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grand building, bathed in sunlight. A voice wonders what the hell is going on. Inside a classroom, students murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Two students stand together, one with pink hair and the other with dark hair. The pink-haired student wonders if the old mage is training. A voice echoes, questioning if the mage is attempting this without any protection, declaring it impossible. At his desk, the old mage is focused, writing in a book, seemingly oblivious to the growing chaos around him. A voice declares that their first attempt at teleportation was a failure. The voice continues, stating that they have no choice but to correct the errors and just go for it. The air distorts with a loud crack. With a pained cry, the old mage is violently ejected from his previous location. The teleportation attempt has failed, leaving the old mage disoriented and injured in a new, unknown location. He reflects on his knee being the source of the problem this time, as the countdown continues. The error margin of plus or minus 0.02 microseconds plagues the calculations as they are written down. The professor with blonde hair acknowledges that it's a stupid method, but he continues nonetheless. The countdown ticks down, the scenery outside the window a blur of motion. The countdown continues as the scenery rushes by. The old mage cries out in frustration, acknowledging that the body remembers better with each repetition. The numbers blur as the countdown approaches its end. The countdown nears its end. The world outside streaks by as the final moments approach. 1. With a final, exhausted breath, the teleportation is complete. He found himself in a dimly lit forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unknown flora. The old mage's breath came in ragged gasps as he tried to regain his bearings. Doubt began to creep in. He wondered what he would do, considering the test was tomorrow. The reality of his situation weighed heavily on him. For every error he corrected, another one appeared. Arian Chiron knew there was nothing left to change now. It had to work. It had to, he thought, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. He pushed himself, ignoring the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm him. His hand reached out, grasping at the unfamiliar ground, a desperate attempt to anchor himself. He steeled himself, commanding himself to get it together. With newfound determination, Chiron vowed to do it. He had to. He screamed, pushing his mana to its limit. The word echoed in his mind as the teleportation took hold. Teleport. A blinding light erupted, signaling the completion of the teleportation. He appears to have successfully teleported, a surge of energy dissipating around him. The strain of the teleportation is evident on Chiron's face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He grunts, the effort clearly taking a toll. With a final burst of energy, Chiron collapses to the ground. A pained groan escapes him as he hits the ground. He tries to convince himself that the fall didn't hurt, despite the obvious impact. Despite the pain, Chiron manages a weak smile, acknowledging his success. He wonders how much further he can push himself. He knows there's no time to rest. He needs to continue practicing his linking. He steels his resolve, knowing he needs to pray. High above, birds circle in the sky, perhaps an omen of what's to come. The camera pans out, revealing a sprawling landscape with a distant city, the destination of Chiron's teleportation. Meanwhile, in a grand hall overlooking the city, a man addresses another, referring to him as young master. The servant, standing beside the window, asks the young master how he feels. He responds with a dismissive tone, stating that today is a historic day. The young master confidently declares that he will advance to Class 5, dismissing the 700-meter distance as nothing. His eyes narrow with determination as he anticipates the challenge ahead. The Grand Academy looms in the distance, a testament to the prestige and rigor of its classes. Inside one of the classrooms, students sit at their desks, diligently studying. Maria, the student with purple hair, stands before an ornate door, seemingly hesitant. Another student, Slider Mark, approaches her, asking if she gave up on the exam. Maria turns to face Mark, a look of surprise on her face. Mark laughs, realizing that it had to be her he saw studying, and questions why she isn't at the training grounds. Maria retorts, asking if she looks like a loser who studies because she's stupid. Mark confronts her, questioning what she's doing there and implying that her grades are poor because of her actions. The young master advises the girl with purple hair to learn from the training grounds, suggesting that watching and learning from better people is a good way to study. A disembodied voice wishes her good luck and hopes she passes. The purple-haired student reaches out to touch a wall, a sinister chuckle escaping her lips as she questions the sincerity of the well-wisher's hopes. The young master praises the student, calling her amazing and accusing her of snitching. The student, caught off guard, stammers, questioning how he knew before realizing it was just a test. The young master's legs are shown as he approaches the student. The young master reveals that he has ways to get information, finding it strange that a shy kid like her would be going to the teacher's office. The young master's face is partially visible as he explains that he was nice to her because she was a classmate. He continues, his expression hardening, reminding the student that he is now her senior. The student, visibly frightened, wonders what will happen next. The young master, now alone, scoffs at the student, calling her a coward and questioning how she plans on becoming a mage. The young master reflects on why the student with purple hair is in the same class as him, despite being 4 years older. The young master, with a sinister grin, tells the student to look forward to what's coming. The student with purple hair sits alone, tears streaming down her face, realizing the gravity of her situation. Meanwhile, the young master's face contorts with rage as he thinks about making someone fail. The young master is confident that the plan, which involves 10 turns, will succeed. Elsewhere, a group of students gathers, confirming that everything is set up for the plan to be executed. The students discuss the details, noting that there will be exactly 2 chances to act. The young master is determined to make him fail, emphasizing that the first turn's distance is 10 meters, so they need to get him out in at least that distance. The young master speaks with another student, outlining the plan's 10 turns. The student confirms that he will do as he promised if they get this done, and the young master assures him that once he advances, he'll make sure to get him tutors, so he won't have to worry about getting jobs, even if he doesn't graduate. The student mentions that his father is the technical advisor at the Magic Association. The student with the gray hair asks for help, promising he won't forget it and will return the favor in every way he can. The student's sinister smile reveals his true intentions. Not even a small change can happen. The inner monologue reveals a key philosophy. A genius isn't supposed to let their guard down. The scene shifts to a distant view of the mountains. The narrator notes that this is the bridge that cannot be crossed. A group of students, identified as Class 7, are not registered for the exam. One of them wonders if this is the finals, while another comments on the unexpectedly large crowd. The speaker emphasizes that this is especially true for Class 5. The Class 5 students are gathered, and one of them states that if a young kid is going to be in their class, they want him to be cited. A voice calls out, declaring someone as a cute one. Students from Class 4 and Class 6 are present, with one student remarking that it's going to be so fun, as another laughs. The judges are observing the scene. The headmaster prepares for the upcoming exam, meticulously reviewing the arrangements. A flash of light erupts from the distant mountain peak, signaling the start of the exam preparations. From a vantage point, the sprawling landscape reveals the location where the students will be tested. Lady Amy stands on a precipice, observing the distant mountain with a focused gaze, her expression unreadable. A stark announcement declares that the examination will commence in 10 minutes, the starting line visible in the distance. The students, a mix of anticipation and apprehension etched on their faces, prepare themselves for the challenges ahead. The students are shocked to see that the bridge is actually a cliff, and they wonder where the real bridge is. One student exclaims in disbelief at the sight of the precarious bridge, questioning its very existence. The mystical bridge shimmers with an ethereal glow, defying gravity as it stretches across the chasm. Through a pair of binoculars, the students are seen gathering at the best spot to observe the exam. The students express their excitement at being able to see so well from their vantage point, while others question why they would waste time watching Class 7. A disembodied voice offers a cynical commentary on the students' fates, suggesting that those who will pass, and those who will fail. Lady Amy, with a mischievous glint in her eye, wonders aloud if Chiron can even teleport. Meanwhile, the young master's servant asks if he found Chiron, but the young master replies negatively. The student with gray hair confirms that Chiron is not there. Suddenly, a voice echoes, filled with confusion. The camera focuses on Chiron's face as he lies on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Close up on Chiron's face, an ant crawls near his eye. Chiron awakens with a start, screaming and questioning the time. He quickly gets to his feet. 2 men search the area, one turning to the other to ask if he found Chiron. The man replies that Chiron is not there. The first man is shocked by this revelation. Elsewhere, Chiron lies on the ground, unconscious. A close-up reveals Chiron's face, still out cold. Suddenly, Chiron wakes up with a start, wondering what time it is. Back at the search, the man is confused as to why Chiron is not there. Lady Amy questions what the man means by Chiron not being there, as he is nowhere to be found. Looking through a telescope, Lady Amy realizes that Chiron failed to learn teleportation. A voice booms, stating that Chiron cannot teach himself teleportation. The scene shifts to a distant mountain, where Chiron is likely located. The students stand at the edge of a cliff, realizing the drop is significant. One of them exclaims in disbelief. The instructors explain the rules. Run to the cliff. The teacher elaborates, stating that the cliff will give the signal, and the person who teleports the farthest will be the winner. The students express their apprehension. The students realize they have to jump over the cliff. The instructors continue, explaining that to make it over, they'll have to fall. One of the students wonders if there are even any safety devices as others begin to fall. The students plummet downwards, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. The instructors explain that the exam is to choose students who are fit to advance to Class 5. The instructor advises the students to only take the exam if they are good enough to protect themselves. The instructor states that those who are not sufficiently prepared may go back now. The students stand at the edge of the cliff, preparing for the teleportation test. Nearby, the professor with blonde hair observes the students, remaining silent. In his mind, the professor plots to scare the students, believing they are frozen with fear. He thinks this will prevent accidents. He believes the truly dangerous part of the test is yet to come. The professor knows that the most competitive students will be the ones to watch. He smirks, wondering if they will even make it to the other side. The professor wonders if the rumors about the nepotism kid learning teleportation on his own were true, but dismisses it, assuming he failed. Lady Amy instructs the students to stand in a single file, revealing she had a plan set up as well. Lady Amy announces that the test will now begin. Huffing and panting, Chiron appears in a forest, confused. He continues to run through the forest, still catching his breath. He found himself standing in a forest, the details of his surroundings still blurry from the teleportation. Back at the academy, the professor with blonde hair looks on with concern, surrounded by other students. A student, unseen, apologizes for something. The sound of heavy breathing echoes through the forest as Chiron struggles to catch his breath. Despite his exhaustion, Chiron wonders if he can still take the exam. Back at the academy, the students are moving. Lady Amy, observing Chiron through binoculars, calls out to someone off-panel. Another student, also using binoculars, wonders where he has been all this time. The student with red hair notes that Chiron is covered in injuries, wondering if he was practicing all this time. Meanwhile, Principal Athela is being asked if they should delay the test. The principal states that it is a student's responsibility to take care of themselves in preparation for an exam, and orders that the test should start as planned. Back in the forest, the student from the academy begs for something. The announcement booms. The test will proceed as scheduled. The blonde-haired student, Aryan Chiron, is offered a chance to concede. He expresses his gratitude for the concern. The student in the black robe acknowledges Chiron's thanks, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the red-haired student observes from a distance, thinking that the first step is complete. Elsewhere, Aryan Chiron and other students struggle to maintain their balance, panting heavily. The red-haired student thinks to herself that Chiron must fail within 10 turns. Aryan Chiron steels himself, resolving to give it his all. The professor with blonde hair announces the start of Class 7's early phase promotion exam. Lady Amy addresses everyone, though her words are cut off. A disembodied voice urges everyone to get ready, as a timer is shown. The students, including Aryan Chiron, continue to struggle against an unseen force. The unseen force intensifies, buffeting the students. The red-haired student's companion sprints forward, determined to stick to her plan. She has a plan, and she needs him to stay close. The intensity of the exam is etched on Aryan Chiron's face, bandages marking the toll it has taken. A surge of magical energy erupts, the air shimmering with unseen power. Lady Amy raises her hand, seemingly channeling the raw magical force that permeates the examination hall. The force intensifies, the pressure becoming almost unbearable. Students struggle against the unseen power, their bodies contorted as they fight to maintain their balance. The red-haired student strikes out, his fist connecting with an unseen target. Time seems to lapse as the students continue to struggle, the clock ticking down on their chances of success. 1 second stretches into an eternity under the immense pressure. The narrator reminds us that these children have reached this point through extensive training. It was the students' first time facing a cliff, and the question hung in the air. What would it feel like to step out into nothing? Fear or excitement? The sensation was unknown to them as they stared at the precipice. There was only one plan the children could think of, to be first. The red-haired student, determined to win, thinks to herself that she has to be first, believing it will give her a chance. 2 seconds passed as the students began to leap, the wind rushing past them. Until the cliff, the students raced forward, each determined to reach the other side first. One thinks that just because you run fast doesn't mean you'll get first place. Another student sprints ahead, thinking that what's important is where you begin the teleportation. The students begin to teleport, each trying to gain an advantage. The question remains, what will decide the winner is at what point you decide to leap. Even with multiple turns, the gap won't be closed as the students navigate the course. One student leaps, thinking that of course that's if you have the guts for it. The students continue to teleport through the air. The red-haired student cries out as she teleports. The cliff looms large, the destination for the students in the teleportation race. The sky above is overcast, mirroring the tension of the competition. Despite the pressure, one student scoffs, teleporting forward with a dismissive attitude. Another student cries out, the strain of the teleportation magic becoming evident. Pushing himself, a student strains to keep up with the others, teleporting with visible effort. 3 seconds have passed since the start of the race, and the first group is now only 5 meters from the cliff. One of the students, struggling to maintain his pace, realizes he's reached his limit. Another student, only 3 meters from the finish, cries out as they push forward. From the sidelines, Mark apologizes, seemingly unable to assist the students. He grits his teeth, frustrated that he and the other guards are unable to intervene. Mark's face contorts in a grimace of frustration and worry. The teleportation continues, the students pushing their abilities to the limit. He continues to push forward, the cliff edge still a distant goal. The possibility of failure weighs heavily on Arian Chiron's mind. 2 meters. Slider Mark watches as the students approach the finish line. Only 3.5 seconds have passed, but the strain is evident as the blonde-haired student struggles to keep pace. The sound of impacts echoes as the students are hit by the obstacles. The red-haired student thinks that they're the only ones left at this rate. The students realize they are really going to fall. The blonde-haired student is sent flying backwards from the impact. The red-haired student screams as she is hit by an obstacle. 1 meter. The blonde-haired student is sent flying. 3.7 seconds. Mark's expression hardens with determination. Not yet. He knows he has to catch up. With a final push, the student launched himself off the cliff's edge. The sudden action drew gasps from the observing students, including the red-haired student, as they watched him plummet. Meanwhile, Miss Athela, the principal, calmly observed the unfolding events, a clock ticking audibly nearby. The observers realized that Arian Chiron had jumped. Arian Chiron plummeted downwards, his arm outstretched as he fell. He had fallen 2 meters already. 4 seconds had elapsed since he jumped. The scene opens with someone remarking that Chiron is really something. The speaker continues, recalling how Chiron was unafraid in front of his father and even participated in the last swordsmanship competition. A year prior, in Rian's room at the Ojent mansion, Chiron dismisses the events as nothing. The person he's speaking with points out that his fear is based in imagination, referencing something he read in a book and the knight's oath he took. The narrative shifts to a discussion about imagination, stating that only humans fear blades. It's explained that even if you jump off a cliff, you won't face death until you hit the ground. The speaker emphasizes that Chiron should focus on the present instead of imagining what the future might look like, as a shadowy figure falls to their death below. The advice continues, stating that only then will he be able to see the solution, as Chiron stands at the edge of a body of water, a sword in hand. Someone calls Chiron stupid, questioning his actions. The warning intensifies, declaring that he will die if he falls off a cliff. Chiron, looking distressed, demands to know what the other person is talking about, but they insist that's not the point. The final statement emphasizes that he will die the moment he jumps off. The red-haired student watches as something unfolds before her, a sense of unease creeping into her expression. Meanwhile, Lady Amy stands with a concerned expression, while in the background, several figures in robes observe a clock on a table. The second hand ticks forward on the clock, marking the passage of time. Arian Chiron plummets downward, having jumped from a great height. The distance he has fallen is marked. Arian Chiron has fallen 2 meters already. 4 seconds have elapsed since he jumped. The wind rushes past him as he continues to fall. As he falls, Arian Chiron's eyes glow with a sudden surge of power, a desperate need to stay alive burning within him. The golden energy intensifies around him as he plummets. The golden aura surrounding Arian Chiron blazes brighter. The golden energy coalesces around his hand, focusing his power. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, signaling the unleashing of his power. The golden light emanating from him intensified, bathing the surroundings in a radiant glow. The force of the golden aura propels Arian Chiron forward, accelerating his descent. A collective gasp escapes the onlookers as they witness the impossible. The other students, suspended in midair, can only exclaim in disbelief at the sudden burst of speed. One of the students wonders how Arian Chiron managed to jump so late and yet overtake them all at once. The golden aura intensifies around Chiron as he continues to accelerate. Below, the crowd erupts in cheers, recognizing the start of something significant. The narrator observes that the event happened in the blink of an eye, prompting another to ask if they saw it too. Students from Class 5, watching through binoculars, exclaim that a new student just jumped off. Lady Amy, also observing the scene, is reminded that it was supposed to be Chiron's first time using magic. Amy's expression betrays a hint of concern as she watches Chiron's descent. The narrator observes that Chiron will undoubtedly secure first place if he maintains his consistent routine. The other students, mere blurs of light, are left far behind as Chiron surges forward with incredible speed. Frustration mounts as the glowing student realizes Chiron is still ahead, despite his best efforts. The student wonders aloud what his team is doing, lamenting that even his best effort wasn't enough. Propelled by magic, Chiron continues to accelerate, leaving a trail of light in his wake. The frustrated student grits his teeth, realizing that Chiron is still ahead of him. The sound of Chiron's rapid descent echoes through the air. Below, Erlang Maria walks along a path surrounded by lush greenery. The narrator reflects that Erlang Maria wasn't always untalented. A flashback reveals Maria being questioned about her declining grades, to which she responds that the other kids are mean to her and she can't do it anymore. Maria's mentor insists that it's a given that her fellow students will be competitive and that all the other kids endure it and level up, questioning how she plans on becoming a mage if she can't even deal with that. Like that, she remained in class 7 for 6 years, but she doesn't like competitions. But Erlang Maria hates being bullied even more. She cannot let this continue. The professor overseeing the exam believes Mark will be promoted. At the end of the third turn, the students participating in the exam were divided into 3 groups, with the front group consisting of Mark's team and Chiron. The middle group trails about 3 meters behind. And behind them, the last group used magic early because they were scared. One of them thinks to himself that he can't even use flight magic and wonders if he'll die if he falls. The student sneezes, his body glowing with a golden light. The glowing student is sent flying backwards, questioning what is happening. The affected student plummets downwards, his screams echoing through the exam area as others continue to be eliminated. The sensation of falling is terrifying as students are eliminated from the exam, their cries for help lost in the wind. The pressure of the exam is too much for some, as one student mentally cries out, wishing to give up. The observers laugh, finding amusement in the student's struggles. The judges watch with detached amusement as the students fail to overcome their fears, marking down their eliminations. As expected, those who couldn't overcome their fears were the first to fail, with students falling at 45, 58, 83, and 92 meters. More students are sent plummeting, their screams echoing as they fall further and further away. One of the falling students frantically searches for a safety device, wondering how far they will fall. Below, a massive fan spins, seemingly the only thing awaiting the falling students. The students continue to fall, their cries away, filling the air as they approach the spinning fan. The students land with a thud, the impact of the fall clearly taking its toll. 2 students, the red-haired student and another with brown hair, look around in disbelief, the red-haired student declaring the situation so mean. From above, the observers express their frustration, lamenting that they weren't informed of the exam's true nature. The observer's special gift for the lowerclassmen is revealed to be a deadly trial, as the students struggle below. The system announces that everyone in the last group has failed. The students are now at the 200-meter point of the trial. Huffing and puffing, the red-haired student struggles to keep moving forward, the golden aura around her body flickering with exertion. The student's golden aura begins to dissipate, her progress slowing as she struggles against the trial's pressure. Unable to continue, the student cries out for help, her voice echoing across the harsh landscape. The system announces that there were many failures in the middle group. The red-haired student plummets downwards, her golden aura now a fading memory as she falls out of the trial. The observers dismiss the student's failures, believing they were doomed from start. The red-haired student falls, the golden aura around her fading as she plummets back to the starting point. The brown-haired student realizes that his initial assessment of the trial was incorrect, his eyes widening with a newfound understanding. The distance between them continues to widen. The figure in the distance doesn't even look tired, despite how exhausted he appeared at the start of the race. Frustration boils over. The gap widens further as Chiron continues to pull ahead. The distance between them grows. The figure of Chiron continues to move further away. Back at the academy, the principal, Miss Athela, remarks on Chiron's talent. The principal notes that Chiron is repeatedly using compulsion, a technique to calm the mind and create inertia, and that his routine is so regular, it's like a machine. On the other hand, Mark's routine is clearly destabilizing. He's better than his fellow classmates, but he's rushing himself. Someone comments on how amazing Miss Athela is to detect with synesthesia from such a long distance away, calling it very impressive. The panel of judges continues to observe the trial. Someone questions Chiron's talent. The old mage observes the trial with a knowing gaze. Whispers spread among the onlookers, marveling at the display of compulsion. They wonder where the student could have acquired such an advanced skill. 2 students watch with rapt attention, their expressions a mix of awe and curiosity. The red-haired student reflects on the nature of mages, noting that while they typically convert their subconscious into conscious thought, this student is different. The red-haired student continues to ponder, wondering if he is simply controlling the raw subconscious. The consensus is that this level of skill cannot be learned through conventional means. Bathed in golden light, Chiron pushes himself further. He grits his teeth, determined to reach his limits soon. The command to start echoes, signaling the beginning of the next phase. He realizes that acting now would be too obvious and curses under his breath. He steels himself, thinking that if he uses all the mental power he has left, he might be able to make it work just once. A surge of power erupts. He plummets downwards, enveloped in a blinding golden aura. The descent slows as Arian Chiron hears something amiss. Someone has broken their routine, he realizes. His eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he looks up. A figure descends upon him, wreathed in the same golden light. With a shout, Chiron braces himself for impact. The other figure collides with him, sending the villager spiraling away. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The attacker, now revealed to be a student, apologizes, but his future depends on this. The brown-haired student declares that they will fall together. Chiron realizes the student is serious. The student is planning on charging into him. The brown-haired student's attack is a blinding flash of light. Arian Chiron, bathed in golden light, looks up, confusion etched on his face. Suddenly, a figure slams into Chiron, the force of the impact blurring their forms together. The impact is immense. The force sends Chiron flying backwards, a look of disbelief on his face. The attacker, revealed to be brown-haired student, apologizes, declaring that they will fail together. The brown-haired student's eye glows with an eerie blue light. Energy crackles around them. The sound of the impact reverberates. The brown-haired student grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he strains. His expression is one of intense focus and desperation. Both Chiron and the brown-haired student are sent hurtling through the sky. As they plummeted, the brown-haired student questioned if Chiron had managed to dodge his attack. The wind roared past them as they continued to fall. Chiron reached out, desperately trying to grab onto something, anything to stop his descent. His breath came in ragged gasps as the ground rushed up to meet him. The situation was rapidly deteriorating, and Chiron knew it. The blonde-haired villager's body screamed in protest, the fatigue of his broken routine crashing down on him all at once. He fought against the encroaching darkness, desperately clinging to consciousness. Chiron refused to faint, forcing himself to focus. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from him, bathing him in a golden light. The force of the energy expelled knocked the brown-haired student away. The burst of power slowed Chiron's fall, giving him a chance to regain his bearings. He chuckled, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he realized he might just survive this. As he plummeted, Arian Chiron cursed the monster-like bastard who'd sent him hurtling through the air. Nearby, students observed the unfolding chaos. One noted the strange movements of their classmates. The students of Class 5 continued their advance, seemingly oblivious to the danger they were creating. One wondered if they had gotten the direction wrong. The student realized that Chiron had almost crashed into the person in front of him. The brown-haired student, now safely on the ground, smirked, revealing that he had done it on purpose. Another student questioned how he could know that, wondering who would want to create an incident on purpose. The brown-haired student stood among his classmates, the other students unaware of his malicious intent. The student's actions were precise. One person stopped Chiron's tracks, and another hit him head-on. The brown-haired student explained that it was a great tactic that used the advantages of the immediacy of teleportation and space leaping simultaneously. He added that if the new student hadn't. He continued, stating that if Chiron had continued on his standard track, something horrific would have happened. He mused that if it was him, he would have. The brown-haired student smugly declared that he easily escaped that with his equation of motion. The brown-haired student's classmates visibly bristle at his boasting. He recalls Iruki's words, a plan already forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the professors observe the competition, confident in their own strategies. The professors watch with arms crossed, knowing more than they let on. Suddenly, Arian Chiron bursts forward, engulfed in a golden aura, determined to take the lead. The brown-haired student smirks, believing everyone will be jealous of his upcoming victory, and that his colleagues in Class 6 will become his juniors. He urges everyone to watch as he reveals his genius plan. Laughing maniacally, the brown-haired student unleashes his power, a surge of energy propelling him forward. Chiron, focused on the race, notes that Mark's condition is good, but he needs to overtake him quickly if he wants to win. The brown-haired student acknowledges that he might get destroyed if he doesn't act fast. Instead, he decides to increase his tempo, pushing himself half a beat faster than Mark. The brown-haired student accelerates, his eyes glowing with determination as he channels his power. The crowd roars as they realize Arian Chiron is closing in on the lead. The students watching from the sidelines urge Mark to pick up the pace. A student with red hair worries that Mark is pushing himself too hard, given his condition. The red-haired student peers intently, her expression a mix of concern and anticipation. Suddenly, Mark is no longer on the bridge, leaving Chiron confused. The reason for his disappearance becomes clear as Mark is seen diving off the side of the bridge. He summons a massive ring of energy. The energy crackles around him. With a yell, Slider Mark throws himself through the ring. He thought he was going to die, but he emerges unscathed, his hair now a vibrant turquoise. Emerging from the water, Slider Mark is surprised to see a notification indicating he has reached level 10. The sudden surge of power causes a visible ripple in the air around him. He propels himself forward, a golden aura enveloping him as he races through the city's underbelly. The golden light intensifies as he continues his desperate sprint. The sudden level up leaves him questioning what this means for the exam. Meanwhile, Professor Thad, hearing of the situation, declares he will go to the engine room. The professor rushes towards the engine room, determined to stop whatever is happening. A surge of energy erupts, signaling a growing crisis. The headmaster is urged to stop the exam, but the other official argues that canceling it would cause severe complaints, as it is an exam for an advancement of 2 grades. The officials debate what to do, knowing the severity of the situation. The headmaster, his face etched with concern, wonders what they should do. The other official, now enraged, demands to know if the headmaster is seriously suggesting they stop the exam and orders someone to send word. A beam of light pierces the sky, a signal that something significant has occurred. Following the light, Slider Mark is seen walking towards a distant figure. The test has ended, and Slider Mark is surrounded by a golden aura. The yellow signal is seen from afar, piercing through the mountains. Professor Thad, observing the signal, wonders if the exam has been cancelled, already anticipating a flood of complaints. Elsewhere, a voice booms, questioning if Brad drank until he collapsed again last night. Professor Thad approaches a building, determined to get inside. He recalls being told that this exam was important, and he grips the doorknob with renewed resolve. The professor finds the door locked, a look of frustration crossing his face. Back at the exam site, it becomes clear that the signal wasn't a mistake, as the area is engulfed in chaotic energy. Professor Thad prepares to unleash a fiery blast, his hand crackling with energy. The professor's power intensifies, the orb of fire growing larger and more volatile. Suddenly, the professor pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he realizes someone is on the other side of the door. A faint, ghostly image reveals a figure huddled against the locked door, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. Professor Thad, his expression hardening, warns that he will blow them up along with the door if they don't move. The professor's threat hangs in the air, unanswered. From behind the door, a voice echoes, filled with a chilling resignation. No one will care if someone like them dies anyway. The professor recognizes the voice, a flicker of shock crossing his face. Professor Thad, now accompanied by Principal Miss Athela, calls out to the person behind the door. His eyes widen as he asks if it's Maria behind the door, his tone laced with disbelief and dawning horror. Behind the door, Erlang Maria cowers, clutching her knees to her chest, her body trembling with fear. Professor Thad, now pounding on the door, demands to know what she has done, his voice filled with anguish and accusation. The shouts echo from behind the door, a desperate plea mixed with a declaration that it's all over. The voice, belonging to Erlang Maria, reveals her fear. If Mark advances, she will need to live a different life. The professor, Thad, pauses considering the situation. Instead of forcing the door, he reconsiders his approach. Instead of facing the consequences, Maria curls up, overwhelmed by the situation. Meanwhile, Mark's eye twitches with frustration. He sighs, understanding that he must do as he's told. Back at the door, Maria remains resolute, deciding that if it doesn't want to open, it won't. Thad admits to himself that opening the door isn't urgent. Elsewhere, Mark learns that, as he wished, the exam has been stopped. A surge of energy propels him forward. Mark races towards his goal, another figure trailing behind him. He realizes the test has been stopped, but is frustrated that it's happening when he was so close to succeeding. He races forward, a golden aura enveloping him as he thinks to himself that he needs to win now, so they can't back out of this. He pants, realizing he might not get another chance to get rid of that bastard. Below, the force of his power shatters the ground. The golden energy intensifies as he continues his advance. The headmaster watches as the golden energy hurtles towards him. The golden energy streaks through the air, closing in on its target. Miss Athela, witnessing the attack, cries out in disbelief. The headmaster grits his teeth, thinking they are foolish. He curses them as brats. The headmaster's attack continues, and someone wonders aloud why no one is stopping him, speculating if it's due to their pride. A concerned voice insists that they need to stop them immediately, fearing the situation is becoming too dangerous. Erlang Maria, watching the unfolding events, questions what Professor Thad is doing. The headmaster stands in the center of the arena, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him, as someone calls out his title in disbelief. The headmaster's face contorts in a display of rage as he continues his assault. Professor Thad sits calmly, observing the headmaster's actions with a calculating gaze. Professor Thad reflects on the headmaster's actions, thinking he had expected him to be different, and warns that greed will lead to poor decisions. The headmaster's attack intensifies, a voice echoing that he won't be able to find the path of the future. The headmaster's assault continues, the energy crackling around him as he unleashes his power. The students watch the headmaster's assault, their panic rising. Amy is singled out as the target of their frustration. Meanwhile, the headmaster's attack intensifies, the force of his blows reaching level 10, a level reserved for specialists. The headmaster's relentless assault continues, each strike carrying immense power. The trap closes in, a web of energy tightening around its prey. The perspective shifts, showing the trap from the inside as it hurtles forward. The walls of the trap continue to close in, the pressure mounting. A figure bathed in golden light struggles against the trap's relentless advance. The figure, struggling to breathe, realizes the trap's speed is too great. He knows that at this rate, his mental prowess will be exhausted as he tries to avoid one trap and figure out the next. The figure, now fully illuminated, understands that they're both going to be eliminated anyway, and only the person who goes the furthest will win. He grits his teeth, resolving that if he can impress them, he can be acknowledged. Despite his efforts, he realizes he does not have enough time to escape the trap. He is completely enveloped in a golden aura, the light radiating intensely. The golden aura intensifies as Chiron asks how his technique is. The golden figure of Chiron plummets through the air between towering buildings. The golden aura flares as Chiron cries out, seemingly in pain or exertion. A red warning flashes on a screen, indicating a level 10 alert. Professor Thad, observing the situation from screen, wonders what the competition is, knowing that the school's philosophy is to agitate opponents with lies until they fall. The camera looks down on Professor Thad, who is sitting in a chair, as he thinks that only prevailing matters. Professor Thad smirks, wondering if this is the type of competition the school desires. Erlang Maria sits by a window, telling someone that it's a misunderstanding, but they tell her not to sugarcoat it. Professor Thad wonders what a professor who gets praised as a genius knows, stating that he does as he is told, and if he is told to endure, he will. The scene focuses on Erlang Maria's hands, as she states that the school only recognizes students who are talented. Erlang Maria thinks that it is for ordinary students like her, and that she graduated from this school, even though when she was in the graduating class, Professor Thad was a freshman. She pauses, seemingly lost in thought, before uttering a soft, confused huh. The disembodied voice presses, demanding, "Do you remember? Think hard." Meanwhile, Professor Thad, his expression smug, inquires of Erlang Maria, "Have you ever heard a rumor about a genius named Thad?" Tears stream down the face of the headmaster, Miss Athela, as she whispers. The memory continues, the younger Chiron reflecting, "I was always last. I was stuck in class 5 for 5 years. And I gradually got angrier as my friends, who used to be beside me, advanced easily." The younger Chiron, hunched over, thinks to himself, "Impossible, right now, Professor." He recalls being caught by the headmaster and scolded severely, another lecture. A voice exclaims, "Ah, what?" He started at first. A separate voice chimes in, questioning, "Foolish boy, what's making you so anxious?" Professor Thad continues, "You usually don't care about students like me, but in times like this you are. Do you know what a mage should never do?" The professor's words hang in the air. "Compare yourself to others." Chiron thinks to himself, annoyed, "Tisich, I was wondering what you were going to say, but it..." The lecture continues. Was another lecture? A mage is a person who erases themselves. The voice advises, just focus on yourself. If you can do that, you'll be able to truly erase yourself. If you run forward while looking at the person beside you. The voice concludes ominously, you will definitely lose your way. He plummets downwards, the golden light of his magic illuminating the space around him. Panic sets in as Slider Mark realizes his descent is blocked. The ground rushes up to meet him, the grid-like structure of the barrier looming large. Regret flashes in Mark's eyes as he thinks to himself that he shouldn't have gone this way. His hands reach out, grasping at the barrier, but it's no use. Despair washes over the supporting student as he wonders if he's going to die like this, desperately calling out for someone to save him. Mark screams, the sound of crackling energy filling the air as he braces for impact. From below, Principal Miss Athela cries out in anguish, witnessing the impending disaster. The other students scream in terror, huddling together as they watch Mark fall. Mark reaches out, his hand glowing with a desperate surge of magic. The sound of the impact reverberates, a deafening crash that shakes the very foundations. Mark plummets towards the ground, the golden light around him intensifying as he falls. As Slider Mark plummets, a golden aura flares around him. Below, the students of Class 7 gasp as they witness the impossible. They realize Chiron has saved Mark. The other students question why Chiron would save a competitor, while another retorts that winning isn't important when someone is dying. A voice calls out, demanding action right now. Erlang Maria, however, insists that saving Mark is not what's important. The students wonder how Chiron was able to move so quickly. Mark cries out for help as Chiron, glowing with golden energy, catches him. Chiron tells him to stay still, that he's thinking. Chiron, his eyes glowing with the same golden light, realizes he has to analyze the pattern of the traps being assembled from far away in order to escape. The traps begin to materialize around them. The deadly traps close in. The traps continue to converge. The voice warns that the trap is following. The students watch in horror as the traps activate. They realize that vertical teleportation is useless against the onslaught, and they shout at the target to dodge. The traps continue to activate, filling the area with deadly projectiles. Increasing his altitude proves pointless. Chiron desperately searches for an alternative. Realizing he needs to change his strategy, Chiron decides to try something different. He decides to go back, hoping to evade the traps by reversing his course. The traps continue their relentless assault, showing no sign of stopping. Professor Thad, watching from the sidelines, realizes that going forward isn't always the answer. He is surprised by Chiron's decision to retreat. The students realize that going back is also an option, a strategy they hadn't considered. The students discuss Chiron's abilities, realizing that he has only been practicing for a month. One student admits that she thought he was just a guy who came in with connections and didn't know how to use magic properly. The red-haired student wonders if they have misunderstood Chiron's true potential. The students encourage Chiron despite the danger. They believe in him. The students point out an opening, urging Chiron to dodge towards it. The red-haired student speculates that Chiron's intense training wasn't just to excel in the test itself. The student with red hair continues, suggesting that advancing is merely a step in becoming something greater, as the focus shifts to Chiron. The red-haired student believes that Chiron only wants to be good at magic. The professor with blonde hair thinks that competition is just a tool in order to. The professor with blonde hair continues, stating that the goal is to get to the finish line faster. The professor with blonde hair thinks that it's fine to go slow. The professor with blonde hair states that when they cross the finish line, the old professor with white hair believes that everyone will still become a mage in the end. The professor with blonde hair is determined. The professor with blonde hair states that he will. The principal with purple hair urges someone to muster up some courage again. The principal with purple hair orders to proceed with the exam. The principal's words hang in the air as she addresses the students, her back to Professor Thad and a red-haired student. Meanwhile, a man with long white hair and a neatly trimmed beard speaks with conviction, emphasizing a crucial point. The sign on the door reads, Disciplinary Committee. A disciplinary committee meeting was opened, the professor holding a document. Maria obediently admitted her wrongdoings and wanted to be punished. Chiron, Mark, and even the caretaker, Brad, who is under sleeping magic, are present. They announced that they did not want Maria to be punished. Chiron's exam is underway as other students look on, and the situation blew up. Is he trying to keep his promise that he would take responsibility? Unfortunate. She didn't manipulate the machine to harm people. The headmaster sits at his desk, a decree laid out before him. But the student stands tall, his expression unreadable. The headmaster strokes his beard, lost in thought about the situation. The headmaster reflects on the unusual scene unfolding before him. The students stand in a group, confessing their wrongdoings to the headmaster. The student smiles faintly, contemplating the way the students are being taught. The headmaster gestures, as the student acknowledges that he is always learning. The teacher raises his gavel, ready to deliver his verdict. The sound of the gavel echoes through the hall. The students sit in anticipation, awaiting the consequences of their actions. A student bows an apology before Miss Athela, the principal. Miss Athela reviews the documents before her, a ruling of unprecedented severity. The disciplinary committee meeting record states that everyone involved would be punished. The documents reveal that Maria and Mark received a 2-month suspension. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. Arian Chiron faces the consequences, submitting a letter of apology. Why did he enter the maze? In that moment, Chiron admits to himself, I didn't want to lose. The only thing on his mind was to solve the maze, but he doesn't really remember. Miss Athela considers Chiron's actions. She notes his aggressive side, though he looks docile. Chiron's punishment is detailed. Is it because he's a boy? Chiron sleeps soundly, unaware of the questions surrounding his actions. Chiron's name echoes in the darkness, a haunting reminder of his choices. The title looms, The Dragon's Maze, a promise of trials ahead. A concentrated beam of golden light pierces through the darkness. A voice echoes, urging greater focus, a desperate plea for control. Engulfed in radiant energy, a figure's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. The glowing blue eye stares out, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent scream in the void. Shadowy figures loom as the words, I'm erasing myself, hang in the air. The stark declaration, erase myself. A complete and utter obliteration. A single tear falls as the voice whispers of being cut into pieces. Surrounded by ethereal blue light, the sensation of scattering across the world intensifies. Falling into the abyss, the figure accepts their fate. That's what the world is. Emerging into golden light, a transformation begins. I became. He plummets through a fractured reality, shards of light surrounding him. The figure falls further, the light growing brighter as the fragments multiply. An all-encompassing word echoes in the darkness. Infinite. The descent continues, the shattered pieces swirling around him in a chaotic dance. A hand reaches out, grasping for something amidst the falling debris. The world blurs, the sensation of falling intensifying with each passing moment. Musical notes dance above him as he lies in bed, the sound of a piano filling the air. Arian Chiron lies in bed, confused. The sound of a piano echoes in his mind. He adjusts his tie, a frown creasing his brow. Chiron can't remember the dream, but it was difficult. He holds a notebook Amy lent him, the one that helped him memorize the rules of magic. Chiron stands before a bookshelf, resolving to return the notebook during today's combined class, wanting to repay her. He stares at the notebook, a look of surprise spreading across his face. The second combined training hall stands tall under a bright sky. The red-haired student looks concerned as Amy asks how Chiron is feeling. Amy, beaming, explains that she wanted to give her thanks, presenting a basket of apples. The red-haired student, holding the apples, says she didn't mean to peek, but thought he liked apples. A book is opened, its pages filled with dense text and diagrams. The book contains notes, equations, and a small drawing of an apple with the question, "What do I think?" "I think an apology will be best," Amy shouts after the red-haired student, asking where she's going as class is starting. Chiron looks on with a surprised expression as Amy wonders why she's like that. But it seemed like there was a problem that big brain of hers couldn't solve. A month later, a student exclaims that they saved Chiron a seat. The class 7 students look shocked, their mouths agape. Back after their 1-month suspension, Chiron tells someone that they don't need to do this every time. He pauses at the end of the hallway, a thoughtful expression on his face. Other students mill about in the background. Senior Sariel beams, her red ribbon a vibrant splash of color against her dark uniform. "Of course, Senior Sariel. Please sit here," she offers. A student observes that Chiron doesn't seem energetic without his girlfriend. Another student retorts, "Haha, you're the one who's lonely, Senior." The first student responds that they're going to go to the graduating class together. The conversation continues, light and teasing. Sariel smiles warmly, thinking to herself. She had been planning on graduating and living a normal life, but seeing Chiron and Amy fired her up. Chiron looks surprised, a slight blush rising on his cheeks. He overhears someone say that Amy wants to become a soldier. A student wonders aloud if that's really dangerous. Although Thormia is peaceful right now, what if a war breaks out? Breaks out later. The students sit in a lecture hall, listening intently. The atmosphere is serious, the earlier lightheartedness now gone. A student explains that if a real war breaks out, all mages will need to participate because it is their duty. A student with pink hair stands on a wall, looking down at Chiron and Sariel. She seems amused by the conversation. A student wonders why they are worried about the rank 1. The conversation shifts to the topic of specialization. The professor tells Class 5 that they will need to think about a job as a mage. The reality of their future begins to set in. One thing is certain, having a competitive edge is important. Another student approaches Arian Chiron, asking if he's training alone again. This very sociable guy is Nade. Nade smiles, offering his help to anyone who needs it. Though his grades are mid-tier, Chiron possesses an unusual omnipotence that lets him control lightning. Everyone has their own unique trait, and Class 5 is really different from Class 7. Two students discuss how they are more mature since they are the same age, and one of them can't understand the conversation. Someone calls out to Chiron, asking what he thinks. The students look down at Chiron, waiting for his answer. One student says he can't agree, wondering if they want to have a debate. One student is having trouble understanding their conversation, wondering if it will be chemistry, biology, or literature. The students ask if it will be Professor Athela or Sienna. The student's mind races, wondering if his peers will distance themselves from him again. He can't seem to grasp their conversations. A group of students towers over one of their classmates, posing a question, Professor Athela or Professor Sienna. The question hangs in the air. Who do you like more? The student looks up, utterly shocked by the question. Another student, NEID, looks on with anticipation. One student emphatically declares his allegiance. I'm Team Professor Sienna. The students debate the merits of each professor, with one arguing that Professor Sienna is intelligent and pretty. Another student counters, suggesting that Professor Athela has a hidden side that draws out protective instincts. The student from before is still shocked, wondering what he thinks. The students acknowledge that both professors are worthy of respect, emphasizing the need to get along with everyone for a good school life. The student is still in shock, exclaiming that the question is for him. Two students apologize, hurrying away. He is left looking back, a confused expression on his face. The student with green hair explains that their behavior is because of him, gesturing towards someone. Irulki approaches, asking what they're talking about so excitedly. The student with green hair wonders who doesn't know him. The two students discuss the usual topic: which professor is prettier? One notes Chiron's quick change in attitude, as the other introduces Irolki. Irolki smiles, stating that it's the first time they've met, and that he is Class 5's outsider. A hand reaches out, as Irolki says it's nice to meet Arian Chiron, indicating he knows him. Irolki's hand clasps Chiron's. A voice urges him to stop hesitating. The voice continues, telling him that if he wants to do something, he should just do it. He came here to become a mage, didn't he? Chiron stands in the hallway, wondering who the voice belongs to. The voice echoes in his mind. It's the voice from back then. Irolki clasps Chiron's hand, thanking him. He says that because of Chiron, he was able to successfully use the deviate form. Irolki smiles, a knowing look in his eyes. He is met with a blunt question, accused of being boring. The brown-haired student laughs, explaining that Arian Chiron usually talks like that. Another student questions his tone. The brown-haired student advises the others to do their best, warning that Class 5 is full of weirdos. Arian Chiron wonders where they are going and what about class, but decides he can't be bothered. Arian Chiron is asked how he can't be bothered to attend the magic class. One student remarks that Arian Chiron is a little unique, while another says he'll only get tired if he tries to get to know more. To be honest, the problem is that he's a genius, too. In a strange area, Arian Chiron is considered a genius. The students notice Irolki and wonder why he went to the image zone again, deciding to go see what's happening. Nate asks Arian Chiron if Irolki is going to strip and lie down there, and Arian Chiron wonders if he will strip. The students wonder what Irolki is going to do and decide to go see. Irolki stands in a glowing circle with strange symbols. A surge of blue energy crackles, filling the space with raw power. The energy intensifies as a figure plummets downwards through the air. He stands firm on a platform of pure, crackling blue energy. The blue energy pulses, a silent promise of immense power. The students look up, their faces etched with surprise and confusion. That's... A student observes that it is the deviate spirit zone and moving at incredible speed. The students watch with rapt attention, one exclaiming how fascinating it is. A man with brown hair smiles, confident that no one else in the kingdom could do that. The students below murmur, questioning what they are witnessing as the blue energy swirls above. The students, in the middle of teaching class 4, wonder if they're the targets. Someone shouts for Irolki to stop now, their voice filled with urgency. The blue energy continues to pulse, its purpose still unknown. He narrows his gaze, his eye glowing with an unnatural, electric blue. The word ignite flashes as the students scramble, shouting for everyone to dodge. One student, face contorted in anger, calls him a crazy bastard. Another student points a glowing rod upwards, muttering poke. The other students look up, fear etched on their faces. A burst of purple energy explodes outwards. The students scream in terror as the energy surges around them. Chiron, surrounded by the purple energy, laughs, telling them he'll see them around. Chiron is completely engulfed in the swirling purple energy. Miss Ithella scolds Chiron, reminding him that his suspension just ended. Chiron insists he didn't destroy anything. Chiron tries to explain, but Miss Ithella silences him, suspending him for 3 more days. Chiron, still surrounded by the dissipating purple energy, exclaims that it's too much. Irolki's specialization lies within the deviate spirit zone and igniting magic. But what exactly is Irolki's deal anyway? Irolki is known as Class 5's biggest weirdo. His social skills are quite low, and his personality is mid. But the reason Irolki's a genius, it's because he specializes in one side. His midterm test grades show a stark contrast. This is due to savant syndrome, a phenomenon where victims possess abilities far superior to normal people. Irolki, in particular, is the king of calculated physics. For example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments. He can also calculate the date after 40,000 years. If he really wants to, he can memorize pi for the rest of his life. However, in the other areas, Professor Thad yells, asking if Irolki is looking down on a professor's authority. A literature exam reveals a failing grade. He stands before Professor Thad, who slams his hands on the desk. The paper before them is covered in complex equations. The professor's face contorts with rage. He accuses Irolki of showing off his genius, but says that math cannot explain everything. Irolki calmly responds that there is nothing the professor cannot explain with numbers, questioning how he could live in such a scary world. Professor Thad's eyes narrow, veins throbbing. He warns that Irolki's face might explode at any second. Irolki continues, explaining that anger is a chemical phenomenon. He confidently talks about what he believes in. The professor's face becomes red, veins bulging as he struggles to contain his fury. Professor Thad explodes, ordering Irolki to get out and declaring that he will receive a 0. Meanwhile, Arian Chiron looks on in amazement, seemingly impressed by Irolki's outburst. Nate observes Arian Chiron, remarking that he can't believe Irolki is the same age as them. The narration states that the professors actively tried to take care of Arulki, but all of them gave up. Arian Chiron, sitting next to Nade, says he sees. He admits he was happy that Arulki started talking to him. Arian Chiron looks away, a slight blush on his face. He stammers, saying he has an excuse. He continues to speak, as Arulki and Nade react with surprise. Arian Chiron asks if they want to join his research group. As a female, student smiles in the background. He adds a Chiron. Arian Chiron explains that their research focuses on material teleportation magic. He believes that someone with a high achievement level in photon magic, like Arulki, would help their research progress quickly. Arian Chiron smiles, suggesting they could study together. He then apologizes. Arulki thinks to himself that his current studies aren't going well, and he needs to focus on that. He apologizes to Arian Chiron for declining. Arian Chiron responds that there's nothing he can do then. He tells Arulki to let him know if he changes his mind, adding that he can join any time. Arian Chiron is thanked by the female student, as he continues to smile. Arian Chiron tells Arulki that it's a shame, as the research group is quite outstanding. Nade adds that they have senior Amy, so it probably doesn't stand out. Arulki thinks that it's unfortunate, but he's still lacking in knowledge. He looks at his midterm test grades and is jealous. Arian Chiron states that if Arulki doesn't have a research group, he thinks he can join a good one. Nade is surprised, as he realizes that Arulki is the president. Arian gestures, seemingly flustered, as he speaks to Nade, who sits calmly, listening to the explanation. He admits that he's actually embarrassed, revealing that his research group's funding was cut due to its small size. Arian continues, explaining that he was granted his position because all the senior members had graduated from the program. He believes that a research group with graduating students is a stronger group with high potential. Arian looks hopefully at Nade, awaiting his response to the situation. Meanwhile, Arulki is in a forest. Someone thought he had no interest in researching, but he expresses that he is very interested. Arian explains that a research group isn't that rigid, and that they all have fun and study together, showing their research lab. He and Nade walk down a hallway towards a glowing structure, and Nade asks what it is. It's the magic storage room, Istis, a storage room containing all the school's training aids. The magic storage room is a cutting-edge storage room where school supplies can be put in a block, and it automatically brings it to the room you need in. Nade simply states that it's a storage room. Arulki, walking alongside Arian, expresses surprise at the room's sturdiness. Arian explains that it's a precious place protected by his seniors. He wonders if he can look forward to what's inside. A hand writes on a chalkboard covered in equations and diagrams. Arian's voice echoes, promising that they'll be surprised by what's inside. Arian stands before a chalkboard, his back to the viewer as he continues to write. The magic storage room, also known as Istis, is a cutting-edge facility where students can store their school supplies in blocks. One of the students remarks that it's a storage room, as the other says that you need it in. The student gestures, explaining that although it looks like this, the inside is quite sturdy, and that you'll be surprised. The student explains that it's a precious place that his seniors protected. The student continues, saying that the other groups had their eyes on this, and that his seniors fought very hard to possess it. The student says that to be honest, they can use everything inside as they... The student grins, ready to show what the room is like. The student explains that every time you find the item you want, the structure changes. In other words, the sign reads 7A, as the student says that no one can find him in here. The two students walk down the hallway, following the yellow line. The student is surprised, realizing that this is a hideout where no one can find you. He stands with Slider Mark in the dimly lit hallway. Mark gestures grandly. A sign hangs crookedly on the wall, barely illuminated by the dim light. The sign proclaims the room's purpose, the science of supernatural spirits. From above, the two students stand before the door. Slider Mark seems excited. He thinks he might have joined the wrong group, his face betraying his unease. The situation is not totally uninteresting, but it is a little concerning. A distinct clack echoes, followed by a burst of light. A blinding light erupts, and he cries out, unsure of what is happening. Slider Mark cheerfully notes the dustiness of the new room, assuring him he'll get used to it. He can only manage a confused at the sudden change. The two students now stand in what appears to be a classroom, facing a chalkboard. Professor Elric stands at the chalkboard, covered in complex equations. He looks taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Nade beside him grins widely. The explanation comes. Their research group is notorious, and they cannot reveal their members. That's why he couldn't tell him beforehand. Elsewhere, Arulki stands before a chalkboard filled with equations, a question hanging in the air. Is Arulki interested in the supernatural? The professor's smile widens, declaring it's great bait for someone who thinks everything is logical. Chiron looks up, a surprised expression on his face. Someone thinks he is a genius for coming here. Arulki tells him to listen to what he has to say. The two shake hands, sealing some sort of agreement. When you break down matter, their atoms remain, right? Right? Chiron seems to be taken aback by the question. Arulki continues, suggesting that you can break those atoms down further. Chiron wonders what they will be broken down into. Chiron thinks, considering that there's a great amount of hidden energy. The professor knew he was amazing to think he deduced that far. Chiron questions if he is right. Irulki confirms that there's a lot of energy hidden inside. So much energy that it can destroy something. Chiron looks up, surprised, as Irulki asks what he thinks will happen. He appears taken aback, his eyes wide as he considers the implications. Someone wipes their nose, perhaps in response to the conversation, or perhaps from allergies. A disembodied voice asks what they are talking about, suggesting a hidden energy. Professor Elric smiles, raising a finger as if making a point about needing to think. Chiron's expression deepens with concern, his brow furrowed as he contemplates something. A voice challenges him, questioning if he truly understands the weight of his words. The headmaster's words echo in their minds, as Nade looks on with a surprised expression. The speaker emphasizes the need for mages to consider the impact of their magic on the earth. A voice questions the morality of sacrificing many for one's own desires. Someone finds the conversation boring, questioning if other mages know how to do this, but aren't. Professor Elric holds a cherry, stating that it's because they can't, and that Chiron's intellect was given to him to achieve something. Chiron declares that it doesn't matter if they're geniuses, and that he'd rather be an idiot than a genius who hurts people. The speaker's expression is severe, his teeth bared as he declares that a minority leads the majority. A voice declares a hatred for idealism, while another voice retorts that the first logical reasoning reeks. A close-up reveals a piercing blue eye, reflecting a cold and calculating demeanor. The voice continues, stating that ideals can be fulfilled easily, as a figure lies prone on the ground. Nade lies on the ground as Aryan Chiron stands over him, suggesting they sit down and talk calmly. The student, Nade, declares he has nothing more to say and begins to walk away, his back turned. A voice calls out, telling Chiron that he doesn't know the way out, but he continues to leave. The professor yells at Chiron to go the way he came, calling him an idiot if he can't. An unseen character demands to know why Chiron did what he did. A seated figure listens intently, their expression unreadable in the dim light. A voice admits to being worked up, implying a state of emotional agitation. The speaker accuses someone of acting on purpose and questions their obsession with numbers. Nade explains that Chiron is only able to perform teleportation because he understands numbers. He asks if the others saw Chiron's advancement exam, implying it was impressive. The green-haired student listens intently as Nade speaks about the difficulty of the Dragon's Maze. Nade insists that it's impossible to get through level 10, especially the Dragon's Maze, without dividing up time. The text explains that in that moment, the division of time Chiron performed was probably a 10,000th of a second. The image shows Chiron's brain glowing with energy as he divides time. Slider Mark, eyes wide, repeats the phrase 10 in disbelief. The text emphasizes the incredibly short time frame, 10,000th of a second, followed by maniacal laughter. Slider Mark grins, declaring that this is the mystery of insight. The text explains that intuition is faster than effort and more precise than knowledge, and that no conscious calculation could defeat its speed. But Nade interrupts, questioning what would happen if it was him. Nade realizes that it is a battle between calculations and insight, and asks if they want to confirm it with the upcoming speed gun test. He walks away, a test looming over him, and glances back. The academy looms large as the text indicates the speed gun test is in 2 weeks. Chiron stands at a desk, his bag resting beside him. He asks if Nade is looking forward to it. The text says that he's good at practicals. Professor Elric sits in a chair, the text indicating that he'll get an amazing score. The diagram explains that with the speed gun, you use active magic, hit targets, and obtain scores. The text explains that those who do not have attack type, healing, or support magic can take this exam too. The text explains that it is important to hit the target with quick and precise magic. Nade sits before Professor Elric, explaining that he cannot control active magic just yet. The text explains that in order to use omniscient-level magic, you need to at least have a score of 60. Alifer Sienna, Class 5 and Chiron's homeroom professor, smiles warmly, holding a teacup. Someone exclaims, "Professor," as Alifer Sienna assures them that they completely understand their studies. Alifer Sienna sits across from Aryan Chiron, who is being told to use all his knowledge at once. Aryan Chiron looks surprised, realizing the area of knowledge required is that of specialist. He wonders about the photonization theory, recalling that teleportation magic, which converts one's body to photons, is derived from it. The passive magic, which does not have a duration for mages, was not at the forefront for him, as his legs begin to glow. Alifer Sienna and Aryan Chiron are still in the room, as she states she didn't know he could use the photonization theory for active magic. Such magic has been registered in the association recently, and he hopes that magic that uses photons is cool. Aryan Chiron looks at a book, a red-haired student visible in the background. A book titled Photon Output and a magic journal lie on a surface, leading him to think, teach this is... A hand opens the magic journal, as he thinks about his first act of magic. A page from the Photon Output book details a new discovery about the photonization theory, prompting him to ask, Professor. He stands before Ali Sienna, who reclines on a plush couch. The professor questions the wisdom of his recommendation, as Arian holds the book. Ali Sienna states that while it looks useless, the prospect of photon output magic is bright. She adds that light is the fastest thing in this world. A glowing hand is shown as it's stated that linear things have the advantage of being easy to control. The ivory tower is described as the source of cutting-edge magic. It's predicted that photon output will be the innovation of information communication, already widely researched. It is said that if they research it consistently, it will develop into a great area of magic when one graduates with high potential. Arian Chiron, holding the book, appears thoughtful, a slight frown creasing his brow as he considers the information. He resolves that it won't be bad to master this beforehand. He will do as the professor says, believing this magic will lead to a new area. Out in a forest, his hand outstretched, Arian seems to be trying something, but is confused by the lack of results. Frustration mounts as he wonders why it isn't activating, his hand still outstretched in the forest clearing. Arian Chiron, standing in the forest, realizes he can't control it at his current level, a look of disappointment on his face. The lesson is about to begin, and the focus is on magical action. Magical action, a movement to command magic, the text explains. Imagining a photon coming from his hand helps with commanding magic. The professor thinks to himself. A voice calls out, welcoming Class 5, noting that it's a defensive type. Principal Miss Athela smiles, asking if they shall start the class. The principal's outfit is on full display, a stark contrast to her usual attire. The students are shocked by the principal's sudden appearance and change in attire. "Who are you?" one asks. The principal realizes her clothes are different, and more importantly, her glasses are gone. A student reacts with surprise, exclaiming about the principal's outfit as a male student looks on. Someone believes she must have arrived straight from training, prompting another to question the nature of this training. The explanation arrives. Professor Athela is the renowned bishop of the Karsis order. One man questions if a bishop is a clergyman, while another clarifies that a bishop holds a high position, protecting the 12 holy relics. The image of a woman in a bishop's attire appears, identified as one of the 12 bishops in the entire world. It's revealed that one of these 12 is none other than Professor Athela. The title of Jonah, bestowed upon her by the kingdom, signifies her exceptional mental strength, a title given to mages with the best spirit zone ability. One man asks Nade if he understands now, the revelation hanging in the air. A student, clearly love-struck, declares their allegiance. "I'm team." Enthusiasm erupts as the students celebrate Professor Athela's special practical lesson and the upcoming tests. Among the students, one is visibly excited, hearts practically radiating from their head. The sentiment is echoed. It's amazing to be learning magic from such a great person. The question is posed. Are they preparing for their upcoming speed gun test? A query met with enthusiastic affirmation from the class. She beams, a wide smile gracing her lips as she agrees. The students murmur amongst themselves as the professor announces a special guest. She has brought a senior from the graduating class to demonstrate. A figure with long blonde hair appears, addressing the class. "Hello, Class 5, he says. The senior, cloaked in a dark robe, admits he is only here at the request of Professor Athela. The senior hopes he will be of at least a little bit of help. He is in their care. The students exclaim in excitement as the senior stands beside Professor Athela, ready to begin the demonstration. The text explains that specialty magic is Kodadama magic. It has a big association with today's lesson, so the students are told to focus and watch. Two students whisper, noting that the senior is beyond their league. They're surprised that he is from the graduating class. Kodadama magic uses the power of words. One student wonders when the senior was in their league. The senior stands before the class, ready to demonstrate Sanul's way to enhance magic. It will be better to show instead of explaining it. The senior, Samuel, states that he will first show them common tornado magic. He raises his hands. Magic gathers in Samuel's hands, swirling with power. He seems taken aback, recalling a magic he witnessed as a child. It was something the headmaster showed him. The air crackles with energy as the word tornado manifests in a burst of stylized text. A wave of magical energy washes over the assembled students, eliciting a collective gasp of awe and fear. The students murmur, some expressing fear, as the magical display unfolds before them. They're borrowing power. Samuel, eyes closed, clutches the book tightly, focused on the incantation. He is remembering the power of the magic spell. His lips move, forming the ancient words of the spell, each syllable resonating with power. The incantation continues, invoking the forces of nature, wild Mother Earth. Samuel continues to chant, his voice resonating with the weight of generations. He wishes to borrow power. 3 minutes later, the students are still watching, some impressed by his cool voice as Samuel continues his incantation. However, The lengthy incantation seems to be losing its audience. Several students have already succumbed to sleep. His eyes now glowing with magical energy. Samuel repeats the key word, tornado. The air shimmers and distorts as the magical forces gather, ready to unleash the promised tornado. He conjures a swirling vortex of raw magical energy. The force of the spell sends a shockwave through the room. One student cries out, overwhelmed by the building magical pressure. The other students cough, struggling to withstand the magical onslaught. One declares he's not reading. The senior's voice booms, declaring that he's putting his will into the spell, not just reading it. The source of the spell seems to be a book filled with strange, arcane symbols. The words he uses enhance the magic, a principle of Kodadama magic, but the incantation is too long to be practical. Another student holds a book titled Wild Mother Earth, remarking that he's doing it again, referring to the supersonic technique. Samuel's face contorts as he shouts the incantation, his eyes glowing with power. The students below look up in terror, the air crackling with incomprehensible magical energy. The senior continues to chant, his mouth wide open as he forces out the ancient words. Magical energy surges from Samuel's body, the air shimmering with raw power. A surge of magical energy erupts, visualized as a powerful tornado. The swirling vortex intensifies, a chaotic display of raw power. The energy distorts the very fabric of reality, bending light and shadow. The spell's effects ripple outwards, disturbing the surrounding environment. A student comments on the incredible power, noting it's the level of a graduating mage. Another student thanks Samuel, and the professor tells him to call her anytime. She muses on how strong Professor Athela is. A student reflects on the nature of the world, seemingly affected by the magic. The woman in white and red explains that Kodadama magic is a specialized subject, so they won't be doing it. Instead, the woman in white and red says the technique they will be learning is called sequencing. The students discuss how counting will make them stronger, questioning why numbers are important. Numbers, the professor explains, are symbols that follow a fundamental logic. As such, they are highly compatible with spirit zones, allowing for the infusion of meaning. Professor Alifer states that they will now demonstrate the most basic proposition system used in logic or mathematics. The professor announces that they will enhance their spirit zone with sequencing, as the image zone behind them glows with power. The screen displays the words, out a number sequence in a series of 10, as the demonstration begins to unfold. The professor calls out "he up" as they begin the sequence, their expression focused and determined. The students watch in anticipation as the image zone begins to expand, the air crackling with energy. One student wonders if she just said 100. Another student remarks that Professor Alifer counted from 1 to 100. It seems her spirit zone really did get bigger. The numbers increase rapidly, jumping from 400 to 1,100 as the image zone continues to grow in size. The image zone's radius reaches 12 meters, the numbers now displaying 1,700 and 2,400 in quick succession. The red-haired student stares wide-eyed, covering her mouth in disbelief. It seems impossible that a person could count that fast. And the image zone continues to expand, the energy intensifying as the demonstration reaches its climax. The students are left in awe, realizing that the professor accomplished this easily. The red-haired student watches as Professor Alifer stands before the image zone. She announces a new target, 10,000. A student sighs, marveling at the professor's sequencing technique. The spirit zone, it seems, has grown fourfold. Professor Alifer addresses the class, confirming their focus. She explains that Kodadama magic reflects and portrays images. Sequencing, the professor explains, is about thinking and reflecting. The faster one counts, the stronger their spirit zone becomes. The swirling numbers pulse with energy. The professor's words echo. All abilities will increase. Nade remarks that with this, he can generate a photon. He acknowledges that sequencing isn't almighty, but a technique. Professor Alifer smiles, stating that this will become the basis for enhancing their spirit zone. She asks if they understand. The students, standing in formation, respond in unison. They affirm that they understand, Professor. Samuel, a senior student, expresses his accomplishment. He counted to 1,000 in 1 minute. The brown-haired student sighs, admitting that counting without doing anything is harder than he thought. He reflects on his training. Nade pauses, a thought striking him. He recalls using a technique during teleportation where he could feel the complicated calculations. The numbers swirl, perhaps connected with sequencing, as Nade considers the possibilities. Numbers categorize themselves into hundreds, counted in one go. The energy crackles, a visual representation of the calculations. About 10 seconds pass as the energy condenses into a single point. Arian Chiron raises his hand, asking if he should shoot it towards the tree. Photon output surges from his palm, a concentrated burst of light. The energy spirals outward, impacting something unseen with tremendous force. The force of the impact sends someone reeling backward, caught off guard. The energy explodes in the distance, a blinding flash amidst the trees. The other students murmur, wondering what that bright light was just now. Someone exclaims that it's so flashy, overwhelmed by the sudden burst of light. A sudden burst of light erupts in the forest, illuminating the surrounding trees. The unexpected display prompts a question. What was that just now? Arian Chiron, eyes wide with surprise, extends his hand, seemingly the source of the mysterious energy. The gathered students murmur, one exclaiming how flashy it was, while another wonders if it was photon output. Someone questions if Arian Chiron learned that for the speed gun test, noting the bullet's incredible velocity due to its lightness. Ali for Siena stands nearby as a student comments that learning it because of a test is a little and that it has no attack power. A voice wonders in defense if Arian Chiron has already learned active magic. Ali for Siena tells Chiron that he seems to be successful with sequencing, as the student replies that he thinks he was. Ali for Siena smiles warmly, her expression conveying a sense of pride and encouragement. The students are practicing speed guns straight away. He wonders aloud, expressing his curiosity. Arian is told to call for a target after sequencing. From a platform, a figure responds with a resounding yes. Arian's eyes narrow as he focuses. He thinks to himself, ordering the system to close. Energy crackles, coalescing into a swirling vortex of light and arcane symbols. The symbols intensify, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Bathed in the azure glow, Arian begins to enhance his spirit zone. He commands the system to call the targets, his voice ringing with determination. The figure on the platform remains, observing the unfolding events. The system activates, displaying a timer set to 1 minute and a score of 0. A target appears, a glowing orb surrounded by smaller, orbiting lights. The target is reflected in Arian's eye, his focus sharpening. With his hand outstretched, Arian prepares to engage the target. He extends his hand, a small orb of blue energy gathering above it. The orb intensifies, bathing his hand in a brilliant yellow light as he initiates photon output. Arian Chiron's eyes widen, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Wow, this is it, he exclaims. Thanks to the near-light speed of the projectiles, the targets are struck with incredible precision. The speed is so great, it feels like he's aiming and shooting simultaneously. The screen displays the score and time, showcasing the incredible speed of the technique. Wow, it's really fast. The surrounding students watch in awe. They note that as soon as he aims, he hits the target, calling it instant activation type magic. Ali for Siena observes, noting that Chiron's sequencing involves grouping numbers in large sets and counting them off. The photon orbs strike their marks. It's a modularity technique used in intelligence magic. Arian Chiron stands on the platform, the blue lines glowing beneath his feet. This is probably knowledge he obtained at the bridge that can't be crossed. The student focuses intently, his expression one of intense concentration, one incredible growth rate. Arian Chiron is surrounded by the brilliant light of his magic as the photon orbs continue to strike their targets. The air crackled with the fading energy of the test. The screen displayed the results, a score of 342 with no time remaining. The crowd erupted in applause, marveling at the near-perfect score. One student wondered aloud if they should switch to using photon output too, but another advised against it, calling it a sloppy score. He wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have completed the test successfully. The test was the speed gun test. It was noted that he hadn't been successful with that magic until now. As soon as he understood the technique, he achieved 342 points, a truly amazing feat. The student who had advised against using photon output admitted that his score was sloppy, but interesting nonetheless. Another student, standing in the distance, called out, eager to try it as well. Two other students watched with interest, one of them identified as Iorolki. The female student with orange hair looked surprised, reminding him not to cause any trouble. He wiped his face again, the pressure of the test finally subsiding. He wonders aloud if a rookie wants to practice, but then admits he doesn't. Despite his words, Arian Chiron looks up at the sky, admitting to himself that he is still curious. A figure walks away from a crowd of onlookers, their destination unknown. The figure adjusts their sleeve, a subtle movement hinting at preparation. Iruki stands with his hands open, surrounded by a network of glowing blue lines, ready to begin. A beam of light shines down upon Iruki, illuminating the room as he prepares to demonstrate his skill. The students are shocked, noticing that the speed gun has a different form than before. One student wonders if Iruki plans on hitting the targets by looking at them, not by using synesthesia. Iruki clicks something, the sound echoing in the room as the test begins. A blue beam of light streaks towards its target, the speed and precision evident. Arian Chiron is surprised, wondering how the target sizes have decreased. Arian Chiron's eye widens in disbelief, witnessing something extraordinary. The crowd watches as streaks of blue energy arc across the sky. A sudden burst of orange and yellow energy illuminates the testing area. The spectators erupt in cheers, their voices echoing with excitement. The scoreboard displays the current stats. Level 02, score 13, time limit 0:57. The blue energy intensifies, converging towards a target. The air crackles with energy, a palpable hum vibrating through the arena. Professor Ali Sienna observes the test alongside another student, their expressions unreadable. One of the students watching declares that they don't need to see it to know the outcome. Chiron, watching intently, realizes that Iruki will easily surpass his record. Iruki smirks, a hint of confidence playing on his lips. Iruki thinks to himself that Chiron shouldn't be surprised by what he's seeing. The blue energy coalesces, forming a concentrated blast. Streaks of light blur across the arena, a testament to speed. The crowd murmurs, astonished as the speed visibly increases. Aryan Chiron, watching the display, wonders aloud, questioning Iruki's strength. It's understood that he isn't chasing the targets with his eyes. Complex equations fill the air, illustrating the principles at play. The analysis continues, noting that he can follow all of them with deviate form. The diagrams shift, highlighting the prediction of movements. Aryan Chiron's companion marvels at the speed of his spirit zone, wondering if it involves sequencing. The student notes that he's counting higher than in thousands. Aryan Chiron's eyes widen in disbelief as the count reaches millions. Timeout. The screen flashes, displaying the score of 548 as time runs out. He stands triumphant, arms spread wide, as the crowd below marvels at his display. Whispers ripple through the crowd, some questioning if what they witnessed was even humanly possible. A woman with auburn hair watches with wide eyes, clearly impressed by the display of speed. The students murmur amongst themselves, trying to process what they have just witnessed. One student asks if the spectacle was worth watching, while the other confirms that it was indeed amazing. The brown-haired student, however, seems less impressed, stating that he is a little disappointed. Someone expresses their amazement that he even considered modularization. The white-haired student stares intently, his blue eyes wide with a mix of surprise and intrigue. The student with green eyes speaks, saying that he is, but will it be okay for the other student? Someone says that it seems that the other person thinks of them as their rival. The brown-haired student stands before the group, as someone says that it's not like you can do it even if you know. He grips Aryan Chiron by the collar, explaining that he used log. Aryan Chiron, flanked by other students, declares the method impossible. The brown-haired man's eye narrows as he explains that counting with log allows one to intuitively feel large numbers. Even with sequencing, a simple counting method, calculations will get complicated. The brown-haired man smiles, asking Aryan Chiron what he thinks. The brown-haired man states that he isn't doing this to beat anyone, it's just a test. Aryan Chiron asks if he still beat him. The brown-haired man says that his statement is a regular statement made by weaklings, and that Aryan should just know this. The brown-haired man smiles, saying that if you don't have skills, you should quit the idealism about life and pretending you're the best, because it's really not convincing. Aryan Chiron, looking enraged, asks if defeating him will prove that he's right. The brown-haired man flicks his finger, saying that no matter how amazing Aryan's insight is, compared to his calculations, it's like a worm. Aryan Chiron is shocked. The students are in high spirits, their faces beaming with amusement. One of them clutches a brown paper bag, seemingly the source of their entertainment. Really entertaining, one of them exclaims. The title card displays a blonde-haired character alongside a cloaked figure, marking the beginning of Infinite Mage, Chapter 45. The disembodied voice emphasizes that no matter how amazing one's insight may be, it's like a worm compared to his calculations, one student exclaims, his face a mask of disbelief. The other students look on in shock, murmuring in disbelief at what they are witnessing. The students are really entertained by the events unfolding before them. The title card for Infinite Mage, Chapter 45, is displayed again. The rules of the speed gun test are laid out for the audience. The number of targets hit within the time limit determines the score. With every level, the number of targets increases, but if even one target remains, advancement to the next stage is impossible. The higher the level, the faster the speed of the summoned targets. If the targets cannot be hit quickly, no more targets can be summoned, greatly affecting the score. The average score for Class 5 is 400, as the students look at the scoreboard. He considers the challenge before him, to reach level 30 within 1 minute. To do that, he can't miss any targets. In order to reach level 30, he calculates that he needs to finish each level in 5 seconds. With newfound resolve, he steps forward, ready to face the challenge head-on. The targets explode in rapid succession, a testament to his growing speed. The other students watch in awe, marveling at the speed and precision he displays. His eyes glow with intense focus as he locks onto each target, his concentration unwavering. His hand moves with blinding speed, striking each target with deadly accuracy. The targets line up before him, each one a stepping stone to his ultimate goal. Explosions erupt as he continues his relentless assault on the targets. The room is filled with the sound of explosions as he continues to destroy the targets. The other students whisper amongst themselves, noting that Chiron can now hit the targets without moving his head. One wonders if that's even possible. The screen displays time over, showing a score of 567. It's noted that in just a week, he increased his score by 200 points. He stands calmly as the system announces the end of the test. The crowd watches as the results are tallied, whispers spreading through the onlookers. The villager wipes the sweat from his brow, the pressure of the challenge evident. Aryan Chiron finds himself on the ground, as a voice declares that they've caught up to his score. He sits up, trying to understand what just happened. Mark approaches, his expression unreadable as he asks if Chiron will turn to face him. The villager stands, dabbing at his face, as Slider Mark approaches him. A barrage of bullets tears through the testing area. The air crackles with the force of the projectiles. The crowd murmurs in shock, noting the smaller zone and increased speed of the attack. The bullets continue to fly, a relentless assault. Aryan Chiron raises his hand, declaring the test finished. The screen blares, announcing the end of the round. Iruki's score has increased, someone shouts, but it's only a 1-point difference from Chiron's new score. Chiron was so close, a disembodied voice notes, but his exponential increase wasn't enough. The villager's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The student in the black uniform walks away, his back to the crowd. That 1-point difference hangs heavy in the air. The next day, the scores continue to climb. The day after, the numbers increase again. And the day, the scores continue to rise. It wasn't a difference after that. Iruki celebrates his victory, his hands raised in triumph. The meaning behind the 1-point difference was clear. The student in the center explains that to surpass his score, one must thoroughly calculate from level 1. The message hits home, and Aryan Chiron's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The message is that even if he doesn't go all out, he can easily defeat someone like him. From atop the tower, a figure declares that he can easily defeat someone like Chiron. A student in a black robe stands in the shadows, the red emblem on his back barely visible. The hem of the student's robe brushes against the floor as he walks. From within the academy, a voice declares that Iruki will win this time. Another voice chimes in, noting that Chiron is amazing for scoring over 602, though. A student with brown hair sits perched on a desk, his legs crossed, as he speaks to 2 other students. Iruki is asked if he wants to join their research group, and he is encouraged to teach them. He is asked what the maximum score he can reach is, and he responds that it's exactly that. He sits at his desk, brow furrowed as he reads. Chiron mutters to himself, noting that Iruki hasn't given it his all yet. The green-haired student taps Aryan Chiron on the shoulder. He tells him that he is cheering for him, and that if he is unaware of the strategies, then all strategies are meaningless. The green-haired student says that he is friends with both of them, so it doesn't matter who wins. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back. A text bubble states that this is serious. When eating, the person doesn't know if they're crunching food or numbers. The green-haired student smiles, saying that he feels bad for them, but for the spectators, this is so fun. He adds that they might be able to break the best score. The green-haired student looks up, wondering what the best score was. He wonders if it was set by someone who has already graduated and tells himself to wait. The blonde-haired student looks shocked as he is asked if he doesn't even know his girlfriend's score. His eyes widen in surprise. The blonde-haired student asks what the score is. A text bubble reveals that it's Senior Amy, with 987 points. Meanwhile, a wide shot shows a building with a golden dome. People are walking around in the courtyard below. A close-up shows a wall with a pattern on it. The wall is white and gray. A student with red hair is sitting on a bench. She says Amy's name. The buildings behind her are tall and old. The student with red hair walks away from the bench. She is carrying a briefcase. A fountain is nearby. She notes that the red-haired professor has become thin, commenting that the graduating class seems tough. The red-haired professor smiles, handing over the requested material and stating that the student will soon be like her. The red-haired student asks if the advancement test is really hard as the professor takes a sip from her cup. The professor states that the test isn't difficult, but the standard is high, adding that a high score doesn't guarantee passage. The red-haired student is shocked by the professor's words, exclaiming, "Oh no." The red-haired professor smiles, reassuring her that even if it's called the graduating class, it's the same as the top class 4. The professor assures the student that with her skills, she'll be fine, as the student notes that the air around her has changed. The red-haired student thinks that the professor has become stronger mentally and wonders how Chiron is recently. The red-haired student exclaims that it's so bad that they haven't even met once, questioning if they are really dating. Something really fun is happening right now, as a building with a waterfall is shown. The red-haired professor sips from her cup, wondering if Iruki is picking a fight with Chiron. The red-haired student remembers Iruki picking a fight with her when she was in class 5 and thinks he is a little strange. She speaks of someone's lack of empathy, how they use emotions to provoke others. The red-haired professor is asked about Chiron and whether she should help him. A voice declares that he doesn't need help, questioning the possessive use of our Chiron. The professor clarifies that this isn't what she meant, her expression firm. A disembodied voice states that he knows exactly what he needs to do. Sweat beads on the brow of the blonde-haired student, his expression strained. Time's up. The screen displays a score of 700, the student gasping for breath. Onlookers react with shock and disbelief at the impossible score, calling him a determined and outrageous monster. The student struggles to catch his breath, thinking the score is impossible to achieve. He stands on a floor etched with arcane symbols, his robes hanging still. Two students stand in a hallway, the light streaming in from the windows behind them. One of the students comments that 700 is a really good score, not bad at all. The brown-haired man smirks, as the blonde-haired man states he needs to prove something. Then Chiron will be able to. The red-haired student questions the importance of winning, dismissing it as just a test, while the orange-haired student asks what she was bragging about. The speech bubbles reveal that Amy was defeated last time, and that the speaker knows the other has beaten Iruki. The red-haired student admits she kept ignoring his provocations. But if they really did compete, the orange-haired student, with a nervous smile, admits that she would probably have lost. A loud exclamation fills the air. Way up. The screen displays time over and a score of 701. The sound of amazement echoes as the crowd reacts to the score. A lone figure stands in the arena, the time over display looming above. The crowd watches intently, their faces obscured in shadow. Even after reaching 700 points, the student seems unconcerned with the competition. The crowd of students wonders aloud what the limits of a rookie's power might be. One student, shrouded in shadow, is certain of the answer to their question. A rookie, his eyes wide, seems to be steeling himself for the challenge ahead. A dark thought bubbles to the surface. I can't win. The timer ticks down, the score frozen, the limit reached. 0. The crowd is amazed. A lone student stands in the distance, facing a sea of onlookers. A single word hangs in the air. The student's back is to us, the emblem on his jacket a stark contrast to the bright light of the hall. His eyes are wide, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He is certain of something, but what? The uniform, a symbol of the academy, now feels like a weight. The student's thoughts are heavy. He can't win. A bag sits on a desk, untouched, the weight of expectation, perhaps, too heavy to bear. The student sits alone, slumped on a bench, the light from the window casting long shadows. The window reveals a city skyline, but the student's focus is on the impending exams. He only has 3 days. He stares out the window, a familiar frustration creeping in. I can't find another way to beat a rookie in that time frame, too. His thoughts drift to the pressure he feels. Should he give up? It's just an exam. But that's a regular comment made by the week. He pauses, lost in thought, the weight of the situation heavy on his mind. He reflects on the need to abandon idealism. Quit the idealism about life and pretending you're the best. His expression remains neutral as he continues to contemplate his situation. A montage of past failures flashes before his eyes, each one a reminder of his perceived inadequacies. No one will believe what I say. He walks down a street littered with bodies, a stark reminder of the harsh realities he faces. If you don't have skills, a match flares to life, igniting a candle in the darkness. He looks up, a question forming in his mind. Did I lose my sense of reality because I have been in a school for nobles for too long? Sitting on his bed, Chiron stares into the candle's flame. Honestly, what a rookie said wasn't wrong. His eyes narrow, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. Those who do not have power. He sits in quiet contemplation, a soft, ethereal light illuminating his form. A voice echoes, a guiding principle. There is no other way but to go beyond numerals. Glowing droplets ascend, each a tiny spark in the vast darkness. A question hangs in the air, illuminated by floating digits. What are numbers? He stands amidst a swirling constellation of symbols, pondering. What is sequencing? Holding a radiant orb, he seeks to understand. What is its essence? Reaching for the light, Chiron resolves not to get lost in thought, to see the bigger picture. A hand extends, ready to grasp the mysteries that lie ahead. He'll just... The voice urges him to feel it, to connect with the energy around him. Streams of light cascade downwards, a visual representation of the flow of energy. Floating amidst the stars, Chiron is immersed in a sea of cosmic wonder. A single eye, glowing with inner light, questions how far one can count. He plummets through an endless expanse, the question echoing in his mind. How far? The question shifts, morphing into a desperate plea. Can he go any further? The endless fall spirals into a vortex of swirling energy. What is this? The end of numbers? It can't be. Numbers are infinite. Then what is this? Energy crackles around him, a tangible manifestation of the impossible. A silent scream tears from his throat as the impossible reality assaults his senses. Echa, the world shifts again, the impossible dreamscape fracturing. The energy intensifies, a chaotic storm of fractured realities swirling around him. Reality splinters, the very fabric of existence tearing apart. His eyes widen, reflecting the impossible chaos unfolding around him. He struggles to grasp at something solid, a memory surfacing amidst the chaos. I'm sure I was counting. He sits upright, gasping for breath. What was that? A hallucination? The swirling mass pulsed, a strange and unsettling vision. Was it truly a hallucination? He found it difficult to explain the sensation, the connection to numbers, the pull of attraction. The vision suggested that some things might not exist purely for counting, for simple quantification. Later, Chiron became aware that 40 hours had passed since the strange vision. Since he had closed his eyes, it was now the next day. The first combined training ground stood ready, bathed in the morning light. It was the day of Class 5's speed gun test, and the air crackled with anticipation. The clock ticked onward, each second amplifying the students' mounting anxiety. The scoreboard loomed large, displaying the daunting time limit, 1 minute. Nervous, so nervous, the students muttered to themselves, trying to calm their racing hearts. One student wondered aloud why the underclassmen were coming to Class 5's exam. Another student speculated that they were probably there to take a look, just as they had done in the past. The students in the auditorium craned their necks, looking over the crowd. A question hangs in the air. Why are the seniors from Class 4 present? The seniors, clad in their school uniforms, walk with purpose. One student feels the weight of expectation. This is too much pressure. A student offers a polite acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you." The program is displayed, its contents observed with keen interest. The screen displays the event, showing Mercadane Aruki and Arya, both with scores of 0. One student wonders who will win, noting that Aruki has been in the lead so far. The student with blonde hair laughs, saying it's too early to tell. The red-haired student explains that the actual test is done in paired groups. Another student speculates that if it's a similar environment to a real scenario, Chiron will win. The screen shows that 1 minute has passed and the test has ended. Iruki exclaims that he won. The red-haired student voices her concern, unsure of what to do. He beams, pleased with his performance, as the professor nods approvingly. The test has ended. The red-haired student smiles, announcing that it is already the last group. Chiron stands, his expression unreadable as he prepares for his turn. A bird's eye view shows Chiron and Iruki lying on the testing ground. The red-haired student clears her throat, drawing attention to herself. A student's uniform is shown, the V emblem prominent on the jacket. Chiron is flanked by 2 other students, his focus absolute. The testing area is silent, save for the subtle sounds of anticipation. From above, the students await their turn, each to be given 1 minute. Many students are paying special attention to Chiron and Iruki. Chiron stands, hoping to exceed expectations for this test. He stands in the grand hall, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A voice declares the start of the test, as a monitor displays the students' faces. His eye glows with an intense, azure light, a single tear escaping. A red light blazes, signaling the beginning of the trial. A sharp beat pierces the air, accompanied by a surge of blue energy. Iruki is enveloped in crackling blue energy, his eyes shining brightly. Another student is similarly surrounded, power coursing through their form. Explosions of yellow and blue light erupt, filling the testing area. Figures are sent flying as the targets detonate in rapid succession. The explosions continue, shaking the very foundations of the room. The monitor displays the scores. Merku and Arian Chiron, both at 12, as the students look on in shock. As soon as the test started, all the targets exploded. Iruki's eyes burn with power, energy radiating from his outstretched hand. Both of them are amazing. He extends his hand, a fierce determination burning in his gaze. A disembodied voice notes that Iruki's spirit zone has shrunk considerably. A blinding explosion erupts, filling the testing area with raw energy. The blonde-haired student marvels at Iruki's deviate form, a technique she has only heard rumors of. The red-haired student looks on in shock. The red-haired student can only manage a confused, huh. The scoreboard displays a surprising result. Chiron's score is higher than Iruki's, despite the explosion. Someone wonders if Iruki is just playing around again, not taking the test seriously. Another student observes that he's really cruel, perhaps implying a hidden strategy. Iruki's face is illuminated by the afterglow of the explosion, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that he's been going all out from the very start. His eyes glow with an intense light, hinting at the power he's been cultivating over the last 3 days. Chiron, now in the foreground, is shocked, wondering what Iruki has done. A surge of energy erupts, a chaotic display of raw power. Alifer Sienna observes the unfolding events, her expression thoughtful. "I see," she remarks. A voice muses on the nature of repeated effort, suggesting that familiarity breeds efficiency. Alifer Sienna stands at the podium, her gaze fixed on the spectacle before her. The same goes for counting, she thinks. An unseen observer notes. Gone quite far, Chiron. They add, he's seriously. Aryan Chiron's eyes glow with manic energy, a wide grin plastered across his face. A freak, someone exclaims. The woman with glasses listens intently, her expression thoughtful as she states, I see. The woman considers the idea that a path, once long and arduous, becomes shorter and easier with repetition. She continues, stating that the same principle applies to counting, her gaze steady. A voice echoes, acknowledging that Chiron has gone quite far. Chiron's expression is serious, his brow furrowed in concentration. His eyes begin to glow with an intense, otherworldly light, a manic grin spreading across his face. Chiron makes a complex hand gesture, energy crackling around his fingers. Blasts of energy erupt from his hands, illuminating the space with brilliant light. The energy intensifies, the blast becoming more frequent and powerful. His glowing eye reflects the immense power he is about to unleash, as he declares, modularity release. Alifer Sienna observes, noting that he's grouping numbers and calculating on the spot. It's a strategy used when one reaches the limit of conscious counting. To do this, Chiron would have gone into a state of hyper-focus before he entered the exam. However, if he does that, he thinks that if he misses a matrix, his sequencing will fall through. He knows he needs to focus, no matter what. Energy crackles around him. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a brilliant display. The scoreboard shows Aryan Chiron in Group 20, Level 23, with a score of 469 and a time limit of 032. The students in the audience are amazed, noting that the difference in their scores is increasing. They cheer him on. Miss Othello looks on in shock. The crowd is in awe. The students watch with bated breath. He is engulfed in crackling energy, a surge of power visible. A voice acknowledges Chiron's strength, noting that he has broken his routine calculations. The speaker continues, admitting that Chiron is as mental as he is. The character clenches his fist, declaring this his gamble. Chiron is now completely enveloped in blue lightning, his expression intense. The surrounding students notice something strange about Urki's performance. The scoreboard shows that Chiron's score has suddenly increased dramatically. One student observes that Chiron hasn't gotten slower, while another notes the sound of Urki's rhythm of explosions. Two men react with shock, commenting that something has oddly changed. Other students discuss whether the afterimage of Urki's spirit zone is strange. Ithella shouts that it's not an afterimage, her expression panicked. Chiron is once again shown surrounded by energy, preparing to strike. A collective gasp echoes through the room, a wave of astonishment. Professor Alifer Sienna stares, eyes wide behind her glasses, muttering about the impossible. The text describes the deviate form's unique trait as the divided mind, something rarely seen in students. A spectral figure flickers, a brain glowing brightly within its translucent head. The system registers two sequences, logging each with unwavering precision. The student with glasses is shocked that the child was hiding his abilities. Another unexpected change has appeared in this magic academy. The students whisper amongst themselves. Streaks of blue energy crackle and converge, illuminating the space. He is now completely enveloped in the radiant blue aura, power surging around him. The screen displays the scores of Mercadai, Iluki, and Aryan, the numbers highlighted by the energy. The timer ticks down, showing only 15 seconds remaining, while the score climbs to 692. The students watch with wide eyes, murmuring that they already know the outcome. He thinks to himself that he was just really unlucky. The student's head hangs low, the words echoing in his mind. He can't win. Surrounded by swirling energy, Chiron reflects that he put in everything he could. The energy intensifies, but he knows he can't even do half of what a rookie is capable of. Clenching his fist, Chiron acknowledges that he did his best. But doubt creeps in. Was that really his best? No, he's still afraid. Raising his hand, the student wonders if he's even allowed to go down this path. Energy crackles around Chiron's hand as he begins to push past his limits. He is breaking through the barrier. Determination blazing in his eyes, Chiron declares he's going to go beyond the numbers. The energy intensifies around his hand. The power surges, ready to be unleashed. He glances upward, his expression a mixture of shock and curiosity. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the air. A figure is suspended in the air, silhouetted against a bright light. Streaks of light cascade down, filling the space with an ethereal glow. Ithella, her eyes wide with surprise, looks up towards the source of the disturbance. A mechanical eye, glowing with an intense blue light, observes the unfolding events. Orbs of energy streak through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. Another burst of energy echoes, intensifying the spectacle. Within the classroom, students crane their necks, murmuring in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. A student exclaims, barely able to articulate the wonder of the light. Two students react with open-mouthed shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chiron looks down, bathed in an otherworldly light, the source of the unfolding phenomenon. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension building. A figure stands silhouetted against an intense, blinding light. The scoreboard displays the names Mercadane Iruki and Arian Chiron, locked in competition. The clock ticks down. Mercadane Iruki grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. No matter how fast you go, I'll calculate faster than you, he thinks as the number 5 looms large. I'll calculate all the numbers in the world, Iruki vows as the number 4 flashes before him. I'm winning. I can win, he thinks as the number 2 appears. 1 second left. Iruki realizes, his face contorting in frustration. Damn it. Iruki's glowing eyes betray his desperation. Why is time passing so slowly? Meanwhile, a strange symbol appears, glowing with an eerie light. Arian Chiron stands within a complex circle, surrounded by onlookers murmuring in awe. Chiron sits on the floor, panting, the remnants of his power still visible around him. The screen displays the final score, 1,247. Had he won then? A wave of confusion ripples through the crowd. What was Arian Chiron doing? He is on the ground, looking up, as someone shouts his name. A student gasps, concern etched on her face. Was Chiron all right? The test. Someone mentions Senior Seriel, their tone questioning. 2 students stare, eyes wide with disbelief. It was a new record. The screen confirms it, 1,253. Cheers erupt, congratulating Chiron. The crowd beams, their faces alight with excitement as they look at him. The students gather around, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. A reminder flashes. Wide-range magic is prohibited in the speed gun test. The blonde-haired student looks up, a realization dawning on his face. The whole testing area was covered in light. A voice cuts through the celebration, declaring the display as boring, citing photon output. He extends a hand, a wide grin plastered across his face. Chiron jokes that it isn't photon magic. A declaration rings out, congratulating someone on their victory. The crowd murmurs, surprised by the outcome. The students are in disbelief, questioning if the sun rose from the west. They're clearly shocked by the announcement. Arian Chiron clasps hand with another student, who asks if he is finally being acknowledged. He speaks of life being more important than research. Iruki agrees with the sentiment, acknowledging the other's point of view. He seems to understand the situation. Arian Chiron is taken aback, questioning what he is hearing. Confusion clouds his features as he tries to understand. The conversation grows more intense, with one person asking if the other is serious. The response is that they are misunderstanding. The crowd is unsure of what is happening, question marks floating above their heads. They watch the exchange with bated breath. Arian Chiron explains that explosions are just a large amount of energy. He adds that a motive to hurt someone must be included for it to be violent. The other person responds that someone who is responsible will handle that amount of energy. The discussion continues, with both sides making their points. Arian Chiron states that from now on, he has a favor to ask. He seems to be changing the subject, or perhaps leading into a request. The other person declares that the explosions aren't violent. The debate continues, with the nature of the explosions being questioned. Explosions, the panel states, are simply a large amount of energy, a force that can be difficult to control. But if you can control it, it can become the energy that can save 100,000 people's lives. A sprawling cityscape stretches into the distance, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. A noble belief, someone says, but another retorts that it would have been better if they had said that from the start, as they wouldn't have misunderstood. One man states that he wanted to know which category the other belonged to, his expression unreadable. If he were with those who use power, or with those who know fear. Iruki's scared, the panel states, and that he will become an uncontrollable power. By defeating me, the man says, you prove that your will becomes the truth. So the only one who can stop me, the man says, is you. He declares that if someone doesn't take responsibility for him, he won't move. The other students murmur, wondering if he's refusing to move because he fears his own power. The students in the background express their confusion. One student admits he can't tell if he's an idealist with his head in the clouds or a realist anymore. Another student, standing alone, states that he knows one thing for certain. The fear in his eyes is palpable, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. The tension is real, hanging heavy in the air. A promise is made, a silent vow exchanged between clasped hands. One of the students declares that when the time comes, he will stop him. The other students react with shock and disbelief. Their face is a mixture of confusion and concern. Another student gushes over the declaration, expressing his pride. The students celebrate, declaring that they are friends. He is asked to come closer, his companion's expression a mask of worry. Footsteps echo in the hallway as Professor Othello walks away, leaving Chiron to ponder her words. Chiron's voice cracks as he calls out, his face contorted with anguish. Professor Ithella confronts Chiron, demanding if he understands the gravity of his actions. Chiron's eyes widen, his mouth agape as he hears the professor's words. The professor's expression hardens as she warns him about the place he entered. Ithella's voice rises, her eyes blazing with intensity as she delivers a dire warning. Chiron looks down, remorse etched on his face as Ithella expresses her disappointment. The professor explains the nature of the domain he stepped into, calling it the infinite domain. Ithella continues, revealing that their monks refer to it as nirvana. Chiron's eyes reflect a growing horror as the full implications sink in. The text warns that humans can reach infinity, but those who do become nothing. Beyond the numbers, a glimpse into what he saw in that place. A large void stretches out before him, pulling him in. And that void, a swirling vortex of blue light, consumes everything. It sucked him in, dragging him down into the depths. The blue light intensifies, blinding and disorienting. He jolts awake, gasping for air, the remnants of the nightmare clinging to him. Standing, Chiron mutters to himself, lamenting the return of the same nightmare. And a strange feeling lingers, a disquieting presence. His hand clumsily knocks over a glass, the sound echoing in the room. That feeling, an unwelcome companion that visits him from time to time. Gasping, Aryan Chiron clutches at his chest, the lingering fear palpable. He floats in the water, troubled. Chiron consulted with Professor Ithella, but they found nothing strange. What is happening to him? The sky stretches wide, birds flying in formation. A strange feeling lingers in the air. Recently, a dark structure looms, its metallic surface reflecting a distant light. Chiron sits in a plush chair, hands clasped. He believes a ghost has been haunting him. Two men sit in a well-lit room. One, with brown hair, listens intently. The other, green-haired, looks surprised by what he's hearing. The group discusses the situation. The green-haired man admits he was nervous for a moment. Another man states that this is a research group about the science of supernatural spirits. The green-haired man questions why they're taking him seriously. The brown-haired man recalls the dream Chiron described. He remembers the black and empty space. Stars are being sucked into some space, a swirling vortex of energy. And at the end, the vortex narrows, focusing into a single point. A thread of light emerges from the darkness, a single, fragile line. A glowing shape vibrates in the void, pulsing with an unknown energy. He confirms that the strange phenomenon moved like a heartbeat. Mercadane Iruki, of the Supernatural Spirits group, states that the number is unpredictable. He suggests, for fun, they assume it's an actual place. The blonde-haired student states that what Chiron is describing happens in outer space. He questions if they're talking about the outer space that is talked about in books. Aryan Chiron wonders how he can dream about outer space when he's never seen it before. He states no. Chiron gestures, saying, before. The blonde-haired student questions, in Nade, a text box appears, stating Weiss Nade is in charge of inquiring. The text states that 200 years ago, a death row criminal experienced a soul transfer experiment. The text describes a sealed conductor, explaining that a person is put inside a metal box and an electrical current is pumped into it. The text continues, stating that the inhumane experiment was stopped. The death row criminal lived, and their consciousness returned after 1 month. However, he knew the circumstances of countries beyond the continent. The text explains that the criminal knew things which he had never heard of or gone to before. The blonde-haired student asks if that really happened. He looks at Iruki. The text states that the information is confirmed to be true. The soul was decomposed by electricity, and it became ionized and caused electromagnetism. Wouldn't that power attract information about the world towards the death row criminal? The hypothesis is presented, suggesting a link to a strange, tingling feeling. Aryan Chiron shivers, wrapping his arms around himself, as if chilled. He wonders if the tingling sensation is the same as the death row criminal's supernatural feeling. The explanation suddenly dawns on him. It explains how he saw outer space. If his soul was ionized by electricity, it caused a quantum phenomenon. Then, a possibility in which he transcends time and space occurs. The concept of transcending time and space is introduced, prompting further contemplation. A close-up reveals a detail, a small scar near the corner of someone's eye. A world defined by probability, where observation and measurement cannot occur simultaneously, is described. An abstract image of space appears, filled with glowing lights and swirling patterns. Two figures stand at a table, discussing the correlation between time and space. Aryan Chiron is astonished, his eyes wide with surprise as he exclaims in disbelief. Two figures at a table express amazement, noting that they resemble a research group. He sits, listening intently, but the question hangs in the air, demanding an honest answer. Another voice chimes in, recalling a past incident. The man with brown hair remembers something being off with the photon output during a speed gun test. The voice continues, revealing a disturbing consequence. Nightmares that began every night after the test. Arian Chiron absorbs the information, lost in thought as he considers the implications of what he's hearing. The unseen speaker reveals that Professor Ithella shared something with him, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. The green-haired figure exclaims, questioning if it's related to the I immortal function. Iruki, looking concerned, asks what the immortal function is. He then asks if the other person knows what it is. Arian Chiron's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as the pieces begin to fall into place. A sudden burst of laughter fills the air as someone declares they understand. The man with brown hair, now identified as Iruki, exclaims, confirming that it was indeed the immortal function. Iruki explains that he's heard about it from his father, describing it as a mathematician's dream domain, a function that can become the key to everything. But another voice warns that the professor deemed it dangerous. A voice declares that it is, since everything is nothing, and to defeat him, one needs to have. He sits in the chair, looking up with wide eyes at the other person. Joking around, Arian Chiron feels a sense of relief wash over him. The green-haired student declares he's decided to join the Supernatural Spirits Research Group, eliciting a surprise reaction. The group gathers, ready to tackle the immortal function, or whatever it is, together. The group is officially a group again, and they can get support funds again, too. The green-haired student asks if the professors let Chiron join the group, reassuring them to trust him. He's going to put it in without the professors knowing, but will it really be okay? The green-haired student tells them not to worry and suggests going to the cafeteria for a welcome party for their new member. Arian Chiron declares he'll buy today, despite being broke. It's his research group, after all. A disembodied voice declares a need for a major cleanup effort. But contrary to Nade's expectations, a group application for supernatural spirits is being processed. The application lists Nade as president, followed by Mercadane Iruki, and then Arian Chiron. The most dangerous professor found out, and she is shocked. Ali for Sienna can only utter Chiron's name in disbelief. The text describes the immortal function, also known as nirvana, as a mysterious state beyond human comprehension. Nade carries a stack of research group member applications, a task that seems to be common as the holidays approach. A paper slips from the pile, falling to the floor near Ali for Sienna. The professor is alerted to the dropped page. Nade expresses his surprise at the dropped application, his eyes widening in concern. Ali for Sienna holds up the application, and the professor questions the contents of the paper. Nade seems confused by the professor's question. The application is for the research group of the science of supernatural spirits. The president is Nade, and Mercadane Iruki and Arian Chiron are also listed. The application lists Mercadane Iruki and Arian Chiron, and Nade wonders if that is the same Chiron who is a student. Ali for Sienna's expression darkens, a hint of something sinister in their eyes as they consider the application. The professor clutches the application, a sinister smile spreading across Ali for Sienna's face as they look down at the paper. A serene landscape unfolds, mountains rising to meet the sky. Nestled amongst the peaks, a building stands in quiet isolation. You're in the middle of training. A voice echoes, followed by, I don't think it's a simple matter, Professor Sienna. Ithella sits calmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she holds a cup. The pair sit in comfortable silence, the sound of sipping tea filling the air. A cup is placed on the table with a soft thud, the gesture deliberate. The conversation shifts. Chiron has joined a research group. One voice says, prompting another to ask, he finally joined a group? Which? The topic is revealed, the research group of the science of supernatural spirits. Tea is poured, the delicate sound punctuating the weighty silence. Ali for Sienna's expression darkens. As you know, that group has a deep history of causing trouble, even before we were professors. They continue. If I think about the complaints I received every day from students' parents, why is it that group? Chiron is the... Ali for Sienna laments Chiron's prospects, saying, school's prospect, at a time when he should be working harder for his school studies. Ithella interjects, but the group is... He explains that the current president of the group is Nade. The professor is sure that Nade being the president won't be a problem. Nade relaxes on a patterned couch, looking content. Mercadane Iruki pulls up the collar of his jacket, looking thoughtful. Nade asks if he isn't going to class or studying today. Iruki replies that he isn't feeling well. Nade suggests one more round of chess. Iruki stands behind him. Nade remarks that he is sure he cleaned up, but it's messy again. Nade laughs, holding a pipe, as Iruki reminds him that he can regret joining, but can't leave. Iruki says he is always going to study, as Nade reclines and thinks that he is such a model student. Nade asks if Iruki finished making his new invention, and Iruki responds affirmatively. He confirms that he did. He sits at the table, a book open before him, and muses aloud, so this is the cloak of invisibility? His eyes widen, a twitch of excitement in his expression. Wow, it's so dope. It's amazing, he exclaims, followed by a soft, self-satisfied chuckle. The blonde-haired male rises from his chair, energized by his discovery. It lasts for 1 hour, and if you put in a power supply like this, he trails off, his excitement building. He shouts, I want to see too. Elsewhere, Ali Sienna sips from a cup, her expression thoughtful. Talking about Nade, the other members are a problem too, she murmurs before adding, a rookie, that rascal. He's staying. A voice notes that someone is in class 5, but pretends to be dull, and then asks, didn't you see his abilities? The speaker continues, and Chiron defeated that monster, Iruki. A voice states, when the current graduating students graduate, they might become the pivotal point of this school. Ali Sienna's eyes widen behind her glasses, a worried frown creasing her face. What if Chiron hangs around with a troublemaker like Iruki, she wonders. The speaker continues, and becomes a troublemaker? Another woman speaks, her expression grave. He might become a Magic Academy's worst bomb ever. A voice responds, what? I think you're worrying too. A collection of magic frag grenades sits in a pile. The craftsmanship of the magic frag grenade is on full display. The students gather around the box of magic frag grenades. One wonders if they're dangerous, but another's excited to use them for a show. It's all a bluff. Nade's true dream is to be a magic engineer. The student with blonde hair and blue eyes is surprised. He realizes that is why Nade is studying. The students wonder if the magic frag grenades use electromagnetism and what the red book is. The students gather around the red book. One of them points out that it is red, and another is confused. The student with blonde hair and blue eyes reads the red book. He wonders why the human body research group is in it. The open book reveals drawings of people. Someone exclaims in surprise. The students gather around the red book. They wonder if the people in the book are students at their school. Someone was here. It's like the school's information booklet circulated by a shady research group. The student with blonde hair and blue eyes thinks it's entertainment for people who don't have anything else to do. He appears troubled, questioning why the school isn't addressing a certain issue. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he gasps. The page of a book reveals a sketch of a woman named Karmis Amy. The book describes Karmis Amy as someone with beauty who is often lost in thought during class. The page highlights Karmis Amy's beauty and her tendency to be indifferent. A student erupts in disbelief, questioning if someone is dating a senior and exclaiming about the contents of the book. One student wonders aloud who is running a research group like this, clearly disturbed by the information. Another student looks shocked, realizing they're likely from the graduating class. The students are shocked that someone created a group like this. That's right. The text bubble reveals that the RSSS group is also considered shady. The woman, associated with the RSSS, appears surprised by the revelation. The problem, it seems, is that the school's brightest orchestrate jokes. The painting, rendered in silhouette, is considered very high level. A magnifying glass, held by an unseen figure, scrutinizes the scene below. The RSSS group is completely avoiding the school's investigation team. She sits, bathed in light, as the reason for leaving the RSSS group is revealed. The woman with purple hair, seen in close-up, sees this as a chance. The decision has been made. I'm going to dissolve the RSSS group. A woman with braided brown hair pours tea, the clinking of porcelain filling the air. The speaker understands the concerns for the students' careers. To nurture autonomy and responsibility, research groups are acknowledged as independent. Take responsibility for your own choices. Choices, the children might live with the fear of choice. The woman with purple hair pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. The conversation continues, with someone stating that what is being said is correct. The woman in the suit argues that preventing talented individuals from straying from their path is also the role of an adult. The woman with glasses reflects on Professor Sienna, feeling that she treasures Chiron and wants to give him time to decide his skill level. The woman with purple hair and glasses apologizes, realizing she shouldn't take Professor Sienna's passion lightly either. Someone admits to not telling the others something before, but they have something to tell them about Chiron. The woman with purple hair and glasses looks on, listening intently to what is being said. Suddenly, a tremor shakes the landscape, causing birds to take flight in alarm. The ground rumbles ominously. The light fixture sways back and forth as the tremors intensify. The students scramble, one questioning if it's an earthquake, while another urges them to hide the items quickly. The tremors continue, and someone realizes that a professor is manipulating the storage room. A student with blonde hair urges someone to sit down, seemingly trying to maintain order amidst the chaos. A voice commands them to wait, declaring that it's a random inspection. A hand interacts with a panel, as the professor, Ali Sienna, appears. The professor's long coat billows around her as she moves through the halls. Ali Sienna states that it takes 3 minutes to summon the desired storeroom. One student questions why they aren't greeting the professor, while another insists they act like nothing is wrong, fearing probation. Another student declares the research room their territory, warning that fear means the end. The professor peers into the room, her expression unreadable. Ali Sienna's coat flows behind her as she enters the room. The professor's presence looms over the students within the room. One student lies sprawled on a couch, attempting to appear nonchalant. Another student's face is partially visible, his expression tense. Two students sit in chairs, attempting to maintain a facade of normalcy. He stands in the room, the sound of something echoing around him. Ali Sienna looks down, a bead of sweat forming on her face. She thinks, before it's too late, I need to dissolve this research group. Two figures occupy the room, one seated and relaxed, the other standing and observant. The blonde-haired man, clad in a vest and tie, gazes intently off to the side. Below, the woman with purple hair looks up, her expression unreadable. Her brow furrowed behind her glasses, the woman's gaze is fixed downward, her expression serious. The room warps around the woman with purple hair, the perspective skewed and unsettling. A lamp casts a warm glow on the scene, illuminating a figure seated in a chair amidst the room's clutter. The woman with purple hair scolds, demanding a greeting from the perceived brats. The document emphasizes the students' autonomy within the research association, contrasting with the teachers' association. Tradition dictates that even a teacher must follow procedure when stating their opinion, as indicated by the signs of the student and research associations. The speaker admits that the current situation was not entirely unexpected. With legs crossed, the seated figure offers an apology, the reason for which remains unstated. The conversation had reached a full-scale discussion, or so it seemed. The man with green hair sat calmly, fingers interlaced, as he inquired if they had been informed. The woman with purple hair is asked if she would be willing to drink tea. She finds their behavior enraging. The man with blonde hair seems influenced by Chiron. He wonders if it's okay to not do anything, as he recognizes Miss Sienna. The man with blonde hair chuckles, remarking that not even offering a cup of tea to a guest is too much. The woman with purple hair states that she will get to the point and leave quickly, given the circumstances. The woman with purple hair states her demand. She needs them to hand over the research lab. The woman with purple hair looks down at the two men, awaiting their response to her demand. The man with green hair sits with a man with blonde hair and Mercadane Aruki, listening intently. The man with green hair slams his hands on the table, demanding to know why he should hand over the lab, as he was reviewing their paperwork. It's hard to find a reason not to dissolve the group, especially since they haven't submitted any paperwork. The man with blonde hair and Mercadane Aruki listen as they are told that being understaffed for more than a semester is also a condition for dissolution. The group learns that their funding was cut off some time ago. The professor, Ali Sienna, explains that the Research Association can continue if they submit results within a month. A student begs for help, pleading that the exhibition be allowed to continue. The student continues to beg, acknowledging the difficulty of showing evidence for spirit sciences. Ali Sienna holds up a clipboard, stating that if they insist, she has another condition. The student agrees to anything, desperate to keep the exhibition alive. Ali Sienna reveals her condition. Chiron must leave the group. The professor holds the clipboard, the terms now laid bare. The students react with shock and dismay at the professor's demand. The students question the professor's motives, desperate to understand the reasoning behind this condition. One of the students asks if the professor already knew about it. Ali Sienna explains that the immortal function is a huge issue beyond the school. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy, with the potential for Chiron to vanish forever. He listens intently as Ali Sienna insists that they cannot allow such a thing to happen again, that there is more to the situation than they realize. The problem, it seems, lies in the overflow that follows, a dangerous consequence of their actions. The student explains that he got the genius disease when he was 8, but someone recalls their father's words. You're already crazy, so just live with it. Sienna covers her face, admitting that putting the problem into words is difficult. The definition of overflow is presented, the inability of the mind to handle the amount of suddenly awakened talent. The situation is likened to a dam that cannot contain the flowing water, a metaphor for the mind struggle. It's a scary symptom, one that could potentially lead to a mental breakdown. The kids who miss the timing of treatment often suffer horrendous pain, a grim reality for those afflicted. He reflects on the immense risk if the overflow is brought about by using the immortal function. It could be possible because after having nightmares daily, what came to mind was he might go crazy at this rate. For now, Ali Sienna declares that Chiron's school workload will be minimized. She adds that he should receive intensive psychotherapy. Ali Sienna, visibly agitated, firmly states, "Nope," to an unseen person. She is wearing glasses and has purple hair. The student, face contorted in anger, insists that as the leader, he doesn't think so. The student's uniform is visible, with a white shirt and a red tie. The student turns around, and Ali Sienna asks if he thinks this is the time to complain. The student yells, saying that what he thinks is that they're doing this because The student is cut off mid-sentence. Only the letters UL- are visible. The student yells, asking if Ali for Sienna likes Chiron. Ali for Sienna, with a wide smile, exclaims, "Exactly." She is wearing glasses and has purple hair. Ali for Sienna, flustered, exclaims that of course she has a problem. How can a teacher have feelings for a student? Ali for Sienna says that statistically, it's possible, and that you can't just calculate it like that. The student's face is flushed, eyes swirling as she breathes heavily. She presses her case, asking if there's a chance the professor might like her too. Ali for Sienna looks down, her expression unreadable behind her glasses, and flatly denies any possibility. The scene shifts, and Ali for Sienna stands over a body, questioning why he's so stern, noting that he's dead. Another student speaks to Miss Ali for Sienna, stating that if Chiron can't handle the overflow, that would be it. A disembodied voice states that it's not like he'd actually die from it, referring to Chiron. Ali for Sienna and Aryan Chiron stand together, the latter looking surprised by something. The voice continues, expressing the thought that at least she would understand, since she's experienced overflow. A close-up reveals a serious expression, stating that it's not just anything, it's the immortal function. The speaker argues that progress is uncharted territory, and that Chiron's state should be prioritized, dismissing the other's concern as out of line. Ali for Sienna's face is shown in close-up, the voice declaring that it's not just worrying over him, it's obsession. The word obsession hangs in the air, heavy with implication. A disembodied voice echoes, urgently warning Sienna to escape. Far away, a lone figure stands in a cavern of ice. Ali for Sienna, face etched with concern, hears Chiron's declaration. He believes he must be the one to decide what happens next. The professor admits to being scared as well, confessing that they sometimes feel like they'll go crazy. Ali for Sienna seems to find some solace in the admission, a slight easing of the tension in their face. Chiron wonders if this is unique to him, if others experience the same turmoil. He admits to being scared of what's happening. A voice speaks of a nightmare ending, fearing the inability to find the secrets hidden within. Chiron places a hand over his heart, declaring he would rather do something else. Ali for Sienna listens intently, their expression shifting as they consider Chiron's words. Chiron's inner voice urges him not to run away from the problem. The voice cries out, pointing out a similarity to Sienna. Ali for Sienna acknowledges Chiron's decision, stating they will respect it. The blonde-haired student seems shocked by what he's hearing. The student with green hair grins, a red substance dripping from his mouth, as he confirms the statement. Elsewhere, the woman with pink hair smiles, stating that they are going back to the original condition. She seems confident in their ability to do so. The green-haired student's grin widens, the red substance now more prominent on his chin. His eyes are wide with an unsettling glee. A sound echoes. The student's smile is sinister, his eyes narrowed as he savors the moment. The green-haired student lies sprawled on a bench, seemingly unconscious. The other two students stand nearby, observing him. A strange, ghost-like figure rises from the prone student. The blonde-haired student asks if it's records from the past. The blonde-haired student thinks that the Supernatural Spirits Club has never given a presentation. He believes that if they could, the supernatural spirit sciences would already be in science textbooks. The green-haired student apologizes, stating that he is the former club president. He adds that the Research Association shall be no more. The blonde-haired student exclaims, calling out to a girl. He urges the other student to focus, stating that this isn't the time for that. The blonde-haired student and the brown-haired student look around, wondering where she is. The green-haired student sits up, clutching his head in distress. The pink-haired woman walks away in the distance. The blonde-haired student wonders who she is and if she is from the graduating class. The brown-haired student says there's no one like her in the current graduating class. A question hangs in the air. Who does everyone remember? The blonde-haired student looks startled, while behind him, woman purple hair glasses observe with a knowing gaze. A collective gasp fills the room, followed by a stunned realization. The students' faces are etched with disbelief as they stare in the same direction. The student's shock is palpable. He wonders how someone could change so drastically. The chibi-style Chiron vehemently denies something, his expression flustered. The students wonder where Ali for Sienna is headed on her day off, noting how beautifully she is dressed. The sound of footsteps echoes as Ali for Sienna walks away, prompting speculation about a possible date. The students consider the possibility of Ali for Sienna meeting a guy, seeing it as an opportunity. Chiron looks up at Nade, a question forming on his lips as he calls out his name. The student with green hair plots to follow Ali for Sienna and exploit her weakness to prevent the group's disbandment. The chibi-style Chiron demands to know what the others are talking about, his expression confused. The villager's expression hardens, his green eyes narrowed with resolve. The mention of an invisibility cloak hangs in the air as the small chibi figure looks on. Aryan Chiron declares he's going after Miss Sienna first, ordering Chiron to bring Nate along. One of the group states that they will retrieve the cloak from the club, inquiring about controlling its speed and distance. The student stands before a fountain, asserting that this is the only way to save the research association. A voice questions why they don't use their brains to study, the chibi figure looking exasperated. The member with purple hair glances around, her expression unreadable as she surveys the area. Hidden from view, the green-haired student and his companions discuss how Alifer Sienna always has her guard up. A close-up reveals a face, noting that something is strange about the situation. The cityscape stretches out, a speech bubble commenting that nobles don't normally do this. The text questions whether nobles go on dates in the commoner's district, while a description of the invisibility cloak is displayed. Tears well in his eyes as he admits that something feels strange. The town bustles with activity, but something is amiss, as nobles don't normally do this. The question hangs in the air. Do nobles really go on dates in the commoner's district? Ithella walks down the street, glancing around as she passes the various shops. A flicker of concern crosses Ithella's face as she continues her search. She enters a building, the interior dimly lit and filled with various objects. Peeking from behind a wooden structure, one of the onlookers wonders if that is her. Ithella continues her walk, her destination still unknown. She pauses before a door, a sense of anticipation building. Ithella embraces Arian Chiron, a warm smile gracing her features. The shocking revelation, it's a man. The green-haired student grins, considering the scandalous possibilities before him. The unseen observer believes the target has gone inside, and it's time to give up. The green-haired student dashes forward, a determined look on his face. Two students express their excitement for the continuation of their group. The green-haired student pauses, looking down with a hint of surprise. With a pop, the lock is successfully picked, granting access. The door swings open, revealing the prize within, and the team is ready to infiltrate. Iruki and the green-haired student burst through the doorway, the first floor now clear. The blonde-haired student urges the team to infiltrate the second floor, using their deviate spirit zone. Why do they not use their extraordinary brains and drive on their studies? He presses against the door with the other students, straining to listen. A muffled voice carries through the wood. The heavy wooden door stands as a barrier, obscuring the scene within the room. The student with blonde hair pleads to go back, but the student with green hair insists that the professor started the fight. They have no other choice, he says. The green-haired student peers through the keyhole, his expression shifting to one of shock as he hears something. A voice from within the room says that they can go like this today. Inside, the blonde-haired student is asked to take something off, but the brown-haired student says to stay like that it's prettier. He thinks they need to stop eavesdropping. The green-haired student, still peering through the keyhole, hears someone ask when the professor's wife is coming. Another voice replies that she said she would be here in 2 hours. The green-haired student's eyes widen in horror. The person whom the professor is seeing is a married man. The student with green hair says, okay, let's start. The student with brown hair says they've got her weakness now, so he thinks this is enough. He can't do this. A hand grips the doorknob, determined to stop them. The door bursts open with a crash, and someone yells for the professor. The three students inside the room are sent sprawling to the floor, yelling for someone not to do something. The sound of splintering wood echoes as someone questions the legality of their actions. Iruki and the other students force the door open, barging into the room. The sudden intrusion startles Alifer Sienna, who stands near a table, facing away from the door. The student's arrival is met with a sharp clang, and a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Alifer Sienna whirls around, her face contorted with rage as she demands to know what they are doing. The tension in the room is palpable, hanging heavy like a shroud. The students, now facing the consequences of their actions, clench their fists in anticipation of punishment. Kneeling with their arms raised, the students offer a meek apology for their transgression. Alifer Sienna's fury intensifies as she demands to know what they take her for. The professor warns them to prepare themselves for the repercussions that await them back at the academy. The student with brown hair responds, stating that they will gladly accept the punishment. One of the students declares that Iruki is the only one responsible, revealing that they were following him without his knowledge, and that the cloak of invisibility belongs to Nade. He insists that the professor should stop scolding them, stating that he is fine and the door is fixed. The professor's words hang in the air as one of the students questions whether they followed him out of concern. The blond man admits it was his fault they were followed, but expresses concern that they entered another person's house. The blond man offers to bring tea, suggesting they all talk. The students thank him as he walks away. As the blond man reaches for the door, one of the students realizes something. He's blind. But then, a sudden wave of heaviness washes over the student, leaving him disoriented and confused. The student covers his eyes, grappling with a strange and unsettling feeling of loss. The woman with purple hair covers her face, a look of seriousness etched upon her features. The students look up in surprise. One exclaims, "Professor," while the other questions who he is, realizing that's right. The student explains that Sir Armin is a senior who attended the same magic academy when they were young. The purple-haired woman wonders if he's a mage and what happened to his eyes. The purple-haired woman sighs, addressing the man as Sir. A close-up reveals the woman's inner turmoil as she silently acknowledges that he lost his eyes because of her. Glowing symbols fill the darkness, hinting at a looming danger. Below, the hem of a long dress disturbs the water, already thick with ice. The shards multiply, a frigid overflow from a past the woman in purple cannot escape. Tears stream down her face as she recalls the only thing she could do in those hellish days: run away. The student with blonde hair cries out, warning that it's dangerous over there. Alifer Sienna shouts for them to go away, that it's flooding over there. A tear escapes her eye as she whispers a confused, "Huh?" The blonde-haired student shouts Sienna's name as a massive shard plunges into the water. A hand reaches out from beneath the surface of the turbulent water. The two students cling to something, struggling against the current and the cold. The blonde-haired student urges Sienna to hold on, believing they can be rescued downstream. Together, they look up in horror at the massive shape lurking beneath the surface. The water rages around them as the blonde-haired student urges Sienna to go underwater. Tears stream down her face as she insists that she can't. The blonde-haired student holds her head down, promising to keep her submerged. He assures her that she can live if she reaches downstream. The blonde-haired student grits his teeth, battling against the current. He steels himself, determined to succeed. Beneath the surface, a chaotic jumble of debris swirls in the murky water. The current pulls relentlessly. A desperate cry echoes, a plea directed at someone specific. Just you. A single tear escapes from a wide, frightened eye. The reflection in the pupil shows the turbulent scene. A stark reminder of sacrifice. Sir Armin, once the Academy's most brilliant student, lost his eyes. Alifer Sienna smiles softly, a hint of melancholy in her expression. She gave. The text reflects on being a mage and surviving a recent event. It mentions someone reaching out. The green-haired student looks concerned, saying, "Oh no." The brown-haired student beside him appears equally worried. The blonde-haired student carries a tray of drinks. One student remarks that Sienna nags a lot, and another thanks him for the drinks. The green-haired student says that Sienna worries about them more than anyone else. The brown-haired student adds that she's always talking about her students. The blonde-haired senior stands before his easel, a thoughtful expression on his face. A small, enthusiastic voice pipes up, eager to watch him paint, while another wonders how he can paint at all. Someone scolds the others for their rudeness, but Armin waves it off, saying he doesn't have much time. Another voice chimes in, expressing their desire to paint as well, and asks if Sienna is okay with it. Sienna, looking down, quietly agrees, though she admits it's embarrassing. The professor sits on the edge of a bed, her expression unreadable as she looks off into the distance. Meanwhile, Armin stands before a canvas, his bandaged eyes not hindering his artistic process as he sketches a figure. Nearby, two students whisper, one stating with certainty that he is using his spirit zone. The other student agrees, noting that although he may not be skilled, he should be a zoner. Another student nervously addresses Armin, who is known as a zoner, a mage with the best spirit zone ability. Armin looks directly forward, his blue eyes intense as he asks if they can see. A hand wipes across the canvas, blurring the image. He stands, blindfolded, a serene expression gracing his features. A hand reaches out, gently untying the fabric that obscures his vision, while Iruki watches from behind. The text reads, "To see if Chiron." His eye opens, a brilliant blue light emanating from within. Sweat beads on Iruki's brow as he stares. The words would notice. Hanging in the air. Armin's face is bathed in golden light, a smile playing on his lips as he holds a paintbrush. A hand reaches out, brandishing another bottle of wine, ready to continue the festivities. The students recoil, begging for mercy from the professor's relentless drinking binge. Wine pours into a glass, as a student wonders if the professor is really going to drink more. Alifer Sienna, glass in hand, pauses, questioning the situation. The students feast, one of them pouring a drink for the professor, hoping to keep her in good spirits. The professor scolds them, declaring they are too young to be indulging in such things. Despite the scolding, one student continues to pour a drink, determined to keep the professor in a good mood. The student thinks to himself that he needs to get something from her, as another student offers him food. He grins, eyes glowing red in the dim light, plotting his next move. The student is determined, thinking that he's definitely going to find her weakness. 1 hour later, Alifer Sienna's face is being touched, and they're screaming in response. The student's grin widens as he calls Alifer Sienna a troublemaker. The blonde-haired student touches Alifer Sienna's cheeks, commenting on how soft they are. The students observe the professor, realizing that she's drunk. Someone points at the students, accusing them of something. The students are being told that they were both great during the speed gun test. The blonde-haired student points, seemingly upset, while Alifer Sienna looks on, face red. Tears well in Ali for Sienna's eyes as she asks if they are slacking off in school, even if they have talent. The professor laments that there are so many people who couldn't achieve their dreams. He insists that he is not a bad professor, tears welling in his eyes as he speaks to the concerned students. Ali for Sienna's expression is a mix of sadness and intoxication, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The remnants of the feast lay scattered across the table, a testament to the evening's revelry. The professor has collapsed onto the table, completely passed out amidst the remnants of their meal. One of the students nonchalantly picks his teeth, remarking that they ate all the food. The students sit around the table, observing the unconscious professor, noting that she is not waking up. The blonde-haired student attempts to rouse Ali for Sienna, while another wonders how they will pay for the meal. The blonde-haired student calls out to the professor, concern etched on his face. Someone off-panel observes that the lady seems very drunk, offering to take her back in his carriage. A man in a suit smiles, agreeing to the offer with a hearty laugh, as another man smiles behind him. Laughter fills the air as someone declares it's just the lady who is drunk. The blonde-haired student's eyes widen as the green-haired student refuses an offer. Ali for Sienna lies motionless on the table, completely unresponsive. A small crowd gathers, murmuring about what to do. One of them urges the others to help her. A dark hand gently touches Ali for Sienna's face, checking for response. Concern etched on his face, the blonde-haired student's eye twitches slightly. Another student grabs the blonde-haired student's arm, trying to restrain him. "Don't you let go?" he asks. The blonde-haired student glares, his eyes burning with anger. "Don't touch our professor," he warns. Two other students look on in disbelief and anger. Oh, how dare this child," one exclaims. A disembodied voice echoes with a chilling threat. At night, the children should crawl into their mother's arms and sleep. The green-haired student threatens the blonde-haired student. "With one word from me, I can easily get you all expelled." A student cries out in pain as they are struck by a powerful force. A student unleashes a torrent of blue energy, their face contorted in rage. He is engulfed in crackling blue energy, his expression a mask of fury. The student's threat hangs heavy in the air, a chilling promise of what's to come. "If you don't want to pee yourself here." One man exclaims that it's magic, while the other wonders if they are from Althea's Magic Academy, noting that it's beyond their authority. Douglas Silver, the administrative official, is shocked to find his wallet missing, realizing that he is dealing with the government. The wallet flies through the air, a silent declaration of intent from Douglas Silver. A voice echoes, daring them to expel him, and if they want to, then come find Mercadane a rookie. The unseen speaker declares that he will entertain them as much as they want. The wallet slams into Douglas Silver's face, obscuring his vision and silencing his protests. Douglas Silver, now sporting a bloody nose, can only manage a stunned "me." The name Mercadane hangs in the air, followed by the declaration, "First-class nobles." The family that has been the royal advisor for the past 3 generations. That Mercadane? The two men from before are shocked by the reveal. The student's foot connects with Douglas Silver's face, sending him sprawling. Other students watch the scene unfold. One of the students wonders why the topic of family was brought up, as he hates doing it. He thinks those who believe in their support network are the exception. Completely unaware of the drama unfolding, Professor Ali for Sienna lies asleep at a table, a half-emptied bottle nearby. A hand holds up a Polaroid photograph, capturing the professor's slumbering form. The flash illuminates the scene. A student, phone raised high, snaps a picture of someone. He thinks a Polaroid isn't bad. One student complains, wondering why he is the only one carrying someone. The student struggles under the weight of Ali for Sienna, who is slung over his shoulders. He wonders if it's Professor Sienna. One student remarks that he is jealous, while another says that he is the strongest out of them. They can only go 10 steps, while a Riki can't go any. One student suggests trying to use schema. Another asks if that is something he can just use when he wants to. He is told that if he can use Spirit Zone, then he can use schema. A student with brown hair assures Chiron that magic swordsmen exist in the kingdom as well. Eager, Chiron expresses his desire to learn, as he is told to close his eyes. Instructions echo in the void, commanding him to focus and prepare for leading questions. Eyes shut, Chiron agrees to follow the disembodied voice. He concentrates, murmuring that he needs to feel himself first. The voice instructs him to think deeply about me, as bubbles float in the darkness. A glowing figure materializes, its voice echoing with instructions to breathe deeply and listen carefully. The glowing figure looms behind Chiron, who believes he understands. The figure asks him to recall the location of his first kiss with Senior. Chiron opens his eyes as the green-haired student finds the situation amusing. It is revealed that Chiron got fooled. Under the crescent moon, 2 figures stand on the bridge. One says, "Hey." A voice echoes, questioning why they went through so much. 2 students stare at a phone. One says they need to get it. Professor Sienna lies exhausted. Today must have been a sad day. The fabric of her clothing is visible. Outside, Two students discuss the situation. One holds a card, saying she would have. One student hoped they wouldn't have to go through the pain she went through. He sighs, agreeing. The student expresses frustration that the previous group president left the group to him. The student's face contorts in anger, saying if they disband, then the water reflects the light, a symbol of hope amidst the turmoil. The water's surface is disturbed. Looking up, the students resolve to do what they can, filled with determination. She is surrounded by students. Their faces a mix of concern and shock. Ari and Chiron ask what is going on. A cacophony of screams erupts, the sound wave visually represented with jagged edges. The student male, yelling, supports the swaying professor. Ari and Chiron apologizes, saying she's indebted to them. Ari and Chiron promises to keep what they did a secret from the school, her expression somber. The camera focuses on Ari and Chiron's chest, the details of her clothing highlighted. Ari and Chiron, now standing tall, declares that she will not punish them. The students below seem relieved. A large, imposing finger points down at the students, emphasizing the weight of her words. Ari and Chiron demands they show her a ghost or whatever else. She urges them to persuade the school with confidence. The student male, yelling, face intense, tells someone again what they want. The green-haired student, with a determined look, says okay. The green-haired student, now smiling, declares the value of their research group with confidence and pride. The students are encouraged to use their brains and do their best. He is told not to be surprised, but the reason remains unseen. The situation, according to the speaker, has not changed, though what that situation is remains a mystery. A smile graces the man's face, though the reason for his good mood is unknown. The man expresses relief, though the source of his worry is not shown. The scene shifts to a cityscape at night, where someone wonders when the professor woke up. On a bridge, a figure questions whether a mage should lose focus from just a couple of drops of alcohol, prompting another to ask them to wait. Meanwhile, a few days later, the scene shifts to the academy. The camera pans up to the academy building, where someone wonders if what they are seeing is a research presentation. A crowd of people in robes stand before a doorway, as someone wonders when Senior Chiron became a member of this group, also noting Senior Iruki's presence. A title card asks what the Science of Supernatural Spirits is. A poster advertises the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group, promising the terrifying truth about Althea's Magic Academy. A research presentation by the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group is about to begin. The terrifying truth about Althea's Magic Academy is about to be revealed, a secret the school wanted to keep hidden. Nade, Mercadane Iruki, and Ari and Chiron are listed as coming soon. Senior Chiron and Iruki are joining too, but the question remains, is this really an academic presentation? Bathed in sunlight, the academy stands tall, its architecture a blend of grandeur and mystery. A closer view reveals the intricate details of the building, its walls whispering stories of ages past. A sense of urgency permeates the air, visualized by streaks of red. 10 days prior, the academy stood serene against the backdrop of a fiery sky. The word Istis hangs above floating, geometric shapes, their purpose yet unknown. The green-haired student clutches their head, overwhelmed, exclaiming, "I can't think of anything." Mouth agape, the student's face is contorted in a scream of frustration. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air, visualized by jagged red lines. The presentation continues, though the attendees seem to be losing steam. Two students are slumped over, fast asleep. Nade looks up, exhausted. Despite all their discussion, staying awake has proven difficult. The table is covered in notes, each detailing a different supernatural topic, but the student president finds none of them particularly compelling. The student, holding up cards with similar topics, declares that even if these things were real, they couldn't use them. It has been 3 days since the promise with Professor Sienna. The green-haired student is overwhelmed by the situation. Nade and the others are researching the science of supernatural spirits. He demands to see a ghost or something else. The image of a woman in a flowing dress appears. The question remains, how can they show something invisible to the naked eye? Thanks to that, the student has gone crazy, throwing papers into the air. He wonders why he threw away the photo. The student admits that he is normally insane, so this is nothing new. He adds, an eye too? Nade, looking completely drained, covers his mouth with his hand. He thinks to himself that he can't do this anymore. Nade is addressed about something. He looks up, a flicker of concern in his blue eyes. The student president stares in shock. A blue, transparent figure has appeared before him. A piercing scream echoes through the room. Eh? The student president plummets backward, crashing into the floor with a resounding thud as someone laughs maniacally. One student wonders how they can trick others into believing it's a spirit. The green-haired student replies that it's a lightning shadow. He sits up, clutching his chest, and says that something looked at him, startling him. He breathes a sigh of relief. Someone off-panel remarks that mages won't fall for something like that. A small, green-haired figure asks if Chiron did. The student president's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he stares at something unseen. The student president and the green-haired student stand with their arms raised, the president declaring that there's no need to verify it. The sound of something hitting echoes in the room. Someone says that they don't need. The green-haired student asks if he's right, suggesting they go find Professor Sienna's weakness. Someone replies that he thinks he thought of a good idea. The student president says he was scared because he was fooled by it, adding that a deep-seated fear was triggered. He is asked to be more specific about the plan. The student president, Winsnade, looks on, listening intently to the discussion. Mercaday and Aruki suggest that they drag out the deep fear within their target. The group decides to change their strategy, opting for a type of psychological play. The green-haired student is embraced, told that he is going to save their group. The group discusses an inverse concept, deeming it ingenious. Mercaday and Aruki explains that if they show them shitty magic like this, people who actually believe in the supernatural will stop believing in it. He asks if the figure can move it around more spookily. The green-haired student covers his face, seemingly embarrassed. The green-haired student confidently states that he can help if he continuously uses his lightning shadow. The green-haired student's hands glow with blue energy as he prepares to use his ability. The green-haired student lies on the ground, exclaiming there as he uses his ability. Blue energy crackles around the green-haired student as he demonstrates his lightning shadow ability. A strange, teal-colored energy crackles, the source unseen. The green-haired student reclines, his mind racing with calculations. If I use it 24 times per second, a holographic projection of the student dances nearby. Nade, exhausted, rubs his eyes, as another student remarks, Nade hasn't slept for 3 days. A voice suggests, can't we make a machine? The green-haired student, startled, glances to the side, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. A voice interjects, but there's a problem. A screen displays a forest scene, complete with a cloaked figure and a spectral ghost. Program into the machine and move the hologram, someone suggests. Winsnade watches the screen, his eyes widening. Oh, what? That's a fake, he realizes, adding, you're right. Someone wonders, he looked at me. A hand is raised, as if to make a point. Mercadane Iruki stand with a plate, a confident look on his face. I think I can solve that, he declares. A voice asks, you can, Iruki? How? The green-haired student, Mercadane Iruki, and Winsnade stand together, discussing the plan. We're going to make it by predicting their reactions, Iruki explains. We're going to adopt the complex system theory. After analyzing most reaction patterns, the group plans to program Chiron's daily routine. Predicting that Chiron looks to the left, the spirit appears translucent in the dim light. A spirit to his left looks at him, prompting a choice: chase after him or continuously stare. The green-haired student wonders if Arian Chiron can really do that, whatever that may be. Everyone's daily routine at school is similar, so it's possible, but they need a lot of something. The green-haired student explains that they need a lot of storage, but more importantly, they need a method to send the whole program to multiple machines. Someone realizes that energy won't be enough and wonders aloud what will be. The green-haired student suggests that Chiron can use photon output, right? Mercadane Iruki exclaims that he can use photon output, his expression determined. In the ivory tower, which leads the most cutting-edge magic, it has been predicted that photon output will be the innovation of information communication, as Professor Sienna said. Mercadane Iruki declares that they can create the perfect spirit, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The green-haired student doesn't think scaring them with a spirit is enough, and asks Chiron if he has another plan. He considers the plan, thinking this is the best course of action. The plan involves using a psychological trick to achieve their goal. Details are being written down, the pen scratching against the paper. The green-haired student and Arian Chiron peer down, considering the finer points. Gathered around the table, the green-haired student questions if the plan is bad, suggesting they can add a different keyword if needed. The green-haired student is impressed, calling the plan freaking dope and asking if Chiron is serious. Chiron is determined, thinking that if this works, he will guarantee something. The guarantee is that the school will flip that day. Chiron and the green-haired student are excited, calling the plan really nice. The students are excited and ready to put the plan into action, declaring that it's decided. One of the students declares that he will create the machine now, referring to a hologram projector. The plan is finalized. Iruki will make the program, and Chiron will prepare the photon output. The blonde-haired student pumps his fists, declaring that they can save the group. From above, the team gathers around a table covered in what appears to be stacks of money, contemplating the task ahead. The green-haired student, looking alarmed, questions what's happening again, as someone states they briefly calculated something. The brown-haired student explains the amount of photon output needed to send the data, causing one of his companions to stammer in disbelief. The student elaborates, stating that the required amount is 3 times more than what they currently possess. The team realizes they need to maintain the output for at least 10 minutes, and someone wonders if it's even possible. The blonde-haired student smiles confidently, while the green-haired student looks on with a worried expression. A voice counts down, reaching 10. The blonde-haired student's eyes widen with concern, sweat beading on his brow. 10 days later, the SSS building stands tall, its unique architecture reaching for the sky. The stacked cubes of the building create a geometric silhouette against the bright sky. The green-haired student bursts into the room, announcing his success. He has been training his photon output all day, while Mercadane Iruki works on movement pattern equations. A voice wonders what is wrong as the students prepare for their presentation. The green-haired student worries that putting their names on the posters will cause chaos. The group considers the implications of a large turnout and the increased workload it would bring. The student with green hair expresses his uncertainty about the situation. The potential audience could be more than half of the entire school. A voice urges someone to get a grip amidst the rising tension. The presentation is for the Science of Supernatural Spirits research group. The students' polished shoe steps forward, anticipation hanging in the air. Don't you think it'll be super fun? In the hallway, the students discuss the upcoming presentation that both Senior Chiron and Iruki will be presenting too. One remarks. Another replies, I'm sure it won't be your average presentation. The student with purple hair wonders aloud. I wonder what they'll show us. A lone figure walks down a long path, lined with trees and buildings, the sounds of footsteps echoing. A student asks, is it true that this supernatural spirits group is going to present something? Another responds, it's still. The student with purple hair continues, according to my sources, if the presentation fails, then the research room will be given back to the school. Of course, the group will be finished. A figure in silhouette states, no, it consists of Iruki, who has savant syndrome, and Chiron group. A voice declares, who dispersed black magician. You can't look down on Nade's ability either. A figure in silhouette chuckles, hee, still, they're low-grade students. The lone figure continues down the path, the weight of the upcoming presentation heavy on their mind. A blinding light spills through an opening, illuminating the darkness beyond. He gasps, his face contorted in pain as he struggles to breathe. His hand reaches out towards the light, fingers outstretched, as he struggles to catch his breath. He collapses to the ground, gasping for air, the sound echoing in the room. Arian Chiron stares at the stopwatch in his hand, his expression grim. He realizes that this is bad, knowing the consequences of overworking his mentality. He stands, illuminated by the soft glow of the room. A looming deadline hangs heavy, 7 days until the presentation. He sits in meditation, pushing his mind to its limit. He vows to continue until his consciousness is destroyed. Sweat beads on his brow, but Arian Chiron grins, teeth bared. The green-haired student peeks through the door, concerned. Oh, of course. I can make it by the deadline, he exclaims. The green-haired student thinks the goal is far-fetched. A close-up reveals the intensity of his focus. It goes beyond the level of Class 5, but if he can't do this... Arian Chiron, eyes wide, insists there's no need to worry. He asks if the other person is almost done with their task. He says he was just about to test it, asking the other person to come there for a second. The green-haired student looks up. 2 students stand close together, their faces unseen. One of them shouts, "Heek," in surprise. Iruki lies sprawled on a bed, surrounded by scattered papers. A voice calls out, asking if he is okay. Papers are scattered everywhere, a testament to long hours of work. The scene is chaotic and disorganized. Iruki is shaken awake, his eyes half closed with exhaustion. A voice asks if he fell asleep, reassuring him not to worry. Arian Chiron, illuminated from below, smiles with manic energy. He declares, here it is, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He looks startled, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The lab hums with the energy of strange devices. The green-haired student kneels, examining the connections, while Arian Chiron stands ready. The last test will measure the photon output. Arian Chiron needs to assess the performance of a light cable sent by Iruki's father. Arian Chiron nods, holding a multifaceted sphere connected to the cable. Okay, he affirms. Closing his eyes, Arian Chiron focuses, his hands gently cradling the sphere. His eyes snap open, now glowing with an inner light that mirrors the sphere in his hands. The light cable pulses with energy, a conduit for the power now flowing through it. The green-haired student gasps, eyes wide with amazement. Wow, so cool, he exclaims, grinning. The green-haired student asks how it is. Arian Chiron responds that it's not bad. The light intensifies, a blinding radiance emanating from the sphere and filling the room. Rain streaks down, blurring the world outside. Rain lashes down on a strange, geometric structure. Footsteps echo on the rain-slicked ground, each footfall distinct. The student with green hair slides open a heavy door, stepping inside. A voice calls out, Chiron, it's time for the presentation. You ready? The green-haired student pauses, hushed quiet, escaping his lips. A golden object spins rapidly, blurring into a shining vortex. The green-haired student stares at something in his hand, a confused "huh" escaping him. A hand reaches out, a voice calling Chiron 8. Aryan Chiron stands beside a large, ornate clock, demanding, "Did you do it?" The villager's eyes narrow, a determined glint in them as he thinks, "Let's do this." Aryan Chiron gives a confident thumbs up, a determined smile on his face. The poster announces the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. A large crowd gathers outside a grand building, murmuring with anticipation. Students in uniform chat excitedly, eager for the event to begin. A student enthusiastically hands out flyers, advertising Alpheus's famous cherry juice. Footsteps echo as someone approaches the bustling scene, wondering if there's an event. Slidermark, having finished his 2-month suspension, observes the crowd with a puzzled expression. A student accepts a flyer, as the distributor directs him to wait in line. The student examines the flyer, noting its childish drawing style with confusion. The green-haired student pauses, clutching a crumpled flyer, a name catching his attention. The flyer lists the names Weiss Nade, Mercadane Aruki, and Aryan Chiron, a list he vows not to forget. Someone questions the childish presentation, wondering who would attend such a thing. He and Professor Ali Sienna review a document, expressions suggesting concern. Someone is excited to see Senior Chiron. Marilang Maria has finished her suspension. The student with purple hair tugs on Mark's arm, eager to go. She asks if he's going, urging him to hurry. He pauses, considering. Mark admits he was planning to attend, hoping to learn something. The student with purple hair pulls him along. She declares that the line is this way. Maria and Mark received special teachings under Thad during their suspension. Mark got in between Thad and Maria. The other students notice them. One student exclaims that it's the graduating class. Another asks what a graduating senior is doing here. Someone asks where they are. Another student excitedly says that it's seniors Amy. The students also see Seriel. They wonder why the graduating students came to an advanced classes presentation. One student whispers that Senior Chiron is her boyfriend. Another student exclaims, realizing something. The students are annoyed that they have to see the advanced classes presentation. One asks how much longer they're going to be there. The red-haired student covers her face, embarrassed. It's because it's her boyfriend's presentation. She is the one who cast a curse on herself. Someone says it's embarrassing. Another student asks what a class 1 senior came for. The crowd of students murmurs, their attention drawn to something ahead. Amy urges someone to look over. A golden emblem, a stylized eye topped with a crown, gleams against the dark fabric of a student's uniform. Senior Fermi stands tall, his arms crossed, as the other students wonder why he is here. He came to see the presentation. The students are shocked, questioning what is happening and why the seniors are here to see the presentation. A wave of surprised faces ripples through the crowd, their expressions mirroring a shared astonishment. Whispers spread through the crowd. It's Senior Hershey from Sonar, and even Senior Raiken, who's called the Electric Monster. The murmurs continue. It's Senior Richard from Alchemy, and even Senior Caden. What is going on? The students are confused and shocked. Why is Class 1 at this presentation? What the hell is happening? The red-haired student wonders if they all have something in common. She confirms that they do. The student with red hair states that all of them have something in common. A rumor spreads that they are all members of a shady research group called Gold Rune. The presentation hall awaits, rows of seats stretching towards the stage. He questions the headmaster's presence, wondering what brings him here. Ali Sienna laughs, explaining that he is here because the students have sincerely prepared for their presentation. The headmaster finds the situation curious, as Aryan Chiron gestures for him to take a seat at the table. Ali Sienna looks forward to seeing what the students have prepared for their presentation. A commotion erupts in the audience as students realize there are not enough seats for everyone. A red-haired student looks on with concern, observing the unfolding situation. One student sits with his arms crossed, seemingly unimpressed, while another next to him takes notes, appearing more engaged. The audience is filled with students, all eagerly awaiting the start of the presentation. Ali Sienna and Aryan Chiron stand side by side, observing the crowd before them. The red-haired student's anxiety is palpable as she watches the events unfold. The sounds of preparation echo as the stage is readied for the presentation. The stage lights blaze as the presentation is announced. Magic ladies and gentlemen. A single spotlight illuminates the otherwise dark stage. A figure takes the stage, standing at the microphone. The presenter announces the start of the presentation. With a flourish, the man raises his arm, shouting into the microphone to begin. The presenter continues to address the crowd, his voice amplified across the room. The presentation by the ambitious Science of Supernatural Spirit Research Group is underway. 30 minutes later, the presentation continues, though something has clearly shifted. Popcorn explodes into the air, a sign of the audience's displeasure. Students hurl popcorn, expressing their disappointment. They lament wasting their time. The students voice their discontent, declaring they were completely fooled. A student with red hair looks up, seemingly calling out to someone named Amy. Two students, faces etched with frustration, express their anger at the situation. The presentation is being given by the shady research group, who are known for going against the rules. A lone figure stands on the stage, bathed in the spotlight's glow. The presentation is about to begin. The topic, the science of supernatural spirits. With a flourish, the man raises his arm, ready to begin. The presentation is about to begin, the speaker's voice booming out. The crowd is impressed as the presenter stands confidently on stage. High above, a technician adjusts the lights, ensuring the stage is perfectly illuminated. The auditorium awaits, row upon row of empty seats facing the stage. The MC smiles, ready to guide the audience through today's presentation. The document reveals the president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group, SSS-Rank. In the audience, attendees murmur, eager to hear about the main topic, spirits. A warning flashes. The following scenes may be disturbing. Stage lights illuminate the darkened auditorium, ready for the presentation. On the massive screen, SSS-Rank stands at a microphone, ready to begin. An attendee expresses surprise, while another notes the students have prepared extensively. Professor Ali Siena stands alongside an older gentleman, both observing the presentation with interest. Someone comments on the holographic background, while another wonders about the group's plans. SSS-Rank stands before a holographic projection of a grand, old building. He asks the audience if they've heard the story of what happened before the school was built. A snap of the fingers marks a shift in time, 250 years ago. A bird's-eye view reveals the original landscape of the area. SSS-Rank explains that this place was originally a small village of farmers. He continues, stating that the world was then embroiled in the famous War of Conquest. He continued, explaining that even civilians and soldiers sought refuge in the mountains during the war. A sharp crack echoed through the room, the sound cutting through the presentation. The students in the audience stirred, one whispering, "Huh?" The lights, as the atmosphere shifted. A chilling announcement filled the air. Non-human entities came in. A cacophony of otherworldly sounds erupted, shaking the very foundations of the room. Panic began to set in. "Ike, something really scary won't come out, right?" One student squeaked, his voice trembling. And that was... A horrifying scream tore through the air as a figure emerged, eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The red text declared, it was a human that was possessed by an evil spirit. Bahaha, isn't that a rookie? A voice cackled. A man in the audience erupted in maniacal laughter, his face contorted with glee. The possessed man stumbled, his body racked with unseen forces. "He doing there?" A voice echoed, followed by a chilling "uh." The audience reacted with a mix of terror and amusement. "Ha ha, that's so funny," one student exclaimed, her laughter tinged with hysteria. The audience wonders if this is a presentation or a play. The stage is set for a dramatic performance. The stage sits empty, awaiting the next act. The seats are filled with anticipation. A voice calls out, searching for Aaliyah. The speaker laments, coming to avoid war. A figure emerges from the shadows. Noah, in a suit, strides onto the stage. Someone cries out, lamenting the loss of their most precious person. The audience seems engrossed in the performance. The audience wonders what is going on, questioning if this is still a presentation. Someone calls out to Noah, saying they're over here. A man's face is contorted in anguish. He spits out his words, filled with frustration. A woman in a flowing white dress is illuminated by a spotlight. She calls out Noah's name. The woman, bathed in light, cries out for her love. Her expression is filled with longing. The audience reacts with excitement, recognizing Senior Chiron. They're shocked by what they're seeing. Someone laughs maniacally, while another looks on in shock. The performance is clearly having an effect. The audience is in disbelief, questioning if Chiron is cross-dressed. The performance has taken an unexpected turn. The woman with red hair looks shocked, her eyes wide as she whispers a name. Beside her, the other woman's expression mirrors her surprise. The woman with red hair shouts at the other woman, telling her to get a grip. The woman with orange hair is startled by the sudden outburst. On stage, a man with blonde hair embraces a woman with blonde hair. He tells her that he missed her and that he never wants to part ways again. The two embrace, their faces close. The lighting is soft and romantic, highlighting the intimacy of the moment. The woman with blonde hair is speaking to the man with blonde hair. She tells him not to tell her something, her expression serious. Two audience members react with shock. One covered her mouth, whispering, "No way." The other stares wide-eyed at the stage. The audience gasps, their faces contorted in a mixture of shock and horror. The sound of their collective reaction fills the theater. The woman with blonde hair whispers, "F for real," as the man with blonde hair leans in closer, their lips almost touching. The woman with red hair says that in plays, they really do it. The woman with orange hair looks shocked. The two kiss, but the scene is interrupted by a sudden, violent act. A figure lies prone on the stage, blood pooling around them. The stage is now a scene of carnage, the bright lights casting harsh shadows on the fallen figure. The sound of impact echoes through the theater. A close-up reveals the gruesome reality of the scene. A face covered in blood, eyes wide with terror, the play's romantic facade shattered. A figure lies prone amidst the stage's macabre spectacle, blood pooling around him. The horror etched on his face is undeniable, a mask of blood and anguish. The audience erupts in chaos, their cries of terror echoing through the theater as the stage drama becomes a real nightmare. Above the pandemonium, the stage lights cast long, eerie shadows. The rigging looms, a silent witness to the unfolding horror below. He flinches, the touch of the man beside him doing little to ease his palpable fear. "That's a little scary," the man whispers. A single spotlight pierces the darkness, illuminating a closed book at center stage. 6 months prior, the diary was unearthed during research into the Academy's history, becoming the source of this story. The man in the suit holds the diary aloft, stating that the investigation began immediately, revealing a shocking truth. The spirits, twisted by evil, seek to possess a human host. The audience members whisper to each other, their fear growing. The man's smile is sinister as he declares, "Until today." A beam of light descends, accompanied by an ominous sound. He stands on the stage, a book in one hand, microphone in the other. A strange sound echoes through the hall. The audience stirs, whispering about a bell. The presentation continues, explaining that midnight is the time when light disappears. "It's not even 7 yet," one audience member notes. Ali for Sienna continues, stating that at midnight, the evil spirits come out. The audience murmurs in response to the professor's ominous words. The presentation poses a question. Have they ever seen an evil spirit at midnight? Spirits only show themselves to those who want to see them. Ali for Sienna smiles into the microphone, his expression hinting at something more. The presentation explains that the audience has adjusted to the frequency of souls. They're told to look around when the bell strikes at midnight. Shadowy figures lurk among the audience, causing panic and disbelief. Ali for Sienna grins, suggesting that seeing an evil spirit is a matter of luck. He grips the microphone, announcing the end of the presentation. The audience reacts with a mix of shock and fear, the implications of the presentation sinking in. The lecture hall lights blaze to life, illuminating the empty stage. The audience, cloaked and masked, watches with bated breath, wondering what is about to happen. A hush falls over the crowd as anticipation builds, the silence broken only by the rustling of robes. Suddenly, the stage erupts in a burst of light and sound. The presentation, whatever it was meant to be, has clearly gone awry. The students erupt in anger, their voices rising in a chorus of disappointment and frustration at the lack of results. The crowd's disappointment turns to outrage, blaming Chiron and a rookie for their misplaced faith and wasted time. The disastrous presentation is immediately attributed to the influence of spirits. One student, her red hair blazing, declares she knew this would happen, blaming her association with weirdos. She calls out to Amy. Amy, her orange hair flowing behind her, hurries to catch up with the departing student, calling for her to wait. Ali for Sienna, standing near a white-haired student, laughs at the unfolding chaos. The failed presentation is dismissed as an expected outcome from the spirits group. He covers his face, a look of frustration etched across his features. The professor seems to be questioning something. Weinst Need looms over him, the professor wondering aloud if he was wrong to trust someone. Turning his back, Weinst Need muses that they wouldn't have started if they were going to end things like this. A slight smile plays on Weinst Nade's lips as he asks if the other agrees with his assessment. The name Chiron hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Footsteps echo, a sense of purpose in their steady advance. A burst of laughter erupts, followed by the question of whether their expressions were seen. Two figures share a laugh, one covered in grime, the other smug in a suit, certain of their success. Someone claims they can discern truth simply by observing their eyes. Students converse, while below, the professor speaks with another, referring to something as the seed. A bell hangs suspended, waiting to be rung. The message is clear. Something has been planted. He strides forward, the hallway stretching before him, Iruki following close behind. Suddenly, Weinst Nade's expression shifts to one of utter shock, his mouth agape. A wave of undead descends, their forms twisted into grotesque mockeries of life. A ghastly face looms, its empty eye sockets promising only death. Terror grips the land as a survivor cries out, convinced of a haunting. The undead surge through the halls, their decaying hands reaching for the living. Screams echo through the night, a chorus of fear and desperation. Panic sets in as the question hangs in the air. Will they ever escape this relentless pursuit? The looming architecture offers no solace as the undead close in. A desperate plea rings out, a futile attempt to ward off the encroaching horror. The town is overrun, a sea of undead consuming everything in its path. Trapped and terrified, the survivors huddle together, knowing the undead are everywhere. The three figures stand ready, one conjuring flames, another manipulating a sphere of pure light. A collective scream pierces the air. Then, figures plummet downwards, trails of blue energy marking their sudden, desperate descent. The undead surge forward, their forms wreathed in the same eerie, blue luminescence. Another scream echoes, a raw expression of terror in the face of the encroaching darkness. Panic grips the crowd as the undead draw closer, their faces contorted in silent, desperate cries. Arcane energies crackle in the air, a silent testament to the chaos unfolding. A figure in a robe stands amidst a crowd, bathed in an otherworldly blue light, a question forming on their lips. Witnesses stare upwards, mouths agape, as they try to comprehend the sudden disappearance and the strange light. From the rooftop, the observers note the presence of someone else, their attention drawn to the unfolding events. A voice booms, welcoming the attendees to the presentation, despite the lateness of the hour. The green-haired figure beams, gesturing to the crowd with open arms, a welcoming smile on their face. A figure in a white robe demands immediate compliance, their expression a mask of fury. A voice wonders why it is so chaotic in the middle of the night, expressing shock from waking up. Professor Ali Fursena, eyes wide with concern, clutches a device, the source of the earlier exclamation. The green-haired student stands confidently, a small star-shaped wand in hand, as someone calls out to Sienna. Murmurs ripple through the crowd of students, as they realize the presentation is being projected via hologram. A disembodied laugh echoes, its source unseen, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The headmaster approaches Ali for Sienna, questioning when she arrived, as she seems lost in thought. A voice reminds everyone that the presentation isn't over, urging them to listen until the end. He asks if they now believe in the supernatural, dismissing those who think they are scammers. A student expresses disbelief, calling the presentation fake and the trick shallow, even for a child. Two students, one with pink hair, discuss how the presentation was done, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Another student suggests they used hologram magic, dismissing other explanations with a wave of his hand. The crowd continues to murmur, some speculating about holograms from the machine, others unsure how it's possible. The question hangs in the air. The whole school? It would require immense data and energy. A glowing, spectral form flickers between outstretched hands, a display of arcane power. A voice booms, laced with amusement, demanding to know how it's done, requesting an explanation of the trick. Arian Chiron chuckles, holding the glowing figure as Nade observes with a knowing smile. The level of their joke is quite something. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as the thing Mage's place is discussed. The focus shifts to intelligence, a concept adorned with intricate designs and symbolic imagery. The scene emphasizes the irresistible pull of curiosity and fascination, as they can't hold back their curiosity. Frustration simmers among some students, as they admit they don't know what mechanism they used. Arian Chiron's laughter echoes, as he acknowledges they used a difficult trick. The professor's face is illuminated by the blue glow, the word trick hovering above him. The glowing figure is held aloft, the speaker declaring that the trick isn't important. Ali Sienna's expression is one of disbelief, questioning the reality of what she's witnessing, declaring they're still fake. The disembodied voice echoed, questioning a link between fake spirits and the study of the supernatural. Arian Chiron points forward, his expression intense as he addresses the assembled students. Nade, a wide grin plastered across his face, asks if they still doubt the study of the supernatural. The voice declares that it was all just a show, a carefully constructed performance. The voice booms, questioning why they're all gathered here, their faces etched with concern. Arian Chiron glances back, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he hears the declaration. Nade spreads his arms wide, proclaiming that spirits and ghosts do not exist, his voice filled with conviction. Two women, one with red hair and the other with orange, stand side by side, their expressions mirroring the unease of the crowd. The camera focuses on Nade's face as he explains that their emotions are the essence of the research group. Nade, a sinister smile playing on his lips, declares that those who didn't believe in spirits felt fear when they saw a ghost. The images flash by, the green-haired man's words echoing. The seed of doubt that maybe spirits and ghosts do exist is inside them. From the dark earth, a single sprout emerges, a symbol of the growing doubt. The figures in the audience discuss the unknown, the potential existence of something beyond. But their research focuses on the doubt itself, the uncertainty surrounding the unknown. That, they assert, is the very essence of research, the pursuit of answers in the face of uncertainty. The students, once skeptical, now grapple with the doubt they've been shown, a doubt that lingers from the past. The audience members, seen from behind, seem convinced, believing the research group has proven its worth. With that, the presentation by the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group comes to a close. The blonde-haired figure expresses their gratitude, thanking the audience for their time and attention. Two figures share a knowing smile. perhaps pleased with the impact of their presentation. One man, with a smirk playing on his lips, seems to dismiss the entire affair. The crowd erupts in cheers, finding the presentation amazing and worthy of praise. The audience wholeheartedly approves, declaring they'll fall for the presenter's tricks as many times as they like. Laughter echoes as the group departs, leaving the grand building behind them tonight. He stands, pondering the presentation's impact. The professor wonders what others truly think of the research. The older man walks with Arian Chiron, expressing his satisfaction. He thought it was a very meaningful presentation. Someone states there are no objections to the headmaster. A voice replies, understanding the situation. The professors have made their decision. They will proceed, the announcement echoing in the night. The students erupt in celebration, overcome with joy. They embrace, their faces beaming with excitement. Arian Chiron's expression hardens, a deep frown creasing their face. The sound of disapproval hangs in the air. Looking down, Arian Chiron unleashes their fury. "You idiots," they shout, holding a yellow book. The students, oblivious to the impending doom, continue their revelry. They did it. The celebration continues, unaware of the professor's looming judgment. It was a success. The professor's voice booms, cutting through the joyous atmosphere. "I said you were suspended." Someone comments on Senior Chiron, finding them cool. Arian Chiron smiles, seemingly pleased. Arian Chiron continues to smile, while the other person looks surprised. Something has caught their attention. A voice wonders aloud, questioning the situation. Another voice chimes in, affirming their coolness. The woman with orange hair clasps her hands together, declaring that everyone wants to surprise the world at least once. Her companion agrees, echoing the sentiment. The woman with red hair finds the situation unexpected. She mutters about needing to study hard in order to graduate. Two figures embrace, one lamenting that they are putting their time into something useless. The pair remain seated, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The woman with red hair stands in profile, a slight frown creasing her brow. A disembodied voice hums, lost in thought. The two women walk away, their figures receding into the distance of the grand hall. A voice admits to feeling a little jealous. A voice declares that an old eagle is better than a cow. They add that the graduates left the group to some insolent punks. The man states that they should forget about taking istis for themselves. He reveals that his group, the Ant Language Research Group, are pulling out. A voice taunts that they are still Class 5, questioning if they are running away all scared. A voice responds with shock. Cloaked figures discuss the imminent advancement of certain students. The cloaked figure warns that it would be best for the doll-collecting research group to be quiet. Weinst NEID, arms crossed, tells the hide-and-seek research group to stop. The president smirks, noting that their current actions will only backfire. He suggests waiting for the right time to act. Meanwhile, a woman with pink hair stands outside a grand building, seemingly observing the scene. The woman with purple hair looks up, startled by something. She thinks to herself that those annoying shady research group rascals should grow up. The camera pans out to show the illuminated academy at night. A closer view reveals the intricate architecture of the academy building. A hand extends, holding a sphere of pure light, as a voice marvels at its power. The old man with a long white beard smiles, admitting he can't help but marvel at it. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of stars, having achieved something difficult. A voice declares that they will turn a blind eye for now, hinting that the child might be able to achieve something. The light catches on a hand, fingers slightly curled, as the speaker contemplates what they want. The hand clenches slightly, as if steeling itself for a difficult task. A sound echoes, and a voice declares that it was fun. A young man lies on his back, smiling, as someone asks if he is okay. Two figures stand over the prone man, one declaring, "I think I am," as another questions his sanity. The young man lies on the grass, smiling, as his companion tells him that he is really the best. He shouts, his face contorted in a mix of triumph and strain. The disembodied voice explains that if Chiron didn't use the immortal function, it would have been a bluff. He endured the immortal function. The voice continues, stating that he used a defense spirit zone. The voice declares that they will go far in life, as the three lie on the ground. The voice asks why they're only complimenting him, stating that the others are geniuses too. Iruki calculated the whole school's movement patterns. The voice continues, stating that Nade created so many machines. The voice asks if this is when they used the saying the frog trapped in a well. The voice expresses embarrassment, surprised that the other would use an expression like that. A hand reaches toward the night sky as a voice says that they want to go higher. The voice says that they want to be like the brightest star. The voice says that the northern star is nice and that they have played around enough. So, should they go to the graduating class? The voice exclaims that they should graduate together and that if they go into society, so many interesting things will be waiting for them. He agrees, a smile playing on his lips as he suggests releasing their seal. The green-haired mage extends his hand, a serious expression on his face. He needs to be sure that they are all in agreement. The three friends clasp hands, vowing to stay together until the very end. They will become the best, they declare. One of them wonders what their group slogan should be, but another dismisses the idea. They should just go. The friends reach their hands toward the sky, proclaiming the science of supernatural spirits will last forever. They will do their best. The group laughs, promising to graduate together. One of them jokes that their slogan is terrible and they shouldn't become frogs. The blonde-haired mage smiles, confident that together they will become the best mages in the world. The academy stands tall against the night sky, a beacon of magical learning and camaraderie. The courtyard is quiet and still, waiting for the students to return and fill it with life. The next day, a voice calls out to Chiron, urging him to wake up as the sun shines on the academy building. The student with green hair asks if they're going to spend their suspension like that. He says, "Let's go and play." Chiron lies still, eyes closed, as his friends lean over him, calling his name. A voice echoes in the darkness, describing a feeling of sleep paralysis, an inability to move at all. The voice continues, stating that it's because he is in that nightmare again. He plummets through a seemingly endless expanse of blue light and energy. The question hangs in the air. Is this beyond infinity? A distant star shines, and a voice describes the star's movements at the final destination. A shimmering light rises from below, illuminating the darkness. He continues to fall, a voice echoing that someone is waiting for him again. Chiron, now awake, looks around with a startled expression, noting that it's strange. He always wakes up around here. Something's different, a voice says as a golden light flares. The golden light intensifies, filling the space. Cracks spread across a fractured plane, filled with golden light. A single eye, radiating a bright, almost painful blue light. The light intensifies, exploding outward in a blinding flash. A figure is caught in the radiant burst, suspended in the light. He opens his eyes, the dreamscape shifting around him once more. He lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling, as a realization dawns. The dream has changed. Elsewhere, someone questions what change yesterday's experience could have caused. Chiron's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. But golden light now bathes the room, illuminating Chiron as he lies in bed. The light intensifies, and a question hangs in the air. Is this happening? A hand holds a note, the message revealing a trip to the casino using Iruki's movement-predicting calculations. Oh my gosh! Chiron stands, reading the note with growing concern. The casino? He feels like they'll lose everything. Anyway, for the 3-day suspension. He is conflicted, wondering if he should visit home after all. In his thoughts, his friends discuss his suspension. He dismisses the idea, deciding that he needs to keep something a secret. With a click of his tongue, Chiron adjusts his tie in front of a mirror. Something comes to mind, and a smile spreads across his face. He admits to himself that he is getting excited about his idea. The door frame glows as he approaches, ready to act on his impulse. The door frame shimmers with an otherworldly light. Bathed in light, Chiron steps through the doorway. The glowing doorway seems to lead to another place entirely. A building is visible through the doorway, and someone exclaims, "Wow!" He stands before John Sand's bookshop, a briefcase in hand. He reflects on his years of studying and decides he wants to get a novel for himself. A young boy is scolded, accused of touching things with grimy hands. He wonders what will happen if he can't touch anything again. Gulping, Arian Chiron reaches for the door handle, steeling himself as he enters the bookstore. A woman beams, clasping her hands together as she wonders what brings him to this lowly place. The shopkeeper wonders if Chiron is perhaps a vendor. He denies it, stating that he just came to buy a book. The woman tells him that she understands, and to please look around comfortably. Chiron notes that it seems like she doesn't remember him at all, even though it has only been 5 years. Chiron holds a book in his hands, wondering if he should buy it. Coins are exchanged, the sound of payment ringing out. The shopkeeper thinks that Chiron has changed that much. The shopkeeper exclaims that he is a big spender, thanking him for the purchase. Chiron holds up the book, which reads, "Raise a dragon and then defeat the Demon King." He thinks to himself that he finally bought it. Chiron celebrates, thinking that it's his first book that he bought. Saving up the sponsorship funds that Sir Ogin sent him paid off, Chiron smiles, thinking to himself. A hand pulls back a heavy curtain, revealing what lies beyond. A question hangs in the air, the speaker's confusion palpable. A red-haired woman grabs Chiron, excitedly asking if it's really him. The crowd confirms it. Chiron has returned, much to their delight. A simple "huh" expresses the depth of his surprise. His eyes widen, a blush rising on his cheeks as realization dawns. A younger Chiron, engrossed in a book, is asked if he's reading again. A group of children stand behind him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The crowd calls out to Chiron, questioning if it's really him. Someone calls out Alther, then wonders if she is Lumina. Chiron and the red-haired woman smile, as she confirms that she is Lumina. Lumina asks if Chiron forgot what she looked like, then says she wasn't recognized because she's pretty now. He stammers, trying to walk back what he said, chuckling nervously. The villagers crowd around Aryan Chiron, commenting on his expensive attire and pressing him for answers about his recent activities. Althor, the leader of the village children, smiles warmly. They haven't seen him in quite some time. The villagers continue to press Althor for information, mentioning that they had asked Mr. Vincent, but he wouldn't reveal anything. He thinks to himself, wondering what he should say to them. Althor hesitates, thinking that they will find out the truth later. He worries that if he lies, they'll be hurt, especially. He finally admits to the crowd that he's been going to the Magic Academy. Althor's revelation is met with shock and surprise. The villagers react with wide eyes and open mouths, especially Althor. The man states that he has been going to the Magic Academy. The student body is in agreement that the truth will come out eventually, and if he lies, they'll be hurt, especially Althor. The man is identified as Althor. Chiron calls out to Althor, who is 10 years old in this flashback. Chiron asks Althor if he is reading again. The book has many words. One of the boys comments that Althor seems to be really smart, but another says that they can't even read that. Chiron questions why Althor is reading, since it's not like he'll be going to school. Chiron says that Althor being overconfident was his flaw, and that they need to get stronger and do their duties. In a small mountain village, surrounded by dangers, a vital rule existed. That rule was the most important, he thought, smiling softly. The boy understood, acknowledging that he needed to listen to his leader. A figure above exhaled, seemingly relieved by the boy's compliance. The leader protects the village, and everyone follows, a man stated. That was the secret to survival. The man, axe slung over his shoulder, grinned, inviting the boy to play. Together, the man and the boy walked through the forest, sunlight dappling the path. Suddenly, a voice called out, Chiron. It was Lumina, 10 years old. She swung a duster, yelling that he wasn't a tomboy, as other children looked on. Althor was on the ground, exclaiming that this wasn't bothering him. Lumina declared she wouldn't take him anywhere, as the memory faded. He was amazing, attending school. The girl with pink hair asked if he knew how to use real magic, begging him to show them. He holds up a framed picture, explaining that it hasn't been long since he started, and that they can't use magic outside of the academy. What a shame, he thinks. A man smiles, remarking that carrying around a book like that hasn't changed since Chiron was young. Chiron, holding the framed picture, wonders what he is reading at the academy. He pauses, realizing something. His eyes widen in horror as he shouts, "And no." He thinks to himself that it's the book he bought for his own enjoyment, and that it's so embarrassing. Chiron, holding the book, is horrified. He yells, "Wah!" He thinks about his precious book that he just bought. The book is being held up, as if to be taken away. A hand reaches for the book. A close-up of Chiron's eye shows the reflection of the book. Blue lines streak across a black background. Chiron is falling, surrounded by debris. He plummets downward, a surge of blue energy enveloping him. The air crackles with an unseen force, a chaotic blend of red and yellow. A ring of light shimmers, the source of the strange energy now revealed. A heavy thud echoes as something crashes against a nearby door. A framed picture is held aloft, its surface reflecting the chaos. With a shout, Chiron collapses to the ground, drawing the immediate attention of those nearby. Chiron, what's wrong? Althor, questioned about the incident, raises a hand in protest. Althor, why did you do that? He is asked, to which he replies, I didn't do anything. An unseen figure scolds someone for bothering Chiron, reminding them that they are not a child. Lumina attempts to reassure Chiron, telling him that these things happen sometimes, and not to worry. He appears to be fainting. Althor's expression hardens as he looks up, a silent intensity in his gaze. A voice declares that now is not the time for such behavior. Lumina, with a cheerful smile, invites Chiron to a party at her store, celebrating their time together. He is touched on the shoulder by a red-haired girl, who nods enthusiastically. Althor smiles, holding a book, as unseen companions agree to join him. He wonders aloud if he should, thinking that it is good since he has nowhere else to go. A horse-drawn carriage stands ready on a cobblestone street, as a man waits nearby. Althor is lifted into the air, being told to take the seat of honor, as he cries out in surprise. Someone laughs, remarking that a man can't do anything if he's as light as Althor. Someone wonders if Althor became a monster while they haven't seen him. It is said that he can run a business now, and that Althor will probably become the next village. The man who lifted Althor up smiles confidently. The sound of horses' hooves echoes. Althor looks serious, his blue eyes focused. The sound of horses' hooves continues, as a landscape with mountains is shown. They travel by horse-drawn carriage as the sun begins to set. Oh my, who's this? Isn't this Chiron? Someone asks, as they arrive at Lumina's mother's restaurant. A voice gushes, Gosh, you're getting more handsome. Lumina, you must be so happy. The comment leaves Aryan Chiron speechless and confused. To Chiron, the crowd cheers, raising their mugs high. The table is piled high with a feast, ready to be devoured. Looks really delicious, someone exclaims, encouraging, Eat lots, Chiron. A woman with pink hair smiles warmly, holding up her mug. Thanks, I will, she says. Someone muses, wait, this drink, don't tell me, before realizing no, it's not. It's just carbonated barley tea. A man takes a long drink from his mug, savoring the taste. Chiron, tell us about school, someone shouts, adding, if it's you, I'm sure you're first in your class. Another voice chimes in. I'm so curious that I can't hold back anymore. He sits at the table, listening as Althor asks if nobles are the only ones attending the academy. Arian interjects, asking them not to put him on a pedestal in front of Althor. Another voice chimes in, remarking that the nobles are all pretty, and then asks if he has dated one. Arian throws his hands up, denying that he has ever dated a noble, stating that studying is already too much. Someone sighs, seemingly relieved by Arian's response to the question. The group continues to sit at the table, the conversation flowing as they enjoy their drinks. A glass of beer sits on the table, a reminder that Chiron should focus on his studies. The conversation shifts as someone asks Arian if he has any future plans beyond his studies. Althor speaks up, reminding him that Vincent is looking after the family's livelihood, and that he should look after the family next. The topic of marriage arises, with someone suggesting that he needs to get married too, but only after he finishes his studies. He responds with a confident and declares that it's guaranteed that he'll graduate. Althor, drinking from his glass, advises him to think realistically about his future. He reflects on his lessons, realizing he hasn't considered them deeply before. Two men sit at a table, enjoying food and drinks. One comments that his father is working hard. The red-haired woman looks off to the side, seemingly lost in thought. She didn't mean to make the mood so gloomy. The man suggests an arm wrestle, noting it's been a while and that the other person is good at it. The two people look surprised at the suggestion. One recalls that Althor and Chiron were evenly matched. Three people sit at the table, one mentioning that Chiron actually had dense bones, implying strength. The group reminisces about arm wrestling often when they were younger, though one insists this round doesn't count. Two young boys are shown arm wrestling at a table, recreating the scene from their youth. Someone exclaims that Chiron is amazing, but to uphold Althor's reputation today. Althor leans forward, a confident smile on his face, ready to accept the challenge. One of the men suggests making a bet, proposing that the loser pays for everything. The group agrees to the bet. It's a warrior against a mage, and they're ready to make sure Althor doesn't lose face. He is ready, a confident smile on his face as he prepares to endure. His hand trembles, the strain becoming too much as he thinks, I'll lose. A resounding crash echoes through the room, the force of something hitting the floor, shaking the very foundations. Startled, the pink-haired woman gasps as her drink is sent flying, the contents splattering across the table. From somewhere in the room, a voice calls out, asking if Chiron is all right. Althor lies sprawled on the floor, his expression a mix of shock and confusion as he wonders what just happened. The brown-haired man gestures wildly, questioning why Althor did that, while the pink-haired woman admits she didn't know this would happen. Someone remarks that he wasn't like this back in the day, implying a change in Althor's abilities. Sweat beads on Althor's brow, his face etched with concern as he processes what just occurred. Althor apologizes, offering to pay for the damage, but Arian Chiron insists that he lost, so he will be the one to pay. A rustling sound fills the air as hands rummage through something, searching for what is needed. Arian Chiron laughs, surprised by Althor's newfound strength, as he pulls coins from a pouch to settle the bet. Lumina's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she stares. Arian Chiron recoils, startled by the sudden outburst and the mess he's made. 5 gleaming gold coins hang suspended in the air, catching the light. The onlookers exclaim in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the shimmering gold. A voice declares the obvious, there are indeed 5 coins. A red-haired woman questions Arian Chiron about the unexpected sum of money he possesses. Althor's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he looks upward. Althor clutches a gold coin, a mixture of embarrassment and frustration etched on his face. Arian Chiron's face is slick with sweat, his expression one of utter dismay. A man's booming voice echoes through the room, the sound of footsteps accompanying his shouts. A shower of gold coins rains down, scattering across the floor, a bag lying open nearby. A group of people stare in disbelief at the coins, their expressions a mix of shock and excitement. There really are 5 of them, one exclaims. Chiron holds out a gold coin to a red-haired woman, a wide smile on his face. I'm getting sponsored, he declares. Chiron's expression shifts to a nervous grin as he replies, No, it's not like that. To an unseen person's question about money. A man with spiky red hair looks up, his eyes wide with alarm. Oh no, he mutters, seemingly realizing the implications of the situation. Another man, bearing a fresh cut on his cheek, stares with a mixture of shock and apprehension. The man's face is shown in close-up, his mouth slightly open as he lets out a soft, questioning hue. A red-haired man shouts, his face contorted in anger. You're making such a fuss over mere gold coins. Two figures stand before a table, one exclaiming "Hike," and the other apologizing with a trembling voice, Sorry." The group gathered around the table, recalling a memory involving Althor. Someone cleared their throat, noting that he gets sensitive around Chiron. The sound of clapping filled the air, punctuating the conversation. Someone exclaimed, wondering if the others had heard. The pair discussed the news. A savage beast had appeared in the mountain. Another voice chimed in, saying he'd heard about it from his dad, wondering why they came this way. The conversation shifted to the hunting habits of the local wildlife, noting their empty-handed returns. A man leaned in, suggesting a course of action. The question hung in the air, directed at the group. The group sat around the table, considering the proposition. The focus shifted to helping the village, with the implication that everyone knew his skill. With a confident grin, the man suggested they catch it. He is told that Althor hunted a red bear by himself. Arian Chiron is surprised by this revelation. The man with spiky red hair smiles, seemingly pleased with the conversation. Since hunting has been brought up, the group decides they will leave tomorrow morning. The man asks if someone's going to come with them, too. Arian Chiron looks surprised again, as if he's being asked a question. The man in the suit asks if Chiron will be joining them, noting that he always came with them in the past. One of the men says he will come and help wherever he can. He suggests gathering in front of Lumina's house tomorrow morning. The group raises their mugs of beer, declaring that they're going to hunt a cow bear. Arian Chiron expresses his excitement about hunting with Althor. Arian Chiron drinks from his glass, looking forward to the hunt. Someone thinks that it's not what they planned, but it will be fun. The building stands silhouetted against the fading light of dusk. The shopkeeper, leaning out from the doorway, asks Chiron if he slept well. A hand rests on the hilt of a sheathed knife, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. A voice declares that they are ready to leave, their preparations complete. He stands with another figure, both ready for the journey ahead. One of the group tells Chiron that they will leave him behind if he can't keep up, since he hasn't done this in a while. A voice assures the group not to worry, confident in their abilities. Meanwhile, the landscape stretches out before them, a tapestry of mountains and forests. Two figures work together to set a net, their movements precise and coordinated. Someone pulls a rope, tightening the trap, ensuring it is ready for its unsuspecting prey. A figure gives a thumbs up, signaling that the trap is set and ready. Chiron is complimented on setting up the net and trap so quickly, but another points out that they only set the trap. The bow is drawn, ready for the hunt, as someone declares Althor's expertise. The arrow is aimed into the depths of the forest, the hunt about to begin. The man pauses by a tree, believing they've reached the creature's location. The group advances cautiously, warned not to provoke their quarry if found. The pair expresses confidence in Althor's abilities, impressed by his skill. Determination hardens his features as the hunt intensifies. The woman smiles, perhaps sensing the quarry is near. The blonde-haired man considers his next move, eager to locate their target. They believe the spirit zone will aid them, hoping Althor can successfully hunt it. The man focuses intently, preparing to use his abilities. A strange, red glow permeates the air around the hunting party. He pauses, his blue eyes wide with concern as rain begins to fall. What is that? A strange, blue synesthesia washes over him, the world taking on an unnatural hue. The synesthesia intensifies, and he finds himself standing between two shadowy figures. The vision continues, showing him standing before another figure, both bathed in the eerie blue light. The strange sensation focuses on his leg, the blue light emanating from his very being. He covers his eyes, unable to comprehend what he is seeing. No way. The blue light flickers, revealing glimpses of the strange vision. The figures in the vision remain, their forms indistinct in the ethereal glow. No way. His eyes widen in terror, sweat beading on his brow as the vision intensifies. He reaches for a door, desperation etched on his face. Chiron. He is startled by Althor's outburst. The brown-haired man demands to know why he wandered off. Althor continues, his voice laced with panic. He believes everyone could have been killed because of Arian Chiron's actions. Althor taps Arian Chiron's shoulder, trying to get his attention. The blonde-haired villager looks away, seemingly guilty. A tear streaks down Althor's face, his expression a mix of fear and frustration. A body lies still on the forest floor, its legs twisted at an unnatural angle. The scene is unsettling. A disembodied thought hangs in the air, a silent question echoing the horror of the scene. Is this? The forest clearing is a scene of carnage. Multiple dead animals litter the ground, their bodies arranged in a macabre tableau. A close-up reveals the lifeless eyes of a boar, its body mangled and torn. The air is thick with the stench of death. From above, the full extent of the massacre is revealed. Arian Chiron and Althor stand amidst the carnage, dwarfed by the scale of the destruction. Althor's face is etched with disbelief and horror. He questions if Althor is responsible for the carnage. Arian Chiron urges Althor to turn back, sensing the danger. He insists that this is no ordinary cow-bear attack. Alther's eyes widen in disbelief, his face a mask of confusion. He demands to know what Aryan Chiron means. The group considers their options, including informing the adults. They also discuss requesting support from City. Alther places a hand on Aryan Chiron's shoulder, stopping him. He asks what support Chiron is referring to. The unseen speaker argues that they don't even know what they are facing. He demands to know what Chiron is banking on. Alther's face contorts in anger as he shouts at Aryan Chiron. He questions if Chiron can't tell just by looking at everything. The speaker insists that this isn't on their level. He believes their opponent is far stronger. The unseen character demands to know what Aryan Chiron knows. His voice is filled with urgency and suspicion. The man's face is a mask of fury, his mouth open in a roar of frustration and desperation. The unseen speaker declares that he is the leader. He insists that dealing with this situation is his responsibility. A woman with red hair and a large hat looks up at Alther. She stammers, trying to get his attention to give out the orders. The unseen speaker demands that someone listen to him right now. He accuses them of being like this in the past. Alther's face is twisted in anger as he confronts Aryan Chiron. He accuses Chiron of not acknowledging him as the leader. The man's face is contorted with rage as he shouts. He demands not to be treated like an idiot. He glances to his left, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Aryan Chiron continues through the forest, the sounds of pursuit echoing around him. A member of the hunting party whispers to his comrades, pointing in Aryan Chiron's direction. One of the hunters believes they have spotted their quarry, hidden amongst the trees. A hunter's hand grips the bow, ready to loose an arrow. Another hunter, eyes narrowed, prepares to fire his shot. The archer draws back the string, the arrow aimed true. Fear grips the archer as he prepares to release his shot. The archer cries out, his shot about to fly. With a final, desperate cry, the arrow is released. A voice calls out, seemingly in recognition, uttering a single name, Alther. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with menacing energy. The hunters can only ask, the hell is that? The towering beast dwarfs the hunters, who stand defiant with their spears raised in a desperate attempt to strike it down. Aryan Chiron stares up at the creature, his blue eyes wide with disbelief and fear. He can only think, a monster. A voice, detached and clinical, describes the creature as an unknown organism, one that defies the very laws of evolution. The hunters, dwarfed by the wolk, struggle to maintain their resolve. One cries out in pain or fear. One of the hunters, face contorted in rage, lunges forward, weapon raised high, screaming a battle cry, die. The hunter's weapon slices through the air with incredible speed, aimed directly at the monstrous wolk. The wolk's massive head whips to the side, narrowly avoiding the hunter's desperate attack. Aryan Chiron watches in stunned silence, barely able to process what he's seeing. It dodged the arrow, he wonders. The detached voice identifies the creature, labeling it simply as the wolk. The wolk's red eyes glow with predatory hunger, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of power. The arrow flies wide. The blonde-haired figure stares upward, mouth agape, as the other watches with wide eyes, exclaiming that it dodged. The monstrous wolf snarls, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. It wonders aloud about the arrow. The wolf lunges forward, its massive jaws open, ready to tear into its prey. The man, eyes wide with terror, shouts for everyone to run. He clutches a wooden staff, ready to defend himself. A close-up of the man's face shows the severity of the situation. He is injured and terrified. The group is in disarray. Someone shouts to run, while another desperately asks where they should go. The group flees across a rickety bridge. One of them warns that if they fall, the monster will get them. A voice booms, urging everyone to head for the summit. Someone draws back an arrow, preparing to make another shot. The monstrous wolf bares its fangs, its red eyes burning bright. Unaware of the danger behind him, Aryan continues forward, his backpack heavy with supplies. Someone shouts, their voice filled with urgency, trying to warn him. Aryan yells back, sword in hand, declaring that he's planning to act as bait. The sword flashes, cutting through the air with deadly speed. An arrow strikes the wolf monster, momentarily halting its advance. The monster's claws extend, sharp and deadly, ready to tear through anything. The wolf monster turns, its attention now fully focused on its prey. Aryan sprints away, a blur of motion against the dark forest. The wolf monster snarls, its rage intensifying as it gives chase. Aryan grits his teeth, knowing that this is the only way for everyone to live. The wolf monster's eyes gleam with predatory hunger, needing to be lured. A guttural growl echoes through the forest. The monstrous wolf lunges forward, claws extended. The forest blurs as the creature gives chase. Another roar rips through the air. He glances back, the monster gaining ground. The wolf's eyes burn with predatory hunger. He drops to his knees, fear etched on his face. The monster snarls, no, that way is... Arian's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. The wolf closes in, its shadow looming large. He throws away his backpack, hoping to gain some distance. Throw away the heavy stuff. Arian sprints through the trees, desperate to escape. He looks up, a figure standing on the hill behind him. The pink-haired character yells for the others to go on ahead, questioning Alther's actions. Alther grits his teeth, declaring that he can't leave him behind. A single tear escapes the pink-haired character's eye. The monstrous wolf roars Alther's name, its red eyes burning. The figure in the brown uniform stands firm, feet planted on the ground. Alther walks away, questioning if Chiron is dead. His face contorted in anguish, Alther begins to explain why. He thinks to himself that it was because he told him to come with them, lamenting that he didn't listen. A tear falls as he remembers telling Chiron to go back down. Golden energy flares, a sign of power. The energy intensifies, shining brightly. A monstrous figure towers over a man, crackling with raw, yellow energy. A voice cries out in terror, declaring that something is dead. Tears stream down the red-haired man's face as he shouts, questioning if it was magic. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes through the air. Alther, sweating and panting, urges someone to run. The blond man's face is contorted in a scream, his eyes wide with fear. Another man's face is a mask of terror, sweat beading on his brow as he screams. A clawed hand descends, poised to strike with deadly force. The monster's face, a grotesque visage of teeth and fury, fills the frame. The red-haired woman's face is etched with anguish as she cries out in despair. The ground erupts as something massive crashes through the earth. The monster lunges forward, its jaws agape, ready to devour its prey. He and the others flee in terror, their faces etched with fear. Alther looks up, his expression a mixture of concern and dread as he mutters to himself. A massive form descends, its weight shaking the very ground. The red-haired girl looks up, her eyes wide with terror as the shadow falls over her. She is sent flying backwards, her body twisting in the air. Crashing to the ground, the girl stares up in disbelief, a silent question on her lips. A monstrous wolf looms over Arian Chiron, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. The girl screams, her face contorted in pure, unadulterated fear. Alther's face is a mask of anguish as he shouts in desperation. The monster's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, promising a gruesome end. Arian Chiron stares up at the beast, his blue eyes wide with impending doom. A voice booms, announcing a sudden teleportation. Glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a silent scream echoing within them. A monstrous form crackles with energy, a wolf-like beast radiating raw power. The beast, Alther, descends, his expression a terrifying question mark of intent. Explosions erupt in the distance, the sound echoing across the landscape. Arian Chiron, sprawled on the ground, screams his own name in desperation. A hand reaches out, fingers grasping at the grass, a desperate plea for purchase. Another explosion rocks the sky, the shockwave sending leaves scattering. The explosion intensifies, a blinding flash of light and raw energy. Alther's face looms, a terrifying visage of teeth and glowing eyes. Massive paws descend, each claw a potential death sentence for Chiron. Alther considers his options, thinking he wants to drop it after releasing his photonization. He looks up, his brow furrowed in concentration, fist clenched. He plummets downwards, the blue light intensifying around him. He knows he can't throw the monster in his current state. Right now, he thinks, neither he nor the monster are photic. He searches for a way to throw him. He must make him fall. Something is required to use photonization. He continues to fall through a strange space, coins and figures swirling around him. Something that generates gravity, something that disturbs symmetry. He stands in a circular space, the blue light surrounding him. He raises his hand, a determined look on his face. A hand reaches out. He plummets through the air, his hand outstretched towards the shimmering barrier. A voice echoes, stating, "I touched it," as a surge of energy emanates outward. The touch grants something, omniscience. Nameless knowledge, a text box proclaims. He continues to fall, now through a blinding white light. The world distorts into abstract shapes and lines. A scattering of light and a declaration. That is, a single word hangs in the darkness, mass. A monstrous face looms, teeth bared in a terrifying grin. The abstract shapes return, swirling around him. He plummets towards the gaping maw of the beast. A disembodied voice questions as Arian Chiron continues to fall. The monster's jaws open wider, ready to swallow him whole. A dark form pulses with raw energy, its boundaries crackling with crimson light. A surge of power erupts, scattering fragments as a beam of pure force ascends. Why does this world exist? What does existence mean? A stream of light ascends, carrying particles of unknown origin. That it has mass of a universe. Golden orbs float amidst the rising stream. Why do physical things have mass? The emptiness seen in my dream. A world of cracking symmetry. A lone figure floats in a sea of blue, surrounded by fractured light. If that resembles the birth, shattered fragments of light and energy coalesce. And if that is the beginning of existence, as I have broken the symmetry, I can. The world shatters, revealing a cosmic expanse. A figure reaches out, as if to grasp the unknown. Infuse the mass into my photons. A sky of swirling colors, a new reality taking shape. The landscape is shattered, the sky visible through the destruction. Debris rains down, the force of the impact still echoing. A blinding light erupts, scattering rock and dust. Bathed in radiant energy, a figure kneels, head bowed. He gasps for air, the exertion evident in his ragged breaths. Sweat beads on Aryan Chiron's brow, his expression strained. The monstrous wolf-like creature lies still, its life extinguished. Aryan Chiron, his face streaked with dirt, declares he's found out what it is. The words hang in the air, that unknown wisdom. It is the mechanism. The text explains that physical objects have mass. If he uses that mechanism, the possibilities seem endless. Aryan Chiron can put mass into light. He realizes, clenching his fist in triumph. He has finally found it. Anyway, such a dangerous monster, he thinks, the beast lying defeated before him. Why did it appear in the mountain? He wonders, staring at the fallen creature. Aryan Chiron stands over the defeated monster, contemplating the implications of its presence. Why didn't he think of that? Aryan Chiron wonders, his eyes widening in realization. The villager looks up at the mountain, a new determination hardening his gaze. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers gasp, their faces etched with shock and fear. Aryan Chiron, his face grim, reminds himself not to act alone. The group stands on a hill, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and resolve. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure lurks in the shadows of the forest. Its eyes glow with an ominous red light, promising danger and destruction. The monstrous wolf-like creature bares its fangs, a guttural growl rumbling in its throat. Meanwhile, a lone figure ascends the treacherous cliff face, dislodging rocks that tumble below. The crowd below watches in horror, crying out the climber's name, Althor. Tears stream down the man's face as he shouts that he will run in the opposite direction. Another man argues with him, questioning if he is crazy and planning to kill himself by climbing the cliff. The group is told that they have no other choice and that they need to survive and tell the adults. The man's face is contorted in anguish, tears welling in his eyes as he screams. A bright light shines in the sky, piercing through the clouds. A beam of light shoots upwards, illuminating the figures standing at its base. A flurry of motion as legs and feet scramble, the sound of hurried steps echoing. He is surrounded by concerned faces, someone calling out his name, Chiron, asking if he is okay. He is surrounded by concerned faces, one of whom sobs an apology. Althor looms over Aryan Chiron, his expression unreadable. Aryan Chiron apologizes for causing worry, but Althor remains stoic. A figure declares that they will handle the situation. Althor shouts for Aryan Chiron to flee. Looking up at the sky, Althor declares that he will not go against the rules. A group of figures flees, their footsteps echoing. A monstrous wolf-like creature emits a guttural growl. A pack of monstrous wolf-like creatures descends. He sprints across the landscape, desperately trying to outrun the monstrous wolf-like creature. They close in, the monstrous wolf-like creatures surrounding their prey, teeth bared. He sprints across the barren landscape, the pack of monstrous wolf-like creatures hot on his heels. Closing the distance, one of the monstrous wolf-like creatures lunges forward, intent on the kill. Aryan Chiron glances back, his blue eyes now glowing with an unnatural light. Energy gathers in his outstretched hand, coalescing into a blinding sphere of light. Two figures watch from afar, one exclaiming about the light, the other warning against using the same method as before. The light intensifies, a promise of power held within its shimmering form. Won't. Aryan Chiron stares intently at the growing light, his expression resolute as he thinks to add mass. The energy builds, focusing into a concentrated beam, ready for photon output. The light reaches critical mass, a blinding radiance that threatens to consume everything around it. He is bathed in the light, the power surging through him as he prepares to unleash its full potential. The light explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of energy that obliterates the immediate area. A blinding light erupts, a concentrated beam piercing the darkness. The beam intensifies, energy coalescing into a focus point of power. The light slams into the monstrous creature, sending a shockwave through the area. The beast's eyes widen, its fangs bared in a silent scream of pain and surprise. Photon output reaches critical mass, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast throws the wolf-like creature backwards, a wave of pure energy rippling outwards. Nearby villagers watch in horror, their faces etched with fear as the light consumes everything. Others huddle together, seeking comfort in the face of such overwhelming power. His hand outstretched, Chiron stands firm against the magical surge. The villager's eyes glow with an inner light, determination hardening his features. He thinks, my magic. I can do it, The monstrous wolf snarls, its red eyes burning with fury and pain. More of the creatures emerge, lunging forward, driven by primal rage. He is caught mid-air as the monstrous wolf close in. Darkness seems to envelop Aryan Chiron, claw-like shadows reaching for him. His eyes flare with an intense, blue light, a surge of power building within him. The force of the attack sends Aryan Chiron flying backwards through the air. One of the monstrous wolves lunges, its massive claws extended, ready to strike. Aryan Chiron focuses, a ball of radiant energy forming in his outstretched hand. His blue eyes glow intensely as he channels his power. Blasts of energy erupt, streaking towards their intended targets. The monstrous wolves are bombarded with the concentrated energy. The energy beams slam into the ground, tearing through the earth. The monstrous wolves stand, their mouths agape, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Two onlookers watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear. A mage, the man shouts, his face contorted in alarm. However, this magic uses up a lot of focus, Aryan thinks as he sprints away. The villager pants, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to maintain his concentration. The monstrous wolf-like creature roars, its red eyes burning with fury. A surge of orange energy crackles in the air. Aryan unleashes a beam of light, hoping to stop the creature's advance. The wolf-like creature recoils, a pained sound escaping its jaws. A bead of sweat rolls down the creature's furred face as it pauses, momentarily stunned. Aryan's eyes glow with effort, but he realizes, my power has decreased. The air crackles with renewed energy. The monstrous wolf-like creature roars again, its maw wide and teeth bared. The creature is sent flying backwards. Is sent hurtling backwards, mouth agape in a silent roar. The monstrous form blurs as it crashes through the air. Panic rises as the brown-haired man shouts a warning. He urges Chiron to flee from the danger. Aryan hears his name called out, but he stands firm. Aryan faces a pack of wolf-like creatures, their eyes burning red. The defeated monster lies before him. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Aryan knows what he must do. A single eye glows with an eerie blue light. Aryan has one method left. Blue energy crackles around Aryan, a visible manifestation of his resolve. The imposing structure stood against the bright sky, as a voice echoed, suggesting he stay longer. A voice questioned his haste, but another voice responded, explaining the need for research. A voice called out, wishing Aryan Chiron well on his journey. The villagers gathered, one of them reminding him to become a mage. Aryan Chiron, his expression warm, promised to visit again. The man in the suit gripped his briefcase, ready to depart. The woman with braided red hair ran, her footsteps echoing. Aryan Chiron embraced the red-haired woman, who playfully threatened to beat him if he pretended not to know them after becoming a mage. He waved, calling out a cheerful farewell. Elsewhere, the group of villagers waved goodbye to Aryan Chiron as he departed. The woman with red hair smiled as a hand gently touched her shoulder. The group surrounds him, teasing Aryan Chiron about his departure. He smiles, tears welling in his eyes as he prepares to leave. A voice comments that he looks coolest when striving towards his goal. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks along a winding path through a vast, mountainous landscape. Elsewhere, a man in a suit walks forward, his destination unknown. He approaches a towering structure of stacked cubes, labeled Istis. Back inside, the man in the suit stands by a window, engrossed in a book. Meanwhile, Nate expresses curiosity about how someone found the research club. The green-haired man explains that since he is a member of their club, he will tell him the way to find it. He directs him to look for the number 19 on the roof. The man realizes he also needs to look at the color of the door. He studies the book, murmuring about the 19th room and the number 5. Footsteps echo as someone walks, deducing that 3 blocks surround them. Aryan Chiron looks up from the book, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A hand writes in a notebook, explaining the use of the substitution equation. Aryan Chiron stares, mouth agape, wondering who could have made such a thing. A man with green hair speaks of one of the first members, a very smart person with savant syndrome, who memorized the whole of Istis. A close-up reveals a sinister smile, hinting at hidden intentions. Aryan Chiron pushes open a purple door, a look of determination on his face. The hallway stretches ahead, illuminated by sconces, leading to a distant door. A sign hangs above the door, proclaiming it the science of supernatural spirits. Footsteps approach the door, accompanied by a frustrated exclamation about a card flip. Standing before the door labeled Science of Supernatural Spirits, someone argues about percentages and infinite amounts. He reaches for the doorknob, his fingers wrapping around the cold metal. A page filled with equations and diagrams catches the light, hinting at hidden connections. The text below speaks of finding a club when all clues align, like Istis. His hand turns the knob, the mechanism clicking softly as the door begins to swing inward. A montage of memories flashes, a reminder that it is the same for him, these images representing his roots. Familiar faces emerge from the swirling memories, each a piece of his past. The montage continues, the words "and my precious fate" appearing above a series of intertwined moments. A man with green hair stands with another, declaring he knows a little about where his path lies. The man with green hair stands before two others, one asking if they lost everything, and urging Chiron to listen seriously. Chiron smiles, a soft expression on his face as he considers what's wrong with the others. A voice wonders why he is laughing like that, as Chiron thinks, "Everyone, thank you." Chiron's smile widens, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he beams with genuine happiness. Aryan Chiron announces his return, his voice filled with warmth and familiarity. "I'm back, guys." The 48th training area stretches out, bathed in sunlight. Two figures stand within it. He extends his hand, and a brilliant light begins to coalesce, crackling with energy. The villager stands firm, his gaze fixed on the gathering power in his palm. One of the onlookers, hands behind his head, wonders if the output was increased. His companion notes something is off. Photons are usually released. The light intensifies, swirling and compressing into a concentrated sphere of raw power. But they're being gathered. With a deafening roar, the gathered energy erupts, a beam of pure light piercing the earth. The brown-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. His green-haired companion can only utter a single word. "What?" The green-haired man exclaims. "What's that?" He made a hole with the... The two men stare down into the newly formed abyss, exclaiming that it's magic, real magic. The brown-haired man clicks his tongue, stating that it's a joke, a good one. He says, "It's the magic." Aryan Chiron smiles, ready to reveal the name of his technique. It's called... The green-haired man finishes the sentence, "Photon cannon." He adds that he knows that. He stands, back turned, as the other's voice echoes. The question hangs in the air. What magic did he use? Meanwhile, Aryan Chiron, face set with determination, reveals that he, too, has something to say. Outside the academy, a nondescript restaurant stands, a place for quiet conversation and shared meals. Two figures, one with striking red hair and the other with verdant green, enjoy a meal of spaghetti, sauce clinging to the red-haired man's face. The conversation turns to the theoretical, the mass of photons, and the impossibility of electricity possessing it. A hand deftly manipulates silverware, preparing to savor the next bite of the pasta dish. The discussion continues, touching on the surprising concept of mass and its absence, leaving one of them feeling disoriented. The red-haired man, leaning forward, asks a question, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Elsewhere, a sense of relief washes over someone, anxiety fading as a troubling dream is understood. The green-haired man speaks with excitement, envisioning the potential for worldwide recognition if the concept is summarized and presented effectively. The conversation delves deeper, acknowledging the amazing theory, but also the difficulty of putting the photon cannon into practice, even with knowledge of omniscience. The green-haired man continues, stating that this may be much more amazing than they imagined, before indicating he has a question to ask. He wants to research this more, but since they're suspended, can't go to the school's library. Aryan Chiron asks why he can't go inside, wondering what he wants to tell him. To be honest, if he tells them, will they look at him with unchanging eyes? But at this rate, the two continue their meal, the tension palpable between them. "We can't be true friends. I'm not. Anymore." The weight of unspoken truths hangs heavy in the air. The green-haired man admits he's not a noble, but a commoner, abandoned when he was young. The other man reveals that his father is also a commoner and a hunter. The dining room stretches out, filled with other patrons. Aryan Chiron was wondering why his expression was gloomy, so he came to tell them that. Nate asks if he's saying that because he doesn't know the implications of what he just said. Studying and magic consume him, a manic grin plastered on his face. Rumors spread quickly. He had just started Class 5 this year, they say. Whispers carry on, noting that in front of the whole school, he defeated someone. It's also said that he's dating a genius pretty girl, but Chiron's identity doesn't matter to them. The green-haired character makes a heart with his hands, calling someone his precious person. A close-up reveals a soft smile, a hint of contentment gracing his features. A simple thanks hangs in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of unspoken sentiments. The blonde-haired character smiles warmly, his blue eyes sparkling with an unknown emotion. Someone questions what a precious person is, scoffing at the notion. A flashback reveals a younger version of the characters, with someone asking how far back they go. The green-haired character exclaims, eager to hear the details and expressing intense curiosity. Information about the photon cannon is displayed, detailing its attributes, fusion type, and effects. 5 years prior, the slums of Ladum were a harsh place to survive. Aaron gasped for breath, clutching something green in his hands. 2 figures loomed over him, one brandishing a knife. They demanded to know why he dared steal their food. A lone figure stood amidst the ruins, declaring that Aaron must really want to die. Aaron screamed, his face contorted in terror as he clutched the object tighter. His name echoed in the darkness. He finally brought it. Someone screamed, their voice cut short. He hears a weak voice calling out a name. Aaron. The boy kneels beside her, offering what looks like real bread. Lot. Looking up, his eyes wide with desperation, he pleads, please, you can't die. Tears welling, he cries out, hoping someone will hear him. Someone. 3 menacing figures loom over them, their expressions cruel and predatory. A voice booms out, filled with malice. We finally caught you. His face contorted in pain, he grits his teeth against the inevitable. A heavy boot connects, sending him sprawling to the ground. His thoughts race, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Another blow lands, the attacker sneering. How long did you think you could run for? A wave of despair washes over him as he realizes the truth. I led them to it. One of the men chews on the stolen bread, taunting him. He Canis, you are really trash. One of the thugs chews, remarking that they were hiding such delicious meat. He adds that they were planning to eat it themselves. Pinned on his back, Arian glares up at his tormentor, spitting out a defiant threat. If you touch Aaron, I'm going to kill you. His face contorted with rage, Arian vows to kill them all. The thug laughs, mocking Arian's threat. Did you hear that? We're going to die. The thugs continue to laugh, towering over Arian as he lies helpless on the ground. The thug with the beard demands that the other hurry up and finish Arian. He raises a knife, ready to strike. The blade gleams as the thug prepares to deliver the killing blow. Arian grits his teeth, thinking that if he only had power. The thugs look down in confusion as a dark aura begins to emanate from Arian. The dark aura swirls around the thug, obscuring his vision. The thug cries out in pain and confusion as the dark aura intensifies. Right now, he lies prone, the world a blur of dark liquid. Arian's eyes snap open, confusion etched on his bloodied face. A strange, purple light flares within his eye, an unnatural glow. He is surrounded by a pool of viscous darkness, its origin unknown. Pushing himself up, Arian finds the dark liquid still swirling around him. Suddenly, a figure looms over him, their intentions unclear in the gloom. The figure scoops Arian up, cradling him against a cold brick wall. The dark liquid continues to bubble and churn, a sinister presence lingering. Elsewhere, something slithers in the darkness, unseen but felt. Held in the unknown figure's arms, Arian is carried through the darkness. A voice echoes from the shadows, asking, how was that? Magic is fun, right? A cloaked figure grins, their red eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement. His eyes are wide with shock, blood smeared across his face. He cradles her gently, his expression a mix of pain and grim determination. Both are covered in blood, their clothes torn and stained. He continues to carry her, his shoulder visible, both still covered in blood. Bashuka, capital city of Thormia Kingdom, stands as the backdrop for the unfolding events. The city sprawls beneath a night sky, its buildings illuminated against the darkness. A modern building stands among the city's architecture, its purpose yet to be revealed. The security is tight as 2 guards stand watch inside the building's entrance. It's my first time seeing so many relics, one observes, acknowledging their high archaeological value. The conversation shifts focus. What about the thing we're after? One asks, clarifying, we're after the mana control system's core. The Dragon Heart artifact sits on display, bathed in an ethereal glow. The target is pinpointed. It's in the middle of the steel room on the 3rd floor. 15 security guards protect the artifact, standing watch over the precious relic. Before retrieving the artifact, they must secure the core of the mana control system. A voice echoes within the building. Spirit zones are unusable inside. He stands on the rooftop, resolving to descend personally. A comrade warns him to be careful. A smirk plays across Chiron's face as he utters a single word, Canis. A dark shape hurtles downwards, piercing through the glass with a tea. He plummets from the rooftop, the city stretching out below him. Surrounded by a burst of energy, Chiron descends rapidly towards the building. A sharp, dark object slices through the air with a resounding ack. The window shatters violently, the sound echoing with a sharp quah. Glass explodes outwards, the destruction marked by a deafening quack. Chiron crashes through the window, shards of glass flying in all directions. The sound of shattering glass fills the air, a cacophony of ah. Quack! He bursts through the shattered window, a guard below, exclaiming in shock. An alarm blares as the guard's eyes glow with an eerie light. Intruder! He declares, now, as dark energy begins to swirl around him. A dark trail slithers through the building, unseen but deadly. A guard is struck by a tendril of dark energy, the impact echoing. The guard is sent flying through the air, crashing into the surroundings. Bewilderment spreads among the guards. How? Can he use magic? A fallen guard looks up in disbelief as Chiron descends upon them. Another guard shouts, there's an intruder. Ring the alarm, as his comrades fall. Chiron plummets downward, guards scattering around him. Get him! Panic sets in. He's a mage. Hurry! Surrounded by swirling dark energy, Chiron continues his descent. More guards are blasted backward, unable to withstand the force. He descends rapidly, dark energy swirling around him as he falls. Below, massive metal doors loom, a sliver of light hinting at what lies beyond. The floor rushes up to meet him, the doors now a looming presence above. He plummets through the opening, a dark comet streaking through the air. His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. A soft glow illuminates the chamber, and a voice whispers, there it is. Resting on a pedestal, bathed in ethereal light, sits the mana control system's core. A hand reaches out, grasping the glowing blue crystal. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the facility, a man in a dark robe stands on a staircase, a red glow emanating from his hand. A surge of red energy crackles through the air, the unknown man's intentions unclear. A shout echoes through the halls as uniformed figures burst through a doorway, yelling that they've found their target. The soldiers' faces contort with rage as they realize the mana control system's core is within reach. The man in the blue uniform cries out in pain, dark energy swirling around him. The man falls heavily, hitting the ground with a thud. He continues to fall, the impact echoing through the facility. A figure with short black hair walks forward, remarking on the timing. Erin, cloaked in darkness, glances around, her expression unreadable. The woman calls out to Canis, questioning if he killed anyone. The man in the dark robe reassures her, telling her not to worry. The figure watches through a shattered window as two figures plummet downwards. Flames erupt, engulfing everything in their path. A massive explosion rips through the structure, sending debris flying. The building groans under the force, its integrity failing. A figure plummets from the burning building, a desperate fall into the abyss. Someone expresses disbelief that the mana control system was bypassed to use magic. Surrounded by flames, he declares that he will not let them take anything. A burst of energy erupts, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the fiery aftermath, two cloaked figures stand observing the devastation. A figure emerges from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The two cloaked figures remain, their presence adding to the ominous atmosphere. The man's eyes widen in shock, a silent gasp escaping his lips. He wonders if what he is witnessing is darkness magic. A towering, dark figure looms, its form radiating an unsettling power. A question hangs in the air, a silent inquiry into the unfolding events. A figure manipulates a glowing orb, channeling its energy with focused intent. He watches as they gather, their presence a looming threat. The commander learns that the mana control system's core has disappeared. The cloaked figure is seen in the distance. The armored soldier reports that there are no traces of teleportation. He orders his men to search the area. The man in the brown coat wonders how such young people could bypass the mana control system. He is also concerned about the stolen core. A cloaked figure walks away from a burning building. The figure notes that it is too bright. The characters wonder how the thieves use darkness magic. They suspect one person is responsible. It is said that there is one mage who is able to command such magic. The man's eyes are glowing. Darkness engulfs the light, brought by a rare being whose shadow cannot be erased. Chaos descends upon the kingdom. The Archmage is revealed in a flash of red. The Archmage is identified as Victor Arcane, cloaked in shadow and mystery. The man in the brown coat recalls that Victor Arcane supposedly died in an accident 40 years ago. The characters are confused as to how someone can use Victor Arcane's magic. The building is shown, damaged and smoking, a testament to the chaos unleashed. Jagged peaks pierce the sky, a silent testament to nature's grandeur. The sign declares their location, the subterranean mountains of Ashoka. Footsteps echo through the halls, the sound of purpose in the darkness. The figures arrive at their destination, a lab filled with strange devices. The figure in the hoodie states that they have brought the last material. A voice calls out, addressing someone as master, as a figure floats in a tank. The figure in the tank is suspended in a glowing liquid, their form obscured. The jar is held aloft, its contents promising a transformation. The figure with short black hair looks on, a gulp escaping her lips. The jar is placed onto a device, a soft click signaling the start of the process. The figure in the tank is now surrounded by a surge of energy. A blinding light erupts as Victor Arcane screams in agony. He is undergoing a transformation, his face contorted in pain. His hand, once skeletal, begins to regain its form. The sound of cracking energy fills the air as Victor Arcane thinks to himself, it took 40 years. His body is being restored, the energy flowing through him. The Archmage's face is partially obscured, but his eyes burn with renewed purpose. For me to meet. A wide, manic grin spreads across Victor Arcane's face. Finally, he thinks. The restored Victor Arcane looks up, his body now fully formed. Traitor, he thinks. The Archmage's hand clenches into a fist, energy crackling around it. Milch Alpheus, he thinks. 40 years prior, the scene is set against a backdrop of intense flames. The building is engulfed in a raging inferno, consuming everything in its path. The man, framed by the blaze, shouts in fury, declaring that the research isn't solely another's. His hand outstretched, the man proclaims the research as his life's work, crying out, Alpheus. Standing amidst the inferno, he demands to know how someone could do this. His expression clouded with disbelief, he whispers, questioning how this could be. The man stands defiantly in the face of the flames, a manic grin plastered across his face. His eye reflects the burning building as he thinks about the research. The flames continue to rise as the man's mouth opens in what appears to be a scream. The man, back to the viewer, raises his hand and shouts Alpheus into the inferno. The man's face is contorted in rage as he screams into the fire. A figure writhes in agony, consumed by an inferno of raw power. The flames rage, a destructive force unleashed upon the world. Darkness descends, a void where only faint traces of light remain. Desperate hands reach out, grasping for salvation from the encroaching dark. A voice echoes from the past, confessing, it took 40 years to recover. The old man's eyes glow with an eerie purple light, remembering 40 years. His hand clenches, a visible sign of the power he wields. The intensity in his gaze speaks of a burden carried for decades. Two figures kneel before him, their voices filled with reverence for their master. They plead to be used as he wishes, eternally grateful for his saving grace. The old man's face is etched with the weight of his past decisions. His loyal followers stand ready, shrouded in darkness, awaiting his command. Tears well in her eyes, her expression a mask of sorrow. My beloved disciples, he thinks, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The old man's face is etched with concern. You must be careful. The voice echoes in the darkness, revealing a hidden truth. Alpheus was once a crazy murderer. Opulence surrounds a scene of betrayal. The question hangs in the air. Who killed due to greed? A figure lies still, the aftermath of a terrible act. Lightning flashes outside the window, illuminating the storm within. Rain streaks down the glass as the old man stands in contemplation. The old man stands before a towering bookshelf, lost in thought. A hand reaches out, selecting a book from a shelf. The bookshelf stretches into the shadows, a repository of forgotten lore. Footsteps echo through the doorway, a silent promise of what's to come. A figure stands silhouetted in a distant doorway, the hallway dimly lit. A hand holding a lantern casts light on a framed photograph resting on a table. Victor Arcane's expression is grave as he speaks, his long white hair flowing. A golden object is held aloft, as a voice declares, the thunder is roaring. A hand rests near a golden pocket watch, the memory surfacing, like that day. A framed picture reflects a figure, a silent plea echoing, don't. Before a fireplace, a figure in a dark robe stands with their back turned. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Bashuka, a storm rages, lightning illuminating the sky. Rain lashes against the windows of the city, blurring the lights of distant buildings. Inside a grand hall, figures gather around tables, their murmurs filling the air. The text explains that teachers from multiple areas are gathering for a conference, and a voice expresses understanding of their protest against attending. The professor's gaze drifts upward, lost in thought about the conference. Professor Thad, seated and dressed in a brown suit, takes a drink. He thinks to himself that he should go home. In the distance, the conference attendees mingle. The professor observes that they are amazing, still discussing things during the evening party. The professor takes another drink, a slight blush on his face. He thinks to himself that there's one reason he stays. Ogent Reina, with her striking blue hair, is surrounded by admirers. The professor thinks to himself that he wants to talk to her. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Ogent Reina's dress. The professor recalls that her name was Ogent Reina. The narrative describes Ogent Reina as an elite artist. She is affiliated with 99 Elite Artists Association. The narrative continues, describing Ogent Reina as the court's pianist. She is also the disciple of Melody's American. The professor's eyes narrow as he looks down. He thinks that she doesn't get annoyed, even though people are crowding around her. A close-up of Ogent Reina's face shows a slight expression of surprise. She seems to have noticed something. Professor Thad spits out the water he was drinking. He is clearly shocked by something. Professor Thad thinks to himself, wondering if she saw him. Ogent Reina calls out to him, greeting him as Professor Thad. He holds a cup as Ogent Reina asks if he recognizes her. Reina confirms that he is a professor from Althea's Magic Academy. The professor laughs, relieved that he is able to speak with her. Thad blushes, wondering if she also feels the same way. A memory surfaces, showing Thad and Ogent Reina holding a baby. Reina asks if Chiron is doing well. The professor seems confused by the question. Thad's face contorts in anger as he sees a document. The document reveals that she was the guardian of a student. Thad is in professor mode, putting on a polite facade. He thinks to himself that he is glad and that Chiron is getting along with his friends and is popular with both girls and boys. Thad is envious that Chiron even has a girlfriend. Ogent Reina beams, her expression radiating warmth as it said she's the prettiest student. Thad stands before her, stating he's glad Chiron is doing well. A disembodied voice asks if there is something they need him to tell Chiron, offering to leave a message. The voice expresses gladness that Chiron is doing well and asks them not to worry. Boasting, Thad declares that Althea's Magic Academy is a prestigious institution that is recognized. Speaking by the kingdom, Ogent Reina assures him that they will do their best, so he should leave Chiron in their hands. Ogent Reina expresses her gratitude, thanking the professor for his concern. Thad blushes, stating that he will leave Chiron to her care. Thad pauses, a sense of fate hanging in the air as he thinks it's fate that they met. Like this, Thad suggests traveling to Craze together tomorrow, adding that he also wants to go. Thad is surprised when Ogent Reina says she has a concert in Bashuka, and he asks if he could also watch her concert. A chibi version of Thad jumps for joy as Ogent Reina says it would be her pleasure. He admits that something bad happened in the capital. Professor Thad worried that there wouldn't be many audience members. Ogent Reina reveals that Inferno was ambushed. A B-class criminal managed to escape during the chaos. The artist continues, stating that the criminal was an unidentified dark mage, a detail that seems to unsettle her companion. Professor Thad explains that because of the incident, the capital is essentially under martial law, his expression growing increasingly grave. A tear forms in the corner of the professor's eye, a single drop tracing a path down his weathered face. The word hangs in the air, a silent question echoing the turmoil in his mind. Mage? Ogent Reina, noticing his distress, asks him to tell her the details of what happened, her brow furrowed with concern. The professor mutters, "Old man," and his eyes widen, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. His jaw tightens, a newfound resolve hardening his features as he prepares to act on this urgent revelation. Professor Thad abruptly turns to leave, apologizing to Ogent Reina, claiming he has somewhere urgent to be. She looks up, a question forming on her lips as Professor Thad turns to leave. His fist clenched, Thad strides away, the force of his departure causing Ogent Reina's hair to flutter. "Professor, where are you going?" He breaks into a run, the words "dark mage" echoing in his mind. The professor's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features. A criminal has escaped. There's no doubt about it. A hand slams down on a desk, scattering papers. It's his way of doing things. Damn it, for it to happen while. The night before, the words, "I'm on a business trip," flash across the professor's mind. Inferno. A castle engulfed in flames, the Inferno casting long shadows against the night sky. The Inferno criminal housing facility, now a scene of carnage. A body lies broken amidst the rubble. A closer view reveals the extent of the damage, the lifeless body surrounded by shattered stone and dark stains. A figure clutches at their chest, a pained "you-ugh" escaping their lips as dark energy crackles around them. The figure collapses, their body dissolving into shadow as the ominous energy fades. A figure stands poised on a slender precipice of shadow. Elsewhere, cloaked figures plummet through the darkness. A bloodied hand reaches out from shadows. Dark magic, it is said, possesses two defining traits. Those traits are absorption and assimilation. Darkness, it absorbs energy and assimilates that into a property. The darkness his willpower receives can make small physical attacks. A shadowy form takes shape, crackling with dark energy. Tiny insects scurry across the cracked earth. One of the insects is suddenly struck by a burst of energy. A young man looks up, startled, as a figure calls out, "Master." A voice echoes, declaring, "Our Savior who saved Aaron and I from hell." The speaker is Archmage Arcane, his eyes glowing with power. He urges someone to work a little more. Darkness spreads across the ground, accompanied by ominous sound effects. The dark liquid seeps through cracks in the parched earth, a creeping tide. A voice declares that something can engulf, as the darkness arrives. The darkness takes on a spiky, menacing form, its tendrils reaching out. A young man, eyes glowing with dark energy, emerges from the shadows, a sinister smile on his face. The logo for Infinite Mage appears, hinting at the source of this power. Faint lights flicker in the darkness, like distant stars in a void. The young man grins, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, a tattoo visible on his neck. A body lies broken and bloodied, the sounds of violence echoing in the air. A desperate plea rises from the carnage. "Save me!" A villager cries out, desperately reaching for help as dark energy crackles around him. From above, the scene reveals a brutal slaughter, dark spikes piercing through numerous figures. A monstrous, shadowy figure looms, its glowing eyes watching as its victims are crushed. Two cloaked figures stand amidst the carnage, their conversation unheard amidst the chaos. One voice declares that this has nothing to do with their master's revenge. Looking back, the young man with dark eyes calls out to Aaron, speaking of what they must do. A sinister smile spreads across one man's face as he insists that all they need to do is trust their master. The unseen speaker implies that the listener already knows what must be done. Standing amidst the impaled, the master claims he doesn't do meaningless things. The glowing orb pulses with an unknown energy, its purpose still unclear. The woman's glowing eyes intensify, reflecting a newfound understanding. She declares her understanding, addressing someone named Canis. The young man with glowing purple eyes is framed by a mystical aura. A figure plummets downward, disappearing into the darkness below. High above, the master stands with two figures overlooking the abyss. They proceed down a long hallway, archways lining their path. The staircase descends into the depths, promising unknown dangers. Torches flicker, casting eerie shadows across the dungeon walls. Looking up, the ceiling is fractured, revealing glimpses of the world above. The damaged ceiling looms, a testament to battles fought and lost. A voice marvels at the display of power, declaring, "Wow, you have a wonderful skill." The man's glowing red eyes gleam with sinister intent, surrounded by his equally menacing followers. "So much," he says. Someone asks, "Are you a mage?" while another wonders why children were brought along. Laughter echoes as a new figure introduces himself. "Pleasure to meet you, I'm Nightcat Kraken." He stands before his followers, the dim light casting long shadows. Nightcat Kraken pauses, considering his next move in the dungeon. The Nightcat Kraken's eyes glow as he declares his intentions. The assembled group reacts with shock and anger to the taunt. The men question if they were just insulted, while another scoffs at the mage. They surge forward, eager to overwhelm the Nightcat Kraken with their numbers. The order is given, "Get him!" The men rush forward. The group surges forward, their anger fueling their charge. Panic sets in as the surroundings suddenly darken, obscuring everything. The men stumble forward, fear etched on their faces as the walls close in. The men scream in terror as they realize the walls are truly closing in. The crowd surges, a cacophony of desperate cries filling the air. "Stop pushing," someone shouts, unheard. Panic sets in as the reality dawns on them. "We can't escape," one yells, followed by a defeated "Damn." A distorted face contorts in terror, the scream echoing the sentiment of the trapped. "Damn it!" The sound of something ominous reverberates through the enclosed space. Two figures stand amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected as the sounds of the closing walls grow louder. The ominous sounds continue to fill the air, a prelude to something terrible. The floor is slick with blood, illuminated by the flickering torches lining the stone walls. A body lies prone in a pool of crimson, the sound of blood trickling a morbid reminder of the fate that awaits. A disembodied voice wonders, "Was that a schema?" A bearded man, his brow furrowed, remarks, "You hide your presence very well." Chains rattle as they bind a pair of wrists, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence. The bearded man's eyes widen in horror as he notices a tattoo. "Oh no," he whispers. He stands shackled, the cold stone floor biting at his bare feet. A man with dark hair stares intently, questioning the motives of unseen captors. "Crazy bastards. Why are you doing this?" The white-haired man's piercing blue eyes narrow, his voice a low rumble. "Are you planning to revolt against the kingdom?" The bearded man's eyes widen, a visible gulp betraying his rising fear. Two figures clad in dark cloaks sprint through the shadows, their purpose unknown. The chains bind tightly, reflecting the dim light as they restrain their captive. A figure with long, flowing white hair stands silhouetted against the darkness. Red energy crackles around a figure with glowing red eyes, a storm of power unleashed. The chains dig into flesh, a testament to the strength of the bonds. The bearded man strains against his restraints, his inner turmoil evident. "I can barely connect with him." A figure surrounded by dark energy seems to absorb the shock, their power growing. It feels like the shock is being absorbed, The chains shimmer with an unnatural light, their purpose now unclear. Just who the hell is this guy? The master, with glowing blue eyes, declares, "You pass." He laughs, the sound echoing as he shatters the chains binding him. Arian Chiron grits his teeth, declaring that he has never auditioned for anything. The master watches, his expression unreadable as the chains break. The sound of the chains reverberates through the chamber. Standing on a precipice, Arian Chiron surveys the scene below. His fist clenches, frustration evident as he thinks, "Shit, this won't do." Arian Chiron's eyes widen, a mix of anger and desperation etched on his face. The sound of shattering echoes through the air. The sound of metal straining fills the air. Broken pieces of chain fall to the ground, the remnants of his captivity. A voice declares that money is what makes you move. He stands before the master, who is turned away, listening intently. The master speaks of a job that can earn a lot of money. The bearded man asks if he is interested in the offer. The person responds that now the master is speaking his language. The hooded figure says that he will give something. The young man with dark eyes stares intently, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A carriage races down a dark, rain-soaked road, the passenger demanding greater speed. Inside the carriage, one man states that no matter how fast they go, they will arrive at Craze in the morning. The man exclaims in frustration, wondering what he is doing. The man inside the room wonders why it is this hour. It is revealed that Arcane ambushed Inferno last night. The man's brow furrows with worry, a dark prophecy weighing on his mind. Urgency grips someone within the grand building, a desperate need to warn their master. Meanwhile, Althea's Magic Academy stands tall, its gates a silent promise of arcane knowledge. Raindrops cascade down a sword's blade, the wielder shivering in the downpour. Three figures huddle together, the relentless rain testing their resolve. One voice cuts through the complaints, demanding an end to the whining. The man reminds Lucas that they must follow the contract, no matter the discomfort. Doubt creeps in, the speaker questioning the sanity of their mission. A lone figure plummets through the stormy sky, destination unknown. Amidst the storm's fury, a powerful figure stands defiant, his gaze unwavering. Rain lashes down, obscuring the figure below as they plummet through the air. The cloaked figure continues to fall, disappearing into the darkness below. A man with a long white beard stands silhouetted against the stormy sky. More rain falls, obscuring the view. A grand castle looms in the distance, shrouded in mist and rain. Elsewhere, a man with sword strapped to his back curses under his breath. He reflects on the agreement he made, wondering if it was worth the risk. A woman speaks to the hooded figure, commenting that he seems to be from this line of work. The hooded figure, identified as Lucas, is told he is too pretty to be a heinous criminal. Lucas is reminded that his job is to watch the hostages. He is instructed to follow the contract. He stands in the shadows, listening as the man with crossed arms speaks. The man asks where the hostages are, a wide smile on his face. The man assures him that he will see them tomorrow morning. The man wonders why Master brought him along, his expression shifting to suspicion. A voice echoes, resolving to trust in the plan. Below, a figure with long white hair stands in a storm, lightning crackling around them. A figure plummets downwards amidst a storm of lightning. A voice declares that everything is proceeding as intended. A disembodied voice confirms that everything is going according to plan. Below, glowing blue runes begin to manifest. The runes spread, now visible on the side of a large building. The mystical symbols pulse with an eerie, blue light. The runes are now seen in a forest, glowing brightly against the dark foliage. The air crackles with magical energy. A golden light begins to form, coalescing into a swirling mass. Below, the words "the first ever mass" appear. The golden mass explodes outwards, unleashing a wave of pure energy. The light consumes everything in its path. The symmetry of the universe was broken as a result of the explosion. Shards of blue glass float in the aftermath. The shards of glass drift, creating an event. The fabric of reality is being reshaped by this unknown force. The world as it is known, born from countless interactions and events. A towering stack of books, each volume dedicated to the study of mass. The student's eyes widen, a shout escaping his lips. So, the text looms large, posing a fundamental question. If there's no mass, does the world disappear? The student, surrounded by books, wonders how mass was created in the first place. Mercadena Rurki, also Class 5, wonders if it all just coincidentally went poof and came to be. A disembodied voice muses, "Let there be mass," or something like that. One student asks if that God created it, while another offers cake for low sugar levels. The student admits he said it because he's at a loss, living in suspension. Within the library, the directive is clear: read all the research about mass. The text states that a human can't understand things beyond their level of knowledge. The student reflects, stating he thinks he's tried to approach mass with an omniscient viewpoint. Amidst a sea of scattered tomes, A figure pores over ancient knowledge. The question hangs in the air, a challenge to his very being. What does mass feel like with his omnipotence? Lost in the pages, the mage seeks an answer, a glimpse into the fundamental nature of reality. Omniscience, the bedrock of objective understanding, contrasts sharply with the subjective nature of a mage's omnipotence. Arian Chiron looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he contemplates the question. It's a concept that defies simple explanation, a truth that lies beyond the reach of mere words. He gazes up at a shattered expanse of crystalline energy, a reflection of the cosmos itself. Bathed in the ethereal glow, he reaches out, seeking to grasp the intangible essence of existence. In his hand, a radiant orb of pure energy begins to coalesce, a manifestation of his will. He whispers the word, a key to unlocking the universe's secrets: existence. His eyes blaze with newfound understanding, reflecting the infinite power now coursing through him. Arian Chiron finds himself connected to something fundamental, a fierce and undeniable will to exist. A hand reaches into the darkness, grasping at a cluster of glowing blue lights. A voice declares the intention to make its existence known, a statement deemed deeply profound. The green-haired man is taken aback by the concept of existence, questioning what he is witnessing. Arian Chiron looks up, a miniature version of the green-haired man floating above him, as Chiron's omnipotence is mentioned. The green-haired man, holding a glowing blue orb, suggests calling it the God's particle. The idea is well received, deemed stimulating to one's creativity and imagination. Lying on the floor of a library, the blonde-haired man believes the concept fits the feeling he has. Enthusiastically, someone expresses their approval, and the other confirms that it is good. The blonde-haired man smiles, clenching his fist as he contemplates the God's particle. A voice declares an intention to do their best and work hard on the concept. The Althea's Magic Academy stands tall, a beacon of learning and magical prowess. 3 students walk along a path, one remarking that their vacation is over, while another questions if a suspension is a vacation. The 3 students stand together, a promise hanging in the air. They must advance to Class 4 this semester. Not even a day has passed since they resolved themselves to this goal. The thought of being in Class 5, all alone, sends shivers down their spines. Chiron is asked if he wants to stay in school for another year. One of the students laments that Chiron's grades are better than his, making the risk greater for him. It's their last day, and one student suggests chilling in their research room. Chiron states he has to stop by somewhere. One of the students tells Chiron to go ahead first, and then come to the room when he's done. 6 months ago, the sky is bright and clear. He was a new student who knew nothing, but now he's been enlightened with God's particle. Chiron stands among the trees, reflecting on how he made precious friends. And one additional person is about to join them. A woman with red hair declares that a man is her boyfriend. A student offers thanks, and another asks about the apples. He stands by the window, gazing out at the academy grounds. The graduating class makes their way through the steel doors. Students mill about the courtyard, their voices echoing. 2 students, clad in their school uniforms, walk side by side. Startled, the red-haired student yells, nearly spilling her drink. Arian, holding 2 mugs, apologizes for startling her, admitting he wanted to surprise her. He expresses his gratitude to Amy. Amy questions why he's talking to her so casually. He asks if she knows where they are right now. The student with orange hair commends his bravery, but questions if he's taking things too far. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The 2 girls turn to leave, the red-haired student silent, as Senior Sariel calls after them, questioning their actions. Sariel's voice rises in frustration, demanding to know if they are messing with him. The 2 students continue to walk away, their dark cloaks billowing behind them. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the hall. Sariel finds himself on the ground, looking up in disbelief. He slides across the floor, scattering cups and spilling their contents. The orange-haired student points, stating that this is called stalking. Sariel's voice echoes, warning them to get lost while he's still being nice. His eyes widen in shock, tears welling as he shouts at them. Sariel, still on the floor, wonders why they are treating him this way. The orange-haired student says that's enough, and they should go. 2 students in black uniforms stroll through the halls, discussing the end of their lunch break. Below, a bold declaration, lies. The sound of a foot stomping echoes, emphasizing the sentiment. Lies. The word reverberates, hinting at a hidden truth. A blonde student clenches his fist, his expression a mix of anger and determination. In the background, the 2 girls watch on. The red-haired student remarks that he's so weird. Her companion nods in agreement, observing the unfolding scene. The orange-haired student reassures her friend, telling her not to worry too much. She already has a handsome, but trails off confused. The red-haired student looks back, a puzzled expression on her face. She wonders aloud, who was that again? A close-up reveals the back of a student's uniform, the fabric slightly rumpled, hinting at an impending struggle. Azuten Kop. The blonde student is seized from behind, the force of the attack evident in his posture. A man with dark hair and a brown vest shouts, questioning what is happening. He seems to recognize the victim. Mark? A close-up focuses on a pin with a V on a student's uniform, the student muttering an ah as he looks down. The man bows deeply, his voice filled with desperation. He asks, Mark, don't you know me? Senior. A close-up of the blonde student's face reveals a shocking truth. It's me, Chiron. We did the teleportation test together. He clicks his tongue, a frown deepening on his face. Someone apologizes for not recognizing him, though they aren't too sure. The blonde-haired villager is taken aback by the question as Lady Amy watches on. You don't know me? Professor Thad and Lady Amy walk down the hall, as Chiron looks on, confused. He is asked if he is a new student, someone they haven't seen before. As he falls, someone demands to know his name. A group of students rush towards the falling Chiron, their expressions grim. A student with glowing red eyes questions if he is a thief, their tone accusatory. The question echoes as the sound of impact reverberates. As Aryan Chiron plummets, someone shouts for them to stop. The cry to get him rings out, fueled by the suspicion that he is dangerous. His eyes wide with pain and confusion, Aryan Chiron continues to fall. He looks up, the words echoing in his mind. This isn't real. Footsteps echo on the wooden floor, a frantic pace in the darkness. The word fake reverberates, amplified into a desperate, repeated denial. He bursts through a doorway, desperate for answers, calling out to his friends. Two students sit calmly, seemingly unaffected by the chaos unfolding around them. Aryan Chiron races forward, his face contorted in panic as he seeks recognition. His eyes widen, a dawning horror creeping into his expression. The reality shatters around him as he questions his very existence. The green-haired student glares, demanding to know how he got there. The student's question hangs in the air, a chilling challenge to his identity. From the beginning, he wonders if he was ever really there at all. Am I just a phantom in a fabricated world? Chiron, eyes wide with panic, shouts out two names in desperation, Nade and Iruki. His words hang in the air, unanswered, as he struggles to understand the situation. His face contorts in anguish as he cries out his own name, Chiron. A different student, with dark hair, looks down, questioning his own reality. Was I never here in this school? He wonders, before demanding, Who are you? Another student, this one with green hair, sits with his hands clasped, lost in thought. Am I just? He mutters, the question unfinished. The word, dreaming, hangs in the air, a question that seems to permeate the very scene. Chiron pauses, a flicker of realization in his eyes. Wait, he thinks, grappling with a disturbing question. How does an outsider know the master key to Istis? Chiron, his brow furrowed, wonders if he's been set up. Did another research group send him here? He asks, his voice laced with suspicion. The unseen figure responds, their voice dripping with menace. Who the hell are you? Tears well in Chiron's eyes, his expression a mixture of fear and confusion as the gravity of the situation dawns on him. A sickening sound pierces the air as the green-haired student stabs Chiron from behind, a sinister giggle escaping his lips. The student with brown hair is laughing, tears streaming down his face. He points, exclaiming that someone's face was so good that he can't stop laughing. The student with green hair asks if they know him, stating that he is Chiron, but the other student is still laughing. Chiron looks shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief at their reaction. The green-haired student kneels, wondering how much longer he needs to do this. The brown-haired student asks Chiron if he is crying, looking down at him with concern. Both students are now crying, apologizing profusely for their earlier behavior. The green-haired student looks down, seemingly ashamed of his actions. The brown-haired student comforts Chiron, who is sitting with his head in his hands. The green-haired student says that it's strange that Professor Sienna doesn't recognize him either, and that he saw the look in her eyes. She really didn't know who he was. He thinks they need to go and confirm it. The chessboard sits between them, a silent witness to their confusion and fear. What if they forget? The brown-haired student says that if they do, then he suggests that they come up with a plan. A hand is being marked with ink, the question of a signature hanging in the air. The message on the hand declares that the person has lost their memories, marked with the North Star symbol as their friend. The student with green hair smiles, stating that it will be fine even if they lose their memories. The student with blonde hair, lying on the ground, wonders if something like this has happened before in the Supernatural Spirits group. He isn't sure, but doesn't think so. The student with brown hair looks up, his expression a mix of concern and surprise. The Academy's clock tower pierces the sky, a beacon against the bright blue expanse. Ornate stonework and verdant foliage adorn the building, a testament to its age and grandeur. Footsteps echo on the cobblestone path, drawing closer to their destination. The Academy looms large, its architecture a blend of classic and arcane design. The three students walk together, their shadows stretching long on the ancient stones. The students look up, their faces etched with a shared sense of bewilderment. A voice echoes, questioning the unfolding events. Before them, a grand building teems with students, their destination a mystery. The scene is far stranger than Arian Chiron had described. The crowd of students moves with purpose. One suggests they get closer to understand where they are going. One of the students wonders aloud what would happen if they became like the others. Another student finds it unlikely, noting they've already approached them physically. He thinks that things haven't changed since then. A student, looking up, is asked where he is going. A figure in a suit looms, asking if they know who he is. The student replies, of course, as he is asked again where he is going. The student's eyes widen in shock. And a student wonders what sound he's been hearing, before screaming that he can hear a sound. He lies on the ground, seemingly paralyzed. Another student kneels beside him, asking what sound he is talking about. The blonde-haired student and another with brown hair look up, their faces etched with concern as they try to discern the source of the disturbance. A student in a black robe stands before a set of stairs, his back to the viewer, as the others behind him react to the unsettling sound. The student's face contorts in agony as a voice echoes, stating that they have forgotten the language. Desperate, the student clutches at their collar, sweat beading on their brow as the unseen force overwhelms them. The blonde student is told that the affected student is losing his memories in real time, his face etched with worry. The student's eyes widen in fear as they look up, the stairs behind them filled with other students. A crowd of students, clad in their school uniforms, stand together, their gazes fixed on something beyond the frame. The blonde and brown-haired students stand close, their expressions mirroring the growing unease around them. The students continue their walk, the sunlight casting long shadows as they head towards an unknown destination. Footsteps echo on the stone path as the students advance, their destination still unclear. The imposing structure of the academy looms ahead, its stone facade a silent witness to the unfolding events. The group of students continue their trek, the white-haired man leading the way. From the cobblestone path, dark tendrils writhe, reaching towards the unsuspecting students. The strange, purple energy crackled around the shadowy forms. The tendrils pulsed with an unnatural, malevolent energy. A student plummeted from the cliffside, disappearing into the forest below. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, the student declared, "They're all here, zombies." The girl with the glowing eyes urged the others forward, stating simply, "Let's go." From above, the remaining students continued their march towards the academy. The student in the hoodie looked up, muttering about what he was feeling. The muscular man stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by other students. The students discussed the nature of the zombies, questioning their cerebral activity. The muscular man, Lucas, spoke with a red-haired student about someone in the woods. The young man in the hoodie stares down, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. He warns, "If you do something vulgar." His red pendant gleams as he declares, "While carrying out Master's divine plan, I won't let it slide." The muscular man, swords crossed on his back, speaks with a forced joviality. "Fun, right?" he asks, adding a threat. "If you ignore what I say." A close-up reveals a face with glowing blue eyes, filled with murderous intent. "I'll kill you here," the figure vows. Another face, this one with glowing red eyes, expresses pure contempt. This arrogant kid, he thinks, seething with rage. Standing before a crowd, the muscular man's anger is palpable. "I don't like him. I want to kill him right now." He thinks, his desire for violence barely contained. The young man in the hoodie stands within a glowing blue circle, a mage's spirit zone. He muses, "But I won't do something as foolish as fighting in a mage's spirit zone." A hand clenches into a fist, a silent promise of violence. "While I get the chance, I'll cut you first," the unseen figure vows, clicking his tongue in annoyance. The muscular man stands before the hooded figure, his expression unreadable. "If I don't get paid, it'll be my loss," he states, a hint of resignation in his voice. The hooded figure's face is partially obscured, but his intense gaze is unmistakable, promising danger and intrigue. Meanwhile, a vast crowd of people snakes its way through a mountain pass, their destination unknown, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Three figures observe the approaching throng from a hidden vantage point. They are the ones behind. One whispers, revealing a conspiracy. One of the students voices his concern, wondering if they should intervene. Another student, his brow furrowed, curtly dismisses the idea with a firm no. The students huddle, trying to understand the situation. One asks why this is happening. The explanation comes, magic that erases memories is exceedingly difficult, especially on a large scale. The gravity of the situation settles over them, the students realizing the implications. The text explains that there are brilliant minds who have trained their mentality in a prestigious magic academy. The student's eyes widen, a dawning realization spreading across his face. The implications become clear. There's a mage involved, one far stronger than they initially thought. A student, his expression hardening with resolve, suggests they follow them. One of the students turns back, a look of confusion etched on his face as he hears the suggestion. The student's shock intensifies as he whispers, "The headmaster." The landscape is shown, and the text reveals that Professor Athela is not present. Lush foliage blankets the landscape, a vibrant tapestry of green. Inside a dimly lit building, Lady Amy sits in quiet meditation. Her brow furrows as sweat beads on her forehead, eyes tightly shut. Tears stream from her closed eyes, a silent testament to inner turmoil. A low rumble vibrates through the air, shaking the very foundations. Outside, birds scatter in panic flight, fleeing from an unseen threat. Her eyes snap open, wide with terror, pupils dilated in stark fear. Gasping for breath, Amy collapses to the floor, struggling to regain composure. A disembodied voice echoes, reporting the arrival of a powerful mind demon. Standing on the balcony, Lady Amy realizes something is amiss, and she is alone. It's way past class time. A surge of blue energy erupts in the forest as Amy cries out in denial. The forest is bathed in an unnatural light, the source of the disturbance unknown. She pauses, her feet planted on the cobblestone path. No! The camera pans up, revealing the academy's towering structure. No way. The academy looms, its spires piercing the sky, but something is amiss. Lady Amy looks up, her expression shifting to alarm. There's no one in the academy. A blinding light erupts, illuminating the sky as Professor Athela gazes upward, her eyes wide with shock. A voice rings out, filled with relief. "Professor Athela, you're okay." In the distance, Professor Thad stands near the academy. "Professor Thad? How'd you get here?" A figure sprints forward, determination etched on his face as the situation grows dire. The message is clear. School has been ambushed. Professor Thad sprints towards Lady Amy, his face etched with urgency. He shouts a warning, telling her that Professor Athela is staging an ambush. Dark magic permeates the air, a palpable threat that settles around them. Professor Thad continues to run, his expression frantic as he relays his fears. Lady Amy listens intently, her brow furrowed with concern. She thinks the whole school was attacked, even the guards. It is revealed that those at the entrance have also lost their memories. Professor Thad's eyes widen in alarm as he shouts the name of Victor Arcane. Lady Amy's expression shifts to one of dawning horror as she realizes the implications. She recalls that the Archmage created world chaos long ago. It is revealed that he's Class 3. Professor Thad and Lady Amy stand together, the weight of the situation settling upon them. It is revealed that mages who are Class 3 and above are given the title Archmage. Professor Thad's face is partially visible, his expression grim. It is revealed that what determines a mage's class are achievements and reputation. It is revealed that if one has an audience with the king, they will be awarded 100 reputation points. It is revealed that the number of points required to go from Class 10 to Class 9 is 1,000. Milch Altheas, a Class 4 mage, is shown in a close-up. Victor Arcane, a Class 3 mage, is also shown. 280 million points. Half a century ago, a legend reached Class 3. The student with glasses wonders why someone like him is here, someone who uses dark magic. Athela, Class 6, is shown in a close-up. The man with blonde hair looks concerned, thinking if it will be okay. The student with brown hair wonders if she should tell Professor Athela the truth. Years ago, a resume for Romy Athela, official class, Karsis order, is shown. Professor Thad is shown with another man, who says that Athela is a bishop, one of the strongest in the capital. Someone wonders why they want to be a professor at their school. The student with brown hair and glasses says that according to Bishop Karsis Young's teachings, she wants to live a life of. She addresses the room, explaining that Ta Academy only teaches magic. She adds that they teach students to become strong magicians. The professor continues, stating that Headmaster Altheas understands the students' freedom. She says that he teaches them the responsibility of power. The red-haired professor smiles, stating that she respects the headmaster. She explains that is why she applied without any bias. Professor Thad stands, explaining that he applied to become a professor at the academy. The professor's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His brow furrows as he thinks of the red-haired professor. Professor Thad speaks to Athela, his expression unreadable as he looks down at her. The professor thinks of Victor Arcane, her expression softening. She wonders if Victor Arcane was the headmaster's mentor. The professor's eyes narrow behind her glasses, her expression hardening. Her blue eyes glint with determination as she stares forward. The professor declares that it doesn't matter what relationship they had. She says that someone who harms the students is evil and that they must save them. Her thoughts racing, she knew what had to be done. The students first. Professor Athela's voice booms with urgency, her expression a mask of determination as she declares that the students are headed for the mountains. The mountains? The text indicates that they are headed for the bridge that can't be crossed. A forest scene is illuminated with an eerie, ethereal glow. The forest path shimmers with magical energy, revealing ghostly figures moving through the trees. Professor Ethella pauses, her eyes widening as she realizes there are 3 figures at the back of the group. She asks Thad if he can see who they are. The professor strains her vision, admitting that she can't see them clearly, but she can discern their genders. Ethella's eye glows with magical power as she focuses her sight. Deep within the forest, a voice calls out a familiar name. Chiron? Arian Chiron, accompanied by 2 other students, navigates the dense undergrowth, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. A hand reaches out amidst the foliage, its intentions unknown. The students question why they've been brought to this place. A seemingly endless line of people makes its way across a bridge that is described as uncrossable. The bridge stretches across a deep chasm, the long line of people continuing their march. A chilling question hangs in the air. Are they going to be forced off the cliff? The students express their fear, realizing the dire implications of their situation. A disembodied voice considers the situation, weighing the disadvantages against their usefulness. The student's face is shown as the word hostages is spoken. One student declares their intention to report the situation, while another points out the mind control at play. It's noted that the headmaster, Professor Thad, and Professor Ethella are absent, and backup should have been requested. The student's expression is grave as they consider the possibility of the hostages being harmed before support arrives. The gravity of the situation sinks in. They might need to fight. A student swallows hard, the tension palpable. The students observe the scene, noting that a fight would be risky. They decide they can only watch for now. Someone speculates that they aren't planning to make them jump off the cliff. The students continue to wait, and it seems like they're waiting for someone important to arrive. A hooded figure stands on a rocky outcrop, overlooking the assembled crowd of students. Someone shouts at the hooded figure, calling him kid. The hooded figure stands in the foreground as a man with swords questions why their leader isn't coming, threatening execution. The hooded figure responds, stating they need to lure out Alpheas first, and that the man should just think about his contract. The hooded figure, young man Dark Eyes, is asked why the master isn't coming, since he has gone to recover. Young man Dark Eyes thinks to himself that he doesn't know, and it's past his arrival time, but he is not doubting him, but it's hard for him to accept. Someone wonders why the master isn't coming when he has been looking forward to this day more than anyone. The man with sword shouts that if the master isn't coming, he should at least let him have his fun, stating he can do that much. Young man Dark Eyes wonders to himself why the master brought him along. He glares, his glowing eyes piercing through the shadows. You trashy bastard. The man's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared. You're. His anger intensifies, veins bulging on his forehead. Seriously pissing me off. The man's eyes burn with fury, his mouth open in a snarl. Are you looking down on me? 2 figures stand in the distance, one's eyes glowing ominously. Dead eyes. It's strong enough to numb the central nervous system. An eye skill, the text explains, can only be learned by someone who has committed countless evil deeds. The hooded figure recalls his past. In Latham, where I grew up, there were trashy people who saw people as food. A close-up reveals the glowing eye of the hooded figure. You are the same. The man grins, his eyes gleaming with malice. There are so many trashy people like you in Latham. The hooded figure, and the man face each other in the distance. You think you're different from me, right? The man stands, arms flexed, a tattoo of a bird visible on his bicep. I'm trash, and you're a high-ranking believer. The man stands triumphantly over fallen figures, his expression smug. These zombies, though their minds are gone, their bodies remain still alive. Without memories, they cannot eat, drink, or even sleep. They will slowly die. The unseen speaker argues that even without pushing them off a cliff, they will die. A large hand grips the throat of the woman with purple hair. The man with tattoos grip tightens as the woman with purple hair struggles. The cloaked figure watches as the man with the tattoo declares they are captives, not meant to be killed. He states that they should decrease the number of captives. The unseen speaker emphasizes the number of them. The woman with purple hair stands on the edge of the cliff, ready to finish. The woman with purple hair argues that they will all be murderers if they proceed. Below, a woman with black hair and glowing purple eyes looks up, startled. Her glowing blue eyes narrow as she questions if someone is going against orders. The man with tattoo is being held back by the woman with purple hair. He states that killing the woman is a waste. Below, a figure stands, legs braced, as magical energy gathers around their feet. The energy intensifies, swirling with power as it emanates from the figure's position. A violent explosion erupts, sending debris and flames scattering in all directions. The force of the blast is immense, a cataclysmic display of raw power unleashed. A woman with brown hair stands beside a hooded figure, both seemingly unaffected by the devastation around them. With a snap of fingers, the air crackles with unseen energy, a subtle display of control. Two students stand nearby, one remarking on the fact that they were actually going to throw people off. The man with tattoo is on the ground, exclaiming that he was planning to blow up someone's leg. A hand presses against the ground, cracks spider webbing outward from the point of contact, as a voice demands to know who is responsible. The man with tattoo grits his teeth, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fury. The two students stand before a beam of light, the source and purpose of which remains unknown. He cradles the purple-haired man in his arms, his expression grim. Arian Chiron's teeth grit, his face contorted in a mask of fury. His voice, barely a whisper, carries a weight of unspoken rage. "You guys." Eyes glowing with barely contained power, Arian Chiron vows, "I will never forgive you." Meanwhile, the young man with dark eyes stares ahead, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a vast landscape stretches out, mountains rising in the distance. A figure emerges from the mouth of a dark, overgrown cave. The old man's gaze is stern, his brow furrowed with concern. A woman in a white dress is approached by a cloaked figure. "Are you by yourself, young lady?" Footsteps echo on the path, the destination unknown. The disembodied voice considers the situation, weighing the options before them. Bathed in ethereal light, the trio stands ready, one of them cradling an unconscious figure in their arms. Two sets of eyes, one glowing purple and the other a bright blue, stare intently, their expressions unreadable. A voice suggests leaving the hostages to the trio, confident in their intelligence and ability to buy time. The man in the brown jacket listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he considers the proposition before agreeing. The woman in the white and red kimono asks what should be done about them, and the man responds that she should look for the headmaster. The man with the blonde hair and brown jacket states that he is needed, his brow furrowed with concern. The woman with the glasses states that in order for this to be done with, something must happen. The woman with the red hair states that what she needs to do has been decided, her expression determined. The man with the blonde hair says that he will leave it to the other person, his expression serious. An old man with a long white beard looks on, his expression unreadable as he listens to the conversation. Ithella strides through the forest, sunlight dappling through the canopy above. Her boots crunch on the forest floor, each step deliberate. Please find Arcane. The sunlight catches her glasses, glinting off the lenses as she moves with purpose. The cloaked figure trails behind her, a good distance between them. "You're..." Ithella pauses, her expression serious, as she introduces herself. "I'm Ithella, a bishop of the Karsis order." An unseen character remarks that it is an honor to meet someone out of legend. The old man wonders if she is a bishop. The old man muses that he can guess that she's a seeker who surpassed Abyss Nova, even though she's just standing there. But he questions if she is a bishop. The old man's eye widens as he thinks that all the bishops he's met were all old. Ithella is framed by text that says she's a genius, and that she has already transcended the 8 immortals and has reached the level of Ashian. The old man's eyes narrow as he thinks that this world is as expected. He finds the situation unfolding before him to be quite interesting. The young man with dark eyes agrees, then asks where the child, Alpheus, is. Young man dark eyes finds the current pace pointless. Ithella, standing in the forest, demands to know what he means. The old man tells Ithella to go left, explaining that the only thing she can do is wait for the darkness. Ithella's eyes widen, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief at the old man's words. Young man dark eyes says that he will create a space where she can officially fight against the headmaster. The old man throws his head back and laughs maniacally, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Young man dark eyes wonders if he is dragging this on, punctuating the thought with a sinister laugh. Ithella stands firm, her expression determined as she prepares for what's to come. Suddenly, Ithella is sent flying backwards, surrounded by a vortex of dark branches and blinding light. The view shifts to look upwards through the chaotic tangle of branches towards the bright sky above. As she plummets, Ithella's eyes widen in terror as she hears a voice calling her a foolish young lady. A disembodied voice declares it a shame, before commanding death. The old man's face fills the view, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. A blur of motion tears through the forest, the wind whipping past. The landscape streaks by, a chaotic blend of green and brown. A long line of people stretches into the distance, one commenting on the perfect situation. A voice echoes, accusing someone of ignoring instructions. A man with swords grins, declaring "and now." 3 figures stand in a forest, one stating that they have 3 witnesses, and that this plan is the sloppiest. A hooded figure offers to take care of them for a higher price, clicking their tongue in disapproval. The word Canis appears, crackling with energy. A cloaked figure declares they will take care of them, as another agrees. The hooded figure, eyes narrowed, believes that they alone are enough. A tattoo is visible on the hooded figure's neck, just below their jawline. The muscular man sits on a rock, referring to someone as kids. The man's eyes glow red as he says to fight as much as they want. The hooded figure stands at the mouth of the cave, calling out to you guys. The hooded figure walks through the forest, wondering how someone escaped mind control. The green-haired student laughs, as the others look on in shock. The hooded figure stands in a dark place, finding something ridiculous. A foot in a boot steps down, as the figure declares they don't have time. The hooded figure stands in a glowing area, telling someone to come at them all at once. The students stand in a glowing area, as one says it didn't work. The murderous energy permeates the spirit zone as Nade is supported. Sienna's feet are surrounded by a strange, crackling energy. If it's dark magic, one of the students thinks, then his magic has more of an advantage. Professor Thad declares that he will fight, telling the others to take care of the swordsman. One of the students asks if it isn't better to fight together. Professor Thad urges them to believe him, stating that he just threw a person off a cliff. A bead of sweat rolls down the side of Professor Thad's face. The swordsman, Arian Chiron, is observed to be really strong. Arian Chiron's grip tightens on the hilt of his sword. Someone thinks that kid is quick to catch on, and how annoying it is. The green-haired student gulps, as Professor Nade says, right? The figure in the glowing area becomes a different person. Footfalls echo, one set in teal-lit water, the other in purple. A figure plummets through the air, wreathed in violet energy. Another plummets, this one surrounded by a vibrant teal aura. Professor Thad looks up, his face a mask of shock. What? He exclaims. From the shadows, a hooded figure emerges, their eyes burning with an eerie blue light. His eyes, a palpable sense of dread, fills the air, are so empty that it's giving me goosebumps. A single, glowing eye pierces the darkness. I can't read him at all. A boot-clad foot steps forward, surrounded by swirling purple energy. The hooded figure looms before a massive, dark structure as Professor Thad lies prone. A figure raises a hand, unleashing a blinding light. Photon output. The light intensifies, burning away the shadows. Professor Thad stands defiant, channeling the light into a powerful blast. His eye widens, a silent question forming in the face of the onslaught. The light descends, a searing beam of energy cutting through the darkness. A burst of raw power explodes outwards, illuminating everything in its path. The force of the blast sends Professor Thad flying backwards, a pained grunt escaping him. Despite the impact, he grits his teeth, summoning the will for one more attack. The light intensifies, growing ever brighter as its energy surges. The hooded figure is now directly in the path of the light, the energy slithering around them. The light burns ever brighter, a concentrated beam of pure energy. The light continues to strike, its power seemingly endless. The green-haired student wonders aloud what happened, noting that the hooded figure was hit by the light, but his companion observes that he was able to maintain his shadows. The hooded figure stands amidst swirling shadows, seemingly unaffected by the intense light. Professor Thad, recovering from the blast, looks up, thinking that the hooded figure is ignoring the laws of nature. The hooded figure wonders if there's a power gap between them. He questions Professor Thad's decision to fight. The hooded figure stands firm, cloaked in shadows that writhed around him like living tendrils. He scoffs, dismissing his opponent's abilities with disdain, the darkness swirling at his feet. Professor Thad, eyes wide, grits his teeth as he prepares to unleash another attack. The professor's hand crackles with golden energy, a surge of power gathering at his fingertips. The hooded figure, narrowing his eyes, questions what is happening before declaring he has something up his sleeve. Professor Thad is engulfed in a brilliant, golden aura, his power reaching its peak. The golden light shifts, now a vibrant green, as the professor's energy intensifies further. The hooded figure, looking up, senses a shift in the atmosphere, something feeling off. The hooded figure's hand glows with a malevolent green energy as he resolves to amplify his own power. The hooded figure focuses, channeling energy into his hand, the shadows around him deepening. Dark energy crackles around the hooded figure's feet, a sign of the immense power he is about to unleash. He grits his teeth, a visible strain contorting his features. What has happened? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. A blinding flash of green light erupts, filling the space. The light intensifies, a concentrated beam of raw energy. The hooded figure is struck, the impact sending shockwaves outward. He got hit by the light, a disembodied voice observes. The force of the blast sends onlookers reeling. They were thrown back. Professor Thad's eyes gleam with a malevolent red light. Arian Chiron stares in disbelief. Who the hell is that kid? He wonders. An urgent warning echoes through the air. Canis is the name shouted. Confusion reigns as someone demands to know who the kid is. The figure stands, their stance wide and ready for action. The world cracks and splinters, reality itself seeming to break apart. Debris rains down as the unseen force continues its assault. A figure plummets through the air, caught in the chaotic destruction. Jagged shadows stretch across the sky, a twisted landscape looming above. Her eyes wide with terror, Lady Amy stares up at the unfolding catastrophe. She gasps, her eyes wide with terror, as the world distorts. The very forest around her splinters and cracks, reality itself unraveling. Ancient trees, once steadfast, are torn asunder, their roots ripped from the earth. The destruction continues, the forest floor giving way to an unseen force. Standing in a pool of crimson energy, she hears a disembodied voice. Foolish young lady, it's a shame. A colossal, glowing hand descends, promising annihilation. Facing the impending doom, she steels herself, a defiant fire in her eyes. But die. Her stance firms, preparing to meet the encroaching threat head-on. Crimson energy surges around her, a silent scream echoing in the void. Surrounded by the swirling darkness, Lady Amy's resolve hardens. It's pitch black, but her eyes ignite with an otherworldly blue light, a power awakening within. A surge of energy emanates from her as she realizes, if it's synesthesia, she is suspended in a blinding light, energy crackling around her. Arcane symbols flare, the air thick with unseen power. Golden light erupts, engulfing Lady Amy in its radiant embrace. The symbols intensify, their glow casting long, sharp shadows. A structure of pure energy forms, its edges crackling with power. A fist of golden light materializes, poised to strike with immense force. The air shimmers, fractured by the sheer intensity of the magic. A voice echoes, acknowledging her strength. You're good. But a chilling promise lingers in the air. But you will always have a shadow. The unseen speaker finishes, a dark form looming. Lady Amy stands radiant, the energy around her a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Power surges through her, a tempest of light ready to be unleashed. The disembodied fists crackle with blue energy as a thought echoes. Fists? If she teleports in this state, her leg is going to be torn off. Then, a figure surrounded by golden light begins to teleport, their form shifting and blurring with the sudden movement. The figure continues to teleport, a voice echoing in their mind. She is going to teleport her upper body repeatedly. The teleportation continues, the figure now a blur of golden light and motion, shards of energy flying. Blue energy crackles around the figure's legs, a dangerous sign of the strain the teleportation is causing. The figure teleports again, the golden light intensifying as they push their body to its limits. Once more, the figure teleports, a beam of golden light shooting upwards as the strain becomes visible. A voice speaks, impressed by the display. As expected of a Karsus bishop. Ithella stands, her fist clenched, a determined look on her face as she recalls a past conversation. You would have become someone great. But a close-up reveals Ithella's glowing blue eye, a sign of the power she wields and the burden she carries. Elsewhere, in a formal setting, Alpheus kept his mouth shut, observing the scene before him. If she weren't a professor at this small school, he used her amazing talent for something else entirely. An aged face, framed by a long white beard, appears amidst fiery energy. The fiery energy swirls around a young woman with glasses, her expression one of shock. The air crackles with unseen power, the energy coalescing into fiery symbols. The old man's face is partially obscured by the flames, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, declaring the intent to take all the credit for himself. Arrogance hangs heavy in the air, spelled out in stark, crimson letters. The crimson letters shift, now spelling out filters, as a voice demands, what do you want? Below, Ithella stands firm, her expression determined as purple energy swirls around her. A small figure plummets downwards, drawn towards a swirling vortex of purple energy. The vortex widens, consuming the falling figure in its depths. A foot steps into the swirling purple mass, the energy crackling around it. Ithella falls into the vortex, her white outfit contrasting against the dark energy. Arcane energy crackles, a prelude to some unknown event. A single eye, filled with swirling power, pierces the darkness. The arcane energy intensifies, its source still hidden from view. At the same time, the academy stands tall, unaware of the forces gathering. Within the headmaster's room, the air is still and undisturbed. A desperate cry echoes through the room. Teacher! Professor Thad stumbles backward, shouting for his teacher, convinced he's nearby. He recalls a rumor, a secret space hidden within the headmaster's room. But where? Frantically, he runs his hands along the bookshelf, searching for any clue. His fingers brush against the spines, each title a potential key. The ancient tomes stand silent, guarding their secrets closely. At last, Professor Thad stands before a hidden archway, lantern in hand. A strange, echoing silence fills the room, broken only by the faint sputtering of a nearby lantern, casting an eerie glow. A voice calls out, questioning if the person they see is a teacher. He continues his search through the headmaster's office, lantern in hand. His eyes are drawn to a painting hanging on the wall. Professor Thad gazes up at the portrait of a woman in a blue dress. He seems to recognize the woman in the painting, certain of her identity. Suddenly, a voice booms out, demanding to know who is there. Professor Thad looks down, recognizing the speaker as his teacher. The old man assures him that he is safe, but something is off. Professor Thad is shocked, realizing that his teacher has lost his memories. Though the man is familiar, something about him is different. Unlike everyone else, the old man hasn't completely lost his memories. He wonders what he has lost. A wave of realization washes over him. Oh my gosh, he thinks he became such a wrinkly old man. The old man is distraught. Where did his handsome 18-year-old face go? He wonders. He lost something important. Professor Thad is shocked. 40 years' worth of memories are gone. The person in front of him, hey you, is the infamous young and arrogant Alpheus. The old man sits in his chair, looking down at someone. What happens? Thad realizes that the old man was attacked by dark magic. He lost his memories. The old man looks down, his fist clenched. He asks Thad to pardon him. Someone wonders what their job is. What's my job? Professor Thad looks worried. He wonders what the professors and students are in. The disembodied voice declares itself the headmaster of Alphea's Magic Academy. The old man throws his head back, a manic laugh escaping his lips as he questions his own professorship. The unseen speaker's tone shifts, laced with disbelief as he wonders if he is respected. A lone figure stands in a dimly lit room, the sound of something dropping echoing around them. Suddenly, he is seized, a hand clamping down on his throat, cutting off his air. The old man's face looms close, his eyes wide and wild as he continues to choke the professor. Gasping for breath, he manages to choke out a question, desperate to understand the situation. What's my class? His eyes dart around, fear and confusion warring within him as he awaits an answer. A voice, strained and weak, manages to utter the truth. You're Class 4. The old man's face contorts in disbelief, his eyes widening as he hears the class designation. His expression twists with rage, the words a mere, barely escaping his lips. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Class 4 dash. He roars, declaring his target to be only Class 4, as he throws a punch. The force of the blow sends Professor Thad reeling, the impact echoing through the room. Dazed, Thad thinks to himself, questioning how he, once the continent's smartest genius, is now a mere headmaster at almost 60 years old. The old man looks down on Thad, calling him pathetic for hanging a gaudy painting of a woman in his room. The force of the blow sends the professor crashing to the floor. The impact shakes the room, rattling a framed picture hanging on the wall. Professor Thad, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, shouts at his attacker. The old man demands his memories back, his face contorted with rage. He needs to know what this loser did for the past 40 years. Looking up, Professor Thad calls out to the old man, addressing him as teacher. Thad, looking up at the old man, asks him to stop. A disembodied voice echoes, posing a question about memories. The room is dimly lit. The old man and Thad stand apart. The old man's voice booms, testing the limits of their bond. The bishop's face contorts with anger, threatening expulsion. The old man continues, questioning Thad's faith in Alpheus. Thad's expression is a mask of fear and dawning comprehension. He speaks, his voice barely a whisper, acknowledging the gravity. The text poses a question about the nature of repeated memories. The question lingers. Will their personality remain unchanged? Kneeling before the bishop, he confesses his fear aloud. A looming question hangs in the air. What if he doesn't return? He privately admits that he cannot trust the professor as he is. Professor Thad states that he will remove the darkness sealing the other man's memories with photonization magic. The old man is being examined by Professor Thad, who has his hands on the old man's head. The old man tells him to worry about himself. And a close-up of face. The past 40 years were the most horrific years of his life. 3 women are seen, one of them speaking the name of Sir Alpheus. The women are fawning over Sir Alpheus, asking him to tell them more. A hand holds a cup, presumably belonging to Sir Alpheus. A hand raises a glass, the contents unseen, as a voice booms out. The man, lounging in his chair, declares that the night stretches on without end. If one had to define a place where one could lose their lives in an instant, a sprawling cityscape under a dusky sky might come to mind. From above, the city resembles a battlefield, a maze of buildings and streets where survival is a constant struggle. And for our whole lives, two figures sit together, perhaps finding solace amidst the chaos, while a fire rages below. We had lived on the battlefield, silhouetted against the flames, in order to live. To survive, we became sharp like a sword, as blood splatters across a cold, gray surface. So those who went to school to get a good job, their efforts are juxtaposed against the harsh realities of the battlefield. Those who did not stand a chance against us, their faces contorted in fear, are a testament to the brutal struggle. That's what Master said, the words echoing from beneath a dark hood. A young man with glowing eyes stands ready, prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A dark forest looms, a silent witness to the battles fought and the lives lost. He stands amidst the trees, dark tendrils writhing from his form. Developing dark-skin magic, it seems, was basically instinctive. If he had been half a second too late, what would have happened? That would have been dangerous, Canis. What attacked him? It had mass. He was struck in the abdomen, the force visualized as a burst of energy. The attack came with a light loaded with mass. What the hell are they talking about? Light. It doesn't have mass, he thinks, clutching his abdomen. It's possible if there's a medium that can interchange light energy and mass. Are you joking? He asks, a smirk playing on his lips. He has never heard of that kind of physics before. Seems like he has. A blond man stands, radiating power, his expression serious. The hooded figure's eyes narrow, a hint of intrigue in his gaze. He stands, looking up, as text proclaims his strength and specialty. From below, the hooded figure wonders if he can defeat his opponent. His glowing purple eyes narrow as he chuckles, confident in his abilities. Dark energy crackles in the air. The hooded figure is surrounded by the swirling dark energy. A girl with short black hair smiles, watching the events unfold. A green-haired boy shouts in disbelief, while a brown-haired boy looks on with concern. The hooded figure grins, his eyes glowing. He muses that the attack wasn't too effective. Dark energy gathers around his leg as he asks if his opponent likes tricks. The hooded figure plummets through the air, surrounded by blue energy. The blonde-haired boy looks down, disappointed that the fight wasn't better. The hooded figure lands on the ground, surrounded by the lingering blue energy. A disembodied voice echoes, challenging the terms of engagement. The man with the glowing blue eyes questions his opponent's motives. You're holding people hostage, but you want to fight? He clenches his fist, a ball of golden energy forming in his palm. The golden orb pulses with power as he scoffs at his opponent's next move. He stands firm, bathed in a blue aura, ready to meet the attack. His glowing eyes narrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "No longer works on me." The man unleashes the golden orb, sending it hurtling toward his foe. With a shout, the man challenges him to block the incoming energy. Then block this. He leaps into action, preparing to intercept the golden attack. Dark energy crackles around his outstretched hands, ready to defend. The golden orb slams into the dark energy barrier, a blinding flash erupting. The impact resonates with a deafening boom. The young man with dark eyes continues his assault. The same approach. Arian Chiron contorts his body, narrowly avoiding the incoming blast of energy. The attack explodes with blinding light and concussive force. The energy crackles, a testament to its destructive power. Two students watch from a distance, while a cloaked figure observes the battle from below. Magic, it is said, can be divided into two distinct categories. The muscular man with long brown hair scoffs, declaring, "Magic I can dodge." But there is also magic that cannot be dodged. That flash. Red eyes narrow, filled with malice and determination. A voice declares, "I knew it. I have to get rid of him first." Arian Chiron looks up, his expression unreadable. The dust settles, revealing a figure collapsed amidst the debris. He stands, a radiant aura emanating from his very being. Arian Chiron glances upward, a sudden chill running down his spine as he senses a presence lurking behind him. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to impending violence. A sudden force sends Arian Chiron hurtling backwards through the air. His eyes wide with shock, Arian Chiron can only manage a strangled "What?" Panic sets in as Arian Chiron realizes the attacker has somehow gotten behind him without a sound. A shadowy figure looms, poised to strike, its dark energy swirling around Arian Chiron. Arian Chiron's eyes blaze with a fierce, blue light, a desperate surge of power. The fight erupts, energy clashing as Arian Chiron desperately defends himself against the shadowy assailant. The young man with dark eyes unleashes a barrage of attacks, each strike carrying immense force. Arian Chiron struggles to parry the relentless assault, the air hissing with each near miss. With a burst of speed, he retaliates with a powerful kick. The warning echoes, a desperate cry about the shadows. The green-haired student shouts, his face contorted in fear. He's using shadows, a voice declares, as dark energy ripples. The ability to use shadows to move around is confirmed. The young man, dark eyes, stands amidst swirling, dark energy. The student wonders if the shadow manipulation is too overpowered. The man in the suit explains that he can teleport to any coordinates. A voice declares that there is a limit to the ability. The green-haired student explains that he can only move to shadow-link places. The man with brown hair states that Chiron is the key. The voice declares that someone calculated the dragon's maze. Energy crackles around the figure, power surging. Arcane energy surges, a chaotic blend of blues and yellows. The air crackles with unseen forces, marked by strange symbols. The symbols intensify, the background shifting to a stark black. A figure stands triumphant, clutching a sphere of pure light. Finally, he thinks. Aryan Chiron, eyes wide, exclaims, "I got him!" as he looks down. A foot slams down onto a surface radiating intense light. Elsewhere, a beam of golden light pierces through the forest canopy. A cloaked figure sits amidst the trees, a soft PSSH sound echoing around him. Below, a green-haired student shouts yes, looking upwards with elation. Another student, eyes wide with shock, stares in disbelief. The beam of light slams into the ground, surrounded by swirling dark energy. The cloaked figure plummets downwards, a maniacal gahaha escaping his lips. The green-haired student's eyes widen in disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" Beside him, the other student echoes the sentiment, questioning, "What's that?" The green-haired student's expression is a mixture of shock and confusion, his brow furrowed as he stares at something unseen. The student with black hair gazes downward, his expression unreadable, but his eyes betray a hint of concern. A strange, glowing object materializes, its form shifting and pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The glowing object intensifies, emitting sparks and flashes of light as it continues to take shape. The object's glow intensifies, casting an eerie light on the surroundings as it solidifies its form. Meanwhile, footsteps echo on the grassy path, each step accompanied by a faint rustling sound as someone approaches. A voice cuts through the air. The man in the suit calls out, his tone laced with a sinister amusement. "Hey, kid." A grotesque tongue slides out, dripping with saliva, as a monstrous entity prepares to strike. The monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with hunger as it focuses on that glowing thing. The monster's form solidifies, its intent clear, is tasty. The scene fades in, revealing a time long since past. The location is identified as a bar within the capital city of Ashoka. Two men sit at a table, raising their glasses in a toast. One comments that light is a very difficult field. The man continues, stating that Sharaf's thesis is getting attention. Another voice chimes in, claiming to have contributed a lot to the research. Sharaf, a man with long brown hair and a green suit, holds up his glass. He promises to buy everyone a meal if the results are good. Sharaf, the light specialist mage, was considered one of the very few who would have been considered top prospects within the light field. A close-up shows Sharaf's face as he looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. The text states, "If Alpheas hadn't existed." A woman with blonde hair, Alpheas, calls out to Sharaf. She exclaims his name in surprise. Another woman with dark hair says that she heard he released a thesis recently and that it was a good read. She adds that he defined the trade of light. Sharaf looks surprised, his eyes widening slightly. He responds, asking if she really thinks so. His expression shifts to anger as he states that the light wave theory he quoted is wrong. Alpheas looks confused, asking what he is talking about. Sharaf retorts that the wave theory is an established theory supported by many experiments. The discussion centered on an outdated theory and the reliance on its results. Alpheas, with an assured smile, states that light is closer to a particle, speaking with confidence. The scene shifts to an upside-down view of a dimly lit room, where several figures are gathered around a table. The words hang heavy in the air. "Your thesis is useless." A distinct click echoes in the silence. A hand slams on the table, the owner warning someone to never speak to him again. Sharaf is restrained, held back by another person as tension fills the room. Alpheas, with a sly grin, seeks validation, asking, "Right?" to someone nearby. A voice affirms that everything Alpheas says is correct, but another voice questions if Alpheas is a chihuahua. A confused, "Huh," is heard, followed by a thumping sound and a glimpse of Ogent Clump. The figure demands to know if Alpheas is aware of his new nickname, Arrogant Alpheas. Raw magical energy explodes outward, a destructive force unleashed. The air crackles with power, the very atmosphere charged and volatile. Aryan Chiron's eyes widen, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. A dark aura emanates, a presence that seems to pulse with malevolent intent. A monstrous form takes shape, its long tongue writhing hungrily. A sinister voice echoes, dripping with anticipation. "It is tasty." The young man, dark eyes, grins, his glowing eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. The monstrous entity looms behind him, a shadowy guardian of destruction. "Don't matter." He looks down, relishing the chaos he has wrought. Look at them. They look so pissed. Hega! He stares upward, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of shock. The text speaks of a magical being, its nature a mystery. Alchemy or magic engineering, the text continues, can create physical things. A dark figure floats within a tank, the text beside it reading, creating life. The area of study, the text declares, was magic biology. Arian Chiron's expression is one of dawning realization, his eyes wide as he looks up. The text proclaims the being to be intelligent. A shadowy figure grins, its eyes glowing with malevolent glee as it wonders aloud if it is intelligent. Two students react with shock, one with green hair and the other with brown, both wearing school uniforms. The young man, dark eyes, smiles, his expression sinister as he thinks that harvest is at hand. A magical being, the text explains, inherited the Archmage Arcane's intelligence. The shadowy figure grins wider, its glowing eyes piercing as it asks if they understand now. Arian Chiron cries out, staggering backward as if struck by an unseen force. A voice acknowledges the villager's power, admitting that he possesses unusual magic. The force sends Arian flying through the air, a burst of dark energy propelling him. The dark energy claws at Arian, his eyes wide with pain and shock. A voice declares that Arian is just a student. Arian crashes to the ground, sprawled out and vulnerable. Despite the assault, Arian grits his teeth, summoning a burst of cyan energy. The magical energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of light. He reaches out, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he says he already told him. The young man's hand is outstretched, ready to strike. The unseen speaker continues, their words hanging in the air. The air crackles with dark energy, the words, "Work on me," echoing. Arian Chiron tumbles backward, caught in the wake of the unseen force. The green-haired student watches in horror, shouting Arian's name in desperation. The dark energy continues to swirl, a vortex of ominous power. Arian's eyes widen in fear, his mind racing as he wonders what to do. Despite the blood trickling down his face, Arian steels himself, declaring he's not afraid to die. The stakes are high, the text ominously stating, "But if I lose here..." The green-haired student and another student look on with dread, the words "will lose" hanging heavy in the air. Two female students, one with red hair and the other with orange, watch with concern etched on their faces. A man with fiery red eyes and a sinister grin watches the scene unfold, a predatory glint in his gaze. Arian continues to fall, his expression a mix of fear and determination as he plummets towards the ground. A foot descends, poised to strike, the impact imminent. He plummets through the darkness, streaks of light blurring past him. Arian knows he must use everything to follow his movements. Behind the young man, dark eyes, looms a massive, shadowy figure. Its eyes glow with malevolent red light. Arian realizes his photon cannon is useless. What can he do about that magical being? His eye flares with a sudden, intense magical power. He wonders what he can do about that magical being. Arian's face contorts in a scream of pain and frustration. A slicing attack tears through the air, accompanied by a burst of energy. Purple energy crackles, another attack aimed at the falling Arian. A rainbow-colored energy spirals, arcing toward its target. Looking up, Arian wonders if the light is bent. The young man, dark eyes, stands firm, ready to unleash his power. A rainbow drop attack explodes with vibrant color. He plummets from above, a blinding light at his back. A massive hand reaches out, as if to grasp at his falling form. The hand glows with contained energy, identified as belonging to magical beings. Looking up, Arian sees glowing symbols surrounding him as he falls. A disembodied voice observes that they cannot move without an energy source. The question hangs in the air. Is something leeching off his willpower? A woman's face is shown as she confirms that they are a shadow monster, but with limits. Arian's expression is unreadable as he continues to fall. A man's voice declares that the situation is good. The young man, dark eyes, grins, a sinister tattoo visible on his neck. He scoffs, questioning if they're implying his willpower has limits. He reaches out, his hand outstretched towards the blinding light. It's something Arian needs to understand. Arian's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The light, he realizes, is growing larger. Arian grits his teeth, a blue light emanating from his eyes. He prepares for what comes next. A shadowy figure watches, its glowing purple eyes narrowed. It wonders which side will fall first. A beam of light streaks towards Arian, the air crackling with energy. The light slams into Arian, a blinding explosion of energy erupting around him. The force of the impact throws Arian back, the light searing his skin. Canis orders a retreat, suggesting they return to the forest where shadows abound. The young man, dark eyes, scoffs at the display. He wonders what they're talking about, confident they can handle the attack. The young man dark eyes' eyes gleam with amusement. He thinks Arian was smart, but now he is a complete idiot. He finds the situation unbelievable. Is Arian really trying to crack a boulder with an egg? The young man dark eyes dismisses the strategy as foolish, not worth his time. Arian is still being attacked by the beam of light. A disembodied voice echoes in the darkness, plotting their next move. He grins, his eyes gleaming with dark intent as he agrees with the plan. Intelligence, or harvest as he calls it, makes him feel unbeatable. The young man's smirk widens, confident in his strategy. A surge of energy crackles through the forest. Below, Arian races through the trees, unaware of the danger above. The forest floor explodes with light and force. Arian's eyes glow with power as he looks up. Canis shouts a warning, desperate for Arian to heed his words. Arian extends a hand, energy coalescing in his palm. A beam of pure energy streaks towards the earth. The forest floor erupts as the beam makes contact. Streaks of golden energy tear through the forest canopy. The beams rain down around Arian and Canis, who looks up, shouting a warning. One of the figures decides that it's best to leave the fight to Chiron. Arian, his eyes glowing with resolve, steels himself for what must be done. A hulking figure approaches, his footsteps heavy on the forest floor. The figure's sinister grin promises pain, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. The figure wonders aloud if it is time for his warm-up. The man's face is contorted into a wide, unsettling smile. The figure, drawing his swords, asks if Arian would care to dance. Elsewhere, Ogent Clump and another man react in shock to some unseen event. He stands in the crowded hall, a sea of faces swirling around him. The noise is almost deafening. Milch Alpheus, surrounded by admirers, beams with confidence. He seems to revel in the attention, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Canis, glass in hand, scoffs at the scene. Ogent Clump stands beside him, her expression unreadable as she observes the spectacle. A voice calls out, "Hello, I'm Irina." The sudden introduction cuts through the ambient noise, a new presence making itself known. A woman in a green dress hurries away, her face etched with distress. She seems eager to escape the festivities. A small, floating figure comments on the situation, noting that the woman is the eldest daughter of the host, the Batad family. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the woman's dress and the delicate lace of her gloves. Something seems amiss. A voice questions, "You really came here without knowing anything?" The speaker's tone is laced with disbelief and perhaps a hint of pity. Canis's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with anger. He seems to be on the verge of losing his temper. Canis and Ogent Clump stand together. Their faces a mixture of concern and frustration. The situation is clearly more complicated than it appears. Details emerge about the woman's past, revealing that she suffered an accident in her youth. This accident has left her with the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. It's revealed that the family head usually keeps her confined to her room, but today he allowed her to attend. Canis and Ogent Clump walk away, deep in thought. The man's face contorts in anger as he speaks of shame. The blonde-haired man's expression is serious, his eyes narrowed in thought. The blue-haired man declares his intention to improve her reputation, his voice rising in frustration. He shouts, believing that sympathy will only make the young lady miserable. A gloved hand gestures reassuringly, promising that everything will be all right. The blue-haired man continues to shout, questioning if the other man is being serious. The blonde-haired man smiles, calling the dark-haired woman a beautiful young lady. The dark-haired woman, Irina, greets the man, commenting on the beautiful night. Irina's eyes widen in surprise, her expression not what was expected. The blonde-haired man is seen in the background, while someone wonders what he is doing to the child. He asks if it's rude to ask such a beautiful lady to be his partner. Irina bursts into tears, calling out for her mommy in distress. Alpheus is in big danger. Rain lashes down upon the academy, obscuring its imposing silhouette. A young man stands in the downpour, head bowed, lost in thought. "What the hell are you doing?" The young man's shoulders slump as he is asked, "Are you not going to fight?" Rain streaks down the dark stone, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Lightning illuminates a face, the eyes narrowed, the expression grim. The man's face is partially obscured by shadow. He replies, "If possible." Nade stands in the rain, his long coat soaked, his head bowed. Tears mingle with the rain on Nade's face, his expression one of deep sorrow. The red tie of Nade's uniform is stark against the dark fabric. "I don't want Nade to fight." Nade's green hair is plastered to his forehead, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. He is addressed by name as the green-haired student looks up at him. A bead of sweat trickles down Nade's face, his blue eyes gleaming with an unknown intensity. Nade's gaze pierces the distance as he confirms that he is being told to be careful. Elsewhere, a muscular man with glowing red eyes stands amidst a crowd, wielding two swords. Heavy boots land on the ground, and a voice booms out, dismissing them as children. The ground erupts as a voice declares that things won't work out just because you're careful. The muscular man descends, blades drawn, ready to strike at the figures below. A figure in a suit reacts with shock, the intensity of the moment palpable. Nade clashes with the green-haired student, their fight now fully engaged. Red slashes tear through the air, the force of the blows evident. The sounds of impact echo as the battle intensifies, the air thick with tension. The sinister man's grin widens, his red eyes gleaming with manic glee. A dark energy gathers, swirling with an ominous, otherworldly glow. The sinister man is outlined in red, wielding twin blades with deadly grace. The force explodes outward, sending debris flying in all directions. The sinister red-eyed man descends with terrifying speed, his blade ablur. A scream echoes as the attack connects with devastating force. Nade, surrounded by crackling blue energy, shouts a warning. The air crackles with energy as a surge of power erupts. The sinister red-eyed man unleashes a devastating lightning bolt. Nade is sent sprawling. The sinister red-eyed man's hand glows with raw, untamed power. The attack intensifies, the word ignite, echoing in the air. The sinister red-eyed man plummets downwards, seemingly caught off guard. His face contorted in a grimace. The sinister red-eyed man realizes his opponents are not so easily defeated. Surrounded by crackling energy, the sinister red-eyed man struggles to regain control. A voice notes that their connections are surprisingly strong. The sinister red-eyed man continues to fall, the attack having seemingly backfired. The sinister red-eyed man is still falling, the momentum carrying him downward. Nade and Arian Chiron exchange a look of disbelief and mounting frustration. Why aren't things matching up properly? The sinister red-eyed man is on a completely different level from the speed gun test. He plummeted through the air, realizing his stamina was draining rapidly. Arcing tendrils of purple lightning crackled around him. The sinister red-eyed man continued to fall. He grit his teeth, commanding his body to increase its energy output. Arian Chiron reached out, his expression strained. The sinister red-eyed man plummeted further. His eye glowed with an unnatural light. The air crackled with unseen energy. The forest canopy loomed below. Meanwhile, the scene shifts, the heavy breathing echoing in the darkness. A pool of blood spread across the floor, a pair of glasses lying discarded beside it. Nade strained against his bonds, his expression a mixture of fear and defiance. The sinister red-eyed man acknowledges his opponent's endurance. But the acknowledgement is followed by a surge of green energy. The sinister red-eyed man is engulfed in the swirling power. The green energy swirls, a vortex of destructive force. His red eyes blazing, the sinister red-eyed man commands death. The green energy lashes out, a blinding strike. Arian Chiron is struck by the blast, the force of it throwing him back. He realizes the nature of the attack, crying out that it's poison. Arian Chiron plummets, knowing he is going to die. His face contorted in pain, Arian Chiron's eyes widen in terror. He continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. The orange energy crackles, a sign of impending doom. A swirling vortex of purple energy crackles with unseen power. He is engulfed by the vortex, dark energy coiling around him. Is this a vibration that can shake the spirit zone? The power is immense. The demon-destroying roar. Arian Chiron's face contorts in fury. A blinding orb of yellow light pulses, radiating outwards. The dark energy continues to swirl around him, but now it seems to be reacting. His face is illuminated by a golden glow, power surging through him. A beam of pure energy shoots downwards with incredible force. The beam strikes a massive tree trunk, splintering the wood. The energy continues its descent, tearing through the environment. He is wreathed in golden light, realizing he can't win with magic. Then a massive, mushroom-shaped structure looms in the distance. He grits his teeth, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. A red aura flares as he declares, "I'm switching to schema." A single foot descends, a dark silhouette against the fiery sky. Elsewhere, birds fly across the sunset sky, unaware of the impending danger. A massive fist, wreathed in shadow, plummets downward. The air cracks as the blow lands with earth-shattering force. A hulking figure of pure shadow emerges, its purple eyes burning with malevolent intent. The shadowy behemoth looms over him, purple energy arcing from its form. He is caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. The shadowy figure radiates power, the air crackling with dark energy. The shadowy fist descends, accompanied by a piercing screech. The sinister red-eyed man smirks, declaring, "Oh, schema. Ho, if that's what you want to do." The shadowy figure, towering over Arian Chiron, vows to retaliate. The dark entity, crackling with purple energy, looms menacingly over Chiron. The shadowy figure prepares to strike, its power surging. Arian Chiron is engulfed in a bright, protective aura. With a fierce expression, Lady Amy launches a powerful kick. The shadowy figure's fist, charged with dark energy, hurtles forward. The shadowy figure's face contorts in a silent snarl. Lady Amy's attack radiates outward, a burst of crimson energy. The shadowy figure's features twist in pain as it cries out. Energy explodes in a chaotic display of power. The Bodhat family's banquet is underway as Irina lies on the floor, calling for her mother. A wider view reveals the grand scale of the banquet, with many guests observing the distressed young lady. Irina, what is wrong? Tears welling, she declares that she's going to leave. Mommy said people who talk to me are bad people, so I'm going to go. Ojin Klump, in a green dress, reaches out to Irina. People who talk to you are bad? Wait, what the hell is that? Sharaf and other men watch the scene unfold. One man urges Sharaf to remain calm and speak calmly. The atmosphere is thick with tension. It is clear that the young lady is scared and someone needs to intervene. Irina, face contorted with distress, clutches Ojin's arm. No, I'm going to get in trouble if I don't listen to Mommy. Tears stream down Irina's face as she insists that her mother cannot get angry with her. The young lady thinks to herself that she needs to go back to her room quickly, as she is not scared of the person, but scared of getting in trouble. Ojin Klump stands between two men, her expression unreadable as she holds a fan. The men seem to be discussing the situation. A man with blue hair, identified as Klump, is shocked by the situation. That idiot. Why did he get involved in someone else's family matters? Someone thinks that they should just apologize quickly and walk away before things get out of hand. Irina's name is shouted. She is held firmly, the blonde woman's grip unyielding as Irina gasps. Tears stream down Irina's face as Ojin Klump observes that she is finally looking at her. Ojin Klump wonders why she is so scared, reassuring her that no one is scolded for dancing at a party. The blonde woman's expression softens as she tells Irina that she has done nothing wrong. A single tear rolls down Irina's cheek as she is reminded that she wanted to dance. Couples twirl and sway across the ballroom floor, lost in the music and each other's company. Ojin Klump declares that they should dance today. Ojin Klump holds Irina's hand, encouraging her to dance freely and asking what she says. A gentle smile graces Ojin Klump's lips as she awaits Irina's response. Their hands are clasped together, a silent invitation extended. The question hangs in the air. Shall they dance together? Irina gazes up at Ojin Klump, her expression a mix of apprehension and longing as her hand is held. Irina's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. She finds her hand being gently taken into another's. The touch is warm, a stark contrast to the coldness she feels inside.